Makati Productions presents an original Star Wars story, The Force Restored, a conclusion to the Force Unleashed novels, written by Gregory O. Scott. Part 1. Skywalker. 7 months after the Battle of Yavin. Emerald and ruby laser bolts were almost beautiful as they flashed against the dark of space. But Luke Skywalker had to weave a careful path between them lest his starfighter and his life vanish in a split-second inferno. The green ones came from TIE fighters, the red ones from X-wings like his own, but they were equally deadly. The space directly ahead was lit up by those crisscrossing bolts. Plugged into the X-wing's dorsal socket, R2-D2 wailed an unnecessary warning. Luke was well aware that his shields were fried, his hull already pocked by scorches and fractures from when he'd been forced to dive through an exploding TIE earlier in the battle. One unlucky laser bolt, emerald or ruby, and it would all be over. There was no time or space to break away. Luke plunged into the fray, twitching the control stick and dancing his X-wing around the bolts. He moved without thinking, relying on split-second instinct to save him, just like it had in the Death Star Trench and Beggar's Canyon as a boy. Instinct and perhaps something more, something he was only beginning to understand. The lethal moment lasted forever and no time at all. As fast as they'd come, the bolts disappeared and Luke soared free through black space. R2 squealed and Luke exhaled, both in relief, but the battle wasn't done. Tugging the control stick, he wheeled his X-wing around until space's cool backdrop was again broken by the red and green flash of lasers, the blue burn of starship drives, and the glinting gray of metal hull. When the convoy had kicked off from the rebel base at Kemperis, they'd had 11 transports, mostly Gallifrey Yards bulk transports, plus a couple Corellian action model freighters and a Celestin carrier called Armiger. The Imperials had come after them as soon as they'd breached orbit, bringing 2 Carracks and 3 full squadrons of TIEs. The 2 Imp cruisers were still giving chase, but the convoy had been winnowed down to just the carrier, 1 action freighter, and 3 transports. They cleared Kemperis's gravity well, but the Imperial harassment was fierce. TIE swarmed around the remaining transports like angry piranha beetles, and it was impossible for the ships to escape to light speed. "This is Chancellor's luck," a cry crackled over Luke's headset, and he recognized it as the last Corellian freighter. "We've taken heavy aft damage, engines failing, ejecting escape pods. We'll try to hold them off." The static became too much, and the transmission ended. Luke pointed his nose at Chancellor's luck and accelerated. Even from a distance, the ship looked like it was in bad shape. It was limping along, flame trailing from its engine section, the lead Carrack cruiser right behind it. R2 whistled, calling his attention to sensors, which marked a half-dozen pods escaping from the cruiser. The sick part was, the escapees' fate would be no better. Within minutes, that Carrack would be in range to reel them in, and the Luck's crew would end up Imperial prisoners, possibly a fate worse than death. A clearer voice came on Luke's headset. "Rogue Leader, this is Rogue 5. Do we protect the pods?" It was the exact question that needed to be asked, but Luke had no good answer. Armiger might theoretically be able to scoop them up, as a carrier it had good long-range tractor beams. But if it lingered, the lead Carrack would be on it, and Armiger might not survive that brawl. In a second, the equation changed. Chancellor's luck strained its dying engines, changed course, and began accelerating as best it could. Directly ahead of it, the Carrack cruiser. "Oh, Stang, she's going to ram," another pilot gasped. The Imperials saw Chancellor's luck coming, and the Carrack unleashed a full barrage from his forward guns. At the same time, the TIEs swarmed back to their base ship and tried to knock the luck off course, but Corellian bulk freighters were durable machines, and nothing would veer this one from its final course. The 2 massive ships collided head-to-head. For a moment, the explosion was so bright Luke had to look away. When he glanced back, he saw very little was left of Chancellor's luck. It seemed to have dissolved into a massive tangle of debris that only partway resolved into the aft half of the Carrack cruiser. The rest of that ship was gone, and what part of it remained was jettisoning his own escape pods. Luke watched it all from a distance and felt very, very tired. And then things got even worse. Armiture's captain hailed him next, saying, "Rogue leader, we need you to approach the Carrack and take out his escape pods." "What? Captain, can you say that again?" "We're going to pull in whoever we can from the luck, but we need you to keep the TIEs distracted by going after their escape pods." "But Captain, it's the only way. You have your orders, Rogue leader." And just like that, the line clicked off. Luke felt sick to his stomach. He wanted to point his X-Wing in the complete opposite direction and jump far, far away, even if it meant leaving the convoy behind. He was sick of this war. When he first joined, he felt terrified and sad for the loss of Ben and Biggs, but he'd also been flushed with victory. In destroying the Death Star, he'd vanquished a great evil, struck a bigger blow against the Empire than he'd ever dreamed he'd make, and learned his first lesson about the mysterious force which was apparently his birthright. The universe had never felt so grand or full of promise. But those heady days were gone. In the 7 months since he'd blown up the Death Star, the Empire had renewed its assault and the rebels had been forced to retreat from one base after another. They'd even had to flee from Yavin 4, site of his triumph. Luke had lost count of how many grueling rearguard actions he'd fought, how many lives he'd seen wink out in flashes of green and red. As for the Force, he was starting to wonder if it wasn't hokey tales after all. He had to focus on the now. He'd been ordered to attack the escape pods. Helpless escape pods, packed with panicked crew. "Rogue leader, what do we do?" Rogue 5 prodded him. Armiture's captain was right. The crew from Chancellor's luck deserved saving. Their ship's sacrifice may have bought the convoy as one chance of survival. And that meant Luke had to do his part. There were some lines he wouldn't cross, orders or no. But he could at least make a show of it. To his pilots, he said, "All rogues, we're going after the dead Carrack. Harass the TIEs and draw them off Armiture when she goes for the rescue. And make it look like we're going for the escape pods." A tiny pause, then Rogue 4. "Sir, did we hear that right?" "I didn't say shoot the pods. Just shoot at them." "Got it," 4 said with relief. "On our way." As Luke dove toward the dying Carrack, he asked R2-D2, "Have you got any juice back in the shields, R2?" The astromech whined a negative. It had been too much to hope for anyway. Other X-Wings got to the Carrack ahead of Luke as he watched his pilots weave around the expanding debris field and flash their red lasers across the drifting hull. TIEs joined in, and the pretty, multicolored death show began anew. At a chirp from R2, Luke checked his long-range sensors and saw that the lead 2 Gallifrey transports had jumped to lightspeed. That left one more to run, plus Armiture. The luck sacrifice had brought the chasing Imperials to a halt and just might save the rest of the convoy. Luke prayed his own battered ship would last him through the fight. When he joined the battle, he did as he'd ordered the others to do. He fired red bolts at the broken hull and a few in the direction of the escape pods, always aiming carefully to make sure he didn't land a hit on the fragile capsules. That was enough to draw the TIEs, and soon he, like the others, was engaged in a fierce dogfight around the spreading debris field. He had no qualms about shooting down TIEs that were trying to kill him. The Imperial ships were fast and agile but also poorly protected, and the broad octagonal solar arrays were easy targets when approached from the flank. Luke crested the Carrack's topside, then came down on a pair of passing TIEs. He easily clipped one solar array and sent the fighter spinning out of the control. The other dodged his attacks and ducked beneath the Carrack. Rather than pursue, Luke pulled up and accelerated before wheeling around in order to give him a better view of the battle zone. He immediately spotted 2 TIEs giving chase to an X-Wing and rushed to help. His sensors marked the ship as Rogue's 4, an Outer Rim bush pilot just as young as him, who signed on in those heady days after Yavin. "I've got you, the 4, Luke told him. "Get ready to veer port on my mark. Hurry up, lead, I've lost my shields and these things are fast." Indeed they were. They were gaining on Force X-Wing, and he'd strayed dangerously close to the debris field, perhaps to discourage pursuit. That wasn't working, but Luke was almost within firing range. "Get ready," he told 4. "Do it now." 4 broke left and the ties mimicked his move. Relying on instincts instead of his targeting computer, Luke tapped his trigger and sent out a spray of lasers. They shot ahead of the nearer tie but took the other one dead on, punching into the cockpit and turning into a blossoming fireball. The other tie broke hard starboard, but not before popping off a few green shots at Rogue 4. One of them hit, and Luke saw fire spark from the X-Wing's upper starboard engine. 4, are you all right? He called. I can't hold it, lead. Just give me it. Rogue 4 vanished in a burst of flame and shrapnel. Luke's heart fell into his stomach. Against the fireball, he could just barely see the black fleck of debris 4 must have collided with. A piece of the carrot or a chunk of Chancellor's luck. What did it matter? Like laser bolts, wreckage knew no sides and killed indiscriminately. Yet another pointless death. That sick, tired feeling came on Luke again. The feeling that he needed to get away from all this. Then R2 screamed and green bolts whipped over his head, dangerously close. Luke immediately dove down and checked his scanner. Somehow that other tie must have come around and gotten behind him. Luke pulled away from the debris field to avoid sharing Rogue 4's fate. But the tie on his tail was good, and without shields, all it would take was one lucky hit to end the career of Luke Skywalker, Jedi son turned farm boy turned rebel hero. More green flashed overhead and R2 wailed again. Then red bolts cut higher above, and a concussive force buffeted his ship. Luke checked his scanners and released a deep, relieved breath. Thanks, Wedge, Luke said. You really saved my tail. Don't worry, Luke. We've got your back. Can't afford to lose you now. Rogue 5 settled close on Luke's aft end and synced the 2 X-Wings wheel back toward the Carrack. Luke spotted another starfighter burst into flames, thankfully a tie, but it brought him back to Rogue 4 and Rouge 11, who they'd lost earlier in the fight. Even simple fallback actions cost too many lives. In a few months he'd forget their names, just like he'd already forgotten half the people who died on the Death Star attack. Then relief came with the crackle of static and the voice of Armiger's captain. Rogue Squadron, we've recovered all escape pods and are preparing to withdraw. Bring your fighters home. Rogue 12 whooped audibly over the headset. A few other pilots chuckled, but most knew not to call it victory until they were safely in hyperspace. You heard the man, Luke told his pilots. All ships, fall back now. The X-Wings raced back to the carrier's broad platform. A few ties gave pursuit, but most lingered around the dead Carrack. The Imperials seemed satisfied with destroying half the convoy, enough to call a victory, perhaps, or at least a draw. In truth, neither side had won today. Lots of people had died, and nobody had won. Luke closed his S-foils and slowed down as he soared into Armiger's hangar bay. Its broad deck contained a few of the reeled and escape pods too, some of which had been badly damaged. As the carrier shuddered into hyperspace, Luke popped his cockpit open and immediately got a whiff of smoke. One pod in particular had been badly hit, and fire suppression teams had surrounded the capsule to spray it with foam. Maybe it was instinct or maybe it was the Force, but Luke sensed a lot of panic from that pod even after they put out the fire. Without waiting for flight crews to roll up a ladder, he jumped off the nose of his fighter and trotted across the deck, dodging mechanics and other pilots as he made his way to the pod. When he got closer, he saw that an impact, probably debris, had concaved the pod's hull, warping the hatch in a way that prevented opening. Emergency workers were still spraying coolant onto the superheated metal. Luke heard crew arguing over how to get inside before the passengers ran out of air or got cooked by their own pod. They were talking about placing charges and blowing the hatch open, but that might also injure those inside. Luke had a different, simpler solution: his lightsaber. Well, his father's lightsaber. Luke still couldn't think of thing as his own, even though he practiced with it in his scant spare time. Igniting it in public always drew looks, some shocked, some afraid, some adoring. He wasn't used to any of them and rarely took it out, though he still carried it with him in the sealed pouch at his belt. Lives were at stake, and this was no time for embarrassment. Luke called loudly, "Clear the way, please," and strode past the rescue crews. They looked at him in confusion until they saw him draw out the lightsaber and ignited. Taking the weightless weapon in both hands, Luke stepped up to the escape pod's steaming hull and carefully plunged his blade through. Metal glowed and melted in front of his eyes, and he carefully moved the superheated blade around the edge of the hatch, cutting through his warped frame and gnarled seal like they were warm butter. When he completed his work, he stepped away, lightsaber lit and dangling at his side. The rescue crews moved in, placed magnetic clamps on the hatch, and quickly tore it open. The first thing to escape the pod was smoke. It billowed out into the hangar, grim and ominous, but then the first man pushed his way out of the pod, then another and another. Luke watched as 7 total staggered out, all of them hacking smoke. Their bodies were bruised, their clothes singed and dark with ash. They waved rescue crews inside, and soon more injured were being pulled out on stretchers. Nobody said anything to Luke. The lightsaber seemed to have that effect on people. Just the sight of it disarmed them, like its very existence was a denial of the reality they'd heretofore known. Luke understood. He felt the same way about his father's weapon. And then, to his surprise, one of the first men out of the pod, a bald and middle-aged human with soot all over his face and bloodshot eyes, staggered toward Luke and rasped, Is it really you? That saber, it has to be. Before the man could fall forward and impale himself, Luke shut off the weapon. Who do you think I am? Why, you've got to be Skywalker. The one who killed the Death Star. Luke's lips pressed tight. Though the Alliance leaders had put out a statement proudly proclaiming their victory over the Emperor's superweapon, they put out no official word as to who'd landed the killing blow. For his own safety, they said, and Luke had no qualms about that. He wanted to be a hero, but he was no glory hound. However, the Rebel Alliance was a small organization in many ways, and of course rumors about him spread, even to lowly freighter crew. The injured man clapped hands on Luke's shoulder and looked him up and down. Amazing, it really is you. I never thought we'd have a Jedi with us again. Normally when people called Luke a Jedi, he immediately corrected them, but his mind lashed onto that again. He felt a bittersweet flutter and asked, Are you talking about Ben Kenobi? Did you know him? Kenobi. No, not Kenobi. The other ones. General Coda and Starkiller. Luke frowned. The name Coda was vaguely familiar. He thought he'd heard it in reference to a fallen rebel general. But Starkiller was such an unusual name, like his own but harder, almost cruel sounding. This Coda and Starkiller, they were Jedi. Yes. They were amazing. At Kamino, when we took out the cloning facility, I'd never seen anything like it. They were like heroes from old stories. I'm not like them. But Yower, I know you are. Those bloodshot eyes bore into his. You destroyed the Death Star, didn't you? Well, yes. I knew it. I knew Jedi could. Suddenly the man retched and coughed against Luke's chest. He put hands on the man's arms to hold him upright. Still weak and swaying, the man stared at Luke with adulation. Jedi can work miracles. I've seen it. I was with Coda's commandos then. I saw Starkiller defeat Darth Vader. He took him captive. Vader. That ominous name, that black shadow of a man whom Luke had glimpsed only briefly on the Death Star, slicing through Ben Kenobi with a red blade. His teacher's killer and, so Ben had said, the killer of his father. He'd also known, through the Force perhaps, that Vader had been there in the Death Star trench, shooting down pilot after pilot, chasing Luke himself to the very edge of death. Nobody could defeat Darth Vader, not even Ben. The smoke and heat must have made this poor man delusional. You've been hurt, sir. You really need to lie down. Luke raised his voice. Can we get a medic for this one? The man still stared up at Luke, hands clawing his shoulders. With you on our side, we can't fail. I know it, His words dissolved into hacking coughs again. This time a white-clothed medic took the man by the shoulders and pulled him back. The man released his grip on Luke reluctantly and allowed himself to be led away. Luke tried to walk off his shock. The flight deck was busy with pilots and crew doing post-battle cleanup, and with his lightsaber sheath he was back to being anonymous. It made sense that some Jedi would have fought the Empire, and he did recall hearing about a raid on that clone factory, but he couldn't believe the part about defeating Darth Vader. Nonetheless, when Luke headed to the rogue's cramped locker room, he spotted Wedge walking ahead of him and hurried down the hall to tap his friend on the shoulder. "Ah, Luke," the brown-haired pilot said, "how did your X-Wing make do? Is R2 intact?" "R2's fine," Luke said. "Wedge, didn't you say you were with the rebels when they hit the old cloning facilities at Kamino?" Wedge stopped and gave him a look. "Yeah, I was. That was less than 2 years ago, but it feels like forever. I was brand new then and stuck flying a Y-Wing." "Why?" Luke couldn't believe he was asking this question. "Was there a Jedi at this battle?" "There was a Jedi general, I think, with the ground troops. His name was Coda. But like I said, I was in a Y-Wing." "Was there another Jedi?" "Somebody else, called Starkiller." Wedge's eyes slipped away from his. "Let's get out of the hall and someplace quiet." "All right." Wedge led Luke past the rogue's locker room and down another hall to an equipment storage room. When the door closed behind them, they were sealed in silence amongst the racks of foodstuffs and droid parts. A single overhead light shone down on Wedge's face, adding shadows and lines that made him look older. Everything felt suddenly grave. Luke said, "There was a Jedi called Starkiller, wasn't there?" Wedge twitched a shrug. "I don't know. When I was in my Y-Wing, flying my attack runs, I picked up this extra rider." "You mean like a stowaway?" "No, I mean he was clinging to the outside of my Y-Wing. He rode me to the cloning spires. And he was human. He was human and he had a lightsaber." Wedge shook his head. "And when he wanted to get off, he just jumped hundreds of meters. Nobody should have been able to do that. Nobody could have survived it. But I guess Jedi can do amazing things." "Why didn't you mention this before?" "Honestly, I thought I'd lost my damned mind. I asked around after the battle, but everyone was so evasive. I'm just a snub fighter pilot. I know there's a lot I'm not meant to hear, but this didn't feel like some ordinary need-to-know secret." He trailed off. Luke pressed, "Did you find anything?" "Just rumors. Some said there was a Jedi who helped organize the rebellion and get all its leaders together. I asked if they meant General Coda, and they said yes, but there was another Jedi too." "Starkiller?" "I don't know. I've never heard that name before." "How did you hear it?" "One of the men who escaped the Chancellor's luck. He was injured, so I wasn't sure if he was making sense, but he said he was at Kamino with General Coda and Starkiller." Luke swallowed. The next part was the most incredible of all. He said Starkiller defeated Darth Vader. He beat him in a fight and captured him. Wedge gnawed his lip. "There was a rumor that we captured Vader at Kamino. In fact, I heard that from people on the ground team, but obviously he got away from us. I can't believe there's a Jedi out there who took down Vader, and nobody told me about it." "There's got to be a reason," Wedge winced. "Listen, Luke, when we raided Kamino, everybody thought it was a big victory, the kind that could unite the whole galaxy behind our cause. But things went bad after that. Don't they always? I mean, a lot worse than after Yavin, and a lot faster too. I didn't take part in it, but I know there was some other engagement shortly afterwards. They say we lost General Coda there. In fact, I think we might have lost everybody. If we did capture Vader, that's probably where he broke free." "Where was the battle?" "I have no idea. Our leaders don't like to advertise crushing defeats." Luke gave a sigh of frustration and Wedge threw up his hands. "I'm sorry, all I know are rumors. And that a Jedi hitched a ride on your Y-Wing. Honestly, I'm still not sure I didn't hallucinate that part. You hear all these stories about Jedi and the miracles they can do, but actually seeing them is something else." "I know what you mean," Luke muttered, and stroked his palm against his lightsaber's pouch. Wedge knew what he kept in there. "Listen, Luke, if you really want to know about other Jedi who helped the rebellion, you're going to have to talk to somebody more important than me." "I intend to." The survivors of the Kemper's convoy were due to rendezvous with the Alliance fleet in the Atravus sector. Unless things had changed, one of those higher-ups would be with the Atreus fleet. This was a higher-up he knew quite well, though perhaps not as well as he thought if she'd been keeping the story of these Jedi from him. Once they reached their destination, he'd get all the answers he needed from her. Reviewing after-action reports was one of those unglamorous necessities of a command position. No one enjoyed it, but everyone had to do it, whether you were a lowly frigate captain or a Grand Admiral of the Imperial Navy. When he descended to the latter rank, Ruth and Tigellinus had considered consigning this task to a deputy but decided against it. There was sometimes important information in these reports that less keen eyes would miss, and no mind was as keen as his. Thus he devoted 3 hours a day to reading reports. Usually those hours were spent in his private cabin aboard his Star Destroyer Avatar, which currently drifted along the Corellian run on the outer edge of the expansion region. There'd been a lot of rebel activity in this area recently, and he'd been forced to spread his ships wide to ferret them out. In the past day alone, his ships had engaged with the rebels at Windaka, New Cov, Kemperis, and Kulerin. The terrorists had slipped away at New Cov, but at Windaka and Kulerin they'd been wiped out entirely, he was pleased to read. Kemperis had been something of a draw, half a convoy destroyed at the expense of a light cruiser. Nonetheless, it would be easy to spin that as a win when he passed on his own report to his superior. And for a Grand Admiral there was only one superior. He answered to the Emperor alone. Tigellinus and his avatar had not taken part in any of those engagements. It was not that he was afraid to battle the enemy directly, he'd done it many times, but as a Grand Admiral his duty was to oversee and administer rather than jump at every rebel shadow. That task seemed to belong to Lord Darth Vader himself. To the secret dissatisfaction of many a fleet officer, Vader hadn't perished with Tarkin on the Death Star. No, he survived, and the Emperor had gifted him a super Star Destroyer to boot. With the massive executor under his command, Vader was scouring the Outer Rim clear of rebels, especially the ones who destroyed said Death Star. He gotten off to a bad start by botching the Yavin blockade, but he nonetheless clung to the Emperor's favor, and every fleet officer he crossed paths with was compelled to give whatever ships, supplies, and men he requested. Tigellinus wasn't happy overseeing the galaxy's mediocre middle, but at least his posting kept him clear of Vader. When he'd reviewed every after-action report, the Grand Admiral transferred his body and the glass of raw Tiire wine he'd been sipping to his writing desk. As he'd done dozens of times before, he drafted a summary of all actions under his purview, reread it multiple times, and when he was satisfied signed and encrypted the report so that only the Emperor could view it. There. Duty was done, and now Tigellinus could begin more pleasant tasks. He went over to his cabin's communications suite and opened a link to the bridge. Avatar S. Captain Rodiger was a man from a good old Alsican family, and when his hollow image appeared he was already snapped to salute. Your orders, Grand Admiral. I am sending you a data package. Tight beam it to Coruscant immediately. Yes, Grand Admiral. I'll have communications sent right away. Good. Do you have my shuttle prepared? It's standing by as requested. I will be at the hangar in 20 minutes. I want it crewed and prepped for takeoff when I arrive. Yes, Grand Admiral. Once I depart, I expect to be gone for 9 standard days. You are in command of Avatar and all regional operations in that time. Thank you, Grand Admiral. The link shut off. Tigellinus liked Rodiger. The captain always showed him the respect he deserved. The respect he'd earned. Though Tigellinus spoke with a perfect Coruscanti accent, he wasn't a native. He wasn't even from the Corps. No, he'd been born on Cyrilia, one speck in the galaxy's mediocre middle. His family had been affluent by local standards, and he thought himself refined until he'd attended the Naval Academy on Annexes and learned what real high culture was. In the 20 years since, he'd done everything to prove himself worthy of that elite company, chasing down terrorists, pirates, and whatever other vermin threatened the Empire. When he'd been awarded the white uniform and gold epaulets of a Grand Admiral, one of only 12 in the galaxy, and the youngest to receive the honor, he thought he'd reached the pinnacle. Babysitting the slice was not the height he desired. He was determined to climb higher still, and if this week-long sabbatical didn't nudge him upward, he could at least enjoy the company of a higher class of people. When Tigellinus arrived at his shuttle, it was prepared and ready to fly, just as requested. After he boarded the shuttle, it sailed out of Avatar's private hangar bay, spread his wings, vectored toward the faint lights of the galaxy's core, and burst into hyperspace. As he settled back in the shuttle's well-appointed cabin, Tigellinus poured himself a little more rauty iron wine. Until he climbed higher, he'd have to be satisfied with this, a brief sojourn to the place where he belonged. Chapter 1. After rendezvousing with the Alliance fleet drifting through deep space in the Atravis sector, Rogue Squadron transferred its 10 surviving X-Wings to the flag vessel, a mighty new Mon Calamari vessel called Liberty that had been constructed for peace but recently, and very effectively refitted for war. Its curving bulkheads and cool blue interior lighting were remnants of its previous life, and meant to soothe, but Luke Skywalker knew he wouldn't be satisfied until he got to talk with the most senior rebel leader on board. She was a busy woman, and it was a struggle just to get on her schedule, but after waiting 7 hours and dealing with layers of obfuscating Mon Calamari bureaucrats, he finally got what he wanted, a private sit-down in her own cabin with Princess Leia Organa. When he stepped into the chamber and saw her standing there in her formal white dress, looking very much the heir of an ancient noble house, he felt a brief disbelief that this was the same woman he'd fought off stormtroopers and swam through garbage compactors with. Then she opened her mouth. "I'm glad it's you who walked through the door, Luke, because if it had been the Nooner ambassador, I'd have probably just committed murder." Luke was pretty sure she was joking, so he laughed. "Are they giving you that much trouble?" She heaved a very unprincess-like groan. "Of course they want to do their part against the Empire, but they'll only help if we meet this and that precondition and guarantee they lean a verb under threat themselves." She ran hands over her head like she wanted to tear out all the elaborate braids. "You'd think blowing up a Death Star would make people take you seriously." "It's worked for me, mostly." His light tone and little smile disarmed Leia. She sighed. "I'm sorry, Luke, I just needed a chance to blow off steam." "I hope you have better manners for the ambassador." "Yes, but only because my father taught me iron willpower." She gestured to a sofa and cabinet. "Have a seat. You're my guest too. Do you want anything to drink?" "I'll take the seat and skip the drink." "Suit yourself. I heard Kemper's got ugly." As he dropped into the soft, clean sofa, "So much better than what pilots got," Luke said. "We lost 2 rogues and a lot of people I didn't know. But Armiger made it out and we got some vital supplies through. I'm not sure what I'm going to do about replacing those pilots, but I'll figure out something." "That's good. Hands on a mission to Jindine, if you were wondering. He's picking up some supplies for us, but I think he's trying to pull some score for himself too. Not that I blame him, what with that debt." "Leia?" "Yes. Do you know anything about a man named Starkiller?" Leia had moved to the cabinet and opened it, but she froze with empty glass in hand. She eyed him sidelong, without turning to face him, and said in a very diplomatic voice, "I'm familiar with him." "You mean you knew him? Personally?" Leia looked into her empty glass, then put it back on its shelf and closed the cabinet. "He saved my life once, when I was being held prisoner." "Like I did?" "He didn't have a stormtrooper outfit." She tried a feeble smile. "Was he a Jedi?" "A tiny pass." "I think so. He worked with another Jedi, Ram Koda. I never heard of Starkiller until recently. Wedge says, and I can't believe this, the man rode on top of his Y-wing during the attack on Kamino 2 years ago." Leia hugged herself. "Starkiller was very powerful. From what little I saw of him, it sounds possible." "Was he a general from the Clone Wars, like Ben?" "No. He was far too young for that. I don't think he was much older than you or me." She trailed off. A frown creased her face. "There was a Jedi our age fighting the Empire, but who trained him?" "Koda." "Partially. It's complicated. I don't know the whole of it." Luke hunched forward. "Leia, I heard other things too. I heard that Starkiller defeated Darth Vader at Kamino. Did that happen? Did the Rebel Alliance really take Vader prisoner?" Leia stared at the floor for a long moment before she repeated, "It's complicated. Why did you never tell me about this? You know I've been trying to learn all I can about the Jedi. It turns out just a little while ago you had two powerful Jedi who scored a huge victory and even beat Vader, and you just forgot to mention them. Starkiller wasn't just a Jedi. And what else?" She forced herself to look at Luke. He was Darth Vader's apprentice. Luke hadn't expected that. He stared through Leia, trying to collect his thoughts. If he fought for the rebels, he must have changed sides. Didn't he? It's complicated. He was getting agitated now. Leia. Starkiller died fighting the Emperor. And then he came back. Came back? How? I don't know. A clone, some think. Is that possible? I've heard about flash learning, but could he have the original's real memories? I don't know anything about that. I just know what I've been told. I never even met him after he came back. Which Starkiller was at Kamino. The second one. Did he really defeat Vader? I don't know. I really don't. But we captured him. Or he surrendered as a ploy? Her voice was bleak. You think Starkiller was working for Vader? Luke guessed. The whole time? Is that why you never told me? Because he was a plant, a traitor. What Starkiller really was, what he did, I'm not the person to ask. Then who is? Leia glanced at the cabinet, like she was reconsidering that drink. I've heard a few rumors, Luke said. After Kamino there was another battle, and that one was a disaster. I'm guessing that's where Vader broke free, where we lost Coda. She simply nodded. Starkiller too. She nodded again. Leia, did anyone make it out of that fight? There was one survivor. Just one? Just one. And this survivor, do thee know anything about Starkiller? More than anyone. She and Starkiller were close. Leia said nothing more. Luke pressed, I still alive? Yes. At least, I think so. 6 months ago she went to Peralta, off the Saline Corridor by Mandalorian space, to help an uprising against the Empire. I think she's still there. What's her name? Juno Eclipse. She started with the Empire too, but now she's a general. The name sounded elegant to Luke, but also bleak like a moonless night. Is there a chance I can talk to her? Leia shook her head. We can't get stable communications with Peralta. The planet's too contested. That's unfortunate. Luke, you have to get this out of your head. What happened with Starkiller is done and over. It doesn't matter to you. But it did, and he had to explain it to himself as much as Leia. My father was a Jedi. Ben said it was my destiny to be one. If there aren't any Jedi left, how am I supposed to learn? I don't know, Luke. But you can help the Alliance, even if you're not a Jedi. You have in ways nobody else has. But don't you see? That's because I have the Force. Some piece of me, a piece I got from my father, is a Jedi. He tapped the center of his chest. That was the piece that destroyed the Death Star. I want to help the Alliance, and the best way for me to do that to keep doing what nobody else can is to learn about the Force. You won't learn anything from Starkiller. He's gone. So you say? He spread his hands. But he's still the best chance I have, isn't he? This Eclipse woman's my best bet. But Leia shook her head. You can't just run over to Peralta for a chat. It's too dangerous. More dangerous than the Death Star. He smiled a little. Luke, you're not going to Peralta. Is that a royal order from Her Majesty? She rolled her eyes. Have you been taking lessons from Han on how to annoy me? Luke smirked. Well, he has given me a few pointers. I'm not surprised. She smiled too, but it faded fast. Luke, please, just let it rest. You're your own person, your own. Well, you may be your own Jedi. Someday. There's nothing you can learn from Starkiller. Not even how to defeat Vader. Or do you really think that was a ploy, and Starkiller was a traitor the whole time? Serious again, Leia said. I don't know. What happened is still unclear. Didn't anyone debrief this Eclipse woman afterward? Yes, but she couldn't tell us much. Or wouldn't. Which is why you can't expect her to tell it to you either. Leia glanced at the chronometer on her wall. Listen, Luke, I still do have to meet that Nooner ambassador, and I need to get ready. I understand. He stood up. Well, thank you for being honest. She stepped in, put arms around his shoulders, and drew him in for a brief hug. Just let it be, Luke. Focus on the future. Whatever Starkiller was, he's all in the past. I know, he said, and smiled, and walked out of the room. As soon as he was through the door, he dropped the false grin and walked back to the rogues' barracks as fast as he could. Leia told him to forget it, but he couldn't. Starkiller's very name tolled in his thoughts like a bell. Was this the Force talking to him, compelling him not to let it go? Or was so much stress and grief wearing him down? He still didn't know what the Force really was or what it felt like when it touched you, which was the whole problem. When day cycle turned to night, Luke found himself laying in his upper bunk in the rogues' barracks, staring at the ceiling, unable to sleep. A feeling had been shadowing for months now, darkening all his thoughts, and it seized him stronger than ever. In the silence of the night, he was finally able to name it as loneliness. Yes, he had friends in Han and Leia, and comrades in Wedge and Rogues, but they were not enough. His aunt and uncle were dead, the husks of their bodies forever burned into his memory. Obi-Wan Kenobi, protector and guide, had sacrificed himself before Luke's eyes. When Ben had died, he'd also lost his links to his father and to the Jedi he might become. Luke could know so much more. He'd proved that when he destroyed the Death Star. But now it all felt painfully out of reach. He could become much more, but instead he was just a man. Talk to me, Ben, Luke whispered in the dark. Please, tell me something. There was no reply except the gusty drone of recycling air. Luke squeezed his eyes shut and cycled through deep breaths, trying to call on the bits of meditative skills Ben had tried to teach him. During the Death Star run, Ben had spoken to him. He was sure his teacher had reached out to him from the place beyond death. Please, he whispered. Give me anything. I need guidance. I need to know what a Jedi is. His only reply was the same dull noise. Apparently Ben was stonewalling him now. It felt like the universe itself had turned his back on him. Damn it. Ben, what am I supposed to? Finally he got a reply, and it was from the next bunk over. Gug, Luke, you all right? He sighed. I'm fine, Zev. Go back to sleep. You talking to someone? I wish. Luke kicked back the covers and clambered down the ladder to the deck. He paused just long enough to stick boots on his feet and walked into the curving outer hallway. The door shut behind him with a whoosh of air, and then a voice. Go, Luke. He looked around and found an empty corridor. Ben, he whispered, was that you? Frozen in place, he listened hard but heard only the drone of the air system and the throb of his own pulse. Or, he admitted, maybe I'm losing my mind. There was no response to that either. Go. Go where? The only possible answer was Peralta. He knew next to nothing about that planet, only that it was a mid-sized industrial world that had made some move toward joining the Alliance. But of course the Empire wasn't giving it up easily. Whatever had happened to her before, Juno Eclipse was still fighting the good fight. Right now, he was struggling to do even that much. Go, Luke. There was only one place he could go. It might have been Ben's voice, or the voice of the Force, or his own mad compulsion. Either way, it was pointing him in a single direction. He stood in the empty corridor for a long time, wondering if he really wanted to do this, weighing the regret he'd have if he didn't. When his choice was made, he went back into the still dark barracks. As quietly as possible, he changed clothes, gathered his things, and left. At night cycle, there was only minimal staff working in the hangar, but his orange flight suit stood out and a young Mon Cal crewman trotted across the deck to intercept him. Good evening, Commander. Skywalker, Luke supplied. That always brought them short. The crewman blinked big eyes and said, Commander Skywalker, are you planning to take your X-Wing on a flight? You're not on the departure schedule. Actually, nobody's on the departure schedule until morning. I couldn't sleep, so I decided to take my ship on a test drive. Repairs have been completed, right? Yes, sir. The shields are operational again, though we haven't patched all the hull damage. But she's good to fly. For a test flight. Of course, sir. And my astromech. Plugged into the charging port, sir. Excellent. That will be all, crewman. I see, sir. That warded the Moncal off. After he left, Luke retrieved R2-D2, who whistled inquisitively as he rolled out of the wall-mounted charging port. We're going for a little ride, R2. Actually, a long one. You're good to compute hyperspace jumps, right? The droid beeped indignantly. I know, I just wanted to be sure. Let's go. While the flight crew plugged R2 into the X-Wing's dorsal socket, Luke dropped into the cockpit, did quick pre-flight checks, then typed 2 messages into his datapad. The first was for Wedge, officially handing over command of Rogue Squadron for an undetermined length of time. The second was for Leia, and it was much shorter. I have to do this. When he was done, he uploaded the messages into his X-Wing's computer and did one last pre-flight check. When he received go-ahead from flight control, he kicked his X-Wing into the air, maneuvered gracefully out of the hangar mouth, and flew a gentle arc into space that took him away from the cruiser. When R2-D2 affirmed that he'd patched in the proper hyperspace route, Luke held the flight deck one last time. Control, I've got 2 messages I'm sending to you now. One is for Lieutenant Antilles of the Rogues, the other's for Princess Leia. Make sure they're received. He could hear the comm officer's confusion. Commander Skywalker, we thought you're out on a test flight. I'm sorry, he said gravely. Make sure they both get that too. I'm sorry. With that, he closed the comm, allowed R2 to steer him onto the proper course heading, and pulled the throttle that catapulted him past lightspeed. For the first time since Kemper's, Luke felt relief. Hyperspace whirled outside his cockpit, and he lowered the blast shield on his helmet to cancel the light. R2-D2 tweeted curiously. Don't worry, R2. I know what I'm doing. So he hoped anyway. It was a long ride to Peralta, but that was okay. He was on his way now, and with that comforting knowledge, Luke was able to settle into the seat of his X-Wing, close his eyes, and finally sleep. The Tapani sector was not technically in the galaxy's core, but it was nonetheless a beacon of wealth, refinement, and high culture. At least, it was if you were a member of the hereditary human aristocracy that had formed the Tapani Empire thousands of years back. That ancient polity had been absorbed into the Republic and eventually the New Order, but its old noble houses remained intact. This was well evident in the gardens and hallways of the palace complex on Procopia during the annual Tapani Day celebration commemorating the old empire's unification. The main gala hall was a 1/4 kilometer long, with brilliant chandeliers and massive gold-framed mirrors stretching from floors to high ceiling that created the illusion of infinite light and splendor. This was the kind of life he deserved, Rufin Tigellinus thought as he drifted amongst the crowd. In addition to the heads of all the Tapani houses, the palace was filled with visiting dignitaries from across the empire. Tigellinus counted 12 Moffs and 3 Grand Moffs in their olive-green uniforms, including Tarkin's successor Ardis Kane. Captains of industry were present also, multiple Kuitis in traditional green and red robes, Rendili and senior executives in darker suits. There was also Ars Dengar, Palpatine's left hand, dressed in his violet robe and mitre. They said the Emperor himself had attended Tapani Day galas in the past, though it seemed he preferred to fortify himself on Coruscant nowadays, so Dengar would have to do. Amidst all that multicolored glamour, there were a few flecks of glaring white. Tigellinus, in his shining Grand Admiral's uniform, was one of them. There was also Milton Tackle, spent the evening mollifying many an aristocrat with his crude jokes and lewd insinuations. He always seemed to have a pleasantly aghast audience. Meanwhile, Denetapita tried less successfully to muster his own following. Even from a distance, Tigellinus could see that the part Eddie had made of his face to camouflage his sickly alien blue tint. Tigellinus had thought being placed among the Emperor's 12 elite naval officers was a great privilege. Then he met his peers. The real guest of honor, who was of course followed by a flock of well-wishers and bootlikers all evening, was Trapani's own Octavian Grant. Unlike the mongrel and the spice junkie, Grant was a man of proper breeding, and he comported himself with the class the occasion deserved. Out of all the Grand Admirals attending the gala, he was the only one Tigellinus was interested in talking to, though he found Grant's company less pleasant than educational. Tigellinus was the youngest of the Grand Admirals. Grant was the oldest. His hair was almost as white as his uniform, which seemed too big for his skinny frame. Tigellinus kept an eye on him, and as the evening wore on, Grant's energy flagged. Despite being the most decorated admiral, a man of good breeding, and Trapani's favorite son, he was a most melancholy man who seemed to have forgotten to enjoy the fruits of his struggle. One day Tigellinus would reach the same height of respectability as Grant, and when that day came, he'd not make the same mistake. For now he kept climbing. It was cliché that politics, especially Imperial politics, were just another form of warfare. In both fields information was key, and there was information aplenty at the Trapani Day Gala. He spent years cultivating sources both overt and covert, and when he scanned the crowd he could name most of the attendees off the top of his head as well as their lesser-known secrets. Take, for example, Cotter of TFUIII, the TFUIII with whom Tigellinus spent a good while chatting. He knew that Cotter coveted leadership of her noble house, no surprise there, and was plotting against her elder sister Cadio, not present this evening. He knew about Cotter's hidden bank accounts on Moonlands and how she was conducting extended corporate espionage against KDY's rivals on Rendii and Liana, some of whom flitted among the crowd. But Cotter was also a fine source of information herself. Over glasses of wine, the most handsome woman gave him all sorts of tidbits about KDY's new production schedule, while he fed her crumbs about fleet operations and the slice. They were both using each other and knew it, but that was how Imperial politics worked, and Tigellinus enjoyed it. He certainly preferred ambitious women like Cotter to the alien trollops Tackle collected. Tigellinus tracked the other Grand Admiral surreptitiously while they talked, but Cotter was sharp enough to notice. With a sly smile she commented, "You Grand Admirals have been drifting all evening without locking orbits. Will the Emperor's elite have a private party later tonight?" "Oh, we hardly warrant that. We're just guests of the Trapani like you." "How modest. Though I'm curious, does the Emperor often bring you all together to pool your talents, or does he send you off to work separately?" "We all have our special tasks. The Emperor recognizes our diverse talents." "I see. So it's not a very close fraternity, then?" Though he held Tackle and Pitta in contempt, it wouldn't do to say so in public. "We're all united by our service to the Emperor." Cotter smirked. "Of course. Though I was wondering about something else." She leaned closer. He leaned too? "Go ahead. Which of you has the special task of taking down those terrorists who destroyed the Death Star?" Tigellinus smiled blandly. "We all do, of course. You know what I mean. The Emperor needs to find whoever was responsible, specifically, and make an example of them. There are rumors that the Death Star was destroyed by a single rebel pilot. A torpedo down an exhaust vent is what I've heard. It sounds preposterous, but people believe it." She wasn't the first person to have asked him in hushed tones what really happened at Yavin. He gave her the same smiling admonishment. "You can't believe every outlandish rumor." "Oh, I know. And I'm not saying I believe it, but the terrorists got lucky somehow. The method doesn't matter. Neither do the rebels. They're being exterminated across the galaxy. Just this week my men wiped out 4 major terrorist cells. More like 2.5, but at galas like these you were expected to exaggerate." "Oh, I know. You're hard at work. And TFUIII is happy to build you more ships." She leaned in again, close enough to give him a whiff of her perfume. "Between you and me, Grand Admiral, losing the Death Star is a boon to us both. Tarkin's pet project sucked up incalculable credits and resources for decades. Now it's being spent on warships. Your warships. Or warships." She tapped her wineglass to his. "To the fleet, Grand Admiral. To the fleet." He toasted and drank. Cotter of TFUIII was right, he reflected as she drifted off. The Death Star's loss was indeed the fleet's gain. She was also right about making an example of the Death Star's killer. As Grand Admiral, he was privy to some of the Emperor's best secrets. One of them was a name, Luke Skywalker. He didn't know how the Emperor's spies had found the name of that lucky pilot, but the Emperor wanted him. Vader seemed to want him more. Whoever offered him up to Palpatine would win the highest favor. Alas, Tigellinus's spy network hadn't picked up a whiff of him. But in politics, as in war, you had to fight multiple campaigns at once. After his talk with Cotter of Q-Vault, Tigellinus had chats with the less charming senior executive, then a comely Tapani noblewoman. While engaging the latter, he fell unfortunately close to Milton Tackle's orbit and was forced to overhead the Grand Admiral regaling his host with the story from his suzerainty over Mandalorian space. They have a wealth of curious customs, you know, all based on this warrior's image they harbor for themselves, Tackle was saying. He had a glass of some dark liquor in one hand, a smoking cigar in the other. Flecks of liquid clung to his mustache, but at least his uniform was clean. These permeate every level of their lives, even mating. Does it really? Asked an older Tapani man. Oh, of course. Now, I heard this one story. Takel paused to suck on his cigar about members of a certain Mandalorian cult who never, ever take off their helmets, not even in presence of each other. Not even when you know, prodded a younger woman. Well, that's the thing. Baby man does have to come from somewhere, after all. I once heard a story of a mated pair from said cult who finally decided to shuck tradition and see all the other had to offer. So they locked themselves in the bedroom, take off the rest of their armor first, and finally take the buckets off their heads. They looked into each other's eyes, scour each other's faces, and finally the woman says, I like you better with the helmet on. That roused some chuckles, but Tackle continued. They tried to salvage the marriage after that. The man keeps his helmet on and nothing else, like his woman requested, but one look at his ugly mug just soured the whole arrangement. The poor sod's desperate to please his woman, so he lets her spice things up in the bedroom however she wants. Mandas are practical people in their way, so he lets her make clever use of some of his traditional weapons to heighten her experience. Blunt ending first, you know. Aghast faces spread through Tackle's audience. Still he went on. But it just won't work. Finally she just can't take it anymore. It's over, she tells him. We have to split. Now, their cult doesn't look too highly on divorce either. Warrior culture, honor vows, all that. Plus it's just humiliating, so he drags his feet and says maybe they can split up but still keep the vow alive. To save face, as it were. So she stews a bit before she decides, fine. We can't keep the vow but we'll go our separate ways. Take everything you've got, especially that helmet, and get out of here. Just leave me one thing, your basket. And he protests, saying that sword's been in his family for generations. But she says, you've got to give me something. I have needs, you know. The women gasped, the men guffawed. Tigellinus couldn't hide a scowl. The worst part about the glit-biting boar was that he was a good field commander. He'd been the talk of the Emperor's court after saving Darth Vader almost 2 years ago. And in reward he'd been given control over Mandalorian territory and adjacent sectors in the Mid-Rim, which included Tackle's homeworld, the spice planet Gargan. Tackle cultivated the image of lecherous rogue in order to toy with core aristocrats, but even that image was just a sheen. Through his sources, Tigellinus knew the Grand Admiral made a tidy profit selling spice to both legal and illegal buyers, which made him a criminal as well as a clown. And his personal habit of cavorting with subhuman tarts while indulging spice highs was perhaps worse. But because of that victory as Shenander, he was firmly ensconced in the Emperor's favor. Tigellinus knew the universe wasn't fair. It just deepened his craving for ascension. The gala was winding down and the crowd in the great mirrored hall was thinning out. People were drifting into the gardens or back to their lodgings. Taking one more glass of offered wine, Tigellinus drifted into the cool, fragrant night. A soft glow illuminated the flagstones on garden paths. Overhead, a full moon shone. There was no other lighting, and it took a moment for his eyes to adjust. Once they did, it was not hard to spot the white uniform and white hair of another Grand Admiral. Octavian Grant was standing alone on a balcony overlooking the gardens, though in mere moonlight the cultivated plants and sculptures were mostly occluded. Tigellinus considered, then decided to pay brief respect to a member of his fraternity. Grant was leaning with elbows on the platform railing, eyes tilted up to watch the moon. When Tigellinus stepped onto his left flank, the old man glanced sidelong and said, "Good evening." "Good evening to you," Tigellinus nodded. "Did you enjoy tonight's gala?" Grant looked back at the moon. "Oh, it sufficed." "Did you enjoy it?" "It was very memorable." "Oh, yes. This is your third time at the Unification Gala, isn't it?" "That's right. Before that he hadn't been a Grand Admiral, just one Imperial officer among thousands, not special enough to warrant an invite." "How many have IOAO attended?" "Almost as many years as I've been alive," Grant said dryly. "Well, since I passed my coming-of-age ceremony. I missed a few, during the Clone Wars." His old lips twisted in a smile. "Those were the good years." Tigellinus sipped his drink. "I'm sorry to have missed them. It was a time for men to prove themselves. There were always battles to be had, enemies to defeat." Grant's tone was soft with nostalgia. And Tigellinus suspected too much wine, though he had no drink with him now. "There are still opportunities," he suggested, "even if these terrorists can't muster fleets like the Separatists could." "Don't underestimate the rebels." Grant wagged a bony finger. "Tarkin made that mistake, and look where it got him. They may be a rabble, but they have some excellent commanders, and those are the ones who make or break a fleet. I knew many of them during the Clone Wars. Firmus Nance, Adar Talon, Jan Dodonna." "We've dealt with the last one," Tigellinus reminded. He respected Grant's accomplishments, but he didn't want to listen to an old man pine for lost glories. "This is true, and we'll deal with the others." Grant glanced at the night dark gardens. "May I ask a personal question?" "You may." He prepared himself to lie. Grant faced Tigellinus and pinched the epaulette on his left shoulder. "What is it you want from this?" "What you have?" Tigellinus thought. "Wealth? Respect." The Empire's finest circling around him in admiration. Yet for some reason, none of that seemed to satisfy Octavian Grant. "I want to promote the glory of the Empire, of course, and snuff out his enemies." "Pa," Grant waved a bony hand. "Be honest. It's just the two of us, in the dark." Honesty did not come easily to Tigellinus. His whole life was put in on a front, pretending to be what he desired instead of what he was. "I want to be part of the center of things," he said. "Is this the center of things?" "Tupani may not be the center, but is far closer than where I came from." "This is true?" Grant said wistfully. "It's curious. When I was younger, I loved these galas. The splendor, the wealth, the dignity. It was very important to be dignified, to be a noble person from a noble line, but in time anything can become a bore. If you haven't learned that yet, you will." Tigellinus was in no mood to be lectured like a teenager. "In that case," he said, "the rebels are a gift to us. They'll keep us on our toes." Yes, I've had the same thought." He turned his eyes to the full, bright disk in the sky. "Success can be a trap. You'll learn that too, I'm sure." "I'm sure." Tigellinus took one more gulp of wine. "Good night." The youngest Grand Admiral left the oldest to ponder his moon and his past. As Tigellinus stepped back inside the bright mirrored hall, now nearly emptied, he promised himself that he'd never decay into a maudlin old fool like Grant. He had goals to strive for and he'd achieve them. He didn't know how he'd do it yet, but he was determined to conquer any obstacle. That was, after all, what a Grand Admiral did. Luke had passed the outbound flight to Peralta first with sleep and then by studying the navigational database. So when he dropped out of hyperspace over his destination, he was prepared for what he saw. A middle-sized planet with 2 gray moons and a surface that mixed greens and snowy whites to create a somewhat gray, vaguely gloomy countenance. The database was less clear about the current state of the battle for this world, and as soon as he entered real space, Luke let his X-wing drift and focused on running every scanner at high intensity. He waited minutes, watched the data roll by his screens, and scoured the space about Peralta with naked eyes. R2D2 coo questioningly. You're right, Luke replied. There's nothing. He'd braced himself for running into the middle of a hot battle, or at least having to dodge hostile ships. Instead, it was just cold, empty space over the planet. As he drew closer, he scanned the surface and picked up all the heat and energy signatures expected of a mid-level industrial world. When his scanners detected the first ships moving in orbit, his heart leaped, until the computer identified them as unarmed Demorian haulers pushing cargo outbound. To all outward appearance, Peralta looked like a world at peace. R2 queried again, and Luke said, "Start broadcasting the standard hail. Cycle Alliance frequencies and cycle encryptions too. There's got to be some of our people down there." R2's warble sounded less confident. As the droid worked the comm system, Luke checked his scanners again and steered his X-Wing into lower orbit, moving counterspin. The planet's night side drifted beneath, and he spotted the glowing pattern of city lights. It was almost like he'd come to the wrong planet, but he hadn't. He knew it with that weird knowing which must be latent Jedi skills. The truth he was seeking were down there, somewhere. When confirmation came, it was in the worst way. Peeking over the planet's ecliptic was what his sensors marked as a single Lorner strike-class medium cruiser. That was definitely enough to ruin Luke's day, and he immediately dove into the planet's atmosphere, intent on putting as much distance between himself and the strike cruiser as possible. As he shuddered and burned their aerial entry, his sensors momentarily burst to static. When the fires cleared, it checked his long-range scanners and saw that the strike cruiser had launched a trio of TIE fighters. They were still well outside firing range, but it was all the evidence he needed that he'd been spotted. Luke plunged lower, dropping altitude over a sprawling landscape, coniferous forests, and snow-dusted plains interrupted by mountainous spines. The TIEs didn't seem to be in much of a hurry, but they were definitely shadowing him. R2, any luck with the comms? The astromech wailed an affirmative, and Luke opened a hail to whatever active Alliance channel R2 had found. Does anyone hear this? I'm a commander in the Rebel Alliance. My X-Wing is currently under pursuit. Please respond. 10 seconds ticked by. Luke dove lower, and those TIEs remained at high altitude, out of firing range but in great position to track him. I repeat, this is an Alliance X-Wing. My authentication codes are. We see you, X-Wing, said a male voice. Well, that's great, because I can't see you. I have 3 TIEs shadowing me, upper altitude. Requesting instructions. After a second, the voice said, make for the mountain range at your 3 o'clock. If you draw the TIEs down, we can hit them with our anti-air. Finally, a plan. Luke adjusted course and said, heading your way. Those TIEs are maintaining altitude. I don't think they're in your range. No response. Luke tensely watched the forests and hills whip past below him. If he was being watched, there was no way he'd be able to land at whatever hidden base the rebels kept. He'd have to fly up and engage the TIEs, then draw them back down into range of the anti-air batteries. Unless these Imperials were especially stupid, they'd be expecting him to try just that. But there seemed no other choice. Luke tapped his controls and his S-foil shifted to attack position. Warm up the shields, R2, he said. This is going to get hairy. R2D2 squealed, not in dismay but surprise. Luke checked his scanners, then scoured the skies with his eyes. Sure enough, approaching from his right flank, running low over the mountain ridges, were 2 more starfighters. These ones were definitely not TIEs. His keen eyes, and marked them even before his scanners as Income Z-95 headhunters. They were pretty common with local security forces and planetary militias, and it wasn't a surprise to see the Peraltan rebels field some of their own. Thanks for the air support, he told his benefactors on the ground. Tell your pilots to form on my wing, and we'll take out those TIEs. The reply was frantic. X-Wing, break port and run. Do it now. But with your fighters we can. Evade, Commander. Those aren't ours. Confusion dulled Luke's reaction time. He wrestled his X-Wing into a sharp port turn, but not before the approaching headhunters began lancing his ship with laser bolts. R2 tried to raise shields, but hot red plasma burned through Luke's upper right as foil and tore off part of his engine. The X-Wing shuddered and dropped, trailing smoke. Swearing, he shunted power to his other engines, but the headhunters were on him, shooting now with close-range accuracy. R2-D2 screamed and the cockpit shuddered around him as Luke's X-Wing fell from the sky. 2 engines were down, no, 3, and he'd lost 2 S-foils. He put power to repulsors and those worked for the moment. The headhunters soared past but were wheeling around for another pass. If they got him with a second barrage, he wouldn't even reach the ground. His only hope was to crash land. Luke killed power to his last engine and let his ship plummet. He aimed for an expanse of forest between 2 mountain ridges, using his repulsors to make minimal directional adjustment as the forest came up on him fast. There wasn't even time to be afraid. Luke's X-Wing sheared into the canopy, cutting off the tops of tall conifer trees. Soon he was amongst the trees, pine needles slapped across his viewport, obscuring all else. Then, with enough force to throw him 20 meters, the X-Wing impacted on the ground. Luke's crash webbing held him in place, though he was sure he'd have bruise marks across his chest after this. Suddenly, everything was still. R2 moaned like he disbelieved that he was still alive. Luke himself breathed a sigh of relief. The Force really was with him. Then a mighty tree, trunk as thick as his X-Wing's body, groaned, snapped, and came crashing down like a hammer. He heard R2 wail and metal tear, felt a rush of cold mountain air. Then he felt, heard, saw, and knew nothing at all. Chapter 2. Being able to travel in style was one of the prerogatives of rank, and so was choosing your own style. The shuttle that carried Grand Admiral Milton Takel and from the Topani Day Gala on Procopia wasn't accoutred with the so serious old-school finery that Octavian Grant was born with or which Roof and Tigellinus affected, but that didn't matter to Tackle himself. He'd earned his position and he'd damn well do with it what he pleased. One of those accoutrements was named Vespa. Another was named Comara. The former was a carmine-skinned Zeltron, the latter a golden-hued Mirialian, and together they looked quite vibrant amidst the tangled blue-green shimmer silk of his bedsheets. They looked especially so after he rolled free of their tangled bodies, found the container sitting on his bedstand, and popped a small capsule of compressed Sansana spice down his throat. He closed his eyes and waited for the familiar warm tingle to run through his body. When he opened his eyes, every sense exploded in detail. The shimmer silk beneath his hands was gloriously smooth. Every color was explosive. His body twitched with energy, and he could have easily thrown himself on Vespa and Comara again. But he withheld himself. Before he got back to Gargan, he'd need to get a little work done. His older brother Griff often scolded him for his recreational habits. There were, he whined, no way for an Imperial officer to comport himself, especially a Grand Admiral. Griff insisted it was especially outrageous because they, as natives of Gargan, should be ashamed to indulge in their world stereotypical vice. Tackle's response was always the same. As long as the Emperor was okay with it, why should he care? Surely the Emperor knew about his personal life, because the Emperor knew all, and had the Emperor punished him? Hardly. Taming Mandalore, controlling the spice trade, saving Darth Karkin Vader as Shenander, those were what counted. The Emperor, bless him, valued results overall. And for that, Tackle served him loyally. Determined to get his work while his high was still fresh, Tackle left Vespa and Comara to sleep in tangled sheets and walked over to his desk. One leg twitching anxiously, he went to work on his datapad reviewing messages and reports, those unglamorous necessities. He was pleased to see that nothing untoward had happened in Mandalorian space when he was away. When the Emperor had appointed him overlord of that sector, he'd braced himself for fierce resistance. But it turned out that for all their valiant warrior bluster, Mandalorians were mercenaries at heart, and he'd found plenty of them willing to keep the peace among their own in exchange for credits. Credits was something Tackle had in abundance. The Emperor had also given him purview of his home of nearby Gargan, and that included his plentiful spice deposits. While not as refined as the Glitterstone from Kessel or the rare Ryle of Rylith, Gargan's yields had plenty of buyers. The vast majority went into legal Imperial markets, but Tackle was good with sleights of hand and bookkeeping, so a portion of his supplies flowed to less licit buyers. It was the kind of thing that could get an Imperial officer killed if he was stupid about it, but Tackle kept that part of his behavior secret even from his brother. As for the Emperor, well, you could never hide things from him, but Palpatine himself had a cozy relationship with Black Sun in his wisdom. He didn't grudge Tackle rubbing metaphorical shoulders with a hut or two. The Grand Admiral checked one message, flagged urgent, and saw it was from the strike cruiser he'd stationed over Peralta on the outskirts of the Bellsmouth sector. After the destruction of Alderaan, that planet had erupted into what one could call a civil war, but to Tackle's eyes was more a grudge match between its Governor Vankin and the former Imperial Senator Constantius, who'd thrown his lot in with the terrorists after losing his day job. If the Peraltan rebels had been emboldened by the Death Star's destruction, their joy hadn't lasted long. Loyalists commanded by the planet's governor were keeping the rebels holed up in the mountains and forests, far from industrialized cities. The Alliance fleet stretched too thin to help its comrades. And yet, according to this report, a single X-Wing had been shot down trying to infiltrate the planet. A tiny thing, but an anomaly. So far the rebels had barely breached Tackle's territory, and this was a strange way to make headway. The situation would bear watching. The spice high was starting to wear off, but that was all right. He rose, stretched his limbs, and heard Vespa rousing from slumber. Knowing just the way to complete her wake-up, he stalked toward the bed, leaving his work behind. Mandalore was under control, spice flowed, and all was right with the galaxy. But if that might change, he was ready for it. If you don't wake up now, Flyboy, you're gonna end up sleeping forever. Luke awoke to a gruff voice and the repeated slap of gloved hands on his cheeks. His eyes focused on an equally gruff face looming over his. An uneven beard frosted the man's broad chin, and a green helmet covered everything above his narrowed eyes. Luke groaned, "I'm okay." He wasn't sure about that, but he tried to move his arms and limbs and found them mostly responsive, though he had an out-of-body feeling, like he was watching somebody else move them. "Let's get him out of here," the gruff man said. "Come on, Nevitz, give me a hand with this guy." A second man, more lean but wearing the same green helmet and camo-shaded jacket, pulled himself into view. Together the two men unbuckled Luke's crash webbing, grabbed him by the shoulders of his orange flight suit, and pulled him out of the X-Wing. "Can you walk, soldier?" asked the skinnier man, Nevitz. "Let me try," Luke said. He staggered a few steps on mostly level ground. The world spun, then slowed and came into focus. He looked around and saw the two soldiers who pulled him from the wreck, plus another two standing amidst the trees, both holding old blaster carbines and watching the surrounding forest. As for the X-Wing itself, it was wrecked beyond repair. All but one S-foil had been ripped off. The massive fallen tree had bent the fuselage, and impact had compacted the nose entirely. The cockpit's transparent steel lid was shattered, and sparks still flew from the smoking remnants of the aft section. "R2," he remembered. "My astromech, is he all right?" He got his reply with a warble from topside. To the soldiers he said, "We need to get my R2 unit." They exchanged doubtful looks, but Luke persisted, "Please, he's important." "All right, we'll be quick about it," said the gruff man. Luke watched as they clambered onto the top of the ship and started to remove R2 from his socket. The other two, a woman and a man, continued to stand at a distance, watching the forest and sometimes the sky. That was when Luke remembered the headhunters that had shot him down, the ones he'd assumed were friendly. He didn't know why Imperials would be flying headhunters. He didn't know if he could trust these people either, but they certainly didn't look like Imperials. Of course, neither did the headhunters. He asked the Force, or his gut, if he could trust these people, but received no insight. At the moment, they were the only option he had. "Are you sure this R2 unit's going to be able to get through the forest?" asked the skinny man. "It would be easier just to extract his data and slag it so the imps don't get it." R2-D2 quailed at the prospect, and Luke insisted, "That astromech means a lot to me. He's coming with us. Please?" The skinny man looked to the grizzled one, who shrugged. Let's see if it can make it. How far to your encampment? Luke asked. Far enough that if we don't get moving now, we'll be stuck in the dark. The grizzled man glanced at the still blue sky. Let's get moving. So they got moving. Luke was pleased to find his body still responded the way it was supposed to. The terrain they trekked through was mostly flat. Thick conifer trees rose high above, without too much brush or debris to clog the path for R2. Several times they heard aircraft blazing overhead and stopped to watch the skies, but nothing came close to their position. After the first flyby, Luke asked, what were those headhunters that shot me down? The grizzled man, who'd introduced himself as Berber, said, those were PPM. Vankin's ships. I'm sorry, but PPM. Vankin. Berber and Nevis both gave him quizzical looks. Peraltan Planetary Militia. Governor Vancombe, the latter said. You know, Imp loyalist. Luke said. The situation on Peralta was coming together for him piece by piece. This rebel uprising was still a low-level conflict, and the local government was still firmly aligned with the Empire. Do you know how long the Imperials have had that strike cruiser in orbit? He asked as they resumed their march. They gave him the weird look again, but Nevitt said, month and a half? It's been up there, though the Imps emptied most of their troops groundside. They're reinforcing, the PPM, then? Berber stared at him. Didn't command get any of our reports. Communications have been tricky, Luke said, more or less truthful, though he felt increasingly over his head. Where's the rest of your unit? We haven't gotten any communications from them. Luke had a feeling this was going to get even more awkward. There is no unit. I came alone. The female scout, who'd been silent until now, said, that's it. What the hell is command thinking? We need more than a droid and a fighter jock with no fighter. We need... Enough, Farrell. Berber held up a hand but kept eyes on Luke. I know this might be outside my need to know, but is there anything else on the way? We've been requesting supplies and manpower for months. Comms might be bad, but command must have gotten something. Luke was no Sapper player. On the few occasions when he sat down for a game with Han and Chewbacca, they'd taken him for all he was worth. But he'd also learned a little about bluffing, and faced with these angry, confused soldiers, he decided that was his best option. I'm here as a messenger, he said. I have information for General Juno Eclipse. Is she at the camp we're heading to? Berber and Nevis exchanged yet another of those unwelcoming looks. The former said, we can get you to General Eclipse. Whatever you've got for her had better be good. She's not a woman you want to disappoint. Luke decided he'd reached the point where it was better to keep silent. They trudged through the forest, moving gradually uphill. Luke saw they were approaching the base of an ascending mountain and hoped they didn't have to move R2-D2 through too rugged terrain. Overhead, gray clouds occluded the sun, and their lengthening shadows dissolved into a waxing gloom. Can we still get to base before nightfall? Luke asked eventually. We'll make it, said Nevitt. Just barely. As the light grew dimmer and the ascent steeper, Berber said, by the way, you got a name. Luke had been wondering when they'd get to this part. Though Alliance Command had tried to tamper the spread of his fame, he pretty much expected his name to produce wide-eyed awe among fellow rebels. Best to get it over with. I'm Luke Skywalker, he said. The soldiers didn't even react. Nevis asked, what fleet are you based with? I, came from the Atravis sector. Long way to Peralta, grunted Farrell. They must have sent you with something important. Luke has a feeling his bluff was going to come back to bite him, so he only nodded. Can we pick up the pace? I want to get to shelter before nightfall. Don't worry, we'll get there, said Berber, but after that he did indeed speed up their march. As night grew deeper, Luke found himself alone with his thoughts. Their utter failure to recognize his name stung. He always told himself he didn't like fame, but maybe part of him craved to be a hero after all, worshipped and adored. He tried to push thoughts off himself and look at this objectively. These soldiers had probably been stuck on Peralta for the past 7 months or more. Possibly they were native to this planet. and since comms were bad, they'd probably heard only a little about what had happened at Yavin. So this wasn't about him, and he shouldn't take it personally. He spent many months flying around the galaxy, sometimes with Han and Leia, often in his X-Wing with the rogues, that he'd forgotten how many people were fighting the Empire like these soldiers here. Boots on the ground, eyes on the sky, never leaving dirt far behind. This war on Peralta was a local one, very different from what he'd seen so far. Gloom grew darker, and just before darkness became impassable, they found their destination. Luke had no idea they'd reached it until Farrell walked ahead, cleared away a cluster of brush piled at the base of a rocky slope, and exposed a round metal hatch. She kicked it 3 times, paused a second, then kicked it a 4th. The hatch opened from the inside. A pair of armed guards peeked out, then waved the newcomers inside. Luke threw and helped the soldiers lower R2-D2 into the tunnel bore deep into the rock. A string of small glow lamps hung from the ceiling and provided the only illumination. Berber was the last one in, and he swung the hatch shut behind him. "Looks like the mission was a success," said one of the guards. In full lighting, Luke marked it as a woman with black hair pulled into a severe bun and sinuous blue tattoos marking the left cheek of her tanned face. "That it was," Berber said. "Draska, meet Commander Skywalker from the Atravis fleet." "Atravis." The woman frowned. "Are there others?" "I came alone," Luke said. "All that way?" She frowned deeper. "I have a message for General Eclipse." Luke felt all their eyes grow harder and added, "But it's not that urgent. Actually, I'd like to get out of this flight suit and clean up if I can." "I'll check with Traitor about the General's availability," Draska said, though their eyes wore on Berber. "We can't find a barracks you can make yourself at home in." "I'd appreciate that," Luke said, but she still watched Berber. The grizzled man said, "We weren't followed. Vankin's birds did some flybys hours ago, but we stayed under cover." Draska looked skeptical, but she led the newcomers down the hallway. As he walked, R2-D2 trailing behind him, Luke said, "This is impressive tunneling." "You have much experience with mining?" asked Berber. No, not really. This one dried up a quarter-century ago. All the ore got used during the Clone Wars. Good place to hide nowadays." The tunnel was a long one, and eventually it split into 2 separate paths. That second path split up into others, and soon Luke understood this whole place was a giant maze. If any Imperial search party did find it, they'd probably get lost inside its tangled entrails. Though Luke was used to spending time aboard starships, in corridors no less cramped than this, the tough rock walls, dim lighting, and looming weight of the mountain atop their heads all made him feel claustrophobic and tense. Eventually, they showed him to communal barracks and left him there. There were beds here and a refresher with running water. When he got out of his flight suit and cleaned the grime and sweat off his face, he felt a little closer to normal. After he changed into a dark brown tunic, with his lightsaber kept in an interior jacket pouch, Luke stepped out into the barracks again. R2-D2 was waiting for him, and the low whine the astromech produced sounded like that of a sick puppy. He patted the droid's head and said, "It's all right, R2, this is where we need to be." It might even be true, but right now he was having a hard time believing it. These people weren't hostile, but they were skeptical and unwelcoming. For months, apparently, they'd been ignored by Alliance Central Command. He was sure it wasn't their fault, or anyone's. The war was simply too big, and the Alliance didn't have the resources to support everyone. Some places were fated to draw the short stick, and Peralta was one of them. He and R2-D2 waited for what seemed like hours. Luke nibbled on rations he'd kept in his flight suit, pondered going out into tunnels he'd surely get lost in, and finally felt extreme weariness come over him. He found a spare bed for sleep, lay down, closed his eyes. A minute or 5 hours later, a hard knock on the doorframe roused him awake. Draska poked her tattooed face through the door and said, "She's ready." Luke sat upright, blinking bleary eyes. "Ready?" "Yes. The General will see you now." He staggered upright and tugged his tunic straight. "Great. Let's go." She eyed R2-D2. Don't you need your droid? Oh, of course. Come along, R2. The droid whistled and rolled in behind Luke as he followed Draska into the tunnels. They moved through twists and turns, and the only sounds were footsteps and the whir of R2's wheels. Luke tried to find something to fill the awkward silence. Are you from this planet? He asked. Where else would I be from? Well, I'm from Tatooine originally, in case you were wondering. I've heard this a whole. She didn't even look back at him. That's not an uncommon opinion. Well, at least you got away to serve the glorious rebellion. Weariness took the edge off her sarcasm. Do you have a personal thing with the Empire, or did you just want to be a hero? Weary or not, those words still stung. Both, he admitted. You're not the only one. Almost all our people here are locals who think the place deserves better management. Believe it or not, but Peralta does have his nice spots. Don't expect to see any, though. I wasn't. She glanced back at him with the tug of a smile. Good. They finally reached their destination, a short tunnel that did end into a sealed metal door. Like the exterior one, this was a manual hatch which opened outward, and Draska rapped her knuckles on the metal gate with the same 4-blow combination. A lock clanked open. Draska grabbed the handle and pulled. Instead of stepping through herself, she waved Luke inside. With R2 behind him, he stepped through the portal. The round chamber beyond was a home, but not much of one. A single cot was slung along the wall beside a plain metal desk. Datapads piled on a few shelves, and mechanical equipment was stacked next to metal crates with folded-up clothes. It was a soldier's home, the kind that could be packed up and moved on a minute's notice. Sitting on a chair beside the desk was a woman. Like the rest of these Peralta soldiers, she wore no uniform, only black trousers, a white shirt, and a green jacket with the general's pips attached to the collar as an afterthought. Her platinum blonde hair was pulled back, and her face, which in other circumstances would have been beautiful, looked severe for its shadowed eyes and tight lips. Thank you for seeing me, General, Luke said. Thank you for coming all the way out here. I thought Alliance Command had forgotten all about us. She didn't sound like she was joking. Luke decided he needed to play diplomat. Nobody's forgotten about you. Our resources are just stretched very thin right now. Well, at least someone remembered. Luke had gotten better at placing accents. Hers wasn't Coruscant, but it was still refined. Contruum, perhaps, or Karulag. Someplace Imperial, which was no surprise. The Alliance was full of former imps. She regarded him with tired but judgmental eyes. He looked around for a second chair and saw one by the piled crates, but she didn't offer it. From what I've been told, she said, you haven't been properly informed of our situation. You didn't even know who Governor Vankin was. I'm sorry, it slipped my mind. I did just get through a crash. I hope you're better now. I am. Then maybe you can tell me why the Alliance, after all this time, sent us you for help. Something special in your droid, maybe. R2 cooled beside him, and Luke admitted, R2-2 is a very useful droid, but he's not the reason I'm here. Irritation crept into that cold voice. Then maybe you should tell me why you're here, Commander Skywalker, wasn't it? That's right. It didn't sound like she was familiar with his exploits either. Standing there beneath her cold gaze, he felt supremely awkward, and he knew this was only going to get worse. To be honest, General, Alliance Command didn't send me. That didn't even faze her. Then who did? Please don't confess you're an Imperial agent sent to infiltrate us. They're far more capable than you seem to be. I should know. I used to be one. Luke was getting annoyed. I'm as loyal a rebel as you are. I've seen my share of fighting, and I've lost people too. Eclipse raised a platinum eyebrow. Everyone's got pain. It's the cheapest thing in the galaxy. Now are you going to blabber some or more, or will you stop wasting my time? I came on my own initiative to see you personally. Why? I need to talk to you about the man called Starkiller. He expected her to show surprise at least, but her eyes narrowed to lethal slits. If you came here out stupid hero worship, you can get out of my sight right now. He raised his hands. No, that's not it. Well, Well, what? Her voice went deadly too. Go on. I'm trying to decide if you're a lunatic or just stupid. He couldn't bring himself to actually say it, so instead Luke fumbled into his jacket and removed his lightsaber. With the twitch of the thumb, the brilliant blue-white blade extended into the air between them. That got her attention. Eclipse stared into the weapon, its light reflected in her shock-white eyes. Voice hoarse, she asked, "Where did you get that?" There were many ways to answer that question. It belonged to my father. Her eyes narrowed, the ice in her voice returned. You are a hero worshiper, then? A hero chaser? You think you can be just like him? You mean Starkiller's father was a Jedi too? Have you ever used that weapon? In combat? Her Imperial accent was very good at condescension. Yes. You've killed with it. Cold settled in his stomach. I have. A few times. I suppose you fought Darth Vader too. Actually, in a manner of speaking, I have. Like she was humoring a half-wit child, she asked, and where was that? Yavin. That finally got her. She blinked, looked at the weapon, at his face, then the weapon again. She only met his eyes when she shut the blazing light off. Eclipse got to her feet and stepped slowly across the room until she was within arm's reach of him. She was a tall woman on eye level with Luke, and hers raked him up and down anew. There were rumors, she said, that it was some bush pilot who did it. And some rumors said that he had the Force. I'm not a Jedi. But you want to be? There's this power inside of me. I can feel it, but I don't know how to use it, and there's nobody left who can teach me. I can't help you with that, she said, all snide and condescension gone. I know nothing about the Force. I came here to learn about Starkiller. I have so many questions, and Leia Organa said you were the only one who could answer them. You know Leia Organa? She's a friend. Her face twisted with conflicting emotions. He could feel them coming off her, surprise, anger, sadness, but also curiosity. A little bit of spite returned to the surface as she said, You made a very long trip, and I'm afraid it's for nothing. I can't give you what you're looking for. You can't tell me about Starkiller. He was a Jedi, wasn't he? He was more complicated than that. I heard he was Darth Vader's apprentice, but he rejected that to help the rebels. Is that true? She didn't reply. She was staring at him and threw him into an unhappy past. He knew these memories were painful to her, but he couldn't stop now. You said you were an Imperial agent. Were you with him at the beginning? I was his driver. His pilot. Number 7, I think. But you came over to the rebellion together. Tiny hesitation, then a nod. I also heard that he died, but he came back. Some think it was a clone. Did you know that man too? Again she nodded. Luke took a deep breath. I also heard he was at the attack on Kamino. I heard that he defeated Darth Vader in combat and captured him. Is that true? He waited a long time before she nodded. It hurt him to hurt her, but Luke pressed on. I heard there was a battle after that, where a lot of people died, including General Coda. And Starkiller. I couldn't even get the name of where it happened. Shenander, she creaked. It was no planet or system Luke had ever heard of. You were there then? Yes. And you loved him. That hard mask trembled, but she managed to keep it up. Without him I would never be here. A rebel. Her eyes started to gleam, and she fiercely blinked the tears away. I'd still be a soldier, I'm sure. A good little soldier for the Empire. Maybe I'd have even been on the Death Star. Maybe I'd have died there. That would have been the Alliance's loss. Leia says you're a great leader. Eclipse looked directly at him. Does she really? Luke decided to stretch it a bit. One of the best we have. Then maybe she could send me some of the damned backup I asked for. Eclipse growled and looked away. I'm sorry. That poor woman, she lost her family, her entire planet, and I just lost someone who had been her world. Luke sensed that and said very softly, I'd like to hear everything you can tell me about Starkiller, good or bad or in between, including how his story ended. I know it must be difficult to talk about, but please, I've come a long way to know. Her eyes darted back to him. You're also stuck here. You realize that, don't you? We don't have spare ships lying around. Your fight is my fight. He lifted his lightsaber slightly. I'll help your people any way I can. Then I guess I owe you something in return. Eclipse collected herself, then walked back to her desk and sat down. She gestured across the room. Pull up the other chair, Commander Skywalker. This is going to be a long story. Part 2. Starkiller. 11 months before the Battle of Yavin. The man called Starkiller stood in the hold of his ship, still as death, and stared into the face of his maker. Darth Vader stared back. Large, featureless eyes molded from the ebon armor of his mask cast warped reflections of Starkiller's face back at his owner. They regarded each other in silence. The only noise was the rhythmic, mechanical rasp of Vader's breath. Yet in the Force, Starkiller could feel that Vader was awake, watching him, considering him, though the truth of those thoughts, Vader's real feelings toward him, real goals, were always hidden. The rogue shadow soared through hyperspace. They had lifted off Kamino 3 hours before, and were en route to Dantooine, where the Alliance intended to hold Darth Vader prisoner, interrogate him, and finally execute him for his endless crimes. Starkiller did not believe they could learn anything from Vader, though he supposed they had to try. In all the years he'd known the Sith Lord, all the years Vader had trained him, tortured him, led him on with promises of mastery and power only to betray him every time, Starkiller had failed to uncover the truth behind the Sith Lord. Nor had he been able to uncover the truth behind himself. He had tried not long ago, after they strapped Vader into his cage in what had been his meditation room aboard Rogue Shadow, before they lifted off Kamino. Starkiller had not expected any revelation, but he'd been unable to help himself. After being under Vader's mercy his whole life, he hadn't been able to resist once the tables turned. In this very room, standing where he was now, he faced Vader and said, "You tell me I'm a clone, a failed clone, but I chose to spare you. Does this prove you right or wrong?" He still did not know what he was. He remembered the incredibly agony of the Emperor's Force lightning on the Death Star, a burst of unconquerable power, and then blackness. Following the blackness, he'd found himself in a pit on Kamino, deep within his cloning facilities, subject to Vader's cruel training yet again. But he'd escaped, declared himself a free man, and ultimately returned to Kamino to defeat Vader at the site of his resurrection. If he died on the Death Star, it might not have been the first time. He also remembered Vader's lightsaber spearing through his chest after the Sith Lord's first betrayal. He remembered the Emperor's cackle as they cast his body into the void of space. And he remembered waking up from that sure death too, on a medical table aboard the Imperial, without a scar or scratch on his body. Another death and resurrection, or something else. Though cantankerous and angry, Jedi General Ram Koda was the closest thing Starkiller had to a positive mentor, and Koda insisted that Starkiller had never died at all. Rather, the Force was so strong with him that he'd survived all those seemingly surefire deaths. Vader was the one who insisted he was a clone, and Vader always lied. Starkiller had told his captive, "Maybe Koda is right. Maybe everything you've told me is a trick. Maybe you were trying to get me so confused I'd forget who I was and become your slave again." They said that it was impossible to truly imprint a clone with the consciousness of the original. They also said that all clone Jedi went mad. When he'd returned to the cloning facility on Kamino, Vader had thrown him into battle with countless clones of himself. Though pressed to the edge of madness, Starkiller had battled and beaten those simulacra of himself. All the while he felt a sickness with them in the Force, something incomplete and psychotic. Perhaps they'd been defective clones, and he was the only successful one. Perhaps he was on the edge of breakdown himself and didn't know it. There was a truth somewhere, but Starkiller would not get it from Vader, which meant he'd likely never get it at all. And that meant he'd simply have to live this life his first, second, or third without knowing. Either way, "I've finally broken your hold over me." That was what he told his maker, while fiercely willing himself to believe it. Vader had only said one thing in reply. As long as she lives, I will always control you. It hurt so much because it was true. Vader said nothing now, and neither did Starkiller. They merely watched each other. Starkiller saw a warped mirror image of himself in Vader's eyes. Did Vader see the same in Starkiller's? For all the pain they'd done to each other, their fates were so tightly linked. Once, after Vader's worst betrayal on a snowy Corellian mountaintop, Starkiller had told his maker, "Without me, you will never be free." He still believed that, for without Starkiller's power, Vader would also be slave to the Emperor's lies and cruel whims, just as Starkiller was enslaved to Vader's. Their only hope for liberty lay in each other, but that was a boon each refused to grant. Desire, hatred, distrust most of all kept them locked in a futile, painful embrace. Being here with Vader was a torture, but Starkiller had been compelled to return to the hold. He felt he could stand here, peering in the mirror abyss of Vader's eyes, for an eternity. But he couldn't allow himself to fall fully. After uncounted times, Starkiller stepped back, turned, and left the hold without a word. When Starkiller returned to the Rogue Shadow's cockpit, Juno Eclipse had been on the brink of falling asleep in the pilot's chair. She jerked upright, moving her boots from the console to the deck, and spun her chair to face him. Proxy, seated in the co-pilot's chair, did the same, and woman and droid both looked at the sullen, taciturn young man with expectation. Almost like old times, Juno thought, yet not at all, and not just because of their passenger. For a year she'd mourned Starkiller as dead. She still was not certain how he'd come back to her. Had he survived the battle aboard the Death Star? Was he a clone? She didn't know, what somehow knowing didn't matter. It was an irrational conviction, totally against her training both as an Imperial agent and an Alliance officer, but it was unshakable. Starkiller had died on the Death Star. She had died on Kamino, or very near it. She felt herself fall into all-engulfing blackness and been sure this was the end of her, only for all her memories of Starkiller to come at her in a rush. From the first time she'd seen him, sparring with Proxy in a Jedi hollow disguise, to his coming to rescue her on the platform on rain-soaked Kamino, Vader standing between them. "Your feelings for her are not real," Vader had said. As Starkiller had screamed with full conviction, "They are real to me." They were real to her too, and some combination of love and the Force had pulled her out of death's black grip. She believed that without a doubt. And if love and the Force could return her to life, it must have done the same for Starkiller. Love was sure, everything else was uncertain, and when her eyes met Starkiller's, she saw a mirror of her own doubts. She understood why Starkiller felt drawn to the hold where they'd imprisoned Vader, his maker, master, teacher, torturer, but she was still uncomfortable. She'd watched them face each other in silence with the Shadow's cameras, just as she'd often sliced into security cams to watch her new partner after being assigned as Starkiller's pilot. Back then, she'd uncovered illuminating conversations between Vader and his apprentice. Now, they just watched each other in terrifying silence. Juno leaned forward to reach with her good arm. Her other was still supported by a sling as the Bacta patch over the blaster wound in her shoulder did its work. She took his hand, squeezed it, and said, "We'll offload him as soon as we get to TFUIII. You'll never have to see him again." "I'm not sure if I want that. I think it would be best for you." Starkiller looked away, uncertain. "How much longer?" "As we are taking a circuitous series of hyperspace jumps to avoid detection," Proxy supplied. TFUIII is still some 26 standard hours away. After a tiny pause, the droid added, "We can adjust our course to shorten the ride, if you wish. At minimum, it is still 15 hours away." 11 hours won't make that much of a difference, Starkiller said. "Leave Vader be," Juno told him. "Rest. Meditate. There are other ways to pass the time." She didn't suggest sleep. Exhausted though they both were by everything that had happened, it would be impossible to sleep soundly with that monster aboard their ship. "You're right," Starkiller admitted. He squeezed Juno's hand, then withdrew. "Proxy, did you leave that welding equipment in the crew quarters?" "Yes, I did," the droid said, "along with the partial remains of the 8 Proxy model units you destroyed on Kamino. I'm sorry about cutting up your relatives." I know you did only as necessary. I have already made progress in salvaging parts of those droids to refit myself. Do you like my new arm? He held out the limb pridefully. It looks great, Proxy. Thank you. Lightsabers are very clean weapons. Their damage is local and precise, and much of those droids is still usable. Proxy nodded at Juno. Master Eclipse did an excellent job repairing me after I was damaged at Corellia, but parts of my core programming were currently lost. There's no guarantee those modifications will restore it. In fact, I doubt they will. I am largely reconciled to forever losing my initial programming, said Proxy. For example, I accept that I no longer feel the compulsion to kill you. That's a relief. Starkiller gave a tired smirk. I thought you would say so. However, I thought pieces of the other Proxy models might allow me to expand myself in directions as though to fill the gap. I understand what you're going for. I'll leave that project to you. Proxy tilted his head. If you are not going to repair the droids, why do you need the welding equipment? Starkiller tapped an oblong pouch hanging from his belt, next to Vader's captured weapon. Like you said, lightsabers make clean cuts. I'm hoping I can repair the ones Vader cut up on Kamino. Then you expect more violence. I want to be prepared. And it's not just that. These sabers are a part of me, of the person I've become. I do not understand. But I will not get in your way, Master. Thanks, Proxy. He glanced at Juno. You know where to find me. Silently, he added, and stop worrying. That was hard when Starkiller was clearly worried himself. Juno stayed in the cockpit and watched his back until he cut out of view. When he was gone, she sighed heavily and sunk into her chair. Proxy fixed his photoreceptors on her and asked, Master Eclipse, do you know why Master Starkiller is so intent on repairing his lightsabers? After all, he could wield Vader's if he wishes. I doubt he wants to use Vader's weapon. Too much association with its owner. And those other lightsabers, like he said, they're his. He's not man who's ever really owned anything. Having those, I think, is special to him. I still do not understand. You do not require any talismans to operate, do you, Master? She thought. Not in the same way, though you could count the rogue shadow. Yet you loaned this craft to General Coda for a time, did you not? I did, she admitted. She'd done it in part because the cloakable shuttle was very useful for Coda's commando raids. More than that, however, she'd wanted to be rid of it because it reminded her too much of the man she loved. Now Starkiller was back, and so was the rogue shadow. Together again, in perfect complement. Organoform compulsions are still beyond me, Proxy said, shaking his head in a so-organic gesture. Think of those lightsabers and this ship as part of our core programming. We feel empty without them because they're mirrors we can see ourselves in. How so, Master? She stroked the shadow's familiar console. This ship was Vader's creation. It did his bidding in hunting down Jedi. Then it did his bidding in gathering the leaders of the rebellion together. And then it turned away from his maker and became something else, a weapon used against that maker. I see what you mean now. Proxy's photoreceptors flickered slightly. You have given me much to consider. Thank you, Master Eclipse. Anytime, Juno said, and sunk further in the chair, adjusting her body awkwardly for the damaged arm still in his sling. She'd never be able to sleep soundly until they reached Tatooine, but she could rest a little knowing that Starkiller was no longer in the hold with Vader. She closed her eyes, breathed in and out, and tried not to notice the rhythmic, mechanical rasp sounding in unison, so very faintly, from the sealed meditation chamber. Starkiller knew how to build a lightsaber. The pair sitting before him as he knelt on the deck, each cut cleanly into two pieces, had been gifted to him by Vader on Kamino, but years before a man who might have been him had constructed ones piece by piece. He remembered the purpose of every small element and did what he could to weld together those which had been severed by Vader's lightsaber. A few elements seemed irrecoverable, which led him to rummage through the pieces of proxy droids for possible replacement parts. He worked slowly and deliberately. He needed to do this right, and he needed to pass the time. That these lightsabers had been gifted to him by Vader, he really had made them his own, having gone so far as to replace the original Sith red crystals with blue-white ones. The crystals were thankfully undamaged. Vader's cuts had been precise, mostly cutting apart the weapon's emitter arrays. As he worked, Starkiller grew increasingly confident that he would succeed. In that time, neither Juno nor Proxy interrupted him, and he could almost remove his thoughts from Vader in the whole. Finally, after uncounted hours, the work was complete. Still kneeling on the hard deck, though his shins had turned to aching, he placed hands on his thighs, held back straight in a meditative position, and closed his eyes with the two sabers resting on the metal in front of him. He breathed in and out. He calmed his mind, emptied his thoughts, and then, feeling at one with the Force, he reached out with invisible hands to press the lightsaber's triggers. They hummed to life in perfect unison. Still without opening his eyes, without removing hands from thighs, he lifted the two sabers into the air in front of him. He twirled them steadily and felt their heat pass just centimeters from his face. Satisfied, he lowered them to the floor, released his handless hold, and let the blades shrink back to nothing. Starkiller did not budge, did not open his eyes. His task was complete, but he felt himself being drawn even deeper into the Force. He felt tugged along a mighty flow into a place and time far away. He was not a stranger to visions. Indeed, they seemed the only non-lethal Force talent he had. On Kashyyyk, he stumbled upon the ruins of his father's village and been transported back to the death of Kento Merrick and the capture of his young son Galen, as seen through the eyes of Darth Vader. When the frigate Salvation had exploded over Kamino, he'd seen another battle through his father's eyes, and when he visited Dagobah, that strange dwarf creature had ushered him into a dark cave, where he'd received premonitions of Juno's capture through her perspective. For some reason, his visions always seemed to come through the eyes of another. He had no idea why. Perhaps it was because his own self was so flimsy. Perhaps he had no self at all, just memories flash imprinted on a clone body in Vader's lab. Another vision came to him, resolving out of the dark first as flashes of laser fire, then as bodies moving against flame and smoke. He did not know whose eyes he was seeing through, but it was impossible to look away. "Fall back! Fall back!" Someone shouted as green laser bolts fell through the sky. "Somebody get the turrets up. There's too many of them," came another voice, one he recognized. Rom Koda's bellow carried across all the chaotic battle noise. "We have to evacuate." His vision spun around, taking in a panorama of devastation. Flame rose from the gouged apart ruins of bunkers, and black smoke furrowed into the sky. TIE fighters screamed through ashy clouds. Whoever he was, if it mattered, fell to running, chasing the fluttering tail of Koda's cape as the general ran, lightsaber in hand, through the debris, past a ruined building, and then down some slope of waist-high grass. At the hill's bottom was cleared Farrakreet landing field, and the rogue shadow sat in the middle of it. A TIE swooped from nowhere. He raised his hands. They held a blaster pistol and released bolts at the diving starfighter. Who was he then? Juno. Koda ignited his lightsaber, stood in the TIE's path, and hefted his saber in a high two-handed thrust. He intercepted the heavy green bolts and bounced them back at the TIE. Sparks flew, the fighter spun out of control, and a massive explosion shook the hill and threw him, Juno, to the ground. Koda was there, offering a hand. "Come on, Captain. We have to go." Juno then? He was Juno. And this landscape of rolling grass hills, was it Dantooine? He and Koda, Juno and Koda, sprinted through smoke toward the shadow. When they drew close, he saw Proxy standing at the base of the lowered landing ramp, waving at them with stiff metal arms, urging them to hurry. And then a black figure slipped out from behind Proxy. A lightsaber, red as blood, came to life and sheared the droid through the waist. As the body fell in two pieces, Darth Vader charged at them. He, Juno, raised the pistol to shoot, but Koda interposed himself and charged at Vader. He got loose. The Jedi called. "I'll hold him off. Get to the ship and run, damn it." "What about you?" Juno called. "Just go," Koda called. "Somebody has to make it out of here alive." Juno hesitated, then ran. Vader and Coda, clashing on the landing pad, panned out of view and the ramp of the shadow loomed ahead. Juno leaped over Proxy's broken parts, not even sparing seconds for the poor droid. She sprinted up the ramp into the familiar hold. Then froze. A lightsaber blade appeared from below. Blood red, it speared her through the sternum from behind. The pain was agonizing. Heart and lungs burned. She could not even turn to see the face of her killer, only fall forward onto the hard deck. "No!" Starkiller shouted. And suddenly he was back in the Rogue Shadow's hold, the completed lightsaber sitting on the deck in front of him. He scooped them up and rose to his feet on shaky legs, uncertain if he was still in danger. Juno skidded into the room, eyes wide with worry. "What happened?" she asked. "What's wrong?" Starkiller dropped the lightsabers, fell into Juno, and wrapped her in a crushing embrace. He kissed her forehead, stroked her hair, did everything to assure himself that she was alive, this was real, and the vision he'd had just a fleeting nightmare. But it couldn't be only that. The Force dealt in things more substantial than dreams. When she pushed out of his embrace, Juno asked, "What's wrong?" "Tell me, please." "A vision. In the Force. I think it was TFUIII." "What did you see?" "The Imperials. They attacked us. Vader was there. He killed Coda, and you died too." Juno took a deep breath, willing herself to strength. "Where were you?" "I don't know. I was seeing it through your eyes." He hadn't told her about his vision in the Dagobah cave. There was so much they hadn't even begun to share, that they needed to share but never would until they'd fully shaken off the weight of Darth Vader. He'd not been able to defeat that Dagobah vision, despite trying. The Salvation had been boarded, Juno had been shot, and the bounty hunter had kidnapped her anyway. But that was not always the case. After he'd failed to save her on the Salvation, Starkiller had received another vision. He'd been on Kamino, with Vader at his mercy. Overpowered by spite for all the awful things the Sith Lord had done to him, he'd raised his weapon and brought it down for a killing blow, only to be slain by a clone in his own image. After murdering his twin, the Dark Apprentice had been tasked with completing the extermination of the rebel leadership. Starkiller's dying sight had been of this clone stepping carelessly past the corpses of Juno and Rom Coda. That vision had been a warning. Starkiller had avoided such a fate, first by killing all those clones of himself on Kamino, and then by withstanding the temptation to slay Vader. The future was in motion. It could be changed, had to be changed. "We can't go to TFUIII," he said firmly. Juno frowned. "Do you really think you saw the future?" "I saw a future. I'm sure of it. We can't let it happen." "Then what can we do?" "I don't know. We need to think. Let's go to the cockpit." Starkiller detached from her, scooped his lightsabers off the floor, and stuck them into the loop of high belt as he followed Juno back to the cockpit. Proxy was still there, and the droid said, Master, I am glad to see you are functioning well. I see your weapons have been repaired." "They have, and I'm hoping we won't need them." "Should we, Master?" Proxy asked with a tiny tremble. "We don't know, Proxy," said Juno as she dropped into the plot seat. "But we don't think TFUIII is safe anymore. Its location has been compromised." Juno looked to Starkiller, begging explanation he didn't have. The man shrugged. "I don't know, but it's not safe to bring Vader there. We need to take him someplace else." "Where?" she asked. "I have no idea," he sighed. "Who else knows we have Vader aboard our ship?" "General Coda," Juno said, "and Leia Organa. She's probably told her father, but I didn't tell her about you," she added. So they were keeping his return from the dead a secret from the rebel leadership. He'd worry about that later. We need someplace completely safe, and we shouldn't tell anyone until we have Vader secure there. Not even Coda or Princess Leia. It's not that I don't trust them, but someone might be spying on them. He knew he was paranoid, but nothing scared him more than a vision of Juno's death. Even his own would have been easier to take. "Juno, you know more about rebel bases than I do. What's the most secret, secure place we can take him? Think, please." She opened her nav computer and her brows furrowed as she looked at star maps and system lists. Starkiller waited as patiently as his fraught nerves would allow, but after a few minutes he pressed, "Do you have anything, Juno?" "I might," she said at last. "It's very secure, and not too far from here." "What is it?" "A planet. Asteroid." "A planet, technically." She turned to face him. "Is actually a former Freedium and Dolomite mining colony built into a small planet close to an expanding supergiant. The planet's tidally locked, which means the night side surface is just bearable for landing and installing equipment. Getting there is the hardest part. There's so much heat and radiation that the original miners 15 years ago built a special shield ship to provide cover and cooling. No vessel can get close without it. Right now the Alliance is using it as a secret storehouse. It has, I don't know, less than 50 beings on site. Probably closer to 30. That sounds as safe as a safe house can get. We should go there. Don't tell anyone we're coming. Just get us there." He could tell Juno wasn't comfortable with going against Coda's and Organa's orders, but she nodded. "All right. I'll adjust course for the Shenander system." "Do it." Starkiller put a hand on her shoulder. Feeling her flesh and bones and warmth beneath his hands was small solace, but the best he'd get for now. "We'll tell the others, I promise. But first, we're getting Vader some place where he can never hurt anyone again." Chapter 3. Kamino was an ugly sight. Seen from orbit, the planet was merely eerie, a sphere of dark blue water, placid yet ominous against the starless black above the galactic plane. The ugliness came from the orbital halo of gnarled debris left by the recent rebel attack. The decapitated command tower of an Imperial star destroyer drifted lightless through space, trailing debris from its severed neck. A Nebulan B frigate's broken halves fell slowly further apart. A broken Corellian corvette tumbled through space, gouged open by laser fire, and ringed by the bodies of its crew, each flash frozen in a different expression of dying agony. The images from the surface, relayed from scout ships to the bridge of the Star Destroyer Magic Dragon, were just as gruesome. Where once an entire city had stood, there was now a wreck. Elegantly curved structures and ethereal towers had once risen from the endless ocean on kilometer-high stilts. Now only a few gnarled pieces drifted with the waves, along with shattered shards of angular star destroyers which must have been dropped into the sea, creating a tsunami that shattered Timina City and sent most of it plunging into the depths. As the images and post-battle surveys came in, the bridge of the Magic Dragon fell into a grim silence. Grand Admiral Milton Tackle couldn't blame his crew for their shock. He felt it as well. He'd always believed that, unlike so many naval officers, he treated the rebel threat seriously and refused to underestimate the scrappy, resourceful terrorists. Still, he never imagined they'd have the ability to pull off something like this. He told himself that if he'd been present for this battle, he'd have turned the tide and defended the planet. He was, after all, a Grand Admiral, though just a year after getting promoted to the newly created position, he wasn't entirely certain what it meant. Oh, the coronation ceremony on Coruscant had been lovely, and his gold and white ensemble was at least a welcome break from drab olive green, but his duties hadn't seemed to change so much. The Magic Dragon had been on patrol near the Rishi Maze when they'd been told to go directly to Kamino. The order had come from Imperial Center and been authorized with the seal of the Emperor himself. The details of his instructions had roused more questions than answers, but when your orders came direct from Palpatine, you didn't ask for more. You did what you were told and prayed you did it to his satisfaction. Tackle badly wished he could retreat to his cabin for a bit of the Sansana spice he kept there, but he'd have to power through this grim scene without it. To rouse the crew, he said, "Look lively, gentlemen. We're supposed to pick up a package on the surface. Scanners, can we pick up a signal?" "We are picking up a transponder," his sensor officer replied hesitatingly. "Is it the right frequency?" "Yes. The signal is weak, but it does match." The lieutenant shook his head. "I just don't understand how anything could have survived that wreck, sir." "There's only one way to find out. Tactical, designate a shuttle to those coordinates and see if the package is still intact." I want reports from our recovery teams in orbit, too. I want to know about functioning ships, life signs, anything. They're working on it, sir, said his tactical officer. First reports are bleak. I'm aware of that, Lieutenant. We still have a mission to accomplish. Our course, sir. Tackle still is for spice, but he kept himself planted in the center of the bridge, doing his best to inspire confidence in his shocked crew. Per the Emperor's orders, his only real task here was to secure the package. After that, it seemed, his duties lay elsewhere. The entire picture of what he was expected to do was still fragmented. Tackle dearly hoped the pieces would come together soon. After a few minutes, the tactical officer reported, "Admiral, our team had found the package. Is it intact?" The man blinked as he read his screen. "Ah, yes, sir. The package is intact. Somehow it was sheltered by the wreckage when the tsunami hit and didn't sink. Then get it in the shuttle, and get the shuttle back here. Put it in the forward hangar, and place the hangar under security lockdown. Nobody goes in or out without my permission. And hurry up with the orbital survey. If there's nothing else to recover, our job here is done." The crew looked at him, worried and confused, asking for clarity. Tackle had none to give, not yet. He walked over to the comm station and bent over the shoulder of its lieutenant. "Have you patched in the encrypted signal like I ordered?" "Yes, sir. We're ready to open the hail whenever you'd like." "I'd like it now." He tugged the hem of his uniform jacket, pulling it straight, then flicked a few tassels of those annoying epaulets to make sure they dangled straight off his shoulder. He still had to wait a full minute for a response to his hail. Then the holo appeared. It was the shrunken image of a man encased in armor, a short cape dangling off his shoulders, with rocket pack and spear-like missile jutting off his back. His face was totally occluded by the T-visor helmet of a Mandalorian. Tackle was familiar enough with those. His homeworld of Gargan was located on the edge of Mandalorian space, and growing up he'd seen his share of down and out Mandos pining for the good old days before the Empire conquered their savage backwater and turned it into a productive, industrial center. This man, despite his battered armor, was not one of history's losers. According to the Emperor's own briefing, this was Boba Fett himself. The sight of him gave Tackle tingles, like a minor spice high. Most Imperial officers looked down on the galaxy's fringes as trash, but Tackle had followed rumors of this bounty hunter for quite some time. Resourceful, deadly, relentless, always mysteriously encased in that faceless mask, he was a figure designed to incite speculative awe. Thanks to his contacts in the Mandalorian sector, Tackle knew more than most, but it didn't take away his excitement to be dealing with the infamous rogue. "Master Fett," he said, "I am Grand Admiral Milton Tackle. I come to you with the Emperor's personal respects." "I was told you'd be contacting me," said the gruff voice. "I'm in the process of completing the job our mutual employer assigned me." Mutual employer? An interesting way to put it. Then you've been tracking your target. "I'm following the signal through hyperspace." "You're sure they won't discover your homing beacon?" "It's not a homing beacon. Those are too easily detected." Fett sounded slightly offended. "I've sliced a subroutine into their comm system. Every time they use it, a duplicate transmission gets sent to me along with the ship's current location data. Every time I make a call, I'll know where they are." Tackle was impressed. "You're quite resourceful. Contact me the moment you locate the shuttle's final destination." "I will." Boba Fett inclined his head in a tiny nod, then killed the transmission. Tackle felt a little come down. They'd always said Fett was laconic, but he'd have appreciated a little more talk. More later, perhaps. Tackle tapped the comm lieutenant's shoulder. "Keep this quiet for now." "Of course, sir." The Grand Admiral walked into the center of the bridge and raised his voice. "Is the package locked down in the auxiliary hangar?" "Yes, sir," reported the tactical officer. "We've also located some survivors aboard a drifting carrier cruiser. Should we bring them aboard, sir?" "We have a little time. Bring them in. Try to locate officers for debriefing. If any equipment looks salvageable, take that too." Tackle glanced out the viewport in Erie, wreckage ring Camino. After that, prepare for departure and put troops on yellow alert. Should we begin plotting a course? Asked the helm officer. Tackle shook his head. No destination available yet. But be patient, it will come. Then will come the real challenge, retrieving Darth Vader himself from rebel capture. Hopefully the package would do most of the work there. Tackle had the feeling that, white uniform or no, his career and possibly his life would be determined by this coming mission. It was enough to ruin any man's nerves, and while the recovery teams got to work on the Carrack, the Grand Admiral politely excused himself to the bridge and hurried back to his cabin for something he needed very badly. Shenander was a great marble of Inferno resting dead ahead. Sitting in the pilot seat with Starkiller looming over her shoulder, Juno Eclipse input her clearance codes into the Rogue Shadows comm system. The rebel base on Shenander Prime wouldn't even acknowledge them unless they identified themselves first. From this distance, the planet was just a tiny speck of black against the stars' burning red world. They waited a long time for a reply, and to break the silence, Starkiller said, "You're right about this base being secure. I can't think of a better place to store our passenger." "That doesn't mean it's a good home," Juno said, "but I'll be happy just to get him off our ship." Once they did, she and Starkiller could really talk about all that had separated them. They could really be together in a way they hadn't been since their visit to the Death Star, and before then they'd been too busy or reluctant to admit their feelings to each other. When the comm system pinged, she leaned eagerly to read the message on screen. "We're clear for inbound," she said. "We'll rendezvous with the shield ship. It just ignited its tracer beacon." "No face-to-face call?" Starkiller asked. "Shenander Prime is too close to the sun. Radiation Garbles Complex calls from the base. We call it the furnace, but we can pass through compressed text messages." "It's enough." She took the throttle and edged them forward. "Quiet until now," Proxy said. "Pardon my asking, Master, but did your opening missive inform the furnace where we have come from or what our cargo is?" "No," Juno admitted. "I didn't want to risk even that." "Then we're in store for an interesting conversation when we land," Starkiller said. Juno only nodded and nudged them further toward the bright stellar fire. She dimmed the transparent steel to make it possible to see through the brilliant red glow that soon filled the entire viewport. Against such raging inferno, it was difficult to spot the shield ship until they drew very close. Juno had never been to Shenander and never actually seen a shield ship up close. She'd heard of custom-made escort craft designed to ferry vulnerable ships near volatile stars, and she knew they were essentially high-powered thrusters attached to reflective armor overloaded with cooling equipment. The one that appeared before them was a slightly convex rectangular slab 400 meters wide and 200 high, with a small crew cabin and 5 powerful sublight engines attached to the starboard side. It looked supremely ungainly, yet it moved smoothly against the sun's glare to meet them. "I'm surprised that thing can fly," Starkiller said. "Flying's easier than you think," replied Juno, "especially if you just need to get from point A to point B without shooting anyone." "I'll have to take your word on that. You'll find out for yourself one day." Once they got rid of their cargo, she hoped. A voice, blurred by interference, said, "Approaching ship, this is Auric Crash 578. And this is Besh 1721, Juno repeated her clearance code. "We're ready for you to take us in. Please power down your engines. We'll hold you close with the tractor beam and tow you the rest of the way." "Understood. Powering down now." Juno killed the comm, then killed the engines. They felt Rogue Shadow drift just a little beneath them, then the tug of the tractors. Soon the starfire in their viewport was utterly eclipsed by the blackness of the shield ship's cool, concave side. Without an exterior view, it felt like they were stuck in black nothing, and Juno couldn't help but feel a spike of irrational helplessness. She looked at Starkiller, who still hovered over the back of her chair. "Getting any feelings?" He shook his head. "Nothing." "Then we'll assume no news is good news." In a needless whisper she added, "Anything from our cargo?" "He's there, he's awake, but I have no idea what he's thinking." Lowering his voice too, Starkiller confessed, "I never have." "Well, someone can figure that out. Just not us." She was hoping for vocal agreement, or just a nod. Instead, Starkiller stared into the shadow beyond their ship, deep in thought. No one talked until the shield ship pulled them into low orbit over Shenander Prime. Its pilot signed off and released the tractor, allowing Juno to fly the short distance toward the airless, rocky planet's night-sized surface. Dark stone, pocked by craters accumulated over eons, swelled in front of them. Peering into the darkness, she could make out a few artificial additions to the landscape. She spotted the smoothness of a metal dome, totally dark, without glowing viewports to mark habitation. Not far away there was a trio of rectangular, flat shapes. When the shadow reached an altitude of just 200 meters, 4 lights shone on the surface, marking the corners of one of those rectangles. The furnace must have had 3 separate docking bays, and Juno maneuvered their ship carefully before lowering them into the open one. As soon as they were through the portal, heavy doors sealed them in the black box hangar. No atmospheric energy shield here. Juno figured the doors were there to protect the hangar from heat and radiation, though she imagined they'd be good against heavy weapons too. But it wasn't going to come to that. Even if the Imperials found this supremely well-hidden facility, there was no way they'd even reach it without a shield ship of their own. As soon as they sat down, Starkiller said, "I'm going to prep our cargo." "Proxy, go with him," Juno said. "As you wish, Master," the droid said, and followed Starkiller back to meet Vader. Juno forced her thoughts away from that confrontation. She shut down the Shadow's key systems, save for his comms, and did a quick post-flight check. Through the viewport, she could see beings filing into the hangar from a single door. She spotted a dozen soldiers with white helmets and black vests, typical Alliance infantry. In the lead was a light green Nautolan with head tails dangling down the back of his khaki uniform, rank indistinguishable from here. A short gray-skinned Alina was bringing up the rear, also in khakis. Juno rose from her chair and left the cockpit. 3 short strides brought her into the hold, and then she froze. Starkiller stood between her and the black metal shape of Darth Vader's cage, but Vader stood before him. Man and monster looked each other in the eyes, but neither reached for his weapon. On Starkiller's face, Juno saw only curiosity. She didn't understand, so she reached for her pistol. She hefted it, aimed at Vader, and shouted, "On your knees. Now." And then, with a flicker of light, Vader was gone. No, Vader was trapped in his cage, as he should be. The figure standing with Starkiller resolved back into Proxy, minus his holographic shroud. Juno lowered her pistol and willed her heart to stop pounding. "Proxy, give me a damned warning before you do that." "I'm sorry, Master." His mechanical voice stuttered. "I thought I had CC conquered this particular malfunction." Since she repaired and reactivated Proxy, the droid had been periodically, and apparently unwillingly, activating his holo shroud and taking the appearance of other people. He'd taken the forms of Vader, Princess Leia, Bail Organa, Rom Koda, Juno herself, and even Starkiller, which had been most unwelcome during the heart-taking period when she thought him dead. Holstering her weapon, Juno said, "Maybe sticking pieces of broken droids into your system isn't the best way to fix yourself." Perhaps you are right. They might have a droid tech here, Proxy," says Starkiller. "They can take a look at you." "Very well, though I doubt they'd be familiar with him and my model." "Good thing we have plenty of partials they can get acquainted with." Juno stepped between them, closer to Vader's cage. They'd moved the Sith Lord so he faced the raised and sealed landing ramp. Juno was glad not to have to look into his hideous mask. The constant rasp of his breath was bad enough. "All right," she grunted. "Let's get on with it." She slammed the controls and the ramp creaked down. The exterior flight deck and sets of waiting booths came into view, but no one stepped closer. Starkiller took a remote control for Vader's cage in hand and directed it on many repulsors down the ramp. He, Juno, and Proxy followed right behind it. By the time the welcome party came into view, every one of them had weapons raised and shocked expressions on their faces, even the Nautolan officer in the lead. Juno held up a hand. "All units, hold your fire. I'm Captain Juno Eclipse." With her other hand, she tapped the rank insignia clip to her belt. The soldiers didn't shoot. They also didn't lower their weapons. The Nautilin wrenched his big black eyes from Darth Vader to her. "Captain, am I seeing what I think I'm seeing?" "You are," she nodded. "This is Darth Vader in the flesh. And the metal. We captured him during our raid on Kamino. We heard about Kamino. It just came through the wire. But Vader..." "I'm sorry for the short notice, Commander." "History yassed," he replied, but didn't offer a hand to shake. Both were tight on his pistol. "This is my facility. I apologize for springing this on you suddenly. We needed to move Vader to the most secure place possible for his interrogation." Yass's head tipped back to Vader. "You think you can get information from this thing?" "As soon as he's secure here, I'll notify Alliance Command. They'll send people to extract information from him." Starkiller made an uncomfortable sound, but added nothing. That was enough to draw Yass's attention, and the Nautilin's face went slack with renewed shock. "That weapon, is that Vader's lightsaber?" Starkiller had it hanging visibly from his belt. The two repaired weapons were kept in a sealed pouch right beside them. He and Juno agreed it was best for him to look relatively innocuous. "For safekeeping." He put a hand on the weapon. Yass looked back to Vader. "Is he conscious?" "We believe so," Juno said before Starkiller could answer. "I know this facility has many storage vaults. Can you please clear one we can use to seal Vader?" "Yes, of course." Yass lowered his weapon finally. His soldiers did not, and he didn't signal them at ease. He took out his comm butt before flicking it on, asked, "Are you sure that harness can hold him?" "Durasteel cuffs. Magna locks. It's held him so far." That was not a definite answer, and everyone knew it. Yass said, "If you don't mind, once we get him in the vault, I'd like my chief engineer to take a look at it." "I can't look at it now," added a falsetto voice. The Alina she'd seen earlier approached cautiously on stubby legs. His beaked head was tilted back as the stout engineer looked up at Vader's menacing, caged form. "Never thought I'd see the day," the Alina said, then glanced at the other new arrivals. "Specialist Krivki. I'm a droid maker by training, but with our limited staff I wear a lot of hats." "Ah, then you are just what I needed." Proxy shuffled forward. "Once you are finished with Darth Vader, my systems are in need of diagnostics. I hope you can advise." Krivki's big eyes took the droid in. "You must be rare. I've never seen the likes of you before." "You're in luck then," said Starkiller, "because we've got a bunch more of him in our hold. Only those ones are in pieces." "I am his creation." Proxy tipped his head at Darth Vader. Krivki stiffened, but the droid added, "I am of course no longer in his service. Vader destroyed me, as he eventually does all his tools. Captain Eclipse rebuilt me, though my reassembly did not reestablish more core function, and I have been liable to errors since then." Krivki looked to Yass, then back to Proxy, then finally to Juno. "You people must have one hell of a story." "You might even hear it someday," she said. "But first, let's get Vader to the most secure room you have." "Agreed," Captain Yass said. He thumbed on his comm, made the call, and got everything moving. Starkiller handed off the cage's remote control to the Nautilin. The soldiers surrounded Vader with weapons still raised, and they slowly and carefully escorted him through the door, down the hall, and deep into the furnace. Starkiller watched them but didn't move feet to follow. Juno placed a hand on his arm and said, "It's done. We need to inform Rebel Command and await their instruction." She paused. "Unless you're getting another feeling." "Nothing," he said, though his voice trembled from memory of his Force vision. "If we're going to contact someone, call Coda." "Why him, specifically?" "A feeling. Plus, we still don't know how the Imperials found salvation in the Itani Nebula. But I was with Coda the whole time before that, so I'm sure it wasn't through him." "All right. Coda it is." He was still looking at the door through which Vader had left. She reached out and stroked his hand, but he still watched the door. Vader was off their ship, but they were still in his shadow. Juno supposed she'd been foolish to expect anything else. But at least it was a start. Leaving Starkiller to himself, she removed her hand and walked back into the shadow to do what had to be done. Chapter 4. From 4 billion kilometers away, Shenander was just another star, old and red, belching heat and radiation as it slowly expanded and decayed, still millions of years from its eventual climactic supernova. Just another star, but swinging dangerously close to that little red dot was a planet, and on that planet was Darth Vader, the Emperor's right hand, held captive in the rebels' most secure prison. It was Milton Tackle's job to retrieve him. The Grand Admiral wanted to spit, swear, or break something. Boba Fett's ship hung over Magic Dragon's bow as they sat at the edge of the star system, beyond range of the rebel sensors. Facing the Star Destroyer head-on, the infamous slave looked like the face of a dangerous animal, the kind that deserved to be mounted on a wall. The bounty hunter was waiting for orders, and Tackle tried to decide which to give. Fett had reported that the rebel base was on the planet closest to the sun, so deep within a well of heat and radiation that transit was only possible via some kind of large, ungainly machine that shielded approaching spacecraft from the worst of Shenander's fury. Per the report, that shielding ship was far too small to protect a Star Destroyer, not that Tackle had any intention of taking Magic Dragon to the Inferno. His orders from Imperial Center, and presumably the Emperor, were to deliver the package he'd retrieved on Kamino, the rebel base. If it were any other planet, that would have been easy. Shenander Prime was a great complication. But of course, if he couldn't solve complex problems, he didn't deserve to be called a Grand Admiral. When faced with seemingly insurmountable quandaries, Tackle had an asset he always called upon. Yes, it was spice, but not the usual Sansana he bought from his Hutt friend. No, this was the finest glitterstim, straight from the mines of Kessel. Most spice heightened the senses, raised the heartbeat, and brought the body to a high peak of pleasure. Glitterstim did even more. It fired the mind. Some said it induced short-lived telepathic powers. Mystics claimed it even allowed users brief access to the Force. Tackle was a materialist. He made judgments off experience and knew only that a little glitterstim always revealed the solution to his problems. So, watching Boba Fett's hanging beast head through the windows of his personal cabin, the Grand Admiral popped his capsule of glitterstim and let revelation come in the form of furious mental calculus. He needed to deliver the package to the rebel base and retrieve Vader. To do that, he'd need a shield ship. Fett's report showed that the rebels' escort was sitting close to the planet, using Shenander Prime itself to shade from the worst of the stellar heat. That shield ship was out of his reach. Thus, he'd need to procure one for himself as soon as possible. The problem was, these ships were incredibly rare. Hardly anyone ever needed to work on planets so close to a sun, and there was no standard manufacturer for such an escort. But the galaxy was huge, and there had to be ones floating around. Turning from the viewport, he stalked over to a holo-transmitter and brought up a projection of this region of the galaxy. Bright dots, each marker with a name, swarmed around him. Using glitterstim heightened senses, he took them all in and unlocked the encyclopedic information he kept in his head. One after another he considered systems and dismissed them. No planets close enough to their sun. No planets that were useful. Considered, dismissed, all in milliseconds. And then his racing mind nimbly alighted on a single name, Zinkum. Not a planet, but a pulsing neutron star, and the radiation-drenched nebulae that surrounded it. Located just a sector away, Zinkum was a lawless place where pirates used specialized ships, proofed against the heat and radiation, to access secure treasure troves and drifting planetoids. Not the kind of place most Imperial officers would have heard of, but Milton Tackle made a point of fraternizing with the galaxy's less refined denizens. Not only were they more enjoyable company than snooty core aristocrats, they were actually useful now and then. All of this came to Tackle in a few seconds. He knew exactly what needed to be done. He hurried to his communications console and tapped in the encrypted frequency of one of those less refined denizens. As he waited for reply, tugged his uniform straight and reminded himself to speak calmly and slowly to counter the visible effects of his spice high. The holographic visage that appeared was not just less refined, it was downright hideous, even by Shavin standards. Blinking little eyes above a massive, wrinkly gray trunk, Mammoth Top snarled, "Is that you, Tackle? You barf, what are you calling me for? I told you I never wanted to see your ugly pink mug again." It was actually refreshing to be talked to this way. Clasping hands behind his back to hide their shaking, speaking with deliberate slowness, Takel said, "You have something I need? Mammoth. But don't worry, I intend to pay you for it." The Yavin snorted. Very, very loudly. "If you want something of mine, you will have to find me first. And don't think I'm not scrambling this call. You'll never get a source on it." "Oh please, we can reach an agreement, gentlemen too. Well, murderous thug." Another snort. "You're no gentleman, even with those braids on your shoulder. I wonder if your emperor knows what you did to me at Slayherin. In fact, the emperor knows all, sees all, and doesn't care so long as I get results. And I need your help to get those results, which is why I'm willing to pay you well." "Pay with what? Did they bump your salary that much?" "Spice, of course. Sensen I have in plenty, but I can also get you Lumni Space, Kasodi, even Glitterston. All in exchange for just one little favor." "So the Emperor pays your salary in spice, does he? I guess he knows how to keep you loyal." Tackle was getting tired of banter. "I have an arrangement with Jabba. He supplies me at a very affordable price." "Why? Because you use it in bulk." "No, my long-nosed friend. Because Jabba likes me." "Well, who doesn't?" Mammoth Toph said sarcastically. HMMPH. "I can't always use spice. What do I have to give you?" "Nothing. That's the beauty of it. All I need is for you to loan me that shuttle you used to sneak in and out of your hideaway at Zenkum. You know, the one shielded and insulated against extreme heat and radiation. You'll probably even get it back." The Yavin blinked his tiny eyes in disbelief. "That's all you want?" "As I said, I have a task to perform for the Emperor, and it's very important. For what you're offering, it must be. I need that ship, Mammoth. I need it sent to the Shenander system as soon as possible." They sealed the deal with a final bit of haggling over spice to be paid. When it was done, Tackle closed the line with a shaking hand, only to open a new channel a minute later. Where the ugly old Yavin had once appeared was now the faceless Mandalorian mask of a bounty hunter. "Thank you for your help, Master Fett," Tackle said. "The Emperor is most grateful for your services." "Is it still required?" "Straight to the point, this one. I believe you've given us everything we need from you. The Emperor will see to your payment. I'm sure he's good for it." "Very well. I'll be going." Tackle felt compelled to add, "Believe it or not, it was a pleasure working with you. I only regret I couldn't meet a man of your reputation in person." Fett froze for a moment, probably wondering if Tackle was pulling his armored leg. Then, without another word, he closed the connection. Slava fired his engines and vectored across Magic Dragon's bow as it aligned for a jump to hyperspace. Tackle sighed. Strange how some beings were so chatty, and others not. He looked at his hands, which were still trembling for the glitterstorm racing through his blood. That was all right. Tackle would wait for the worst of it to calm down before presenting himself to the bridge. He had time. Zenkum was hours away. And when Mammoth Toph's shuttle arrived, things would truly get interesting. It felt strange to have nothing to do. Starkiller actually strained to remember when he last felt so empty. Before arriving at the furnace, he'd had Vader's presence looming over him, lightsabers to reconstruct, and force visions to deal with. Before that, it had been the battle at Kamino. Before that, the raid on Salvation. Before that, he traipsed around the galaxy with Ram Koda after rescuing the Jedi at Cato Nemoidia. Before that, he fought his way out of Vader's prison pit on Kamino, and before that, everything got even more complicated. Starkiller still yearned for final answers on what he was, clone, immortal, or something else. Foolishly, he still hoped Vader might reveal the truth to him, but for now Vader was locked within a stone-walled vault deep within the furnace. He longed to go into that chamber, stare Vader in his black metal eyes, and demand answers, but he knew it would be futile. More, it would raise alarm from the rebel staff in the furnace, who were understandably on extreme edge because of their new guest. So instead, Starkiller had to kill time. He'd ideally kill it with Juno, but she was busy with Commander Yast, talking about leader things most likely, which left him to accompany Proxy, and a pile of broken droid parts to Krivki's machine shop. As he examined the smooth black slices that had cut apart the other Proxy droids, the Alina marveled. These are amazingly precise marks. Clean, straight burns. It's almost like whoever did this used a heated vibroblade, or... His big eyes turned to the lightsaber at Starkiller's belt, but he didn't ask. Proxy said, "The how is no longer our concern. I was wondering if we might be able to salvage their parts to replace my own malfunctioning elements. Like I said, these cuts are clean. We could probably reassemble most of these droids without too much difficulty. I would rather we concern ourselves with the living, to the extent I am such." Krivki laughed softly. "Very well. You said you lost your core programming after you were reconstructed. What was that, originally?" Proxy glanced at Starkiller and wisely took the unspoken hint to be vague. "I was employed by Darth Vader in a variety of services. My unique abilities allow me to mimic appearances by holographic projection. Were my HoloNet transceiver not blocked by radiation, I could also become a stand-in for a communicant on the far side of the galaxy." "Yes, you have very nice projectors." Krivki eyed Proxy up and down. "Can I ask for a demonstration?" "Of course." In a wink of light, Proxy became Starkiller and spoke with Starkiller's voice. "Is this satisfactory? Or do you need to see more?" "That's amazing," the Alina whistled. "That's the most clear holoproj I've ever seen. The colors so vivid, the projection strong, none of the usual static or interruptions. Those are always easier if you're not cast in a transmission, but still," he considered. "Could you replicate me?" "I'm sorry, but no. I need a physical profile uploaded to my memory banks before I can successfully mimic it." "I see." Krivki glanced at Starkiller, clearly wondering who he was and why his image was loaded into Darth Vader's droid. "Who else can you mimic?" Another flash, and Proxy became Vader. His deep and ominous voice was comically mismatched by his actual words. "This seems to be left over from my old programming, I'm sorry to say." "All right. Who else can you be?" A flash, and Vader became Leia Organa. Now with a soft female voice, Proxy said, "I can also mimic Captain Eclipse, General Ram Koda, Mon Mothma, and Bail Organa. In fact, I often do, even without consciously willing it." "Do you now? You mean you just become these people?" "I do. It's quite disconcerting for me, though probably more so for my organic companions." "Huh," Krivki said, in a tone that meant he was clearly stumped. "Don't you have some kind of diagnostics you can do on his core processor?" Asked Starkiller. "Might it be that there's just physical damage to his brain? Proxy's been through a lot." "This is true." Proxy dropped the hollow shroud and became just a droid again. "I am of course willing to place myself in your capable hands." Krivki considered. "If you shut down, I can give you a thorough examination. Since I've never seen your model before, I can't promise I'll even know what's wrong." "You're the best droid specialist around, aren't you?" asked Starkiller. The mechanic chuckled. "I'm a big fish in a small, dry, hot pond. Yes, I can do it, if you want me to." "Please," said Proxy. "Though before I shut down, I should recall what Master Eclipse said when I brought up my problem to her. You see, I am programmed with many different holo profiles, yet I seem, unwilling as it may be, to appear as only the ones which I mentioned. Master Eclipse asked me to ponder why I would keep returning to that relative handful." "Did you find an answer?" "I've considered that I may be imitating beings who all stand for higher principles beyond self-preservation." Krivki looked disappointed. "Is that supposed to include Vader?" "It might," Starkiller said softly. "And what higher cause is that carking monster supposed to serve?" Starkiller had no real answer, so he didn't give one. Instead, he left Krivki to his work and went out into the halls of the furnace. Thanks to the planet's low gravity, every step was light and easy. The droid workshop was located deep within the facility, and Starkiller retraced his steps back toward the hangar. The furnace was structured in a rough Y shape, with the workshop at the end of one branch, Vader's vault on the other. The branches combined into the mainline trunk back to the hangar at the facility's centerpiece, and certainly its most impressive sight. Long ago, when this place had been used for mining Fedrium, they'd installed a massive laser drill and bored deep into the planet's crust. When they ceased operations, they'd taken the drill with them but left the massive shaft. Its diameter was about 50 meters, its depth beyond counting. The three branches of the facility combined in a wide bridge that spanned an immense drop. Overhead, sealing the shaft off from the vacuum and replacing where the laser drill had once been, was the massive metal dome Starkiller and Juno had seen when they came in for landing. It was tempting to linger on the wide bridge and stare into the abyss below. Scattered platforms jutted from the circumference in lowering tiers until they disappeared in darkness. Some were laden with discarded equipment and the rusting hulks of old mining droids. Krivki had mentioned that he'd tried to cannibalize those, but they were so old and broken down that barely any of their parts were useful. He was pleasantly surprised when he ran into Juno on his way back to the Rogue Shadow. The main hallway was temporarily empty of people, and he immediately pulled her close for a kiss. She returned and then stepped away, bashful, blushing lightly. It was a side of her he'd never seen, never had a chance to see, and he allowed himself to wonder what other parts of her he'd discover, and she'd discover in him once they got away from here, away from Vader for good. Still lightly twining his fingers with hers, she said, "I was just reviewing the situation with Commander Yast. He's not happy about it, not that I can blame him." Any response from Coda? "I was going back to the shadow to check." "What a coincidence, so was I." "Then I guess we can go together." Still holding hands, they started down the corridor. They walked slowly, and though they were alone, Juno lowered her voice to say, "I think that, once the Alliance sends whoever it will send for Vader, our job here will be done." Starkiller suspected where this was heading, but he pretended not to. "We don't know that yet. Proxy just submitted himself for a full evaluation, and there's no telling how long that will take or what kind of repairs he's going to need when it's done." "I know," she said seriously, "but that doesn't need to be done here. In fact, it probably shouldn't be. The Alliance has far better droid repair facilities elsewhere." "I'm sure they do, but still." She stopped and placed her other hand to his mouth. "Please? Galen, Starkiller, whoever you are, this isn't where you belong." "I never said it was. When Coda and whoever else get here for Vader, I want to go. Take the shadow and fly to Dantooine ourselves. Let them handle Vader. I never want to see that monster again." Juno was always collected, and she kept her voice steady, but her eyes pleaded. "Please, we need to go together and put all this behind us." As he saw faint tears in her eyes, he thought of her and the monster between them. "Without me, you will never be free," he told Darth Vader on Corellia. Yet in a perverse way, the inverse was also true. Until he had some final closure with Vader, until he learned the truth about himself, he would never be free either. Even if Vader died with his secrets, Starkiller would be forever trapped beneath his maker's shadow. He didn't want to hurt her. He didn't want to argue. He moved her hand from his mouth, leaning forward, and kissed her on the forehead, chin brushing over glinting eyes. But even as he touched her, his mind echoed the last words Vader had spoken to him, to anyone. "As long as she lives, I will always control you." Yes, he was still deep in that shadow. "Wait until Coda gets here," he whispered. "We'll go wherever Alliance Command thinks we should." It was a dodge, and they both knew it. Still, Juno blinked, her eyes dry, and tried to smile. "So does that mean you're a committed rebel now?" "What else would I be? I started the whole thing, didn't I?" It wasn't a rhetorical question, and they both knew that too. Juno squeezed his hand. "I thought we did that one together." He smirked. "I guess my driver helped a little." "Well, I'm glad I get some credit. All the more reason for us to stick together. I never had any other plan." He finally chased the sadness from her eyes when a voice called her name from down the hall. They stepped apart, detaching hands, and saw Commander Yas trotting toward them. Their intimacy evaporated in a second. This was trouble. When he reached them, the commander said, Captain Eclipse, we have a surveillance satellite swinging in mid-orbit around the system. We keep it dark most of the time to avoid detection, but wake it periodically to scan the surrounding space, just in case. What did it find? Starkiller asked. Yas turned a paler shade of green. One Imperial-class Star Destroyer, sitting at the edge of the system. We're not sure when it dropped in, perhaps an hour ago, or two. We only run these checks so often. Starkiller felt his whole world fall out beneath him. He thought he'd avoided that vision of destruction. Now it seemed he'd merely transplanted it from the grassy fields of Dantooine to the hot caverns of the furnace. He was going to lose everything here. He was going to lose Juno. She, though, had dropped into furious concentration. Hands on hips, brow furrowed, she said. They haven't come at us yet. Is it possible this is just a coincidence, and they don't even know we're here? Commander Yas shook his head. There's no reason for an Imp Star to swing by Shenander. There's only one Imperial base in this entire sector. Even if they do know we're here, they can't jetto us, Juno said. As long as that shield ship stays close to the planet, we're effectively protected by the heat and radiation. Unless the Imperials have a way around that. If they did, they'd have launched an attack by now. She shook her head. No, I think they're waiting and trying to figure out what they can do to us. That gives us an advantage. It's not an advantage. We're pinned down, Starkiller said. Even if we take the shadow and try to evacuate Vader, we'll have to use the shield ship as escort. That will take time to move to a safe zone and jump to hyperspace. The Imperials will see that and they'll micro-jump deep into the system and block us. He's right, Yas said. I hate to say this, but it looks like a stalemate. We have only two advantages. Starkiller counted them off on his fingers. One, they'll want Vader, so they can't just blow us up. Two, they don't know that we know about them. He didn't say what those advantages got them. He couldn't think of a single thing. Neither could Yas. The Nautolan looked imploringly to Juno. Captain Eclipse, you have rank in this. What do we do? Juno didn't hesitate. We call General Coda, and we tell him to prepare for a fight. Part 3. Eclipse. 7 months after the Battle of Yavin. When the buzz of her comlink interrupted Juno, she immediately felt relief. She didn't know how long she'd been talking. Time became vague as she slipped into memory, describing how she'd met the man called Starkiller, their missions in Vader's service, and how their deception became fact. She passed over, best she could, the bleak year when she thought him dead, then described his surreal return at Kamino, where he'd drawn her from the brink of death and bested Darth Vader. All that was left was Shenander. This was the hardest part to tell, hard to relive, hard to put into words, hardest of all to speak to this young man in front of her, who listened with such innocent curiosity. Thankfully, just as she was starting, she got an escape route. She tried to hide her relief as she removed her buzzing comlink from her pocket and opened the line. Report, she said as Skywalker looked on. It's the Senator, said the voice of Nevitz, her chief comm officer. He's requesting direct communication. All right, I'm on my way. She switched off the link and forced herself to look at Skywalker. I have to take this now. I understand. Skywalker rose from his chair. It seemed like a minute and forever since he'd sat down and listened to her begin her tale, but the longer, harder parts were to come. I'll give you some privacy. Juno rose too. Actually, I have to take this in our comm center. She went straight for the door. Skywalker followed her out into the empty corridor, his R2 unit rolling like a metal pet behind him. She realized they were shadowing her and asked, "Do you know your way back to the barracks?" To be honest, no. This base you've got is a little confusing. You've barely seen any of it. All right, you can come with me, but I need to talk to the Senator alone. I won't intrude. Skywalker picked up pace to walk beside her. A little timidly, he asked, "Who is this Senator?" Juno snorted. She couldn't believe he'd hopped in his X-Wing and flown all the way to Peralta without knowing anything of what was happening here. Senator Consantius. I should say former senator, since there's no Senate anymore. As soon as it got dissolved, he came back to Peralta to agitate against the Empire. Right after that, Alderaan was destroyed. That was what sparked this little war. Leia said you came here after the Battle of Yavin to help the local resistance. Juno couldn't believe this young man used the princess's name with such intimacy, but his friendship with her had to be real. When Skywalker had walked into his chamber, his little trailing astromech had struck Juno as familiar. Leia Organa had once loaned Juno an unusually resourceful blue and white astromech to help fix Proxy. Though Juno could hardly believe it, that very same R2-D2 was now Skywalker's, which proved his connection to the princess. And that meant everything else he'd said about Yavin and the Force was true too. It staggered her, and Juno tried to concentrate on his question. I came with a team of commandos. We've lost almost half of them by now, but some are still here, or at our other bases. And the senator is your leader. That's right, Juno nodded. He was adored by locals as an inspiration figure, but her own relationship with Constantius was complicated, and was probably about to get more so. Do the Imperials have much of a presence here beyond the strike cruiser and its garrison? Or are you mostly fighting Governor Vankin's loyalists? Mostly loyalists, which is good in some ways, since the PPM are second-tier forces with second-tier equipment. It's also bad, because my soldiers are mostly killing fellow Peraltans, which is harder than faceless stormtroopers. I'm surprised so many people still side with the Empire. People side with the Empire for all kinds of reasons, Juno said with an ache. It's not just because they don't know any better, or because they're afraid or been brainwashed. Do you know what this planet's main export is? Superconducting charge coils for turbolasers. We're tame and back's second largest supplier. I've read that, Skywalker said, as if to prove he wasn't totally ignorant. A lot of people's livelihoods depends on the Imperial war machine, and not just industrialists and executives. Factory workers, miners, most people will choose their pocketbooks over their morals any day. You may be right, Skywalker sounded doubtful. Juno was definitely right. This was a civil war on Peralta, and she was on the losing side. The rebels had less people, less equipment, less weapons, and less backing from their forward allies. After Yavin, she and others had expected a groundswell of support, a mass uprising of emboldened people ready to throw off the Imperial yoke. She'd been a fool, and not for the first time. But fighting was all she could do now, so she fought on. Juno had hated this underground base since the moment she first stepped inside. Its maze of branching tunnels reminded her too much of Shenandra Prime. Nonetheless, she'd learned the paths perfectly by now. They began passing through larger chambers packed with equipment, then a barrel roof gathering hall where soldiers on downtime sat at long tables for chat and card games. Eyes lingered on her and on the newcomer, and the warrants of this rebel base news traveled fast and everyone wanted to know about him. Juno hadn't decided what to tell. After the gathering hall, they passed through more tunnels, then into an even larger area. What had once been a vast circular strip mine had been converted into a storage area for land speeders, air speeders, and repulsor bikes which sat packed onto the descending stone tiers. Juno led her guest onto a long metal walkway that spanned above the pit. Soon Skywalker stalled behind her, and his astromech chirped curiously. Good question, R2, Skywalker agreed, apparently understanding the droid perfectly. To Juno, he said, I had no idea your base was this large. How did you even get all these speeders inside? You came in through the back door, she said drolly. I guess so. How many bases like this are there on Peralta? Need to know, Commander. Right? Of course. Is your comm center this impressive? He looked like some outer rim hick who wandered a world for the first time. It gets the job done, she said. You're welcome to review the equipment if you'd like. I'll find you later. She waited just long enough for a nod before turning heel and walking quickly away. For the first time since he'd shambled into her cabin, she could breathe easy. Juno had heard the rumor that a Force user had blown up the Death Star, and of course she'd wondered. More than man or woman, human or alien, She'd really wanted to know how this person compared to Starkiller. Now she had her answer, and she couldn't believe it. This Skywalker was almost a total inversion of the man she'd loved. Starkiller had seemed old before his time, bowed by so much suffering and suffused with simmering anger. Skywalker was terrifying young, open, and guileless. Even in appearance, his shaggy blonde hair and bright blue eyes seemed an intentional opposite of Starkiller's shortcut pate and heavy brow glower. Yet Skywalker had that lightsaber and Leia's R2 unit as proof he was the rebels' new savior. He made her heart ache for the old one. Soon Juno reached the dome cavern that hosted their comm systems. Holographic transmissions between the rebel bases scattered across Peralta were extremely risky. It was possible and all only because Constantius had allies managing the satellites in orbit who arranged for encrypted signals to be bounced back and forth across the globe. Even then, direct channels were open very rarely for important business, which meant Constantius had big news for Juno. Nevitz was there when she arrived, standing by the room's one holo projector tucked away in a private niche. "Comms red, General," he said. "Good," Juno nodded. "I'll take it from here." Nevitz stepped purposely across the room, and the few other techs in the chamber turned away, giving her privacy. Juno stood with her back toward them and faced toward the projector console, then opened the link. In the 6 months she'd been on Peralta, Juno had only met Constantius twice. All their other talk has been through blurry blue holos like this. Nonetheless, the miniature figure conveyed the straight-back dignity of the veteran senator. His long gray mane reminded her of Garm Bel Iblis, though his beard was fuller, his hair still mostly dark. "Greetings, General," Constantius said. "I received your report. How is the pilot you recovered?" She'd sent him everything except the pilot's identity. While damned important, Constantius couldn't have anticipated that, and she doubted this was his main reason for calling. That identity was something she didn't want to divulge over the comm, even an extra encrypted line like this. So she said, "He's in good condition, Senator." "Have you debriefed him?" "I've spoken with him. It's unusual, sir, but he came to Peralta for personal reasons, not because Alliance Command sent him. I don't think this will affect our strategy going forward." "I see. You're certain this man can be trusted? The Empire can go to great lengths to insert spies in our midst." Juno knew that better than anyone. "I trust him." "And why is that?" A tiny pause. "He's a colleague of Leia Organa." "I know that for certain." Constantius frowned. "You said he wasn't sent by Central Command." "He wasn't." She expected Constantius to press the point. He was a stickler for detail, but instead she shrugged it off. "If that's your guarantee, General, then I'll trust your judgment. Security must be critical for our next operation." That next operation was surely why he wanted to speak directly. "What operation is that, Senator?" "I've decided we need a major strategic shift. These guerrilla raids are keeping Vankin and the Imperials one edge, but they're not gaining anything. We need supplies and equipment to sustain our effort. We also need a victory to sustain our spirits, and if Alliance Command won't help us, we'll have to surmount obstacles by ourselves." He'd raised his tone to a lofty pitch. Apparently he'd been quite an orator in the old Senate. But Juno was a practical woman, and she asked, "Are you suggesting a new offensive, sir?" "Fortunate favors the bold. We need to actually take and hold territory. We're going to have to mobilize 3 regional armies, including yours, but I believe it can be done." She sucked in breath. "What target did you have in mind?" "Anti." Her mind spun. Anti was one of the planet's 2 major spaceports, and its largest industrial export center. Most of the turbolaser charging coils that were Peralta's lifeblood got shipped out through there. Of the different regional armies, hers was the closest. One could follow the wind of the Benton River down from the mountains, across the plain, and reach Anti in 3 standard days. "I've already spoken with Colonel Podessa and Major Calamar. They're readying their units to attack from the south and southeast. General Eclipse, I need you to prepare an assault from the northeast." Juno felt dizzy. First Skywalker, and now this. The dull grind of her war was being upended, and not in a good way. Taking Anti will be difficult, she warned. Even if we do succeed, it will be hard to hold. The Imperials haven't sent Vankin much support yet, but they will if we seize the export center. This is a major escalation. Of course it is. The Empire will notice, and so will Alliance Command. They need those turbolaser coils even more than the Imps do. Juno couldn't hide her scowl. This is a gamble. They may not be able to send support even if they want to. I'd prefer if we discuss this with Alliance Command first. That was an understatement. Deep down, Juno craved order. Hierarchy comforted her. It was a bit of Imperial training she just couldn't shake. This situation on Peralta was all kinds of confused. Constantius was the local hero, the man all the anti-Imperials could rally around. He had political acumen and a deep personal knowledge of the planet, to say nothing of his charisma, but he knew nothing about warfare. That was Juno's specialty, and the first time they met they'd agreed to act like a duumvirate, each staying in his or her zone. In practice, she was second in line. All the other rebel officers on Peralta were local, and Juno would never carry authority with them the way Constantius did. She chewed the inside of her lip. This would have been a little easier to take if Constantius had discussed it with her before getting Podessa and Calamar on board. It was hard not to feel affronted. But if Constantius had been a reasonable, risk-averse consensus builder, he'd have never turned rebel. The ex-senator said, "Sometimes we need to force our friend's hand. A victory here will be huge for all the Alliance." That's if we can achieve it. We can? Constantius smiled winningly. I still have connections, General. I've arranged for a distraction to keep the Imperials busy. She raised a brow. Can I ask what it is? I prefer not to say, but rest assured, we won't be the only thing happening in this corner of the galaxy. Trust me, General. That's what it all came down to, trust. She trusted Commodore Vietas and General Coda, Bail, and Leia Organa. Without trust in unlikely but worthy comrades, the Rebel Alliance would have never gotten off the ground. But other times she had badly misplaced her trust. In this instance, it seemed like the choice had been made for her. When do you want to move on, Auntie? Not for 6 days at least. Weather may be a factor. Prepare your troops, develop a strategy. Bounce me a preliminary plan within a day. I'll relay Podessa's and Calamar's. Very well, Juno swallowed. You can count on me, Senator. I know I can, General. Together, we're going to show the galaxy what we're really made of. With that, the holo winked off. Nevitz and the other techs must have noticed, but they kept their safe distance and allowed Juno to stew in private. This kind of brazen plan wouldn't have scared her once. In her 3 years with the rebels, she'd helped bring down a Star Destroyer shipyard at Raxus Prime, uprooted a skyhook on Kashyyyk, and stormed the nascent Death Star. All of them, really, were madder feats than this. Of course, she'd had Starkiller by her side then. The hero was gone, and his replacement didn't impress her much. Gone, too, was the illusion of invincibility. She was still trying to figure out how to live without those things. Maybe she never would. Maybe she'd just have to keep trying, day after day, until her days stopped for good. Governor Tate Van Cone was what happened when the Empire ruled with a soft touch. Rather than an installed mob from the core, he was a Peralta native, placed in office by an actual planetary election. He nonetheless firmly sided with the Empire in all things, in part because his planet's economy depended so much on the Imperial war machine, and also, it was suspected, because his lifelong political rival, Senator Enter Constantius, had picked the other side. Many on Imperial Center said you could never trust local rulers. The only way to properly govern the galaxy was with Moffs and Grand Moffs installed as potentates over foreign worlds, because their loyalty alone could be relied on. Wilhelm Tarkin had been the strongest proponent of this centralized, iron-fisted method of governance. And look where it had gotten him. No, Milton Tackle much preferred to get the locals involved. It made them feel they had a stake in the Empire, and thus bred loyalty. It also took weight off the Army and Navy, which, despite claims to the contrary, did not have infinite resources. An empire that was too rigid cracked. A military that threw all its weight behind massive shells of power. A moon-sized space station, say, got scattered to bits over desolate star systems. In reward for his actions as Shenander Prime, the Emperor had made tackle suzerain over the Mandalorian sector and adjacent regions, where he had determinedly cultivated relationships with local leaders. He never let them forget who was ultimately in charge, but he let them pretend their worlds were still their own. It was, he thought, the best way to run an empire. That being said, Tate Vankin could still be a supreme pain in the backside. Grand Admiral, I truly believe this may be a prelude to a larger rebel invasion, the governor said. His holo image, projected into Tackle's quarters, displayed a man with bald head and gray goatee, dressed in a severe tunic that mimicked an Imperial naval uniform. Clearly, he was trying to play to his audience. Vankin didn't know that Tackle had thrown on his own uniform just a minute ago. Men like Grant and Tigellinus probably slept in theirs, but Tackle rarely wore his in private. It was too stiff, too plain, the epaulets chafed. I admit that little X-Wing is curious, Tackle told him, but it's indicative of nothing. We have no report of rebel activity anywhere in your sector. My recovery crews were able to find the crash site. The pilot was missing, as was his astromech droid. They must be messengers with important information from the rebel leaders. It is possible, Tackle said. Rest assured, I'm getting to the bottom of it now. How? Vankin was rarely so rude. Strange one little X-Wing would get him so rattled. Smoothly, Tackle said. I have sources within the rebel forces. You know this. I know only what you share. Vankin softened his tone. Please, Grand Admiral. My military advisors believe the rebels will try a push soon, possibly before winter sets in on our southern hemisphere. They may even try to take a city. Turden, perhaps, or Yanta. Even Anti. Tackle considered how much to reveal. My spies tell me the rebels are moving troops through the forests of the Pantoli lowland. There's also activity in the Ekin Mountains. Vankin's brow furrowed. They could strike north to Turden, or south at Anti. That was my conclusion, as well. Turden is a smaller city. The terrorists might think they can take it. I suggest reinforcing defenses at both sites. Of course, Vanko nodded, though I doubt they can take Anti. It's too big a target. That also makes it tempting. Don't you always tell me that Aunt Constantius is ambitious? The governor scowled. He's ruthless. He's willing to throw this entire planet to the rebel scum, just to further his own lust for power. Then you should prepare to defend either city. Spread your local troops evenly. And your stormtrooper garrison. They'll remain in place at the capital for now. When more information is available, I'll move them accordingly. Until then, their main priority will be to protect you. Vankin seemed mollified. I understand. Thank you for your support, Grand Admiral. Together, I'm sure we'll vanquish those terrorists. I'm sure we will. Before Tackle could reach for the comm console and close the transmission, Vankin added, You will, of course, let me know the moment you learn Constantius's location. If we can remove him, the entire rebel movement will collapse. And you will be rid of your nemesis, Tackle thought. Of course. Good day, Governor. He shut off the holo, sighed, and tugged open the collar of the uniform. Now that he could breathe easily, he glanced out the viewport of his cabin. Through the transparent steel, he could see the off-white sprawl of the Magic Dragon's top side, tapering off at the point. Beyond the Star Destroyer was the mottled, brown-orange ball of Gargan. His big brother Griff had always yearned to get away from the spice world, but to Tackle it was home. That man yaps on and on, doesn't he? Came a soft female voice. Tackle turned from the viewport to his bed, where lovely golden Komara was sitting amongst tangled silver sheets. Even more colorful were the hand-woven carpets that covered the steel-gray deck and tapestries, which covered boring wall space. The cabin aboard his Star Destroyer was even more flamboyant than his shuttles. Tackle understood the need for military decorum, but he'd never tolerate the Imperial standard in his own quarters. Palpatine's taste in interior design was suffocatingly bland. He stepped across the patterned carpets on bare feet, which had been out of range of the holo transmission. Pulling open his white jacket further, he said, "Vankin relies on Imperial support. He knows he'd lose his head without us. Is Constantius so popular? He's got his following. He's got more charm than Vankin, which served him well in the Senate. From what I've read, he's clever at politics, quite clever." "Not as clever as you," Komara poked his back as he sat down beside her. "Or as charming." Tackle merely smirked. Birth had gifted him with sallow skin and buggy eyes, while middle age added a paunch and receding hairline. Were it not for his rank, a woman as beautiful as Komara would never look twice at him. Power, even more than money or spice, was the ultimate aphrodisiac. Leaning against him, the comely Marilyn asked, "Is that really all your spies told you? Or do you know more than you told him?" "Ah, my lovely, that's beyond your pay grade. I'm sure you're keeping some secrets, cooking up some clever plan." "Always," he smirked, but pulled away from her touch. "Join Vespa in the mess. I have some things to review." She mussed his hair. "I was looking forward to having you all by myself." "Go on. I have work." That time she complied, and he swatted her backside as she hopped off the bed, threw on a robe, and left the cabin. Finally, Tackle could do some thinking. He fished into his bedside dresser, pulled out a container of spice, and popped one capsule in his mouth. He closed his eyes, waited, and felt the little high take him. Sansana wasn't quite glitterstum, but it was indeed good stuff. It was a truism that a drug dealer should never get hooked on his own supply. Tackle fulfilled that, technically. Gargan spice was of average quality, and he'd long ago required stronger stuff. His personal store was a mix of Kessel, glitterstum, and refined variants like Sansana, which his hut friend cooked up for him, in exchange for his selling them larger quantities of Gargan spice. Once his mind felt energetic and clear, he unlocked his personal datapad. Komara had been right. He was keeping things from Vankin. His most well-placed spy had told him that Constantius was preparing to take the city of Anti, Peralta's largest industrial spaceport. This matched the troop movements he'd observed, and while Tackle was a little surprised the rebels would mount such a bold offensive, it would be easy to turn that to his advantage. It would require the majority of their forces on Peralta to take the city, and once they did they'd have to spend all their lives and equipment to hold it. It was the perfect trap, and Tackle hadn't even needed to set any bait. Not that he could explain this to Vankin. The governor would throw everything he had into defending Anti. The rebels would be repulsed and scatter back to their mountain hideouts. No, it was better to draw them all together in one place and then annihilate them. For that reason, he'd lied. If Anti got ravaged by war, Vankin would act furious but do nothing. After all, he needed Tackle more than Tackle needed him. Such was how it went when you ruled the Empire with a soft touch. A hassle sometimes, but better than vaporizing planets every time you woke up feeling grouchy. After reviewing the last report from his spy, Tackle began composing orders for his sector fleet. In order to fully pacify Peralta, he'd need the Magic Dragon, plus the Star Destroyers Vituperator and Objurgator, which were currently keeping watch over the Mandalorian sector. His pocket despot there, an old Mandal schismatic named Lorca Jetic, assured him that the so-called Mandalorian protectors under that rascal Finn Shissa were no threat. They'd better not be. Tackle intended to finish the Peralta business quickly and forever, and that would require a judicious display of overwhelming force. Sometimes, just sometimes, a heavy touch was needed. Tackle was a connoisseur of pleasure, physical and otherwise. Bringing these rebels to heel would be a particularly exquisite joy. Not even Sansana could compare. Before retreating to the mid-rim and his waiting command, Grand Admiral Tigellinus had one last task to perform. After his visit to Procopia, his shuttle took him to Tepesi for what would hopefully be the most important event of his sojourn to the Bright Center, a lunch date. Since the rise of the New Order, the line between military and civilian powers had become blurred. Many assumed that meant the generals and admirals became overlords of civil affairs, but the truth was more complicated. Palpatine had elevated his hand-picked Moffs and Grand Moffs to levels of power far beyond the regional governors of the Old Republic. The Moffs might not have technically led armies and navies, but as Tarkin proved, they could command tremendous war materiel and personnel. Tigellinus had learned since gaining his new rank that a Grand Moff had more tangible power than a Grand Admiral. Therefore, the lunch date. He met Grand Moff Artist Kane at the man's private estate on a lovely outdoor patio overlooking the man's manicured gardens. They talked some at the Tapani Day Gala, and Tigellinus had secured an invitation for this subsequent visit to Kane's property. They drank good wine and ate good food beneath a mild, benevolent sun while avians chirped in trees and flitted through the sky. If this wasn't class, Tigellinus didn't know what was. Especially impressive was that this abode was Kane's secondary home, kept for his visits to the core. His larger estate was on his homeworld of Sardinian in the Outer Rim, half a galaxy away. Kane waited until the dinner was half-eaten and small talk exhausted before broaching more serious matters. After swallowing a deliciously spiced piece of nut breast, he said, "Tell me, where do you see yourself in 3 years?" "Not commanding a mid-rim fleet, surely." It was a direct, aspirational question. Tigellinus liked it better than a similar one Grant had posed on Procopia. "I've thought about that quite a bit, and if you'll forgive presumption, I think I'd like to be in your position." Kane frowned. "In the Outer Rim? I hardly imagined that." "Not geographic." Tigellinus put down his fork amidst scraps of salad. "Your position within the Empire. Some of our most elite unit Stalker Squadron, the Hell's Hammers, are yours to command, not some admirals. In terms of resources, planets, raw material, warships, infantry, you're probably the most powerful man in the Empire after Palpatine and Vader." Kane shook his head. "You vastly overestimate me. I know there's power and there's power. Yours is nothing to scoff at. A Grand Admiral, and at your age. I'm not so young, and there's much more I want to accomplish for the Empire. Are you telling me you want a Moff's privilege?" "A Grand Moff. I'm not asking for a downgrade." Tigellinus smiled and sipped his wine. Kane drank too and considered. "It's not impossible. Of course, possible is whatever our Emperor decides it is. You'd have to earn his favor, more than you already have." "I know, but my resources are limited. You command fleets across half the slice. Hardly to be scoffed at. And you have a third of the known galaxy. Again, you overestimate my authority. I have dozens of Moffs, thousands of local governments, and hundreds of naval officers to corral. And there is a power in the Outer Rim that supersedes my own. Lord Vader and his Death Squadron. I wonder where they might be lurking now." The Grand Moff considered. "I believe they're currently active in the Jubilar sector." Tigellinus was cheered that Kane saw him worthy of that classified morsel. "If I can bounce that initial question back, where do you, Grand Moff, want to be in 3 years?" Kane laughed tiredly. Want. Desire is for the young. I know where I'll be, unless I earn the Emperor's displeasure. Where I am now, wrangling the Outer Rim." "But still," Tigellinus pressed, "where do you want to be?" The Grand Moff said gravely, "One day, hopefully soon, the rebel threat will be exterminated and Imperial power will be firm across the entire galaxy. That power will come from the core." "I agree, and that is where I want to be." Kane considered. "On Coruscant, the Emperor's court. I've noticed you do enjoy official functions." "You're right. I also want to be among the people who will decide the future of the galaxy. I want to be at the beating heart of history. Some would argue the Empire's fate is being decided in the Rim. Darth Vader, for example. But we do not," Tigellinus said. Kane smiled faintly at that presumption. "I suppose not. So tell me, O aspiring young man, what will get you to the place of your desire?" His words could have been mocking, but Tigellinus heard warmth in them. "You know what they say? It's not about what you know, but who you know. That's politics. You're fighting a war. War is just politics through urgent means. Perhaps. But politics is also about give and take. I can't offer you anything specific now, and I'm not expecting anything concrete from you. But in the future, I think a partnership would benefit us both. Tell me, If you didn't have Lord Vader sulking through the rim, who would you most like to have in charge of your fleets? You're volunteering. You want to be in the Corps? I can't get to the Corps by winning major victories against the rebels. Right now, Vader is hogging the whole show. Be careful not to step on his toes. It never ends well, Kane said seriously. As to your question, I've always had a good relationship with Octavian Grant. With all respect, Grant is a man of the past. Don't naysay your elders. He's a brilliant tactician. In the Clone Wars, I'm sure he was. But this Empire needs new blood, in the Rim and the Corps both. Then you must have plenty to give. Kane sighed, finished his wine glass, and set it down. I will be frank. You are a fine officer with a promising record. You will go far. You may even get what you desire. But you're less than 3 years into this nebulous new rank the Emperor invented for you. Be patient. Do his bidding, do it well, and stay out of Vader's way. The rest will take of itself. This was not what Tigellinus wanted to hear. I see. Well, I suppose I'll thank you for the meal at least. That wasn't a refusal, Kane said. If you truly believe you have an exchange worth a partnership, I'm open to it. But understand that I'm quite discerning. This would have to be good enough. I understand then. Tigellinus lifted his glass, one mouthful left. I look forward to proving myself to you and to our Emperor. He toasted and drank, while Kane sat there with a tiny, unreadable smile. Tigellinus wasn't sure, but it almost looked like nostalgia. Chapter 5. Conquering the city of Anti, second largest spaceport and biggest industrial export center on Peralta, was a mighty task. The rebel had set themselves on it anyway, knowing it would be a complicated battle where many factors worked for and against them. In their favor, Anti was a hilly city, nestled along a river valley. In that terrain, the Empire's mighty and walkers would be useless. The cramped urban environment made even at STs ineffective. Further, the city was full of vital infrastructure, especially the spaceport on the north side of the Benton River. Destroying it via orbital or artillery bombardment would cripple Peralta's economy and send shockwaves through the Empire's supply lines galaxy-wide. The city had a local orbital defense shield based on the spaceport, which could protect it from aerial attacks, though the projector had been installed during the Clone Wars and the efficacy of the decades-old equipment was uncertain. Working against them, urban environments were notoriously hard to secure. Enemies could hide in cellars, lurk in abandoned buildings, even be sheltered by civilians who themselves were a complication. As soon as you seized their city, in part or in whole, it became your responsibility to feed and protect them. And the spaceport, valuable as it was, also had heavy defenses. Juno Eclipse evaluated all these things while she, Constantius, and the other Peraltan rebels drew up an invasion plan. They developed strategies to take advantage of the pros and work around the cons, but there was one wild card that might go either way. That was the Benton itself. Once upon a time, before repulsorlifts and airspeeders dominated the skies, people had used rivers to transport goods and cities had sprung up around them. The Benton flowed west to east through the city, bisecting it almost equally. At Anti's heart it was 100 meters across, and wider along the outskirts. Such a gap could easily be crossed by airspeeders, but only if one had air superiority, and acquiring that was the most challenging part of the rebels' mission. Regular repulsorlift craft would sink into the deep water if they tried to cross it. Two great suspension bridges crossed the Benton on the east and west ends of the city, and these were destined to become flashpoints if this became a ground battle. Juno had people looking into their demolition, should that become a strategic necessity. What she and the other rebel leaders all agreed upon was that the spaceport was the main priority. It not only had to be struck first, it had to be struck before the enemy even realized they were under attack. And because the spaceport was located in the northeast part of the city, that meant taking it was the job of Juno's army. She had volunteered to lead the infiltration mission over Constantius' objections. It was, she'd insisted, her specialty, and she wanted to oversee the most critical operation in person. All of this was true, but this was a far cry from the missions she'd undertaken with Starkiller. Without a force wielder slaying his way to the heart of the installation, they had to sneak inside using uniforms and identification chips for the Peraltan planetary militia, provided by Conscientius's allies. She'd briefly wondered if Skywalker was up for this sort of job, but one look in his earnest eyes convinced her he was better off elsewhere. Besides, she didn't want to deal with him. Planning the conquest of Auntie had been a good excuse for not telling him about Shenander, and Skywalker was surprisingly patient. Instead of pushing her for the rest, he'd offered to help any way he could, though he'd asked that she keep his full identity a secret for now. All well and good, she supposed. If Vankin's people saw a lightsaber-wielding Jedi fighting at Auntie, they'd use it to call down the full might of the Empire. Besides, she got the feeling Skywalker wasn't really comfortable with his weapon or his Jedi powers, which she'd as yet seen no actual evidence of. Yes, he was the opposite of Starkiller in every way. Infiltrating the spaceport meant she had to tear her thoughts off both men. The expansive facility was divided in sections. One set of docks berthed civilian transports, while others shipped the planet's industrial product in massive Demorian haulers. Another, smaller part was under direct purview of the Empire, and for the first time in months Juno had to look in the eyes of white-armored stormtroopers when she and her sabotage team presented identicars at the security checkpoint. Her heart pounded fast as she stared into the trooper's black visor. As he plugged her card into his scanner, he asked, "What's your team business here, Captain?" "You're not on the schedule today." Replacement crew for the freighter in Berthwork 9. The original crew got stuck on Gargan. Probably had too much spice and lost track of time. He handed her the card and waved the rest of her group forward to be checked. Juno waited patiently as the trooper scanned Nevitz and the other 9 soldiers she'd brought with her, all dressed in PPM uniforms with nothing more than standard service weapons. Unless this plan went greatly awry, they wouldn't need more. Rolling along with the group was R2-D2. Skywalker had promised that he was an especially resourceful droid and would serve them well. Juno was skeptical of Skywalker, but the droid was originally Leia Organa's, and she'd seen firsthand how well the little tin can work, so she'd accepted his offer to take the astromech along. The last through the line was Traitor, a red-bearded man who'd once served the PPM at this very port. Though he gave no outward sign, Juno suspected he was glad to be checked by Imperials instead of local security. Once they were through the checkpoint, she let Traitor take point. He led them through the winding halls of the spaceport until they were in a hallway clear of the facility's mile-foot traffic. "All right," he told them, "there's a secondary control node just down the hall. Once we dispose of the guards, we can lock down all the sections with Imperials, raise the shields, and shut down the defense systems." Everyone nodded. They all knew the plan. Once the Imperials and PPM realized what was happening, they tried to nullify central control and use manual overrides to operate the shields and weapon emplacements. That meant that even before Juno and company succeeded in hijacking the control center, the rest of the rebel armies would have to begin their approach. The second the spaceport's defenses went down, more rebels would swoop in and secure them. That was all happening on the north side of the river. Everyone on the south side was up to Colonel Podessa and Major Calamar, the leaders of the other regional armies. She had no control over their assault and simply had to trust them to do their job, as they trusted her. It always came down to trust. That had once been easy for her. Now she wanted to take everything into her own hands. When they breached the auxiliary control center, she felt the thrill of efficacy. After Traitor overrode the door lock, she led the charge into the circular chamber, blaster out and immediately firing. She dropped 3 crewmen herself while the rest of her team charged in behind her. They took the Imperial technicians and officers completely off guard. Within 30 seconds, the room was theirs. But that was the easy part. As her soldiers tossed bodies out of chairs, Juno snapped, "Is that door sealed?" R2-D2 whistled approvingly as he jacked into the door control panel. "Good. Traitor, tell me you can get into their computer system." "I know it like the back of my hand." The bearded man bent over the round central console, bypassing initial firewalls, onto the second. "Should I send up the flare?" asked Nevitz as he hurried to the comm station. "Do it," Juno said. Everyone else was taking position at their assigned computers. Even R2-D2 rolled over to an access panel. Thanks to Trake's first-hand information, they planned for this and drilled for it. Juno stood at the center of the room beside Trake. As mission leader, she was the only one now working the console. Her job was to watch, listen, and command. Each person she'd brought with her had a specific skill needed to shut down the spaceport and call in their allies. Nevitz took the first step by broadcasting 3 bursts of all-frequency static through the spaceport's primary comm array. Each burst lasted half a standard second. Even 3 in a row would seem like a common systems glitch. But to the rebels listening in the hills outside Anti, it was the signal to begin attack. As that went out, she asked Trake, "How are we doing?" "Working on the last firewall, got it. We've got full systems access." "Sound off," Juno ordered. In sequence, all her people reported that they were in the appropriate computer networks. Juno was shocked it had all gone so easily and reminded herself they were dealing with PPM officers here, mostly civilian. This was a far cry from breaking into a TIE fighter factory or Star Destroyer shipyard. In any case, this was just the spark. The coming inferno would be an ugly, brutal thing. The officer man in the spaceport sensor suite reported, alerts popping up. "They're tracking our speeders coming from all 3 directions. Port control is sounding the alarm." "Nevitz, are we jamming their comms?" asked Juno. The skinny man nodded. "Yes, ma'am. We've got them on mute. They're gonna wonder what's up, though. Let them. Have we located all Imperial and PPM armed units within the base?" R2-D2, plugged into the main security station, whistled affirmative. "Lock them down." Within seconds, heavy blast doors lowered at key portals, trapping the stormtroopers and PPM soldiers in discrete sections of the spaceport. That, more than anything, was going to alert the port's command station that things were going haywire. "Cut power to Central Command now," Juno ordered. "I want a full blackout." "I'm setting the generator to overload," said Trake as his fingers flashed over his console keypad. Alarms started sounding over nearby stations, but they were all the right ones. The power generator that fed to the main command unit blew out, sending cascade failures that their secondary station was insulated from. At the same time, Navitz's comm blackout held, and Trake blew another power generator to kill the shields. "Last thing are the defensive turrets," Juno said. "Shut them down." Her soldiers did exactly as ordered. There was no flashy show of saber play, no grand explosions, no catching Star Destroyers with the Force. Just 10 men and women, plus 1 droid, camped at their computers, doing their jobs, and seizing Peralta's biggest spaceport without even touching their blasters. Within 5 minutes, it lay supine before the rebel army coming down from the northeast hills. Commando teams on speeder bikes and light assault vehicles stormed the shield generator and weapon turrets. In 15 minutes, the entire complex was theirs. Juno felt good about that, but she knew there was plenty violence to come. Though it had long ago lost its purpose as a transportation corridor, the Benton River remained the heart of Anti. The long-hauled haulers were gone, but in their place were dozens of wave skimmers and traditional boats. Larger ones were rented out for pleasure cruisers. Others were privately owned by citizens who enjoyed the idyll of more primitive centuries. At all times of day and night there would be craft listing on the water, though their numbers had recently dimmed in anticipation of a coming snowstorm. It was, nonetheless, easy for Juno Eclipse's rebels to slip 5 small to medium-sized boats into berths on the north side of the Benton, each of them manned by soldiers in mufti and packed with weapons. She had begun seeding units in the city as soon as the invasion order came down. Posing as civilians, they scouted North Anti, located redoubts for the local militia, and laid plans for swift action when the battle started. This wasn't totally new terrain for Luke Skywalker. In the past 7 months, he'd done a little infiltration work. That trip to the Fonder's shipyards came to mind. He was nonetheless uncomfortable with it. Part of it was his companions. The unit with whom he scouted the streets and slept on the boat included a few familiar faces, including the big brusque Berber, the tattooed sniper Draska, and the lean scout Farrell. None of them were particularly friendly. Farrell made it especially clear that she'd expected more help from Alliance Command months ago. That it hadn't arrived left her bitter, and she had nowhere to place her bitterness except Luke. Berber and Draska tried to soothe her, but that didn't mean they were friendly. During meals on the boat, Draska sometimes prodded gently about his business with the general. Luke warded her off by insisting it was private. That was what left him most uncomfortable. Eclipse had been clearly eager to send him away. He knew he was drudging unpleasant memories, but he also sensed she held some secret she hadn't told anyone, even Alliance Command. He tried to be understanding, but he had, after all, come a very long way to learn about Starkiller. He'd nearly gotten killed arriving and might die before he could leave. Yet Eclipse took the first opportunity to brush him off. He didn't know what to make of the Starkiller either. That man seemed like an eruption of half-tamed force power. Perhaps he'd been born that way. Perhaps he'd been trained as a child, and using his strength had come as naturally to him as breathing. That didn't mean he'd had an easy time of it. Eclipse described, best she could, his internal dilemmas about his brutal, deceptive master. Luke had only interrupted her story once, after she described her rescue at Kamino and Vader's capture, before she started telling about Shenander. During a short pause, he'd asked her, was this new Starkiller the same man you know, or a clone? Her only answer was uncertainty. Maybe, she said, it doesn't have to be one or the other. Which didn't help, and certainly didn't spread illumination as to how Starkiller had defeated Vader twice in combat. That, most of all, Luke yearned to know, because he sensed that someday, somewhere, he'd be forced to confront that man who'd murdered Ben and his father. Eclipse's story left him no more prepared for that destiny than he had been before. Luke was not happy with anything, but he had to put it all out of his mind when the battle for Ante started. As soon as they received the static burst signal from Eclipse's team, the other rebel infiltrators sprung into action. Luke and his companions went out into the city, now sporting blasters, light armor, and jackets insulated against the approaching cold. They fanned out to their targets through early morning streets, no longer bothering to hide themselves. When they reached their targets, they attacked. Luke followed the rest of his unit in surrounding one of the local law enforcement centers. As soon as they were in the public lobby, they burst into motion. Berber and the other heavy soldiers rushed the security gate, overwhelming the sleepy guards, then pushed into the back rooms of the facility. While Farrell, Draska, and a few others stood sentinel in the lobby, Luke followed Berber's people as they stormed through the facility, using stun bolts to drop the police who resisted, all the while shouting at the top of their lungs for surrender. The staff, armed policemen and civilian clerks alike, were rounded up and thrown into the prison block at the back of the building. It all left Luke feeling slightly sickened. They weren't battling faceless stormtroopers. They weren't even fighting soldiers or militiamen. These were mere local police who started the day thinking they'd protect their fellow citizens, only to find their headquarters stormed and themselves herded at gunpoint into their own cells. In the meantime, the city's rebel liberators helped themselves to the police's store of weapons and armor. There were moments where Luke felt like a pillaging invader instead of a hero. Moral clarity returned with the sound of heavy weapons fire from outside. He followed Farrell and Berber out of the station into the streets. Smoke was rising from several locations past nearby rooftops. Confused civilians were running for cover. Luke heard the distinctive whine of an airborne speeder. When it grew loud and close, he marked it as an income T-47. "Get down," Farrell shouted just before she grabbed Luke by the back of the head and tossed him to the ground. Two T-47s cut in from above, half silhouetted against an overcast sky. They released a spray of chain-linked red laser blasts that gouged geysers of flame and asphalt from the street. With a shock, Luke realized they were shooting at him. "PPM speeders," Farrell snapped as they soared overhead. "I thought we locked down the Karking spaceport." "Think there was an airbase on the south side," shouted Berber as he scampered for the safety of an alley. "Hold on, I'm calling for help." Luke and Farrell ran after him. As they squeezed themselves into the narrow lane, Berber was saying something into his portable comlink. Luke peeked out through the alley mouth as the T-47s dove down on their position again. The DH-17 blaster in his hand felt absolutely pathetic, As for the lightsaber, he kept inside his jacket. He didn't dare try to use it. Good against remotes was one thing. Good against a pair of airborne speeders with heavy laser cannons was damn well something else. The next round of laser blasts blew holes in a building 5 meters away. Smoke filled the air and debris spilled into the street. The airspeeders pulled up and wheeled around yet again. And then a missile streaked up from nowhere, slammed into the underside of one T-47, and turned it into a fireball. The other speeder tried to evade, opening his wing flaps to slow for a tight turn, but it could not evade a second missile. This speeder took the hit but didn't burst into flames. Instead, it streaked through the sky, trailing smoke and fire. It fell out of view, and a second later a massive explosion rocked the city. Luke felt sick knowing it must have crashed into a building, probably full of innocent people. Berber was overjoyed. He pumped a fist in the air and shouted, "Take that, you Murglax!" "What was that?" Luke asked. "The guns from the spaceport." "Looked like a Plex to me," Farrell said. "Shoulder-mounted missile. Think a couple other teams brought them along." "And we're damned lucky they did," said Berber. "We need to." He was interrupted by the screech of his comm. He held it close and spoke into it. The wind and distant blaster fire kept Luke from hearing. When he pocketed the comm, the big man said, "Carlton's team needs help. They're 5 blocks north of here." "What about the police station?" Luke asked. "Draska has it covered," Farrell said, and slung her rifle over her shoulder. "Come on, let's go." Luke had seen a lot of action since joining the Rebel Alliance, but most of it had been through the cockpit of his X-Wing. Aerial and space duels with TIE fighters were nerve-wracking in the extreme. A split-second's reaction made the difference between life and death, not just for you but uncounted others. It was harrowing, but also thrilling. Dogfighting recalled his days as a boy, where he'd spun his Model T-23 speeder through the air and imagined what it would like to have a sleek, beautiful spaceship entirely in his hands. He'd seen a lot less ground combat, and the battle for Auntie was the fiercest he'd ever known. It was a totally different animal from starfighter battles. The city's complex tangle of slopes and streets became the topography of survival. Even the smallest slab of cover could save your life. Every window hinted at a sniper's lethal edge. Your fellow soldiers were constantly scampering around you, and so was the enemy, and on Peralta that meant locals fighting locals. There were no stormtroopers acting as identifiable foes. It was just men and women in dirty fatigue scampering through alley and streets and white snow flurries. Friend and enemy were still absolute, but much harder to tell on first sight. Most of all, ground combat was dirty. An X-Wing's cockpit was vacuum sealed against everything, but in anti-streets there was nothing to block the constant whine of laser fire in all directions, the burst of explosions, the whine of overhead mortars, the reek of smoke, the blood and ash and screams. Luke missed his X-Wing very, very much. The team he'd come to help was pinned down in the center of a municipal plaza. Blocky government mid-rises claimed all 3 corners of the triangle. The 3 street-level passages into the space were clogged by PPM soldiers and local police officers, who pulled up barricades for cover and to block any escape. Carlton's team of soldiers were stuck hiding under statues and behind pillars, some even sheltered in a massive central fountain, its basin emptied for winter. It was a bad situation and getting worse. As Luke and the other soldiers scoped the scene from across the street, they heard the clank of heavy mechanical legs and the pounding of pavement. "I thought they couldn't use walkers in this city," Luke said. "Not big ones." Berber took out his comlink. "Hey, Farrell, got eyes on him." Their companion had clambered up a utility stairwell to scout from a 4th-story rooftop. This time Luke heard her reply over the comink. 3 at PTs, coming from the south. "Those are relics," Luke said. "Yeah, and they can still tear up any infantry." Berber pocketed his comm and checked his vest. "I've got 3 grenades." "I have 1," Luke supplied. "I was planning to use them to bust open those barricades." "Stang," the big man's brows knit together. Another hail interrupted his thoughts and he brought his comm back out. "What?" It was Farrell again. We've got 2 free runners coming from the north. Ours. Yeah, ours. They can't clear out the plaza, but we've got to knock out those walkers. If you backtack a block, you should be able to take them from behind. Will do. Covering fire would be nice. Draska's the sniper, not me, but I'll do my best. Great. We owe you one. Berber pocketed the comm again and looked at Luke. How's your throwing arm? Tell me you're a good blitzball player. All Luke could say was, I'll do my best. HNGH. We'll see if that's enough. Luke didn't need a reminder of his comrade's low opinion of him, especially before key engagement. Not for the first time, he was tempted to blurt out that he was the one who killed the Death Star, and he deserved some respect. But this wasn't the place, and they'd never believe him anyway. He followed Berber down a back alley until they were at the main road leading to the plaza. The clanking of the approaching PTs was getting louder, but neither of them dared peek into the street. They ducked behind a dumpster as the 3 walkers plodded past them. Compared to at ST or at machines, the old PT model was small, but these ones still shook the ground. Berber had his comm in hand and whispered, "Okay, Farrell, whenever you're ready." Luke didn't hear the reply over the walker's retreating noise. He did, however, hear the blare of laser fire from the rooftop and the pang of its impact on the PT's hull armor. A bigger walker might have ignored small arms fire, but these ones stopped and pivoted as best their river-articulated legs allowed. The one nearest to the building had a hard time training his front-mounted blaster to red high enough, but the other 2 sprayed laser fire that tore chunks from the edge of the roof. Now, Berber called. With an impressive arm, he hurled his grenade at the walkers. Luke threw his as well. The bigger man's grenade landed at the feet of the nearest PT and exploded beneath it, ripping right leg from body and sending both smoking pieces to the ground. Luke's, however, fell short, bounced, then rolled toward the walkers, only to be intercepted by a burst of fire from one PT. Smoke and debris erupted between the men and the walkers. Luke and Berber were knocked off their feet, and the bigger man let out a cry of pain. Luke rolled onto his side, wiped ash from his eyes, and saw Berber's left calf snapped at sickening angle. Things went from bad to worse. The other 2 PTs ignored the man in the street but turned their attention to the rooftop, from which Farrell was still valiantly firing. The PTs gouged more and more chunks of the building. If they hadn't killed Farrell, yet they would soon. As the smoke cleared, Luke saw past the PTs and spied the plaza and its surrounding streets. Enemy infantry still had the rebels trapped. At the end of the long straight street in which he lay, 2 freerunner combat land speeders were approaching. Their topside direct guns would be good at clearing out infantry, but they'd have a much tougher time against those walkers. As Luke watched, one of the PTs turned its attention from Farrell entirely and began marching forward to intercept the rebel speeders. For a moment as he lay in the rubble, Luke felt pathetic and useless. Then his arm brushed the lightsaber inside his jacket and he remembered he was anything but. He rose to a crouch and removed the lightsaber, eyes on the nearest PT. Under his breath he pleaded, "Ben, if this is stupid, let me know right now." But Ben, as usual, stayed silent. So Luke ran. He kept his head bent lower and arced around chunks of debris and broken asphalt, making sure he was out of view from the PT's forward viewport. Laser fire was still splattering down at the roof, distracting the walker. Miraculously, Farrell was still alive. She didn't like him, and frankly, he didn't like her, but at the moment nothing meant more than saving her life. The PT's rear sensors must have alerted the pilot to his presence as he drew close, because the walker began to pivot in his direction. Luke was already sprinting as fast as he could, and before his forward lasers could find him, he reached the walker's side and, finally, ignited his lightsaber. His father's lightsaber. Holding it in 2 hands, he swung the weapon in perfect form. The blue blade passed into the walker's left leg above the second joint, then through it. The walker staggered but didn't collapse right away. Luke shifted his grip and stabbed upward into the walker's main body, twisting the blade to cut a meter-long molten tear. Sparks flew, the walker unbalanced, and the heavy body tilted away from Luke and crashed into the street. One down. Without pausing, Luke sprinted for the second walker, which was now facing down a freerunner and taking a hail of laser fire on his armored hull. The rebel speeder's gunners must have seen the man with the lightsaber running at the walker from behind because they suddenly ceased their fire. The AT-PT, however, kept shooting, puncturing the freerunner's hull, breaking equipment and spilling smoke. Enough. Luke didn't slow even when he reached the AT-PT. Instead, he ducked into a half-crouch and ran straight beneath it. He held his lightsaber above his head in a desperate, awkward one-handed grip, and the blade cut straight through the walker's belly, splitting it from back to front. As soon as he ran out from beneath it, the walker collapsed in a fiery wreck. Luke stood in the center of the street, panting and sweating in the cold air. Rebel soldiers were piling out of the freerunner, some with weapons low but others with rifles aimed. All of their faces contained shock and confusion, and all their eyes were on him. "It's all right," Luke called, holding both hands out, lightsaber still tucked against his palm. I'm on your side." As he watched, the rebels' expressions relaxed from shock to adulation. It seemed he was going to be a hero again. Chapter 6. Reading the reports from Peralta gave Milton Tackle no pleasure. The rebels had thrown everything they had at ante, and taken a good portion of it, though far from all. The initial attack in the city's northern half had been stunningly successful, but the PPM had effectively repulsed the assault on the south half. Tackle had sent his stormtrooper garrison to support Governor Vankin's forces, but they'd had to get there via sluggish land speeder, as the rebels controlled the spaceport and thus the city shield. As long as that energy dome was up, aerial support from TIE bombers or the PPM's fighter wing was impossible. Thus, ante had turned into a stalemate with each side throwing salvos across the river. The rebels had made their stand, and now were stuck with it, and they'd try and bring in the rest of their men to reinforce their position and gain supremacy over the other half of the city. It was so close to what Tackle wanted, but too far. He hadn't expected the rebels to be able to secure the spaceport, especially so easily. Their control over the shields made it much harder to deliver Imperial troops to the city. Not impossible, but slower and more dangerous. According to his report, the scattered remnants of the rebel southern armies were already attacking convoys of Imperial reinforcements as they traveled through the hills to the city. More difficult was getting reinforcements to Peralta at all. A mere standard day before the rebels launched their assault, Finn Shis's Mandalorian protectors initiated a series of completely unexpected raids against Imperial facilities at Cerberus, conquered Dawn, even Mandalore itself. The Star Destroyer Objurgator, patrolling over the Mandalorian homeworld, had taken severe damage from a pair of Crusader corvettes, and only fast intervention from Tackle's own Magic Dragon had prevented the total loss of the ship. Lucky for Tackle, Shissa hadn't attempted a raid on Gargan. The Grand Admiral had brought his destroyer back to guard his homeworld anyway. Mandalore was important, but the planet was more so, and not just for sentimental reasons. Its spice was more vital to Tackle's power than even his rank and white uniform. Tackle's man on Mandalore, Lorca Jeddick, said he was doing his best to hunt down Finn Shisa. Tackle didn't doubt that. Some Hackney clan feud left the two barbarians as mortal enemies. Jeddick hadn't made progress so far, which meant Tackle had to spread his ships across the Mandalorian sector to guard against fresh hit-and-run attacks from the Protectors. And that meant he had precious few resources to spare for Peralta. Vankin was furious, and here Tackle didn't blame him. The governor fumed, "I need reinforcements immediately. You don't understand how tenuous this situation is." Tackle, in his cabin and temporarily done up in his uniform, said, "I assure you, I do." It's almost as if Consantius and Shissa connived to launch their attacks together. "I don't care about those Mandalorian savages. The rebels are the real enemy. They'll see how Consantius has the spaceport and send reinforcements. They might send a whole fleet to steal my world. I need more than one strike cruiser to protect it. I need a Star Destroyer." "My destroyers are currently engaged," Tackle said as coolly as possible. Inside he was also hot with anger. "However, I believe I can reapportion a frigate or two to help protect Peralta. I'll need more than that if the rebels come in force. They might even bring one of those new Mon Calamari ships I've heard about. The combat ability of those refitted pleasure ships is grossly exaggerated, Tackle lied. In any case, I've requested more reinforcements from Imperial Center. I assure you, Peralta will hold and Ante will be retaken. This will pass. Easy for you to say in your Star Destroyer, Van Cone sniffed. Unless my geography fails me, Governor, I believe your capital is literally half a world away from Ante. You are still safe. Constantius doesn't have the resources to attack both cities. Unless he gets help from a forward. He won't. You have my guarantee. I'll be in touch, Governor. Before Vankin could bleat more, Tackle killed the holo. His cabin fell into silent. He sent Vespa and Komar away, knowing this would be an ugly conversation. He allowed hands to ball into fists and a growl to escape his throat. He walked over to his dresser, pulled out the container of Sansana capsules, but stopped before swallowing one down. Spice might calm his nerves, but he'd never get a good high when he was as angry as he was now. And he needed to be angry. Things were fouled up and might still get worse. He'd lied when he said he'd requested reinforcements from Imperial Center. He could, yes, but asking for help against Mandalorian thugs and planet-bound rabble would be an embarrassment. Oh, he didn't care about what those clucking ninnies in the Imperial court said about him, but the Emperor would see him as weak, and that was something Tackle could not afford. Unless things got worse, like, say, a rebel liberation fleet at Peralta, he'd try and make do with what he had. Anger gave a high of his own. It filled him with energy, and he picked up his datapad to review the engagement reports from all the Mandalorian raids, pacing barefoot across his carpeted cabin as he did so. He scoured them for hints as to Shice's next target, but the attacks were infuriatingly random, almost like they were designed to aggravate him. Maybe they were. Maybe Constantius really had made some pact with Shisa. Stranger things had happened. Tackle had seen some of them personally. One of them appeared before his eyes as he checked the latest report from his spy in Ante. His agent was embedded deep within the rebel army, but this was the first report he'd received since the battle began, and his first confirmation that the spy was even alive. It was short, sweet, and barely said anything about the rebel positions in North Ante. A little about losses and equipment, but that was all. The most important section, flagged by his author, reported that the pilot from the crashed X-Wing was fighting alongside them. His name was Luke Skywalker. He was a Jedi, and he was the man who'd killed the Death Star. Tackle reread that simple passage 4 times, just to make sure his mind wasn't playing tricks on him after too long without spice. But no, there was in plain letters. The most wanted man in the Empire was in his own backyard, and only he knew it. The only question was what to do next. Tackle set the pad down, went over to his dresser, took out his spice, and popped a capsule in his mouth. His anger was gone, but new energy pulsed through him. Synapses sparked, ideas flared. In mere minutes, Tackle decided exactly what he needed to do to win it all. It seemed that the truth about Skywalker was out. Juno supposed it was a good thing. Word that a Jedi and the hero of Yavin was with them had visibly lifted the spirits of her troops. Even the wounded who soon filled half a wing of North Ante's main hospital had a light in their eyes. The able-bodied were even better. They moved through the cold streets as the weather was balmy, and in the spaceport-turned-rebel headquarters they had an extra verve. Trake volunteered to give Skywalker a tour of the facility and tried to contain his wide-eyed admiration. It even seemed to have nudged Draska's constant frown toward a smile, though that might have been more thanks to Nevis having gotten through the fight unscathed. Whenever their professional masks slipped and the affection beneath them showed, something twisted in Juno's chest. But it was good for them to have a hero. They'd need some source of inspiration in the days to come. The battle for Ante was only a half success. Everything south of the Benton was in enemy hands. The 2 mighty suspension bridges that crossed the river had become standoff zones, with PPM chariot land speeders and at PT walkers facing off rebel freerunners across a 100-meter span. But at least the north was secure. Her soldiers had acted quickly and efficiently to round up Imperial, PPM, and local law enforcement personnel and equipment. Civilians shuddered in their homes, agitating neither for nor against their new occupiers. Juno supposed they had weather to thank for that. Just one day after they took north, a blizzard swept through the river valley. The raised energy shield kept out TIE fighters and turbolaser blasts, but snowflakes got through just fine, and they piled slowly but inexorably onto the city. From the observation tower at the spaceport, Juno could watch the river and South Bank dissolve into a haze of white, and when the blizzard finally cleared 2 days later, all the rooftops were covered with fresh snow. The white even erased the scars of recent battle, but more were added soon enough. The Imperials on the South Bank started lobbing mortars over the river. The North Bank's boats, docks, and tourist amenities were promptly mangled by explosive shells. Naturally, the rebels returned the favor. 4 days into the battle for Ante, the city's famous riverside lay in ruin. Otherwise, it was a cold, snowberry stalemate, which is why the rebels needed Skywalker's presence to warm their spirits. The man himself seemed abashed by the attention he was always getting. Another plus, as long as Skywalker was busy with admirers, he couldn't come after Juno for the rest of Starkiller's story, though on the rare occasions they met questions bored from his eyes. With Ante locked under its protective dome, the only way to resupply the north or south sides of the city was to send landspeeder convoys through the hills. That Imperial strike cruiser in orbit had dropped all its garrison and equipment, but the remnants of Podessa and Calamar's armies were harassing them en route. The rebels kept their supply lines safe. No further Imperial or rebel starships had arrived at Peralta to support their respective sides, though Nevitz had set the spaceport's powerful comm signal to broadcast a repeated plea for help. Unfortunately, the orbital strike cruiser had raised a jamming field, and there was no way to know if the message got out, and certainly no way to hear a reply. On the 6th day of battle, once snow and stalemate had fully settled, the defenders of North Ante received another ray of hope, one that surprised even Juno. The latest resupply convoy brought with it 5 speeder trucks packed with soldiers, food, weapons, and onto Constantius. The former senator came dressed in military fatigues and a long winter coat like his troops, but there was no mistaking him. It had been months since Juno had met him in person, and she'd forgotten how tall he was and how his deeply voice reverberated. As soon as he arrived, Juno assembled as many of her key staff as she could in the spaceport secondary command room, which now doubled as the rebels' operations center. Though his official role was undefined, Skywalker was among them. When Constantius met them all, he went down the arranged line, shaking each person's hand and thanking them for their service. Juno had also forgotten how strong his grip was. When he shook Skywalker's hand, he didn't want to let go. He looked into the new hero's face with a wide grin but narrowed, thoughtful eyes. I never thought I'd meet the man who killed the Death Star. That was amazing work. An inspiration to us all. When Skywalker flushed, the senator added, "Don't tell me it was a lucky shot. Don't act bashful. Be proud of what you did." "I am proud," Skywalker said, "and I'll do everything I can to help you here. But I can't give you any miracles." "You mean you don't have any more up your sleeve?" He glanced at the lightsaber hanging openly from Skywalker's belt. "I haven't seen one of those since the Clone Wars. Never thought I'd see one again. That's the symbol of hope, young man. I'm glad you're not afraid to show it." Constantius finally let go of Skywalker's hand. The young hero looked relieved. The senator looked back to Juno, who stood on Skywalker's right. "I take it he was the mysterious pilot who crash-landed 2 weeks ago." "I'm sorry I didn't tell you, Senator." "I understand. Operational security." Security was what she really wanted to talk about. As politely as she could, Juno said, "I know you wanted to keep your coming here a secret, but I could have prepared better had I known. The spaceport is ours for now, but this is still a dangerous situation." "I know that." Constantius lowered his voice. "But that's why I'm here. I ordered this battle. It's my responsibility. All these soldiers are risking their lives, and I'm not going to be like Vankin, watching the fight from half a planet away." She respected his bravery, but his arrival was also a complication. "We're all glad you're here, Senator. If you have any ideas for how to act going forward, I'm sure we can work out a plan together. I have ideas, of course. He looked around the control room. First, I'm going to need to get my bearings. I'd like to see the spaceport, get acquainted with our supplies, our troop placement in the city. They're south of the river. We've got most of the data for that right here. Nevis patted the nearest computer console. I'd be happy to give you a briefing. Juno added, we'll have to prepare a berth for you. Most of my people have made barracks at the spaceport, or the local police stations. But for you? I don't need anything fancy, Constantius insisted. There's still the issue of security. Trake, can you arrange a place for the senator to stay inside the spaceport? Something separate from the others. I've already got something in mind, the man volunteered. I don't know if you brought much with you, Senator. Just a bit, in the truck I arrived in. Constantius patted his jacket, which was still dusted with melting snow. To be honest, I'm slightly bushed from the ride in. I could never sleep on land speeders. If I could have a few hours rest. I'll prepare reports for you, sir, Nevis volunteered. And I'll take you to your quarters, said Trake. Can you follow me, Senator? Of course. Constantius looked back at Juno and Skywalker. I'll speak more to you both later. Of course, Senator, Juno said. Skywalker just nodded. As soon as Constantius left, the others in the room began to spill out. Nevis went over to his console and began working hurriedly. Suddenly Juno felt very alone with Skywalker, and that made her feel cornered. But the new hero didn't go on attack right away. He said, the senator has quite a presence. He does indeed. I'm surprised he came straight to the front line. Does he have military experience from the Clone Wars? No. I think he was the mayor of Terradon at the time. Silence lingered between them until he asked, how long do you think the senator will rest? Hours, I imagine. He seemed energetic, but I could tell he was tired. She glanced at him sideways. How could you tell? Skywalker shrugged awkwardly. It was a feeling I had. A feeling. Starkiller had never been abashed about his force powers. He'd had plenty of self-doubt, which only got worse the longer Juno knew him, but he'd always worn his potency for all to see. Skywalker seemed embarrassed just to be carrying his lightsaber. But he could still land his attacks. If there's time now, he said, I would really like to hear what happened to Starkiller. Juno fell back on the obvious excuse. I need to prepare a briefing for the senator. It looks like your people have that well in hand. He needled her so gently. An angry growl rumbled at the back of Juno's throat, her hands clenched at her sides. I know this is hard for you, he soothed. You really don't. She wanted to snap but kept her voice down. There were still a few other people in the chamber. All right, I don't. But I did come here and fight with your people, and I almost got killed a couple times. After all that, the least I deserve is an hour or two of your time. She couldn't decide what frustrated her more, that he was right or that he was so kind about it. Maybe this was it. Time to stop running, sit down, and tell Skywalker what she'd never told another soul. It was the kind of secret you were supposed to unburden to your closest friend, but Juno didn't have any close friends nowadays. No friends at all, really, just comrades. Skywalker seemed to think he could learn something important from what happened to Starkiller. Maybe he would, but it would be a brutal lesson more likely to shake his faith in his newfound powers than enhance them. A twisted part of her actually wanted him to know, just to knock that innocent light from his eyes once and for all. With it gone, she might resent him less. All right, she said. Let's find someplace private. Then we'll talk. Thank you, he said, so kindly. Don't. Not yet, Juno waved a hand. He wouldn't be thankful when she was done, but if he wanted it so damn badly, she would let him have it. Part 4. Fire in Space. 11 months before the Battle of Yavin. Ram Koda enjoyed war. That wasn't something a Jedi was supposed to do, and for a long time he denied it himself. He'd been fighting the Empire for almost 20 years, and he justified the endless battle by saying that the galaxy needed liberation from a great evil, and all his fallen Jedi comrades needed justice. These were all true, but even in the Clone Wars, Coda had embraced combat. Rather than wear flimsy Jedi robes and command from behind lines of clone soldiers, he'd put on battle armor, gathered like-minded Republic partisans, and fought in his own way. All for the cause, he'd told himself so many years ago. All for necessity. But no. Coda enjoyed war, the thrill, the adrenaline, the feeling you got when facing a life-threatening challenge, and the soaring sensation when you triumphed. In defeating his foes, and yes, in dealing violence, he found accomplishment and joy. He'd been born on a war-ravaged world, and by all rights should hate conflict. Instead, perhaps, it had been instilled in him since childhood as the natural order of things. The peace of Coruscant in the Jedi Temple had always felt an aberration to him. War was an outlet for the anger which had always burned strong within him, even in his apprentice days. Master Yoda had told him to purge that anger and attain some serene inner peace. The best Coda had learned to do was tame it with help from Master Windu, who'd held some of Coda's own proclivity toward rage. Rather than be scorched in his flame, Coda followed Windu's lessons and turned it to kindling, always low and always burning, giving him strength, compelling him to keep fighting even when things looked hopeless. He firmly believed that if he had not made anger this tool, he'd have fallen to Vader's blade long ago. Peace, Coda believed, was for dead people. Until the peace of death came for him, he would fight. Thus, when he received the emergency message from the rogue shadow, ensconced in the furnace of Shenandoah Prime, Coda knew exactly what he needed to do. The hard part was convincing the others. He was aboard the Mon Calamari cruiser Solidarity, en route from Kamino to Dantooine, when the message came, just hours after the first. He'd already relayed to Alliance Command the abrupt decision Rogue Shadow had taken and received a barrage of questions in reply. He hadn't been able to give any good answers to Mon Mothma, Garmbel Iblis, or the Organists. None of them knew that Starkiller was alive, and he'd not be the one to tell them. It wasn't his right. But that fact alone explained everything. The Force was working through Starkiller, moving him to great purpose. Coda didn't know what that purpose was, but he was sure the Force had warned him that Dantooine was not safe, so he changed course for the furnace. His intuition had been correct. Were it not for the protecting fires of Shenander, the Empire would already be on him. But the leaders of the Alliance understood nothing of the Force. They still clamored for answers, and for this urgent news Coda had no choice but to contact them directly. These kinds of long-range high-level communications were always risky, but this was not the time to bounce around curt messages. This was the moment for action. He prayed Alliance Command understood that. Yet when he explained the situation to the four flickering, life-sized holo-images in Commodore Vetus's borrowed command salon, Coda met the disappointment he'd been expecting. Mon Mothma's expression was bleak. By taking Vader to Shenandoah Prime, Captain Eclipse put herself in a very hard position. The furnace would be extremely difficult, if not impossible, to evacuate when under fire, even if we send some assistance. If, Garmbel Iblis said, we succeeded in capturing Vader, we cannot let him slip away. Bail Organa replied, Mon Mothma is correct. The Imperials have sent a full Star Destroyer. It will be a struggle to engage one of those head-on, especially after the losses we sustained at Kamino. Rubbish, Coda interjected. We knocked out 3 Star Destroyers at Kamino. 3. We took them by surprise and still suffered heavy losses, Organa said. There's also no guarantee that the Empire isn't sending more destroyers now. After all, they must know Vader is at Shenandoah Prime. They'll spare nothing to get him back. Though Coda had been robbed of sight in an air shadow, he nonetheless honed the ability to sense his surroundings in the Force as clearly as if he could still see. Indeed, losing sight had made him even more perceptive of how a being felt in the Force. Moods and feelings shifted, but a recognizable signature remained in every individual. He could sense nothing from these holograms he was listening to, but in his mind's eye he could summon Mothma's mournful gaze, Bail's lowered head, and Garm's fierce scowl. He could also visualize the open pleading on Princess Leia's face as she said, whatever reasons Juno Eclipse had for taking Vader to Shenander, they were the right ones. She's bought us time to salvage this situation. Besides, she was essential to bringing the alliance about in the first place. We owe her a debt and we can't just turn our backs on her. She was just a girl, a teenager, but she put so much weight into her words that the tired adults had to consider them. Her father said, "We can't forget Captain Eclipse's contributions, but we ultimately have to look to the future. Sending back up to Shenander would cost us heavily, and the chance of evacuating Vader is still incredibly slim." Less slim than they thought. Coda wondered if he should breach Starkiller's return after all. The boy had saved all their lives aboard the Death Star, rescued Leia from Imperials on Kashyyyk, and Bail from a mad Jedi on Felucia. He'd even plucked Bail Iblis from the grasp of Mandalorians at Bespin. But he was also supposed to be dead, and news of Starkiller's sudden return would throw a new layer of confusion and doubt into the situation. Capturing Vader was an astonishing coup, Bail Iblis said. We cannot just let the Imperials have him back. We are not letting him do anything, Mon Mothma replied. Consider this. Did we truly capture Darth Vader at Kamino? With all respect to Master Coda's combat skills, I can't believe Vader could be captured alive. Perhaps he let himself be captured, so he could be tracked and lead the Empire to our base on Dantooine. In that case, Juno saved the entire rebellion, Leia said, pleading. It also guarantees that any ships which go to Shenander will fall into a trap, Bail said. It truly pains me to say this, but I'm afraid we must cut our losses. What then? Bail Iblis snorted. Should we hail Captain Eclipse and kindly tell her to surrender Vader back to the Empire? Of course not, Mon Mothma replied firmly. If or when the Imperials get close to the furnace, the only choice will be to destroy the facility. Agreed, Bail sighed. It must be either collapsed or flushed into space. We may not be able to interrogate Darth Vader, but we still have him. He must die before he gets back in Imperial hands. Even if everyone at the furnace has to die too. Leia sounded like a sad, scared girl at last. In dying, they will still deliver us a great victory, Bail tried to comfort his daughter. They will be remembered as martyrs, Bail Iblis said, with bitterness and respect. The chamber was trapped in grim silence. To break it, Coda growled, Is that it? Then? Have you decided? Should I get back to Captain Eclipse and tell her to prepare herself for martyrdom? All of us have to make sacrifices, Bail Iblis said. I've already lost my family, and so many friends. One day, some of us might be called to lay down our lives for the cause. I'm prepared to do that if I must. So is Captain Eclipse and everyone at the furnace. At that moment, Coda almost told them. Yes, this was war and everyone was expendable. Coda himself, despite all he lived through, saw himself as expendable. But Starkiller was not. He firmly believed that. The Force itself had declared it to Coda, first when they'd battled over Nar Shaddaa, and again when they'd met in that filthy cantina, and again when Starkiller had returned from Death's Gate. That man had a destiny, and the Force would not let him die until he completed it. It was the only way he could have defied the Black and final peace over and over again. But these people would not understand. That was all right, Coda told himself, because he would not give up fighting. General Coda, Mon Mothma said, please tell Juno Eclipse that Vader is not to return to the Empire under any circumstances. I'm sure she knows. Must I tell her that reinforcements are not on their way? A grim pause. Tell her what you think is best, Bail Iblis supplied. Was that wriggled room to take his own initiative? Perhaps it would have been like Bail Iblis to do so. Yet it didn't matter. Ram Coda had decided his course and was determined to follow it, regardless of what the politicians said. Those of his commandos who'd been wounded at Kamino had been shipped off in a medical frigate, while all of his healthy troops were aboard Solidarity, as was their equipment. They were able to fight and they'd be willing. I will do as you ask, Coda told them. Is there anything else? Another pause. Bell said, "Not at this time?" "Thank you, General Coda." "Yes," said Bell Iblis, "for everything you've done." Tacit permission. Perhaps. Coda again did not care, but such hints might mean something to the being who'd been standing in the black corner of the room. The Jedi listened to the brief static bursts of 4 individual holograms flickering off, then turned to face that corner and said, "Didn't I tell you? It went exactly as I said it would." "So it did," said the Solidarity's flag officer, Commodore Yad D. Vetus. The Rhodian's boots clacked softly on the deck as he walked to Coda's side. "Though I don't think you needed Jedi powers to see that coming. I understand their reasoning. It's almost certainly a trap. They were probably hoping we'd lead them to our main base at Dantooine." "Thank Captain Eclipse for that," Vetus sighed. Coda decided not to correct him. "I understand their reasoning, but I don't agree with it, and I won't obey." "I saw that coming too. Do you see my reasoning?" He listened, felt Vetus think. Though he didn't try to twist the Commodore's mind with the Force, Coda pleaded, silently and desperately, for help. Finally the Rhodian said, "I see your reasoning and agree with it. I understand not committing too many forces to Shenander, but we cannot abandon our people there, or our prize." Coda grinned. "Be honest, Commodore. Haven't you wanted to see how your new warship would stand going toe-to-toe with an Imp Star? It appears I'll be finding out. I will quietly canvass the other captains under my command. If we can make a larger battle group, we'd be more than a match for that destroyer. In which case we'll turn martyrdom into real victory." Coda clapped Vetus on the shoulder. "Glad to have you with us, Commodore. You won't regret it." "I better not. I imagine you have a message to relay to Captain Eclipse." "I do indeed. I'll get to preparing my people and leave you to yours." When they left the chamber, Vetus went to the bridge, Coda to the hangar where his commandos were gathered around their armored shuttle. Yes, he had a message, and not the one Elias had told him to send. It was short and sweet, and Coda had already composed it in his head. "Stand firm. Help is on the way." 7 words meant a lot. They hoisted Juno's spirit from a pit of despair and stabilized a mind gone wild with panic. But just because Coda was coming didn't mean they were home free yet. No, that was a long way off. Coda was hours away. The Imperials seemed to be holding at the edge of the system, waiting for either backup or a way to breach the hot zone around Shenander Prime. For those inside the furnace, the options were to either flee or defend, which meant they had to prepare for both at once. As ranking officer, it fell to Juno to command preparations. Right now the shield ship was holding position deep within the hot zone, inside the shadow of the planet. Though they couldn't risk running lest they trigger the waiting Star Destroyer, the furnace had a ship in each of its 3 berths. Its largest, central hangar contained a bulky truck freighter. To the left, Rogue Shadow sat in his nest. The rightmost and smallest hangar held a single Y-wing. They wouldn't be enough to carry all the supply stores in the furnace, but together the 3 ships could carry away the 37 beings currently in the facility, Vader included. But that only mattered if they were to flee. Those 36 rebels were also preparing to defend. Luckily for them, the furnace had more than enough small and medium arms in its storage bays. Most of them were high-quality weapons pilfered from Imperial bases, and as she helped pass out stocks of Blast Tech E11 rifles and Merzon T21 heavy repeaters, Juno felt weird deja vu for her days as Vader's servant. There was no telling what kind of offensive the imps would bring if they tried to enter the furnace, but soldiers began setting up barricades and tripod guns in the broad main hall that ran straight from the hangars to the vast mining shaft. That place was their ultimate failsafe. On Juno's orders, the furnace's crew began laying charges around the rim of the broad durasteel dome that stretched over the roof of the stone-carved shaft. If the charges blew, so would the dome, and the entire facility could be opened up to the airless, irradiated exterior of Shenander Prime. It was their last resort, but they had to be prepared to use it. Juno took bleak comfort in the knowledge that if she was to die here, she'd at least take Darth Vader with her. Once all those preparations were made, however, there was nothing to do except wait until Coda or the Imperials came knocking on their door. During all the frenzy of preparations, Juno had forgotten that there was, technically, a 37th rebel who might aid their cause. When everything else was done, she decided to check on Proxy and to take Starkiller with her. As they crossed the wide bridge over the mining shaft, she had to tug him to follow her down the left branch. His eyes and thoughts were still drawn to the right path, at the end of which Darth Vader was sealed. When they stepped into the shop, Juno was taken aback by the 4 leaders of the Rebel Alliance standing amidst the confused pile of stray machinery. Mon Mothma, Garm Bel Iblis, Bail Organa, Leia Organa, all of them seemed as real as flesh. In the center of the group, the stout Alina droid Tech Krivki looked at the newcomers with a prideful grin. "Am I good or ain't I?" he said. With a flicker, the 4 holo-images disappeared. In their places stood not one proxy model droid but 4. With the shrouds gone, it was easy to tell which was the original. The other 3 all stooped at awkward angles, signifying their patchwork status. One had 2 right hands, another was missing his left arm, the third had a dented cranium, flickering photoreceptors, and a protocol droid's smooth sculpted leg where its right one should have been. "Greetings, masters," said the real Proxy. "As you can see, my evaluation has been completed." Starkiller crossed his arms and looked at Krivki. "You can resurrect 3 whole droids, but you can't fix a stutter." "Everyone's a critic." The mechanic rolled his eyes. "This is incredible," Juno said. "Given what's happening, I'm not sure it's the best use of your time, but it is incredible." "Do I look like a foot soldier?" Krivki shook his head. "I do what I'm good at, Captain." "What were the results of the evaluation?" asked Starkiller. "Did you figure out what Proxy keeps changing form?" The Alina sighed. "Not exactly. There's no physical damage to his core processor, despite all the knockarounds he's had." "This is some relief," Proxy said, "though I do wish I'd gotten some firmer answer to my dilemma." "I looked at the processors for these other units," Krivki added. "These as much less sophisticated devices. I'm guessing, friend, you were designed for extended autonomous usage." "My mission parameters kept me operating for long periods outside Imperial territory in order to execute complex mission parameters, if that's why you mean." "Close enough. Does this mean Proxy will still transform randomly?" asked Juno. "Just because we can't pinpoint the cause doesn't make it random," Krivki insisted. "With further study and better evaluative equipment, I'm sure we'd find it." "If we survive the coming hours," Juno said severely. "Well, yes, there's that." Despite her words, she was glad for the distraction. She was glad for pleasant surprises, since all the other ones she'd had recently were so bad. Well, not all her recent surprises. Her best one stood beside her. Starkiller said, "If the issue with Proxy isn't physical, then it has to be something in his software, right?" Juno suggested that Proxy's changing shapes were actually him trying to tell himself something subconsciously. Krivki made a hesitant, hissing noise. "You might be onto something, but I don't like to slap organic terminology on droids. Their minds work in fundamentally different ways." "I am aware of that," said Proxy, "but I have been considering that point nonetheless. My master suggested I consider what things the beings I find myself imitating have in common. The idea that first occurred to me is that they all serve higher ideals." "Our leaders I can understand," said Krivki, "but you also do a pretty good Vader impressions. How does that fit in?" "Not all ideals are worth serving," Juno said knowingly. "I consider that, and it is true to an extent," said Proxy. "However, I believe there may be a deeper connection between all these individuals." "Which is what?" asked Starkiller. The droid's photoreceptors pulse slightly. "I believe that all the beings I find myself imitating have performed major deviations in their core programming, as I have. That is to say, they chose to become something new." A chill ran through Juno. A long time ago she'd been a loyal servant of the Empire. After the horrors of Calus, where Darth Vader had forced her to destroy a verdant world, her resolve had shaken, but she clung to Imperial loyalties because they'd been bred into her from birth. Like Proxy, she'd been originally programmed for one thing, then chosen a different path. It was true for Mon Mothma, Garmbel Iblis, and the Organists, Imperial senators turned rebel leaders. And it was truer for Starkiller than anyone. But what about his Vader? Krivki put word to her doubt. Does that mean he used to be something else? Starkiller looked down, brows furrowed in thought. Carefully, he said, some people think Vader used to be a Jedi. That would explain the lightsaber, the mechanic said dryly. It also gets us back to the same point. I'm well aware, said Proxy. Serving a higher cause is no virtue if the cause is a wrong one. Likewise, change is no virtue if it's a change for the worse. Nonetheless, I do think these are common denominators. Well, it's a theory to consider, but it's just a theory. Krivki tapped the datapad in his hand. I'd rather stick with things I can test and prove. And I've still got things to try. Like what? Juno asked. While she was enjoying this distraction from impending doom, there really must be better ways for Krivki to pass the time. The Alina waved a small blue hand at the piecemeal proxy droids. Well, right now these units are plugged into my datapad. I copied the Holo Shroud data from the original, uploaded it into their core processors, and was trying it out when you came in. In demonstration, Krivki tapped his pad and the one-armed droid flashed into the image of Juno herself. It discomfited her when Proxy did this, and seeing her frown, Krivki tapped the shroud off. He said, right now these units don't have any autonomy of their own. Their processors are simply receivers. They only perform actions as input from an outside source, like the old Trade Fett and Techno-Union models from the Clone Wars. If I were to give them autonomy, I'd have to write a program from scratch, and even I'm not that good. Still, I might be able to synchronize them with the original. It took Juno a second to process what he was saying. Do you mean you can make these things into proxies? Proxies. Syncing processors shouldn't be that hard, actually. These droids were all built with long-range, high-quality transceivers to pull avatars off the holo net. Rigging them to share a short-range signal is easy, and Proxy's processor should be able to orchestrate multiple units. Juno looked frankly at Proxy. Does this seem like a good idea to you? I admit to finding it intriguing, said the droid. Despite my DD downtime, I am aware of our dire straits, and have been considering ways my unique properties might help. For example, I was considering this. There was another flicker, and Proxy's metal frame was shrouded with the image of Vader. It was not the Vader of his original programming, but the Vader harnessed and caged in their vault. In that deep, unnerving voice, Proxy said, I am uniquely suited to deception, don't you agree? Juno understood where he was going. We can't just offer you up and tell the Imperials you're Vader. That holo shroud looks good, but anyone who got close enough to touch you would just end up touching light. People actually touch Vader, muttered Krivki. The point still stands, Juno shook her head. Besides, you can be damn sure the Imperials aren't planning to negotiate. They may if they see us threatening Vader's life, said Starkiller. Proxy can't help us sell that, especially if he has this. Without igniting it, he removed Vader's lightsaber from his belt and held it out. Proxy's Vader shroud flickered, the cage disappeared, and the Sith Lord seemed to stand amidst them unbowed. With an evil grace, the image reached out and took Vader's saber in hand. With the touch of a button, the red blade extended. Krivki visibly flinched. Starkiller smiled tightly. Doesn't that look authentic? Proxy knows how to use it too. But Juno thought back on Callus and shook her head. Even if they think we've given them Vader, which I doubt, they won't let us go. If we give him up, they'll slaughter us. It's the Imperial way. Starkiller's expression wilted as the words hit home. On his missions for Vader, supposedly as a secret apprentice, he'd been ordered to kill anyone who got in the way, be they rebel, civilian, even other Imperials who might take word of him back to the Emperor. But all that had been an elaborate sham. All those needless deaths for some petty ploy Vader and Palpatine had cooked up together for the sake of fooling Starkiller. There would be no negotiation. Nonetheless, Proxy's offer and new abilities were fascinating, and she'd have to consider how they might be used if or when things got desperate. I'll think about it, she said finally. You can't take off that shroud now, Proxy. Vader mercifully disappeared, leaving the familiar droid chassis behind. The lightsaber was still in his hand. Shut off. Thank you, and Master Eclipse. I must say, I don't like being him. Neither does he, Starkiller muttered, drawing a narrow-eyed look from Krivki. Juno told the mechanic, You're doing good work. Keep at it. Glad to be of service, he nodded. Let me know when things hit the fan. Juno wished she could be so sanguine in the face of crisis. As she and Starkiller stepped into the corridor beyond, Proxy called, Master, do you now want the lightsaber returned? Keep it, Starkiller said. See if your new bodies can spin that thing as well as you can. He seemed relieved to be rid of the thing, and Juno took that was an encouraging sign. After that, they left the droid shop behind. While they walked toward the mining shaft in the Y bridge, Juno said, That was interesting. I'm not sure what to make of it, but it was interesting. But Starkiller said, I think Proxy was right about Vader. She stopped, touched his shoulder, turned him to face her. What part exactly? That he changed. His eyes stared through her. Vader was still dominating his thoughts. She hated it, but there was nothing she could do but go along. You think he used to be a Jedi, then? Maybe. I think he used to be more than what he is now. He's the Emperor's right hand. How could he have been more? Not more. Better. He used to be better and knows it. I think it's why he hates his life and wants to change it. He wants to overthrow the Emperor. She couldn't believe he was backsliding like this. She grabbed both his shoulders and squeezed hard. No, he doesn't. That was just the lie he told you in the beginning. You were never his secret apprentice. It was all a ploy to gather the rebel leaders together and destroy them. How could he be confused about something so fundamental? Was Vader's presence clouding his mind? It also seemed the more merciful option, because in that moment, for the first time, Juno began to doubt whether the man before her really was the one she traveled across the galaxy with, the one she loved. In that moment, she wondered if he wasn't some clone puppet after all, returned to her by Vader as a poisonous gift. His brows were still furrowed. She still stared through her. He does want to destroy the Emperor. I feel that. He despises his master, even more than I hate him. Juno felt slightly assured. Maybe he does hate Palpatine, but that doesn't make him anyone's friend. I know. He looked into her eyes, finally. But there's still a man beneath that armor. And if he changed once, he might change again. She tried to tell herself that he was just feeling misplaced empathy. Vader isn't you. You chose to leave the Empire, leave the dark side, because you found a better path. Vader must have had plenty of opportunities to turn away by now, but he hasn't. And that means he never will. She moved her hands to his and was relieved when he closed fingers around hers. You're right. I know you're right. But, is it bad that I want you to be wrong? Yes, she thought, but her lips said no. It shows you're a better man than him. But you can't forget what he's done to you. I won't, he said coolly and removed his hands. They stood facing each other, close but not touching, until a half-dozen rebels, now kitted up with weapons and armor, clattered into the hallway. Starkiller turned and walked toward the bridge, and Juno followed him without words. Chapter 7. Magic Dragon was still sitting 4 billion kilometers away from its target when a single starship flashed into real space off its starboard flank. Though the destroyer lifted its turbolaser batteries to target the incoming vessel, the guns stayed silent and the bridge remained on yellow alert. This was a visitor they'd been expecting. The ship was about as ugly as its owner. It looked like a big box of mismatched pieces of metal welded together, with drive engines slapped on the aft. Only a faint strip of light on the opposite side marked the cockpit. There were no weapons visible, though a few boxy protrusions marked sensor suites and perhaps a shield generator. The craft had been pieced together for a singular purpose, transit through heat and radiation that normal starships would not survive. Admiral, we received a hail from the AA freighter. Good. Milton Tackle stepped across the bridge toward the comm console. Open the channel. Tackle hadn't expected Mammoth Toph to come in person, Their relationship wasn't the kind where the Yavin pirate would willingly strand himself on the Grand Admiral's Star Destroyer. Perhaps as evidence of how little Toph trusted him, the holo image that sprung up was that of a Marin Data F-Series droid. Two bright lights from an oblong head glared bright, and an undersized pseudo-mouth flapped as the machine said, "This shuttle is hereby loaned to Milton Tackle in exchange for goods to be rendered at a future date. I am F7D4. The comm officer shot Tackle an incredulous look, like talking to a droid, was beneath the Grand Admiral station. He was right, so Tackle didn't bother with sugarcoating or banter. We're prepared a berth in the forward auxiliary hangar. Maneuver in front of its shields, shut down your engines, and we will pull you aboard." He glanced across the bridge. "That thing will fit, won't it?" "Just barely, sir." "We will comply," said EV-7D4. "Be advised that I am programmed not to surrender the helm of this ship even under duress. If an attempt is made to remove me from my position, a self-destruct will activate." This was more or less expected. Tackle asked, "Will you at least fly where we want you to?" After a brief cogitation, the droid said, "I will obey all Imperial input for 10 standard hours, starting at my arrival 2.4 standard minutes ago." Tackle hoped that would do. Without bothering to reply to the droid, he killed the connection and walked toward the crew pit. "Bring that ship in. Are we ready to transfer the package?" "We have guards standing by," his security chief confirmed. "Good. Helm, prepare a micro jump that will take us as close possible to Shinender Prime, while still staying within safe space. As soon as we reach our target, we'll launch the freighter. Sensors, any activity at the planet?" "Nothing we can see, sir." "Very good." It was all going well so far, but Tackle was acutely aware that once the freighter launched, everything would be out of his hands. It was the Emperor's own order that he deliver the package to the rebel base. Supposedly everything would work itself out from there. Maybe it would, but Tackle would have to wait blind and impotent to see if the Emperor's special gift performed as was promised. If it didn't, he strongly suspected he would be the one to take the fall. Thus, the next few minutes were uneventful but anxious. Tackle tried not to pace, just as he tried to quell his aching for spice. He'd reward himself once he got through this, in more ways than one. After an interminable seeming wait, the security officer reported, "The package is loaded into the freighter. That droid pilot seems to be cooperating." "Then we're ready to deploy." "On your mark, Admiral." Tackle took a deep breath. "All right. Helm, are we ready for that micro jump?" "Yes, sir." "Good. Make the jump in." "Wait." The sensor chief squawked. "Something just dropped out hyperspace near Shinender Prime." "Identify," Tackle snapped. "It looks large, sir. Computers say, Mon Calamari design. Some escorts too, 1 bulk cruiser, Neutron Star class, plus 2 DP-20 Corellian gunships." Which meant the rebels had gotten the jump on them. Tackle bit back a swear. Those Mon Cal ships were a new addition to the rebel fleet and an unknown quantity. Many scoffed that refitted pleasure cruisers from a pacifist species would be good for much in war, but Tackle had seen firsthand what they'd wrought at Camino. He didn't need spice to make the necessary calculations. He could call for reinforcements, but he couldn't wait for them. The rebels would be able to evacuate Vader from the base if he didn't move now. He'd have to throw himself into the fight, hold back the rebels, and deploy the package to Shinender Prime. Well, if this didn't prove he was worthy of his rank, nothing would. The bridge crew were looking at him. Tackle asked, "Where's the nearest naval base?" "Pentaver." "That's right, sir," said his tactical officer. "Comms, request reinforcements immediately. I don't care what they have, just send it. Helm, prepare to jump. Get ready to raise shields. Guns, sync with targeting computers and prepare to fire. We're going in hot. Red alert." A sense ricocheted around the bridge. Section chiefs reported readiness. The message to Pentaver went out. Tackle stood in the center of the bridge and braced himself. "Jump," he said. When the massive Star Destroyer appeared just 10 kilometers off Solidarity's starboard bow, his crew was ready. During the inbound hyperspace jump, Commodore Vietas had drilled the plan into his crew. Shields were already raised and guns trained on the position calculated as the destroyer's most likely point of arrival. They were off by only a few degrees. Some guns didn't even have to adjust their barrels. The moment alarms wailed to mark the enemy's appearance, and the turbo lasers went off. Bright, burning plasma poured out of cannon mouths all across Solidarity's starboard side. The destroyer dropped out of hyperspace with its shields up, preventing immediate damage, but it instantly found itself under heavy attack. The massive Imperial warship was soon swallowed by an expansive blaze of emerald shield scatter. An impressive show, Rom Coda thought as he stood at the corner of the bridge, but the fight was just getting started. The destroyer counterattacked, of course. Most of its opening volley of concussion missiles were caught in Solidarity's wash of plasma and destroyed, but a few slipped through to make shuddering impacts on the Moncal cruiser shields. At the same time, the destroyer began a just yaw, turning its topside to face Solidarity's flank so it might bring all its dorsal cannons to bear, while moving its underside hangar bays out of firing range. "Don't let them launch," Vetus called to his crew. "Tell manumission to move around and harass their ventral side." The tactical officer sounded strained. "Manumission will have to eat a lot of turbolaser fire. They'll have to take as much as they can. Any chance we can get birds out our portside hangars. Gray and Bronze squadrons are ready to fly." "Good. Drop port shields and let them go." As the bulk cruiser tried to take position on the other side of the destroyer, Solidarity shook as more missiles impacted on its shields. Coda stepped carefully toward Vietas. "Don't forget what we came here for. Can we contact the furnace?" "Come, make sure they know we're here," the Rhodian called. "Tell them to hold position. They need to get Vader on a shuttle and launch him now." "Too risky," Vita said. "If that Star Destroyer fires on it as it comes out of the hot zone, we lose him. If they fire on his ship, Vader dies, and that is still a victory for us." "But not the one we came here for, is it?" "No," Coda admitted. The blaze of battle, angry, desperate, alive, surrounded him in the Force, giving him energy and passion. "My commando team is ready to launch also whenever you give the word." "I'm hoping it won't come to that. If it does, things have gone bad at the furnace." A bit tremor shook the deck, but both officers stayed upright. Vita said, "Come, anything from Shenander Prime?" Short reply, "Sir. They say they still have Vader in a deep vault and are asking what to do with him." There was no longer a point in keeping Vader's captivity secret. Vitas had revealed it to all his crew, so they knew what reason they'd be fighting and likely dying for. Coda told the Commodore, "Move the gunships to the edge of the burn zone. They can hold off any ties the Imperial launch, and we'll shield them with our hulls if we have to. Get Vader out of there, get him aboard, and then we all go home. The longer this fight drags out, the worse it will be." He felt Vitas hesitate, then decide. "Come, tell the furnace to get Vader to a shuttle. We'll cover best we can." As the comm officer relayed the order, Vietas hunched toward Coda once more. "Get your commandos ready. If something does go wrong when they move Vader, I want you ready to help." "That's what I'm here for," Coda said. Without another word, he spun and hurried off the bridge. It didn't take a genius to see what the rebels would try to do to reach Shenander Prime first. However, it might take one to stop them. Unlike the more pretentious Grand Admirals, Tackle didn't go around claiming to be a genius. He did, however, take pride in being a man who got results by any means necessary. He was also not a man who got caught off guard and flummoxed by anything, so in preparation for the attack on the rebel base he'd made sure to have a trick up his sleeve. Literally. Shield scatter from green turbolaser fire coruscated across the Magic Dragon shields, almost totally obscuring the massive alien battle cruiser from view as it continued to pummel them. It was such an impressive display that those of the bridge crew who were not desperately glued to gunnery computers and sensor arrays were forced to squint at the beautiful and deadly show. Therefore, there were no eyes on the Grand Admiral as he slipped a finger from his right hand into the left cuff of his jacket, removed a tiny bit of glitterstum, and popped it into his mouth. It was far more potent stuff than his usual Sansana. He swayed on his feet as the high took hold. The storm of luminous energy battering the magic dragon's shields became an infinitely fascinating flurry of greens and whites, and Tackle was tempted to stare at it forever. But he shifted his glitter-stem-enhanced focus where it needed to be. He looked at the main tactical holo that just sprung to life and took it all in. The Mon Cal cruiser was now looming above them. The Bull cruiser was maneuvering to get below them, and the two small, swift Corellian gunships were racing toward the hot zone near Shenander. They couldn't go into that heat, but they could provide covering fire to protect the shield ship the rebels would use to evacuate Vader. Right now, that shield ship was hanging close to Shenander Prime's night side, and no other ship had emerged from the planet, which meant Tackle still had time to do what needed to be done. Launch the freighter. Do it now, he commanded, and launch as many fighter squads as you can. I want the tightest escort formation they can fly. The Bull cruiser wasn't within range of their bottom side, not yet. Before they were forced to raise ventral shields, TIE fighters began spilling out of his main hangar while Mammoth Toph's ungainly freighter dropped from the smaller forward bay. At the same time, the rebels had launched their own ships, which were diving from the Mon Cal cruiser toward the Magic Dragon's top side, intent on adding their missiles and laser blasts to the storm currently raining on the destroyer's dorsal shields. And those pesky gunships were pulling away from the battle, staying clear of it, firmly intent on blocking the path to Shenander Prime. Though small, the Corellian DP-20s were designed specifically as anti-starfighter platforms, and Takel had no doubt they'd tear up his TIE wing. But if that was what it took, he'd pay the price, and prey reinforcements from Pentaver got here fast. Tackle snapped his commands. In this sudden and ferocious battle, nobody thought to question them. With Glitterstem still tingling through his body, speeding his thoughts and slowing time, Tackle watched dozens of TIE fighters seem to crawl as luminous markers on the tactical screen. In dual waves, they swung toward the gunships and attacked, diving at full speed into a maw of precise anti-starfighter flak. TIE after TIE burst into flames, but they kept charging. The first wave, meant as a living shield, turned into a wall of fire and debris, but the second wave, stocked with TIE bombers, launched as many concussion missiles as possible through the flame. Many missiles were caught in debris and exploded. Others pushed through the firewall and were destroyed by flak from the gunships. But there were so many missiles that enough slipped through to tear apart the gunship shields. The nearer of the two suffered major hull damage and began to drift without power. The other gunship moved close to protect its comrade, but its shields were almost spent. The victory came at a cost. In the space of a minute, nearly half of Magic Dragon's TIE fighter wing had been destroyed. Tackle snapped another order, recalling the surviving ships back to the Star Destroyer to chase off the X-Wings and Y-Wings that were harassing its turbolaser emplacements with point-point attacks. Meanwhile, the Mon Cal cruiser pressed on them from above, and the Bulk cruiser nibbled at them from below. While hardly as mighty as the alien ship, the cruiser was sustaining a heavy barrage over the Magic Dragon's main hangar, forcing the shields to stay up, not that there were fighters left to launch. Everything Tackle could bring into play was already on the board. His one Star Destroyer, all his fighters, and the freighter loaned to him by Mammoth Toph. As he took in the new shape of the battle, ferocious and dire, Tackle nonetheless smiled. Another advantage of dealing with the galaxy's so-called dregs, they liked to avoid attention, and built their ships to do just that. In the case of Mammoth Toph's ship, that meant sensor dampening enhancements to the hull. While the rebel cruisers battered his Star Destroyer, and his TIEs tackled the gunships, Tackle's secret weapon slipped past them, all unnoticed and unmolested. Marked by a special gold beacon on Magic Dragon's tactical display, it was already inside the burn zone and falling toward Shenander Prime as fast as it could. They were still a long way from victory. The freighter was protected against heat and radiation, but not heavy weapons fire, and there was no telling what kind of defenses the rebel base would have. Tackle doubted they'd be much. Its location was already nigh impervious, but as he watched the sensors, the shield ship tucked close to the planet's surface surged ahead, as if to intercept the freighter. Even modest weapons on that thing could ruin the whole gambit. And then another miracle. The shield ship simply stopped in low orbit, giving the freighter plenty of space to maneuver around. What happened to that shield ship? Tackle snapped. Why did it stop? A frowning tactical ensign said, "Radiation's mucking up our scanners. It's hard to say, but I think they have engine damage." "I thought that freighter was unarmed," said another officer. Tackle thought so too. It didn't make sense, but he wasn't going to complain. "What about that rebel base? Are we picking up defensive fire?" "Nothing yet, sir. If they have surface guns, they must be short range. If I had to guess, they don't have them at all." Tackle crossed his arms and squeezed trembling hands into fists. "Keep me informed." "Comms," he hollered. "What's the ETA for reinforcements?" 53 minutes, sir," came a tremulous reply. In other words, an eternity under fire. Tackle wondered what it would be like to be a posthumous hero. He didn't have to think long. He loved life and wanted to get through this fight by any means necessary. The package is sent. With that shield ship down, the rebels can't send reinforcements to their base. He raised his voice. "Helm, get ready to break position. If they want to keep pounding us, we're going to make them chase us." Not a very Imperial way to fight, Tackle knew, but he didn't care. He'd survive this fight and he'd win it, by any means necessary. Chapter 8. For a brief and beautiful moment, it had looked like they'd be able to evacuate the furnace, Vader included, before the Imperials reached the base. Then the battle shifted. Juno didn't need the Force to know that hopes were in a free fall. She could see despair swell in the eyes of every soldier on Shenander Prime, and she tried to put on a brave mask as she rallied them to defend. Plans to swiftly move Vader to Rogue Shadow had been scuttled. He remained locked in his vault while the area around the 3 hangar bays were piled with troops and weapons. The main corridor leading from hangars to mining shaft was blocked with as many barricades as the rebel soldiers could throw up, from armored crates to chunks of disused mining equipment. Juno stayed with the troops at the hangars. There were 3 separate bays, each sealed from the planet's airless exterior by massive metal doors, each holding a different ship. There was no telling where the Imperials would try to insert themselves, but they had to come through one of those 3 doors. She received updates from Commander Yast, who was in the sensor station off the main corridor. He gave her a blow-by-blow of everything, including reports from the shield ship's skeleton crew who were frantically trying to repair their inexplicably damaged thrusters. Yast also reported when the Imperial freighter came into view and when it came near to landing. "It's not like any imp ship I've ever seen," he reported over her comlink. "Looks cobbled together. Some kind of special shielding to get through the heat." "Well, they couldn't send just any ship through the blaze," Juno reasoned. "Can you get a size reading?" "Trying now." Under his breath, Yast added, "I wish to hell we had exterior weapons. Or shields." Juno tried for optimism. "We've got plenty weapons inside." Yast wasn't buying it. "You're supposed to keep the enemy outside the gate. You'd think a star would be good enough. Okay, I'm getting dimensions. It's about twice again the size of your ship. So they'll go for the center hangar. It's the only one that'll fit. They'll have to either cut or blow through the door to get in. Is that possible?" "Anything's possible with the right weapon." Fair enough. She'd seen Starkiller prove that many times. "If the doors blow, do you have energy screens to keep in atmosphere?" "Yes. Won't be so good against the heat, though. Air is all we'll need. Stand by." Juno killed the link and began barking orders to the soldiers in the hangar foyer. As they stormed into the central bay, some took positions behind cover in the corners, while others rushed into the parked truck freighter in hopes of turning its dorsal laser to red against the Imperials when they blew or cut through the massive portal in the ceiling. Juno chose to stay outside so as to get a better view of the fight, even though she knew that once that portal blew she'd be dodging hell. Not for the first time, she was going to have to depend on Starkiller to watch her back. As she crouched behind a crate near the entrance, she switched her comm to his frequency and called, "This is Juno. Get up to the central hangar. We're going to need you." But there was no reply. She left him in the main corridor, working with the troops to set up barricades. Where was he? This is Juno, she repeated. They'll start breaking through any minute. We all need you. Get up here? There was no response, and with the sinking, awful feeling, Juno knew where he must be. She was about to rise and go running back to the vault on the far end of the base, but an awful screeching sounded above. She looked up at the still-sealed doors and watched them tremble, assailed from the outside. At that moment, mounting dread turned her speechless. Someone else shouted, "Heads up. They're coming through." Rifle barrels were already swung toward the ceiling. The pounding got louder and louder. Nobody looked away, not even Juno. There was nothing she could do except make her stand and pray the man she loved was worth her trust. The rebels needed every available soldier to defend the base. They were packed in the main hallway, around the hangars. They had more weapons than bodies to use them. Everyone was prepared for frenzied, close-quarters combat except the droid mechanic Key, who was tucked away in his lab and working on proxy with a single-minded devotion those deaf to the Force would have misread obliviousness. Everyone was ready to fight, but somebody needed to guard Vader. The 4 men posted outside his vault were of better use by the hangar. Starkiller had convinced them of such and told them he'd stand guard outside the door. Though reluctant, they scampered off to help their comrades. It was the best use of manpower. Starkiller was, after all, most fit to guard the Sith Lord. The other soldiers should have guns pointed at the enemy. They had limited resources. They couldn't afford to waste 4 men where one might do the job. It was reasonable. But ultimately Starkiller knew he'd come here because he needed to. Not wanted, needed. As soon as the guards were away, he unlocked the door to the vault and stepped inside. Vader was as he'd left him, a black statue, bound and caged, pressed against the far wall, body turned to the door, eyeless ebon mask staring. And breathing, always breathing. That inhuman mechanical rasp. There was no other sound. Starkiller felt acutely conscious of his 2 lightsabers, both tucked into their sealed pouch at his hip. He'd left Vader's with proxy, perhaps because he'd known, deep down, that he'd have to come to this room, have to look Vader in the eyeless eyes, and had not wanted to dangle the Sith Lord's weapon within his black reach. Then a voice crackled over his comm. "This is Juno. Get up to the central hangar. We're going to need you." Her words jarred him back to his senses. Juno needed his help. He belonged out there, protecting her, not ensconced in this vault with his nemesis. Starkiller forced himself to turn away from Vader and made 2 steps toward the door. Then the voice behind him, "Do you want to know what you are?" He knew he should keep walking, but his limbs froze. He stood meters from the door, not even daring to look back, listening to the rise and fall of Vader's breath, wondering if he'd imagined those words. But the Sith Lord said, "If you leave now, you will never understand the truth." Starkiller felt rage rise within him. He clenched both hands. On his comm, Juno pleaded, "They'll start breaking through any minute. We all need you. Get up here?" But he couldn't leave. Slowly, painfully wondering if this was fated all along, Starkiller turned back to his maker, half expecting to see Vader sprung free of his cage. But the Sith Lord remained as he had been, a black statue bound against the back wall, staring at him with eyeless eyes. "Why?" Starkiller growled. "Why should I believe you? Everything you've done to me, all you've said, all your lies." He couldn't help himself. He staggered closer. "Why would you tell the truth now?" "To hurt you," Vader said. "What?" "Truth cuts deeper than any blade." Starkiller almost reached for his lightsabers right there. He growled, "What truth?" He stared. Vader breathed. Starkiller felt a mounting dread, perhaps in the Force, perhaps inside him. The Dark Lord said, "You are nothing more than a defective toy." He'd been insulted and abused by his master since he was a child. Starkiller snorted, "Is that all you've got? You are not Galen Merrick, son of Kinto Merrick. You are a copy. You told me that back on Kamino. Don't you have any new lines?" The man who died on the Death Star was also a clone. Starkiller's chest filled with cold. He'd wondered. He suspected. But Vader always lied. He shook his head furiously. "You killed him on Executor. then, and everything I remember since has been a clone. Clones. After a long, drawn moment, yes. It explained so much, like how he'd woken up with no wounds or scars. But he said, I don't believe you. When you woke me, when I came back on Imperial, you didn't say anything about being a clone. And you can't clone Jedi. It's impossible. Nothing is impossible for the Emperor. He snarled and tried to find a rebuke. At the time, he believed that he was being trained by Vader in secret to be his partner in overthrowing the Emperor. It had all seemed so real. Vader had even plunged Imperial into a sun to erase his secret laboratory, killing hundreds of crewmen. But lives meant nothing to Vader and the Emperor. It had all been part of a deception master and apprentice had concocted together. He'd only even been a pawn. The Sith Lord continued, the Emperor craves immortality. He seeks to pass his own soul from body to clone body so he might rule the Empire forever. Galen Merrick was his experiment, his test subject. I thought my job was to gather up the Emperor's enemies for him. The Emperor, Vader said, is most efficient. Starkiller was terrified. He defended himself with a bitter laugh. Then it failed, didn't it? Ever since I woke up on Kamino, I've been confused. Implanted memories from another man. I don't know what's real. His lip curled to a scowl. Assuming this here isn't another lie. You are not Galen Merrick, nor are you the Emperor's test subject. What do you mean? You are mine. His hands twitched, palms ached for his lightsabers. If you mean something, then say it. The Emperor knew nothing about my cloning chamber on Kamino, and thanks to you, he never will. Starkiller stared, enraptured, as pieces fell into place. His maker said, you are, at last, what Galen Merrick believed he was from the start. My secret apprentice. The thick doors above the hangar were meant to withstand Shenander Prime's natural travails. They slowed the Imperial attack, but could not stop them. As she watched and waited behind a tripod-mounted UEB cannon, tilted back to aim at the ceiling, Juno tried to figure out how the imps were breaking through. She couldn't discern if they were using a cutting torch or just pounding the door apart with laser blasts. They were coming through either way, and she tried to guess how much debris would fall when the doors came down and who might be damaged. In the end, she was surprised. The doors exploded inexplicable outward. Even though the energy shield at the hangar mouth kept its atmosphere inside, the shattered molten chunks of armor were swept outward into space. As soon as they were gone, the ugly, boxy freighter began to lower itself through the now open portal. Juno's response was simple. To all soldiers, she commanded attack. Her web was one of 4, each mounted at a different corner of the rectangular hangar. Their heavy bolts were matched by small arms fire, as well as blasts from the dorsal turret of the bulky ovoid truck freighter taking up the center of the landing zone. The Imperial intruder, though the ship was clearly not Imperial make, hovered in the entry portal, absorbing frenzied laser blasts into its belly shields, as though it was deciding where to land. With the Grok freighter in the way, there was simply no room, and Juno wondered if it might even try another hangar to deploy in. Tough luck there, they were too small, and each had a ship besides. In the end, the imps decided to make it brutal. Their freighter didn't have any ventral gun turrets to clear the hangar, and their shields wouldn't last forever, so they ultimately elected to simply lower their landing gear and drop. The ship crunched down hard on the truck, crushing his laser turret instantly. 4 legs clawed into the truck's topside, and the freighters collapsed downward under the weight of the Imperial ship. Dimly, Juno felt glad she hadn't gotten in the truck's turret. Instead, she was outside the crushed ship, alive and shouting orders to keep firing. The Imperials had to shut down their shields to land, which meant their ugly, insulated hull quickly became pocked by small and medium arms fire. It occurred to Juno that this freighter was the only way off Shenander Prime without a shield ship, and she tried to shout to her people over the comms, telling them to hold fire until the imps deployed their commando teams, but the noise was lost in the clamor of dozens of blasters. Then the landing ramp swung down, clattering on the truck's crumpled roof, and things really got ugly. A wave of stormtroopers came out first. They'd come prepared for hard entry, and those in the lead hoisted portable energy shields to deflect the hail of laser fire that greeted them. Even a direct hit from Juno's UEB merely staggered the stormtrooper who took it. She directed rebels in the opposite corners of the room to try and take the Stormies from behind, and a few white armored bodies took shots to the back and fell clattering off the roof of the freighter. But the Imperials just kept coming. Dozens of stormtroopers, at least a platoon's worth, spilled from the freighter. Most of them leaped brazenly off the back of the truck, and they were most vulnerable at landing. Juno herself blasted through two with one shot from her E-Web. But they were still coming, and she was shocked when a set of troopers on jetpacks rose from some unseen dorsal hatch in the freighter and began peppered fire on the rebels below. In an instant, they gunned down the crew behind the two UEBs and felled a sniper at Juno's right. She snarled, remembering how much trouble these jetpack Stormies had given Starkiller, and did her best to shoot them down. The jetpack soldiers were bad but ultimately a distraction. While the rebels flooded laser fire toward the ceiling, more stormtroopers poured from the freighter and jumped down to the deck. Though at least a dozen white shells now littered the floor, the imps kept coming. They weren't going to hold them to the hangar. Dodging behind a crate, ducking fire from above, Juno got on her comm and called Commander Yast. "We have to fall back," she hollered. "Are you ready in the hallway?" "They won't get past us," the Nautolan replied, though his voice was far from assured. On Juno's command, the remaining rebel soldiers made a rush for the hull. She stayed at her UEB, peppering fire at the stormtroopers, trying to delay their advance as long as possible. When nearly everyone else had fallen back to the main corridor, she sprinted for the exit, body low, wildly casting rifle fire behind her. She dared look back right before she reached the door, but an angular black capsule, standing like a vertical coffin, was being lowered on repulsors to the deck. She saw it only briefly and had no time to ponder it. Juno threw herself through the door, which slammed shut behind her. Whatever that thing was, she'd find out soon enough. When Starkiller found words, they were bitter on his tongue. "If I'm your secret project, then it failed. You have performed exactly as I hoped." Darth Vader was still encaged, but he seemed to grow taller and more powerful as he spoke. "You are a slave to your emotions, and the woman you think you love. The woman you were designed to love, for as long as she lives, I will control you." "Shut up. You betray yourself, just as you have betrayed her. It is you who have revealed the location of this rebel base, just as I designed you to." Since the Star Destroyer found them, Starkiller had fought off the horrifying suspicion that he was the one who led it here. "You're lying. The time for lies has passed. You were allowed to escape Kamino and rejoin your supposed friends. With your woman as bait, I lured you back to the cloning facility so you might erase it from existence and the Emperor's vision. You have done exactly as I desired. I never meant to. What you mean is irrelevant. All that matters is what you are." Vader seemed to loom even higher. "My apprentice. My puppet. My tool." "Stop it." Starkiller's scream scraped his throat. "I allowed you to capture me. I had hoped to find the rebels' main base. Perhaps you denied me that. But I will destroy it soon enough, and all the pathetic leaders gathered by Galen Mark Sothra defective clone." He groped for argument, for sanity. "Am I your apprentice? Or am I a broken toy? Stop lying and make up your mind." "You are my secret apprentice," Darth Vader said with hideous calm, "but you are not my only one." The furnace's main trunk corridor was the closest approximation of hell Juno had ever seen. Just hours ago, that long, straight tunnel had seemed comfortably broad. Now it was packed with barricades and bodies, and the air was alight plasma bolts. Every time she peeked her head above the crate she used for shelter, she risked having it blown off. The air smelled of ozone and scorched flesh as soldier after soldier fell. The rebels were pinned to their positions behind their barriers. Attempting to fall back was guaranteed death. So they held until they were overrun, and then they died anyway. This wasn't a battle, Juno thought. This was a slaughterhouse. Curled forehead to knees behind her barrier halfway down the hall, she held her comlink close and said, "Commander, Citra." She just barely heard Yast over the blaster fire. "They're past the third set," he reported. From the hangar to the mining shaft, there were 8 sets of doors branching off from the corridor. That meant the Imperials were almost halfway down. "Are any more coming through?" "No," Yast said. "I think they emptied the whole hangar." Then it was time to spring their trap. A meager trap, but better than nothing. She thought to ask, "What about that coffin? Did you see it?" "A what?" "Never mind. Stand by. I'm calling Proxy." She switched frequencies on her comlink and asked, "Proxy, do you hear me?" "I do hear you, Master." "Are you in position?" "Two of me are standing by." She didn't know if she would ever get used to this. "Do it." Nothing changed at first. The hallway was still full of laser fire crossing back and forth down the hall. Then she noticed a change in sound. More blasts coming from ahead rather than behind. Carefully, she risked a peek above the edge of her crate. The far end of the hallway, the one packed with stormtroopers, was now alight with laser bolts. From her distance through the battle smoke, it was hard to see, but Juno knew their little trap was in action, and it was working. Krivki, resident droid programmer extraordinaire, had managed to patch Rely Nose into the 3 cobbled-together proxy droids so that they were in sync with the original, complete model. In effect, Proxy now controlled a trio of puppets who could summon holo-shrouds and disguise themselves just as he could. 2 of Proxy's bodies, including the main one, were safe in Krivki's workshop at the far end of the base. It had been Juno's idea for the other 2 to don stormtrooper guises and insert themselves at the rear of the Imperial invaders, gambling that in this frenzy the imps wouldn't pay close enough attention to recognize 2 of their own as holos. The gamble worked. Proxy's proxies were gunning down stormtrooper after stormtrooper from behind. Chaos slowed their reaction time, and when the troopers finally whirled around to try to figure out who was shooting them, Commander Yast and his men rose from their hiding places and began firing as well. Suddenly the invaders were caught in a pincer movement, with no place to run and few places to hide. Stormtrooper after stormtrooper fell. Juno stood up and rushed ahead, exhilarated, daring to hope they might actually survive this. Then, at the very end of the hall, near the hangar entrance, 2 red lightsabers sprung to life. As soon as they appeared, they were in motion. She saw them cut through one stormtrooper body, which flickered into nothing and collapsed as 2 halves of a cobbled-together proxy droid. The sabers kept moving and cut through another stormtrooper, this one flesh and armor. Next to fall was a rebel trooper, then another. Just barely, Juno could make out a figure in black robes carving through the hall like a relentless reaper. "Fall back!" she screamed, loud as she could. "Everyone, fall back!" Starkiller felt the heat and agony of battle approaching. Was Juno still alive? He didn't know. He'd allowed Vader to trap him here, to cage him with lies and false promises. Like a fool, he'd fallen for temptation, and now Juno, the woman he loved, was in danger. He tried to tear himself away and leave the Sith Lord in his cage, but he knew he could not. There was only one way he could allow himself to leave this vault. Staring at the Sith Lord's black form, Starkiller reached into the pouch at his belt and drew a lightsaber in either hand. "You have had the chance to kill me before," Vader said, faintly mocking. "Again and again, you let Jedi mercy, Jedi begging, stay your hand. There is no Jedi on your shoulder now, urging for kindness. Will you strike me with all your hatred, apprentice? Can you give me a reason not to?" "Attack me," Vader urged. "Prove to me you are not a broken toy after all." Maybe Vader had manipulated him since his rebirth on Kamino. Maybe he had broken free. Maybe he was being manipulated now. Maybe he was on the threshold of final liberation. Starkiller couldn't know. He couldn't even think. Darkness and panic were filling the furnace like a drowning tide, and he was not immune. Anger took hold of him easily. He ignited both sabers and lunged. He didn't know how it happened. Maybe his lightsaber strikes cut through Vader's Durasteel bonds a little too slow. Maybe the Sith Lord broke them apart with the Force. How didn't it matter? In a split second, Starkiller found himself staggered against Vader, a black-gloved hand around either wrist. He tried to call on the Force and summon the last necessary strength to bring both sabers down, but Vader held his arms in place, poised but unable to deliver the killing blow. The black helm leaned so close to Starkiller's face that his breath fogged his black sheen. The Sith Lord said, "You have always been my inferior. Never forget that." But he hadn't been. Their combat at Kamino might have been an elaborate ploy, but he, or Galen Merrick, or another clone, had battled Vader on the Death Star. That had been a vicious battle, one that had shattered Vader's armor and left him on the brink of death. That warrior had beaten Vader. Whether he was the same man as Starkiller was now didn't matter. He had to believe they shared the same strength. He called on that power and pushed down. He felt Vader's hands give way under pressure. The blue blaze of his lightsabers dipped closer and closer to Vader's armored shoulders. The Sith Lord tried to resist, but Starkiller twisted his hands, bringing the blaze closer to his helmet, so close. Then there was an explosion. A burst of crackling dark side energy threw Starkiller across the room. His back slammed into the rough stone wall of the vault before he fell to the floor. He was back on his feet in an instant, and with the Force he summoned one fallen lightsaber to his hand. The other rose into the air and flew into Vader's right glove. The Sith Lord looked slightly unreal with a blue blade reflecting off his armor instead of red, but he was no less deadly. "Still a broken toy," Vader said as he stepped away from the wreckage of his invincible, flimsy cage. "It is so tempting to end your miserable existence here, but I would rather see you battle my true apprentice." "You don't have apprentices. You have pawns," Starkiller snarled and braced for battle. "I have found one who will stand by my side when I overthrow the Emperor. He is coming for us now." That explained the dark tide Starkiller had felt. He cursed himself in allowing himself to be snared by Vader's promises he'd abandoned the rebels, abandoned Juno, to the approaching monster. "Yes, it should be a most interesting contest," Vader said thoughtfully. "For me to watch, and for you to fight." "What does that mean? Tell me." "It is simple. I lied when I said the cloning process had not been perfected. In this cramped corridor, laden with bodies and barricades, there was little room to flee. Some brave rebels tried to buy time for their comrades by standing in the way of the approaching storm, that swirl of black robes and scarlet blades. Juno watched in horror as Commander Yast, standing his ground and protecting his men, was cleaved in half by a diagonal swipe. Stubbornly, stupidly, she fired down the hall. She didn't think she could stop it, but she prayed she could at least slow it down, buy some time for herself and others to escape. But a fleeing soldier grabbed her shoulder and demanded, "Captain, you have Toron." She knew that, but she waited longer than she should have, captivated by the slaughter that was mercilessly and steadily approaching. She'd watched Starkiller savagely cut down enemies. She'd watched Darth Vader dispose of foe after foe. Somehow this seemed a more terrible storm than either. Closer, closer. She spotted the underside of a human jaw, pale and clean-shaven. Every time it cut down another body, a bit of his face flicked into view. Closer, closer. Right before she ran for her life, Juno saw it clearly. The face beneath the hood was lit by red and tight with malice, but she recognized it as Starkiller's own. Chapter 9. The battle had already spiraled well past where Rom Koda wanted it to be. The Imperials had delivered their transport to Shenander Prime. Somehow, they'd also disabled the shield ship, preventing Koda from delivering reinforcements. He had no choice now but to ride the spiral and try to wrestle it back under control, though his strain to figure out how. The fight was all around him. He could feel it in the Force, a maelstrom full of eddies and currents, each one powerful as a lethal torrent. Through the Force he knew it better than eyes could ever show. He felt Y-wings explode beneath hails of Emerald TIE Fighter laster blasts, their pilots and gunners extinguished in last moments of flame. TIE Fighters got clipped by bolts from X-wings, and he felt, to the dying panic of Imperial pilots whose ships spun out of control around them before smashing into debris, or flak, or stubborn shields. And he felt the thousands of crew on Solidarity, and his Imperial opposite, all working frantically as their mammoth capital ships strained to receive as much fire as they were gushing out. If he concentrated hard enough, Coda could pick out the familiar mind of Commodore Vietas on Solidarity's bridge, trying his best to hold the battle and his crew together. Sometimes he could also feel the mind of the Imperial commander, a man not known to him but nonetheless unmistakable, because he fought with the ferocity of a cornered animal. Most vividly, Coda experienced the destruction of the bold cruiser manumission. He felt the moment when his starboard shields collapsed as it tried to move away from the Star Destroyer's flank. He felt a volley of missiles tear apart his hull, washing away some lives in millisecond bursts of flame while others were pulled screaming through hull breaches into an airless vacuum. Those in other parts of the ships panicked. Some deluded themselves into thinking they might be saved while others fell down the slope of despair as they realized this was the end. And those who reached the bottom were left asking themselves one question, unspoken, unheard by anyone except Ram Coda: was it worth it? Then the cruiser's drive core was ripped open by Imperial turbolasers. The resulting explosion washed heat and radiation across the length of the cruiser. When the awful fire died, the delusion and despair and life were all gone, leaving a void as cold as space. In that moment, Coda's heart quailed, and he struggled to remember why he'd ever loved war. Control, he decided. He needed to take control of the situation. With effort, Coda removed himself from the hideous force echoes of Manumission's demise. He concentrated on his immediate surroundings. His Bentha-class assault shuttle, a durable new Mon-Cal design, sat within Solidarity's hangar, where it was shielded from the worst fighting. Inside his armored shell were over 40 of Coda's commandos, each one of them a hand-picked veteran who'd accompanied him on many raids. All of them knew things were going wrong, and all of them itched to take the fight to the enemy. Coda was in full agreement. The tragic loss of Manumission had at least simplified the battle. It was giant versus giant now, Mon-Cal cruiser against Star Destroyer. While the latter had a mild edge in arms and armor, it had sacrificed half its fighter screen at the start of the battle and suffered heavy damage from attacks of either flank. Barring the arrival of Imperial reinforcements, this battle was anyone's for the taking. Coda decided he'd had enough sitting around. He shoved his way to the front of the shuttle's cockpit and said, "Patch me a line to the bridge. I need to speak to the Commodore." "Yes, sir." Malekith, the co-pilot, sounded eager to get things moving. Coda waited until Rodian's voice scratched online. "This is Vietas. Coda here. We're sick of waiting. Time to lend a hand. I take it you have an idea? We can't reach the furnace, but we can get aboard that Impster." He felt his crew tense, heard Vietas tense too. "That will be a hard fight. And we'll take it straight to the enemy. Most important, if we damage them from the inside, you can break them down from the outside. If we destroy that Imp Star, I don't want to take you with it, General. Don't worry. We'll evac if we have to. I'll need you to clear away a patch of shields so we can set down and burn through the hull. The closer to the bridge, the better. Stand by. I'll rustle a fighter squad for escort." Standing by, Coda confirmed, and Vietas killed the comm. He felt that tension rise within his crew, along with excitement and even confidence. Anything was better than sitting in this box and waiting for doom to fall. Once they got into the fight, they'd take it in their own hands. Excitement grew until Vietas sent them their orders. Their target, the exposed section of the destroyer's starboard flank, after the damaged flank turbolaser batteries. Their escort, the 7 remaining X-Wings of Blue Squadron. After the X-Wings formed up outside the hangar, Coda declared, "Let's get moving, gentlemen." When the assault shuttle surged out of Solidarity's hangar bay, he reminded himself that no matter happened, the true crux of this battle was out of his hands. Right now, inside the warrens of Shenander Prime, Starkiller was fighting for his life and liberty. Likely the Imperial assault force was huge and he was battling impossible odds, but that was what Starkiller did. If anyone would be able to pull victory from defeat's jaws, it was him. Coda had faith. Sometimes Starkiller even eyed him. The naive apprentice he first battled over in Ar Shaddaa had blossomed into a wellspring of wild force power unlike any Jedi he'd ever known. He'd even returned from the Black of Death. There was a destiny at work in the man. Coda, though stranger to pride, had gradually come to accept that whatever his own fate was, it would be in service to the boy's greater glory. So, no pressure, he laughed to himself as the shuttle soared into space. "General," asked his pilot. "Nothing. How's our escort holding up?" "Fine so far," responded Malachus. "Close formation. The Ties haven't noticed us yet, but they will. Then we better be fast. Our shields still down on their flank?" "Yes, though it'll take fancy flying to get past those turbolaser batteries." "Think you can manage, Ekins?" The pilot gripped his control yoke tight. "I've been waiting all day for this, General." Yes, they were ready. They were eager. Coda felt his men, felt the alert minds of the X-Wing pilots hovering close. And he felt the Star Destroyer looming dead ahead. For all the evil it did, it wasn't dark in the Force, but it did exude a warning menace. That menace got sharper as soon as his gunners spotted the incoming shuttle and opened fire. Anxiety rose around him, and so did the heat of Fett, burning plasma bolts. Malachus warned the X-Wings to break formation and thanked them for their help. Ekins nudged their bulky assault shuttle into precise slips and dodges, always just enough to evade the powerful turbolasers. Those batteries were thankfully designed for capital ship combat, and the shuttle was able to escape their bolts and finally slip beneath their firing arc. "Coming in for landing," Ekins reported. "Tell me those shields are still down," Coda said. He didn't get a reply. Ekins was too deep in concentration. He got an answer, though, with a lurch that nearly threw him off his feet, and the audible scrape of the shuttle's magnetic landing claws clamping onto the destroyer's exterior hull. "We're latched," Malachus reported. "Firing up the cutting torch now. Keep our dorsal shields up. I don't want any TIE pilot punching through the hull." "Got it," Ekins confirmed. "We're good to deploy?" "Excellent." Coda turned from the front of the cockpit to the packed rear hold, and he raised his voice to a roar. "Get ready. We've knocked on their door, gents. Now we're going to kick it the hells down." Even before the Rebel commando shuttle latched onto his Star Destroyer, Milton Tackle decided that things really could have been going better. He'd lost shields over 21% of Magic Dragon's hull, lost 60% of his TIE fighters, lost 30% of his operable gun batteries. He delivered the packages, yes, and taken out 2 Rebel gunships and 1 bulk cruiser, but that Mon Cal behemoth was still pounding him hard. Those refitted pleasure cruisers, he decided, were not to be taken lightly. As for the situation on Shenander Prime, the Grand Admiral hadn't the damnedest clue. When the Rebel shuttle landed, Tackle's response was swift. "Get stormtrooper squads there immediately. Shut down all security doors. Prepare to vent sections to space if you have to." As his crew relayed the order, his chief security officer reminded, "Sir, we sent most of our stormtroopers to the planet." "How many are still on board?" Lieutenant Gorek said, "2 platoons, sir." "Do we have data on how many that shuttle can carry?" "Nothing in the computers." "I checked." "Get the rest of your security teams down there. Make sure they block off all access routes to key areas." "Understood, sir, though since they've landed next to the gun batteries." "I know. Reinforce those too." Gorek frowned, and Tackle snapped, "I don't care how short-handed you are. Stop those rebels. Get down there yourself and do it." The lieutenant hurried to comply. As Gorek scampered off the bridge, Tackle felt tiny remorse for losing his temper. He was still toeing the edge of a spice high, which left his nerves jumpy. The state of this battle didn't help. As the bridge shuddered with renewed volleys, he staggered to the comm console. "Do we have an ETA on our reinforcements?" 26 minutes. Not good enough, especially not with enemy commandos in his ship. Tackle paced the bridge anxiously, wondering whether the rebels would go for the gun batteries or the bridge first. He wondered which parts of Magic Dragon would start collapsing from the inside even before reinforcements came to finish off that Mon Cal cruiser. Then the comm officer said, "Hail from Chief Gorek. He's engaged the enemy." That was fast. Fast was not good. Tackle took out his personal comlink and said, "Patch him in." Within a moment, the lieutenant's fuzzy voice came in. "Admiral, we've engaged the enemy." "I heard. Have you sealed them off?" "Sir, the doors, I don't think they can hold them." "What's wrong?" "Malfunction." "No. Sir, one of them has a lightsaber." I think he's a Jedi." "Yes, things really could have been going better. Hold best you can and kill that Karkin freak." Tackle snapped, then closed the link. His mind swirled frantically. He needed anything to tip the fight in his direction. This time he didn't require spice to spark a solution. There was really only one option left. "Calm," he snapped. "Prepare a long-range transmission. We're calling for help." "But the reinforcements?" "Not those. There's a Jedi on my ship. We're infested. You know what that means, don't you?" The ensign blinked stupidly. "It means you call an exterminator." Starkiller and Vader had fought before, but never like this. At Kamino it had felt like a contest of wills, on the Death Star's savage fight to survive. And in the far-off years when Galen Merrick and Darth Vader had sparred, their matches had been forceful but controlled. Vader might wound him with skimming touches of the lightsaber, but the intent had never been to kill. Their battle in the furnace was a strange mix of all three. Two powerful Force users strained to dominate each other, each fueled himself with a wellspring of rage and fear. Yet Vader was not trying to kill. As he forced Starkiller out of the vault in which he'd been imprisoned, into the rocky tunnels of the base, he never strained himself enough to attempt a lethal blow. He defended, he attacked, but he never took a risk to end it. In his own words, he was saving Starkiller for another. Starkiller could feel his enemy approaching. It was a black and rising tide coming at his back, and he could feel Juno and the scraps of surviving rebels carried with it. Without the distraction behind him, he might have thrown himself fully into the battle in front, might have even bested Vader. Instead, he was pushed further and further down the hall, toward the shaft, toward his waiting and mysterious enemy. Finally, Starkiller and Vader broke out onto one of the three catwalks that converged above the broad board plunged through the planet's crust. As Vader forced him toward the intersection of the Y bridge, Starkiller heard a great clamor behind him and knew his enemy was almost here. He gave Vader a push in the force that slammed the Sith Lords back against the catwalk railing. With a mighty leap, he rose into the air and delivered twin force-powered kicks into the black helmet. Vader just barely managed to avoid tipping back over the rail. Starkiller used the distraction to leap toward the center of the bridge and face those coming down the trunk corridor. Only a dozen or so frantic rebels remained. Starkiller only noticed Juno. She spotted him, he ran toward her. Their bodies collided at the center of the Y bridge, and Starkiller stifled every urge to embrace her. Juno slammed into his chest, bounced back. Her eyes were wide with panic. "It's coming," she rasped. "It's you?" For a split second, Starkiller was confused. Then he saw the black-robed figure emerge from the main hallway. He saw the red lightsabers in his hands, saw it tilt his head back, saw it shuck off the robes and expose the black armored body beneath, the bared and so familiar face. He understood that vision he'd received on Salvation, where he'd given in to his anger and attempted to kill Darth Vader, only to be slain himself. He thought he'd outwitted his fate, first by destroying his other clones, and then by showing Vader mercy. There was no escape. Behind him, Vader said, "It took years of trial and failure, death after death. But I finally created the perfect apprentice. Supremely powerful in the Force, but not hindered by the chains of conscience or love." Starkiller couldn't tear his eyes away from his other self. The clone stood with a lightsaber in either hand, face hard, eyes harder, waiting for their destined duel to begin. "Juno, get back," Starkiller said. He shoved her down the catwalk that led toward the droid factory. She staggered away but did not run to shelter, if shelter it was. She looked at him, eyes imploring him to run, but she didn't speak the words. She knew they'd do no good. Starkiller stood at the center of three forking paths, suspended over a planet's abyss. On the branch ahead of him, the one leading to the hangars and escape, was his dark simulacrum. Behind him to the right, Vader. To the left, Juno. The past he hated. The future he wanted. And dead ahead, the present he'd have to surmount to get there. He felt a strange confidence settle over him. In his battles against Vader and the Emperor, he'd truly been struggling against a darker version of himself, the one they'd made, all the while trying to create a better self that Juno and his father would be proud of. Above the abyss of Shinender Prime, the metaphor had turned real, but it was the same battle he'd always fought. He'd come this far. He had to go a little further. Pushing past and future out of his mind, Starkiller threw himself at his present. He threw a wall of force ahead of him to knock the clone off balance, but the clone barely budged. He lifted dual lightsabers to block Starkiller's attack. Starkiller feinted, jumped back, beckoned the clone to counterattack. So he did, with a flurry of violence and speed that would have stunned even Vader. Grunted, Starkiller found himself forced back to the spot where the three catwalks converged. He didn't dare look over his shoulder for Juno, but he shouted to her, "Get back. Get inside. Now." The clone kept attacking. Rather than lead him closer to Juno, Starkiller willingly backed down the other catwalk, toward Vader, praying the Sith Lord would rather watch his students kill each other than end the battle himself. Behind him, Vader jibed, "Love and mercy have hobbled you. They leave you helpless before your better self." "Shut up," Starkiller shouted, though again he only watched the clone, the endless rain of dual blades. If he had both his sabers back, he might stand a chance. Fighting two swords with one would doom him. He allowed himself to be backed further toward Vader, hoping desperately he might wrestle his other saber from the Sith Lord. The clone saw his intention and unleashed a pulse of powerful force energy. It crackled against Starkiller's chest and threw him hard into the catwalk railing. Metal snapped against the base of his spine. A kick from the clone knocked his feet out from under him, and he fell hard onto the metal deck. Suddenly, he was staring up at the straight, blazing lines of dual lightsabers aimed for the killing strike. Beyond them was his own face, clenched mercilessly tight. Darth Vader appeared beside the clone. He didn't even have a lightsaber in hand, so confident he was. The Sith Lord told his true apprentice, "Finish him. Do it now and complete your destiny. Then, together, we will dethrone the Emperor himself." Starkiller braced himself for death, yet the clone didn't strike. One blade twitched. Starkiller felt a premonition of intent, brief but strong, unmistakable and shocking. Vader felt it too. The Sith Lord gasped and reached for his lightsaber, just as the clone swung one blade toward his maker. Vader didn't get it up in time. The red blade skirled across his armor, narrowly missing his already damaged breathing apparatus. Vader staggered back and finally ignited the blue lightsaber just in time to deflect the clone's second attack. At the same time, Starkiller rolled away and sprung to his feet. He snapped his lightsaber on and swung. The clone caught Vader's blow with his left blade, Starkiller's with his right. Two sets of lightsabers snarled against each other, red and blue, blue and red. "Why are you doing this?" Vader groaned in exertion. "You are my creation." In the Force he emanated shock, confusion, and the unique sting of betrayal. This wasn't another stage manipulation. This was real. Starkiller didn't understand why, and it didn't matter. This clone, who wielded dark side power with savage strength, was trying to kill him and Vader both. Starkiller would have run, leaving Vader to fight and die against a monster of his own creation, but for Juno, Proxy, and the other rebels trapped far from the hangar. The only way for them to escape was to defeat the Dark Apprentice. For the sake of his friends, for Juno, he would have to stand with his maker against their shared enemy. Starkiller understood that. As he stared into that ebon mask across sparking red and blue, he felt Darth Vader understand it too. Part 5. Night on the Benton. 7 months after the Battle of Yavin. There had been many times when Luke had doubted his decision to come to Peralta, starting with that brutal crash landing, but he didn't ever regret it until Juno Eclipse broke down telling her story. She didn't collapse into tears. Eclipse was too stoic for that. Instead, she simply stopped, head bowed, blonde fringe falling in front of her eyes. Hands rested on her thighs and clenched into trembling fists. She bit into her lower lip so deeply she drew blood. He'd known this was difficult for her, but the realization that her story was downright painful assailed him with guilt. Still, even seeing her in such straits, he was desperate to hear the rest. The series of twists and revelations staggered him, and he was still full of questions. He only knew what Eclipse told him. He didn't know what had happened when Starkiller confronted Darth Vader in his vault, and she would not dare guess. Likewise, he didn't know what had happened in space while the battle in the furnace raged, only that all the rebels who'd raced to the rescue lost their lives. But the appearance of the dark side clone seemed to answer the question about Juno Starkiller. A clone after all, the reconstruction of a dead man cooked up in Darth Vader's lab at Kamino. Perhaps the realization that she'd loved only a simulacrum was what brought her to her personal brink. Yet Luke had a feeling there was even more she dreaded to tell. He desperately craved the rest, but in the end his guilt overtook him and he said, "We can't stop. I'm sorry." Eclipse took a long time before she raised her eyes to his. "Thank you," he croaked. The pain in those eyes, still beyond his knowing, forced him to look away. "I'm sure the Senator will need your help. You should get to him." Yes. Yes, of course. It sounded like she'd forgotten about Consandius entirely. He'd arrived in Anti-Mere hours ago, but it seemed like longer. They rose awkwardly from the seats they claimed in the empty storage room. Luke let Juno go for the door first. As she passed him, he said, "I think your droid was right. Starkiller too." She turned halfway to look at him. "What do you mean?" "When they talked about Darth Vader. They thought that he'd once been something else, then changed." She swallowed hard. "Yes. Vader used to be a Jedi." "How do you know that?" "It's what I was told by my teacher, Ben Kenobi." Obi-Wan's name meant nothing to her. He felt faintly let down. "I see," she said dully. She went for the door again. Luke added, "My father was a Jedi too. Darth Vader killed him." That time she stopped without looking back. Very quietly she replied, "There are worse ways to die." Then she stepped out of the room, leaving Luke to wonder what she'd meant. He could only take it as a hint toward Starkiller's fate. Did she mean that he'd been killed by the other clone? Or had something even worse happened to him? Either way, he was not getting the rest from Eclipse, at least not now. "Any hints, Ben?" he asked the empty room. As always, Ben was silent. Maybe he always had been. Maybe Luke had imagined that voice aboard the Liberty that had urged him to fly out to Peralta. Hells, maybe he'd imagined Ben's voice at Yavin too. Maybe that Death Star killing shot had been all luck. It wasn't a doubt he could voice to his admirers. The city was full of them now. When he was aboard the Liberty and doing missions with the rebel fleet, he got attention, but nothing like this. He understood he'd become a beacon of hope for people who desperately needed it. These Peraltans were convinced they'd been abandoned by the Alliance, and then the rebels' greatest hero literally dropped from the sky. In their place, he'd have been enthralled too. Being a hero, he decided, was nicer if you didn't have to be one all the time. He had too many uncertainties gnawing at him, and despite the adulation, there was so little he could actually do for these people. As a result, Luke tried to make himself scarce when he wasn't doing his shift on the spaceport's perimeter lookout, listening to shells bursting by the river, and watching the black smoke that always rose from somewhere in the snow-white city. In the spaceport, he found ways to busy himself. When the rebels had seized it, its berth contained one heavy Demorian cargo hauler, partially loaded, 3 medium transports, plus 7 light civilian freighters. A small hangar reserved by the Empire contained a Delta-class troop transport and a TIE bomber. Finally, tucked away in the corner of another bay, noted but otherwise ignored by Eclipse's survey teams, were 3 old starfighters. 2 of them were Income Z-95 headhunters, the perennial standbys of local police and defense forces. One of these headhunters bore PPM markings, while the other seemed to have been privately owned. Both had been heavily modified over the years and then apparently abandoned, because when Luke and R2-D2 tugged back the tarpaulin laid over them, he received a face full of dust. The 3rd starfighter, though, was the real classic. Growing up on Tatooine, he devoured schematics and data sheets of Clone Wars spacecraft, and he immediately knew this elegant, wedge-shaped, scarlet-hulled fighter as a TFUIII Delta 7, better known as an ether sprite. Once upon a time, he'd read, these had been ships favored by the Jedi, and when he first lowered himself into the cockpit, not dusty, but certainty smelling stale, he wondered if Anakin Skywalker had piloted a ship like this. After all, Ben had said his father was the best star pilot in the galaxy. Then he wondered if Darth Vader, in his former life as a Jedi, had ever flown an ether sprite, and it dampened his enthusiasm. Nonetheless, these discoveries were a welcome distraction. When he had the time, Luke retreated to the small hangar that housed the fighters and worked them over. For the most part, R2-D2 was the only assistant he needed. Both the Delta 7 and the Z-95s had ports for astromeches, and R2 was able to run very useful diagnostics on all three ships. All of them needed work before they could get flying again, but Luke noted the privately owned Z-95 had been modified with a variety of both Income and TFUIII parts which he could cannibalize to repair both the PPM fighter and the ether sprite. He was drawn most to the latter, and found himself lavishing it with attention. The idea of sailing free of Peralta on a resurrected Jedi starfighter had irresistible appeal, never mind that it had no hyperdrive. This was the kind of work Luke had been doing since he was a child, and there was comfort in getting back to basics. The other rebel soldiers sensed that this was Luke's way of seeking privacy. When they did come to visit him in the hangar, they did so tentatively in ones or twos. The second evening Luke spent working on the ether sprite, Berber and Farrell came to visit him. The broad-bodied man looked strange leaning on the thin woman for support, but his broken leg was still settling. "I'll be back fighting in no time," Berber assured, though he sat on the ether sprite's hull as soon as he got the chance. "It takes more than an PT to knock me down for good." "Right," Farrell agreed. "If I go down, I'd at least want to be killed by an Street. Or best of all, an AT." Luke tried to join their banter. "At least an AT would make it quick." "True, but I don't want the last thing I see to be a big metal foot clanking down at me," said Berber. "And that won't leave you much of a choice," Farrell pointed out. "It's a good thing they can't bring an ass in here," Luke offered. "Me, I think it's a shame," Berber said. "I'd love to see our resident Jedi take down one of those." Luke flushed. "I think that's a little beyond me. Just 'cause you haven't tried it yet. You know what I'd do if I had an AT clanking over me, and I had your kind of skills." "This is getting very hypothetical," Farrell muttered. Berber pressed on. "I'd get up high. Say, a grappler or some Jedi high jumps. I'd use my lightsaber to cut a nice big hole in his belly, and then I'd toss a grenade or two inside." "Yaddle love grenades," added Farrell. "Those ATs are hollow inside. Sometimes they keep troops, sometimes vehicles, lots of time extra munitions." Berber clapped his hands. "If you can get through all that heavy armor they wear, they're ripe for killing." "But that's hypothetical," Farrell drawled, "and it won't happen here. But taking out those at PTs really was impressive. I've never seen anything like it." "Thank you," and Luke smiled a little. "I'd also never done it before." She looked at him seriously. "I'm sorry I have you a hard time earlier. I shouldn't have. I thought Alliance Command had left us to die. I thought nobody cared what happened to us. But I guess you cared. So thank you." Farrell swallowed. "That's what I came here to say?" "That's what you came here for." Berber grinned to break the sober mood. "I came to see what you were doing. Found yourself some museum pieces, have you?" Luke patted the D7. "Jedi used to fly these during the Clone Wars. I'm trying to get this one in working shape." "Well, you've already got the lightsaber. Might as well fetch the other tools of the trade. Think you can really get this flying again?" R2-D2 chirped encouragingly. "R2 is a dauntless optimist," Luke said honestly, "but we've been making surprisingly good progress." "Then I can't wait to see the result," Berber said. "Neither can I," Farrell added with a smile. It was the first one he'd ever received from her. The next night, Luke was lying on his back beneath the ether sprite when R2-D2 alerted him with a whistle. That time it was Nevitz and Draska come to call. Both of them were fully ambulatory, but they leaned close to each other nonetheless. The skinny, slightly bookish-seeming comms tech and the woman with ink vine tattoos on half her face looked an odd couple, but it was clear they basked in each other's company. Despite pangs of envy, Luke enjoyed their radiated warmth, especially since they did not mention his lightsaber, Yavin, or Jedi powers during their 15-minute visit. Slowly, tentatively, he was starting to feel like he belonged among these strangers. Juno Eclipse did not come to see his work at all. This was no surprise. While Luke still craved to hear the end of Starkiller's story, grim as it seemed to be, he consoled himself with the thought that when the time came to leave this planet, he'd have an escape ship ready, and it would be entirely of his own making. He might not be a real Jedi, and he wasn't certain he was a real hero either, but he could accomplish that much. The sight of the Mandalorian Crusader corvette dying over Breshik was so beautiful. Milton Tackle wanted to pop a capsule of glitterstim right there so he might best savor the Orient and Crimson conflagration furling into space as the dying ship's atmosphere vented through the cracks in its shattered hull. It would keep burning for minutes, maybe an hour, and a spice high would be the best way to admire its fleeting glory. But alas, Tackle was on the bridge of the Magic Dragon, and indulging his habit in full view of his crew would be a sight unbecoming. There were some lines even he would not cross, so he contented himself with standing near the viewport, watching the destruction, and imagining the dozens of brazen Mandalorian protectors who were frantically sealing their Beskar suits in the vain hope of surviving their ship's death. Grand Admiral, his tactical officer, reported, "The other corvette has just jumped to hyperspace." There was a hush on the bridge, like they expected him to be upset at the news, but Tackle kept staring admiringly at the burning ship. They'd been lucky to have been patrolling a hyperspace lane near Breshik when word came it was under attack, and destroying one of the two protector ships was a victory. Finn Shiss's raiders had been hitting targets all across the sector, always using Crusader corvettes in pairs. Tackle's technicians had analyzed the drive signatures recorded at different engagements, and were nearly certain that Shissa was only using 3 separate working pairs. They'd been industrious, hitting as many targets as they had been with only 3 battle groups, but now they'd have to either fold that remaining corvette in with another group or send it on minor strikes alone. Either way, it was a blow that Shissa's small band of raiders couldn't take lightly. Tackle decided to put all those Mandos in the dying corvette out of their misery. Tractor beam, lock onto that Crusader, and give it a nudge toward the planet. Let it dissolve in the atmosphere. Everyone else, stand down from red alert. Our job here is done. Congratulations. Leaving his men to finish the job, Tackle made his way back to his quarters. As soon as he was through the sealed door, he began unbuttoning the uniform of his jacket. Vespa and Komara were on him like red and gold blurs, ready to help him out of his clothes. "Oh, what a battle," Vespa said, scarlet fingers tracing his face like they were feeling for wounds. "Are you all right?" "We were frightened," Komara added. "Those Mandalorian ships were so fierce. And I took care of them. They were never any threat." Tackle pulled a red and gold hand off him. "I'm sorry, my darlings, but I have one private call to make. Off with you?" "Of course," Komara said quickly. "We'll leave you to it." She tugged Vespa for the exit. The Zeltron added, "Let us know when you're done." "Don't worry, lovelies, I will." Tackle smiled, waved, and slumped when they were gone. He pondered whether to use some spice now, as his next task might take some exceptional mental acuity, but decided against it. High-grade spice was useful for many things, but in his experience it did little for his language functions, especially when speaking Huttese. Tackle went to his comm console and punched in the proper code. His contact was not the most physically swift, but he seemed to be taking longer than usual to respond. Tackle stripped off his jacket while he was weighted, tossed it on the bed, and was starting to reconsider that spice when the holo lit up in front of him. My favorite Grand Admiral," said Jabba the Hutt in his native tongue. "What a pleasure to see you." Tackle smirked and replied in the same language. "No need to flatter me, not when we're already business partners. Though may I say you're looking especially bloated today. The hut literally rippled with laughter. Your praise is accepted. Though I'm sure you called me for business. Yes. I have, although not quite the business you expect. You want to expand our arrangement. Call it a one-time modification. In exchange for certain services, I'm willing to increase this month's shipment of spice by 50%. Jabba rumbled thoughtfully. Name your request. I require a man delivered to me, preferably alive. The situation is delicate. Inserting a team of my own is too difficult, and frankly, I want plausible deniability in case something goes wrong. And you cannot hire a bounty hunter. Tackle shrugged. IIWDEWD called Boba Fett, but unfortunately I misplaced his number. Jabba chuckled. Who is this target? A human named Luke Skywalker. That means nothing to me. I didn't expect it to. He is currently on the planet Peralta, in the northern district of the city Anti, which is currently in rebel hands. The south half is in Imperial control, though you should consider the whole city contested. I understand that he is young but not to be underestimated. Supposedly, he has Jedi talents. Jabba's slit eyes widened a little. A Jedi. Pa. Their kind is extinct. So the Hutt said, but Tackle knew he was calculating how much to raise the price for his services. Tackle had thought about keeping Jabba in the dark about the supposed Jedi aspect, but he knew all too well how formidable those Force wielders could be. It was better to overestimate him than underestimate. I have this on good authority. At the very least, he's known to carry a lightsaber. Make sure your men are prepared for that. Very well. There are ways to capture lightsaber users. What does this human look like? Unfortunately, I don't have images of him, but I have an agent on the ground who can guide your mercenaries. Jabba's eyes narrowed. This agent is an Imperial spy. Among the rebel army, yes. The agent will identify Skywalker so your team can capture him. In a war zone, no less. Indeed. Also, Peralta is predominantly human, so your mercenaries should be human as well. I have plenty of human servants. Your race breeds like maggots on a corpse. Jabba's fat tongue lolled out. Is this Skywalker desired by you or the Empire? The Grand Admiral spread his hands. One and the same? I smell politics. You call Hutts conniving, but I've never seen beings so eager to slit each other's throats. Tackle smirked. We are but humans, O bloated one. Would that we were Hutts, without stringy necks meant for cutting. Jabba snorted. I do like you, Grand Admiral. Other Imperials are such snobs, even when they're taking bribes. It's their defense mechanism, dear Jabba. They're ashamed to be doing it. And you are clearly not. Well, shameless Admiral, I am interested. However, for such an unusual task, I will require more than that. Double the monthly allotment. Tackle knew he'd get to bartering. 60%. Double, the Hutt said, adamant. 70, paid up front. If you get me Skywalker, I will also double my next order of Sansana. Double. Ah, how gluttonous. Thank you. Do we have a deal? Consider it done. Excellent. It's a pleasure doing business with you, Jabba. And you, Grand Admiral. Until next time. The holo winked out. A shudder ran through Tackle's body. There, it was done. Governor Vankin was still nagging him about sending more troops to Peralta, but that could wait until after Jabba's men got him Skywalker. After that, Tackle would send more ships and men and try to retake the spaceport. If that didn't work, he'd level the whole city from orbit. Bad for the supply lines? Yes, but if he could present Skywalker alive to the Emperor, all would surely be forgiven. Tackle walked over to the comm and opened a line to the mess room where Vispa and Komara were surely waiting. With a glowing grin, he said, "You may return, my dears. I am ready to celebrate." Chapter 10. Luke wished he could spend all his time cobbling the old starfighters back to flying shape, but of course that wasn't to be. He'd yearned to leave his uncle's workshop and battle the Empire. Now he had to deal with getting what he'd wanted. The two bridges spanning the Benton had become no-go zones in the battle for Ante, with the rebels and their foes marshaling vehicles and artillery on either end of both structures. No one attempted to cross. Each side was hoping for forward reinforcements that still hadn't arrived. After the stalemate dragged on for a week, the Imperials launched an attack on the seventh night. Luke went with the troops rushed out to reinforce the western bridge. Berber was still deemed out of commission for his injured leg, but Farrell and Draska were among the familiar faces with whom he raced into the night. They piled into speeder skiffs that carried them above the ice and snow-clogged streets, all the way to the place where massive suspending pillars lifted boulevard into bridge. As he leaped off the skiff and onto the hard-packed ice, Luke shouted, "Where do we go now?" "Hold on, I'll find a lieutenant," Draska said. With her blast tech sharpshooter V strapped over her back, she hurried toward the nearest freerunner. Luke stood beside Farrell and a handful of other troops. He'd not ventured outside in days, and the night wind was cutting, even with his layered thermal gear. The bridge was massive, with a thick durasteel reinforced belt and fat support pillars, but it trembled beneath flashing explosions as opposing forces traded fire across a closing gap. When he squinted upward, he could see freerunners and PX-10 compact assault vehicles creeping from the north end of the bridge. The Imperial side was lost in smoke and glare. When Draska came trotting back to them, she reported, "They want us under the bridge in case the imps try to send anybody across this way." "Is that a good plan when they're fighting on top of the bridge?" asked a soldier named Drek as they trotted downhill toward the shoreline. They had to move carefully for the snow and ice covering the slope. "It's probably the best," said Farrell. "Everybody's watching the top of the bridge, nobody's watching the river, or the undercarriage." "Undercarriage?" Luke asked. Farrell gestured to the bridge's underside, now 30 meters over their heads. When there's not a war on, they run maglev cars beneath both bridges. You can't see them now, but there's support rails for trains running in either direction. If somebody's really determined, that could probably get across that way. "Was this your home city?" "It is," her expression set hard, "assuming there's any city left when this is through." She said it with an ache, and Luke wanted to assure her a week's worth of fighting wouldn't ruin Ante forever. But like everything else, the city's fate was out of his hands. When they were halfway down the slope, Draska unslung her sniper rifle and clutched it with a firing grip. To Luke she said, "If your Jedi sensors pick up anybody in the dark, let me know and I'll blast them." He was pretty sure that was a jest, so he treated it like one. "You'll be the first to know, but I'd break out the macro binoculars just to be sure." "Fine by me. This thing has a thermal scope." They stepped beneath the great span and into a swath of shadow untouched by the spotlights or explosions on the bridge overhead. The wind felt even colder here, and it took Luke's eyes almost a minute to adjust to the full black. Farrell's eyes were apparently better. She scoured the slope under the bridge and said, "Draska, take that spot up there. We'll signal if we see a crossing." "Got it. Every sniper needs a nest." She immediately started uphill toward a ferrocrete ledge spanning two of the bridge's thick support pillars. The rest of them moved closer to the Benton. Debris from the destroyed docks had washed downriver and clogged the waterline with ruin, while unrelenting cold meant the river's fringe had become coated with ice. During lulls in the explosions overhead, Luke could hear flows crack and scrape against charred metal. The rebel soldiers squatted in the dark and waited. Farrell and Drek took out macrobinoculars to scan the water and underside of the bridge for activity, but Luke decided to try as Draska had suggested. He closed his eyes, tried to forget the biting cold, and reached out with the force. At least, he thought he did. Ben had told him that the force came to you when you emptied your mind and allowed yourself to flow along with the natural course of the universe, whatever that meant. The force seemed like the Benton tonight, cold, jagged, inscrutable, and tangled with the wreckage of ruined lives. He kept his eyes closed, but aggravation mounted. He had Ben's adages to guide him, but nothing more. He'd come all this way stupidly thinking a dead Jedi clone would show him some revelation. For doing something so dumb, he'd gotten what he deserved. Now he was trapped in an ugly, interminable battle, trying to extract secrets from a woman with severe emotional trauma. He didn't feel like a Jedi, and he certainly didn't feel like a hero. No, he just felt tired, cold, guilty, and stupid. He also felt threatened. That realization came on Luke as sure as a knife to the gut. His eyes popped open. "They're coming," he said. Drek responded first. "Where?" "I don't see anything." "Me neither," Farrell added. "Damn the Force for being so obscure." "They're somewhere. I'm sure of it," Luke said. "Somewhere close." A week ago they'd have scoffed like he was crazy, but they treated the hero of Yavin seriously. Farrell took out her comm and whispered, "Draska, you see anything?" "Draska." No response. Luke opened his mouth to suggest they move, and then the trap came down. Stun nets were simple devices. Weighted at the edges, meshed from the porous metal, they relied on a central charger to electrify their strands and render anyone beneath them unconscious. Even as the first electric bolts jerked through his system, Luke pulled his lightsaber from his belt and turned it on. He hacked wildly, first tearing through several strands before he found the central charger and cleaved it apart. The other rebels hurried to extract themselves from the inert net. Luke kept his saber raised and stared into the night, but he failed to see the first figures moving on them through the shadows. Last bolts flashed out of nothing from at least 4 different places and converged on Luke and his comrades. Without his eyes to guide him, he fell back on reflexes and the Force. He caught one bolt after another with his lightsaber. Some were lethal red, others stun blue, but he treated them all as vital threats. Time seemed to slow, allowing him to bend, pivot, and twist his body to deflect bolt after bolt. Good against remotes, good against the living. At least he was making some progress. At the same time, his companions dropped low and fired wildly at the attackers. Returning every shot that was delivered, they dropped one assailant, then another. Luke felt, rather than saw, the last of them try to flee. The assailant turned and tried to run uphill, but Drek ran after him, pumping deadly laser blasts until he speared 3 into the man's back and dropped him on the Ferrocrete slope. "Take that, bastards!" Drek shouted hoarsely. "You shouldn't have done that," Luke said. "We should have captured one. That wasn't a random attack. They were trying to take me." In the glow of his lightsaber, he could see realization on Drek's face. I'm sorry. I was angry, He gestured down. Luke tilted his lightsaber so he could see Farrell on the ground with a blaster burn still smoking in her chest. Her face neither smiled nor scowled. It merely stared at him empty-eyed as it started to go cold. "So let me get this straight," Juno said. "The Imperials weren't really trying to cross the bridge." "I didn't say that," Trek replied as he faced her across the command room's central console. "What I meant is that is not their primary avenue of attack." It certainly seemed like one Constantius stood beside Juno with his arms crossed. "How much did we lose? How many soldiers?" Nevis checked his datapad. 38 confirmed casualties. 14 of those dead. Also 2 free runners, 3 calves, 4 E-web turrets. "That's enough," Juno raised a hand. "Since the enemy fell back, we can assume they suffered at least as many losses." "Right," Nevis nodded. "Though it looked like most of the equipment they were using was comparable to ours. Which means PPM, not Imperial." "That's my point," said Trek. "They're saving their high-grade stuff for something else." Tirely Constantius asked, "What may that be?" "I'm pretty sure it's this." Trek took out a data card and slid it into the console. The holo that appeared was a topographic map of Anti, including both sides of the Benton and the dual bridges. On Trek's command, the image zoomed in on the hills rimming the south end of the city. Yellow X marks denoted 2 neighboring ridges. "Recon teams on the observation towers picked up these images today," Trek said. He summoned 4 two-dimensional pictures above the X marks. Each depicted, from slightly different angles, 2 skeletal objects in mid-construction. They looked like towers for a comm transmission, but the bodies were thicker and crossbeams were being laid near the top, as though preparing to carry a load. Constantius frowned. "I'm sorry, I don't know what I'm looking at." "Missile launchers," Juno said, Mouth dry? Arrogant VD-17 surface to surface. That was my thought, Traitor nodded. Once these things go up, they'll be able to lob missiles all the way to the spaceport while staying beneath the shield dome. But they can't afford to bomb this location, the ex-senator said. This is too valuable a site. The VD-17 is as accurate as can be, said Juno. My guess is they'll aim to take down the shield generator and the defensive turrets. Maybe knock out the command tower too. Those are Imperial weapons out there, and if the imps are calling the shots, it means they'll be willing to stomach some collateral damage. Constantius took a deep breath. All right. How long until those things are complete? It's hard to tell, said Traitor, but at the rate they seem to be building, I'd say 4 days or 5. If we're lucky. Maybe as short as 3. It hung over them all like a death sentence. Traitor swallowed and asked, any chance we'll get reinforcements? We're still pumping out the signal, Nevis replied. But with all that jamming, we can't hear any reply. We have to plan like we're on our own, Juno said coldly, then glanced at Constantius. Unless you have anything up your sleeve. The ex-senator shook his head. I wish I did. I made arrangements with some Mandalorians who have their own axe to grind against the Empire. That's what's been keeping the Imperials busy in this sector, and why they haven't sent more backup to Ante. Political arrangements, or financial ones? Both. But they made clear from the start that writing to our 8 here wasn't an option. Constantius lowered his head. I'm sorry. I've done all I could. We'd have never gotten this far without you, Nevis consoled. No, Juno thought sourly. They'd have never overextended themselves in the stupid hope of forcing Alliance Command to ride to their rescue. But she bit her tongue. Constantius sighed. Come on, we need ideas, people. Those missile turrets are under construction, and that means they're vulnerable, yes. Of course, said Traitor. Major Calamar still has people in the hills south of the city, but getting to those emplacements is going to be tricky. The imps have finally gotten all the roads locked down. What if we tried to hit them ourselves? Nevis frowned. You mean crossing the river? Do you think that's possible? You're the soldiers, Constantius said. I'm asking you. He was asking Juno. He was looking right at her. In a low growl, she said, it's possible. In theory. It may be our best option. Their best option was to withdraw from their doomed fight, fall back to the mountain hideaways, and go back to fighting guerrilla war. That fighting had been hopeless, but at least it wasn't suicidal. At least it wasn't wasting lives and resources for nothing. She was on verge of saying it all when the communication station buzzed with a high-priority message. Nevis, frowning, went over to the console and opened the channel. Juno didn't hear the tinny voice from the comm, but she watched Nevis's face go slack. Grimly, she prepared herself for yet more bad news. When he finally returned to their console, Nevis said, that was Luke Skywalker. He went down to help reinforce the bridge. He said he was attacked. On our side of the river. Asked Constantius. How is that possible? I don't know. He said they threw a stun net on him first, but he fought them off. Then they were trying to capture him. The ex-senator snorted. Well, if they can sneak commandos onto our side, we can damn well get some on theirs, can't we? I'm more worried about how the hell they found him, Traitor said. They shouldn't have even known he was here. We must have some kind of intelligence leak. Constantius asked who were the attackers. PPM or Imperial? Nevis shrugged. Skywalker didn't know. He says they had no uniforms or Imperial equipment, but an infiltration team wouldn't have those anyway. And they're all dead, so we can't ask them. However, they found out, Traitor added, it means you're going to need extra security, Senator. We'll have to keep bodyguards on you at all times. Constantius nodded, grimly accepting. A thoughtful silence filled the room. Juno asked, did we lose anyone? Only one, said Nevis. She raised a questioning brow. He added, not Draska. She was knocked out, but she's okay. They really had to dig for good news tonight. Juno couldn't muster an affirming smile for him. Their security was compromised, but since everybody had heard about the hero of Yavin, it was impossible to tell where. It might have even been a civilian who'd picked up the news and passed it to the PPM. What they knew for certain was that any attempt to deal with those missile launchers in the South Hills would have to be extremely classified. The only ones who could know were those in this room and those who executed the mission. And even those people couldn't be trusted. None of the people around Juno were her friends, only comrades. One of them was a traitor. And even friends, even lovers, could turn on you. She broke the room's thoughtful silence. We'll have to go after the missile launchers ourselves. I'll put together a team myself. Constantius's brows knit together. General Eclipse, are you saying you'll lead the mission? You can't risk yourself on something so dangerous. It's absurd. This whole situation was absurd. With icy calm, she said, I'm experienced with infiltration and I know Imperial equipment. I'm better use out there, fighting, than I am in here. What general? Senator, I can do this and I will. Her glare met as across the table, and she felt small satisfaction as he wilted beneath it. If you're determined, I can't stop you, he said, though I strongly counsel against it. Your counsel is noted, but I'm going to destroy those towers. Are die trying, Juno thought? Either option was okay with her. Chapter 11. Good news, bad news, bad news, good news. They seemed determined to balance each other out, leaving Milton Takel in a state of frustrating limbo, and part of him wished things would tip all in one direction, even a bad one, just to give him certainty. Good news. Finn Scheiss's little insurrection had taken another knock. During a raid at Jaquilia, one of his Crusader corvettes had been intercepted by the vituperator and destroyed. That left the Mandalorian protectors depleted by 1/3 and significantly hindered their ability to hurt the Empire. They weren't giving up, alas. Just hours ago, Scheiss's ship had knocked out an Imperial orbital station over Harswi. Things weren't over, and he still didn't have spare forces to throw at the Peralta problem, but they were at least tipping in the right direction. Potentially good news, his spy on Peralta, who was still alive, undiscovered, and sneaking out reports when possible said that Aunt Constantius had come to the city to personally oversee the battle. He was lodged securely in the spaceport, but plans were underway to retake it in the rest of North Anti. After considering, Tackle had decided not to inform Vankin of his nemesis's whereabouts, lest the governor order the PPM to try something rash. Ideally, the former senator would be captured, tried, and publicly executed for treason. Surely that would please Palpatine. If only it were so easy. Very bad news. The attempt to kidnap Skywalker had failed miserably. Every single one of Jabba's mercenaries had been killed, according to Tackle's spy. He couldn't exactly be angry at Jabba for his thug's failure, but he nonetheless decided to act like he was. He waited until late in Magic Dragon's night cycle to call the hut. After removing himself from the bed, leaving Vispa and Komara to doze there, he threw on a loose robe, tied a belt around his paunch, and went over to the comm console. After patching in the hail, he waited a good 5 minutes, yawning, scratching the hair on his exposed chest, until finally the Great Worm resolved before him. You look as thou Al were the one roused from slumber, Jabba said. I was having difficulty sleeping, Tackle replied in Huttese. It happens when your friends bungle an extremely important mission. Jabba's eyes widened. They have failed. I received no word from them. Yes, they failed. They're dead, all of them, Tackle said bitterly. My agent confirmed it. Though the holo only showed Jabba's wide face, Tackle heard the angry slap of his tail. I sent my best humans. You must have provided them incomplete information. Or your best were unprepared to take on the Jedi who killed the Death Star. Oh, they landed on Peralta, infiltrated Anti, even found Luke Skywalker amongst his rebel friends, but they couldn't finish the job. Jabba growled in frustration. You have my apologies. Not good enough. We made a deal. I'm forced to reconsider it. Your promise to deliver 70% more spice, regardless of whether we got you Skywalker. You swore it. It was hardly legally binding. I'm starting to wonder if my spice wouldn't be better sent to more capable hands. Lord Durga, for instance. Besadii vermin. Jabba slapped his tail again? He would waste it all. Perhaps, but I'm willing to take a risk and find out myself. 50%. I still lost valuable men. I need recompense. 20. 30% more. Done. Jabba made an angry rumbling noise. I like you, Grand Admiral, but to not try me too much. I can be very cruel, especially to those I like. I don't doubt it. You'll get your 30% additional spice on the next shipment, and not a kilogram more. Very well. Is our business concluded? I believe it is. Good night, O corpulent one. Tackle tapped off the holo, plunging his cabin into darkness. Only stars drifted past in the viewport, and the pure black void of Gargan's night side. Tackle sighed, shucked off his robe, and crawled into bed with Vispa and Komara. He slept best with a warm body on either flank. Neither of them stirred or gave any indication they'd been awake. Tackle nestled between them. It was done. Now he could sleep soundly, and when he awoke he'd attack his problems renewed. You never knew which seed would grow. Rufin Tigellinus had planted a forest worth across the galaxy. He'd made friends among the elite in the Corps, and in the far-flung Navy. He sent out just as many spies to gather intel and blackmail material in case wooing failed and he needed to coerce favors. He'd been sincere when he told Artis Kane that who you knew mattered more than what you knew. However, every now and then, what really came through for you. One of Tigellinus' seeds was mistress to Milton Takel. The Grand Admiral went through alien tarts at a fast pace, and Tigellinus had already arranged for one comely purple Twi'lek slave to pass under his notice and then into his bed. She got in the boot after only a few months, sold, if he remembered correctly, to Tackle's hut friend. Annoyed but dauntless, Tigellinus had arranged for another colorful floozy to fall into the lout's lap, and this one had paid off. But that was understatement. Her news, if true, could change everything. For the Empire, for the war, most of all for Tigellinus himself. If it was true, when Tigellinus read it, sitting in his cabin aboard Avatar, he could barely believe it. Yet why would she concoct such a lie? Luke Skywalker, slayer of the Death Star, the man most wanted by Palpatine and Vader, was currently on the Outer Rim planet Peralta, pinned down in a besieged city with a band of rebel scum. Tackle knew this, and had already made one unsuccessful attempt to nab Skywalker. Apparently, he not even used Imperial troops, but had called in mercenaries from that worm Jabba. The oaf didn't deserve to present Skywalker to the Emperor. Tigellinus did, and his mind raced on how to steal the rebel out from under his rival. He was a man who tried to act dignified even in private, but this time he couldn't contain his excitement. He paced his cabin furiously, sometimes actually muttering to himself aloud, weighing his options and formulating a plan. There was no perfect one. He needed Skywalker alive, or barring that, with an intact body he could give the Emperor. Vaping the city was out of the question. He needed good soldiers, good, trustworthy, capable, Imperial soldiers. Tigellinus had cultivated some good captains for his ships, but he didn't think he had any ground pounders up to this task. Even if he did, the Outer Rim was not their field of operation. This was where the second seed came. Tigellinus stopped pacing, soothed himself, drank a glass of pure water, and finally sent off a transmission. Its direction, the Outer Rim. Its target, Grand Moff Artis Kane. Kane was a busy man, but he didn't keep Tigellinus waiting long. When his holo appeared, the older man inclined his head in brief greeting. Grand Admiral, I didn't expect to hear from you so soon. I know you advised me to be patient, but an opportunity has arisen that could benefit us both. Kane's expression was skeptical. Explain. Tigellinus briefly hesitated. The identity of the Death Star's killer was shared only in the highest echelons of Imperial command. Grand Admirals knew it. Grand Moffs likely did, though he wasn't certain. This was no time for subtlety. Tigellinus said, I've obtained word that Luke Skywalker, the pilot who killed the Death Star, is currently with rebel forces on the planet Peralta. Its second largest port city is currently contested. Peralta is in the Belsmouth sector, which falls under your jurisdiction, correct? That is within my oversector. Kane was still frowning. However, that territory is under effective suzerainty of Grand Admiral Tackle, as I'm sure you know. Someone better than Tackle is needed to capture Skywalker. He already tried once and bungled it. Kane cocked a brow. Did he? Yes. My source is quite clear. We can capture Skywalker together. Tegelinus smiled tightly. Can you think of anything that would please our Emperor more? I honestly cannot. What do you want from me? I need your best ground units, ones who can enter a combat zone and capture a single combatant and are also able to pacify a heavily contested urban area. Specifically, the Hell's Hammers. They were supposedly the best ground pounders in the Rim. Kane chewed his inner lip. Half of that unit is on detachment to Death Squadron. Because Vader knows how good they are. The rest remains at your disposal, correct? You want me to detach them to your command? I am willing to rendezvous with them at Peralta itself. We must act quickly. Tackle won't take lightly to this intrusion. I don't want to be dragged into conflict between two Grand Admirals. Don't be afraid of conflict. Be only afraid of losing, and that will not happen. Tackle is a glibiter lout who comports with huts and sleeps with alien trollops. He's not fit for the white uniform. I am. Kane's controlled expression went slack with shock. Apparently, he wasn't aware of Tackle's full depravity. He composed himself and asked, do you have a plan, a sophistical plan, to secure Skywalker? I'm working on one. If you put me in contact with the commander of the Hammers, we'll arrange it together. I suppose I needn't remind you that the Belsmouth sector is outside your purview. The Emperor has always made allowances for success, and I will not fail. Kane's brow furrowed in thought. Tegelinus stared at the blurry holo, heart pounding, waiting for the Grand Moff to decree his fate. Finally, Kane exhaled. I will send 3 battalions of Hammers aboard a frigate. They will depart from Arinda as soon as possible, which meant at least 4 days until they can reach Peralta. I will bring Avatar to meet them. Thank you, Grand Moff. You will not regret this. I sincerely hope not. I will send you the Hammer's contact information once they depart. Good day? The holo winked off. Tegelinus stood in his cabin and felt excitement tingle through his body. This was what he'd been waiting for. This was the fruit of all his planning, his plotting, his forest's worth of planted seeds. The Grand Admiral threw both fists in the air and released a shout of wordless exultation. Then, embarrassed, he lowered his arms, tugged his uniform straight, and went back to his work. There was plenty to do on the way Peralta. Chapter 12. Luke couldn't say exactly why he agreed to go on the commando mission across the river. Even when Eclipse asked him point blank, he couldn't manage a satisfactory answer. He hadn't been asked to join by her. Rather, it had been Senator Constantius who told him about the mission, which was being kept very secret because of the security breach that had nearly gotten Luke captured and Farrell killed. Your Jedi talents will help the team in ways nobody else can, Constantius had explained. We'll need them, especially, to make sure General Eclipse gets back safe, since she's determined to execute this herself. When he tried to justify his decision to Eclipse, he mostly reiterated the senator's argument, though he refrained from using the word Jedi. She listened to his flimsy reasoning with her face pinched into a scowl, and when he finished, she merely said, "It's your choice. We head out at 2,100. Pack everything you think you'll need for at least 2 days. And no, you can't bring your droid." And that was that. Luke left R2-D2 in the care of Nevitz and Trake and compiled a kit of equipment, borrowing some anti-code gear from Draska, who was still laid up by a concussion from when his would-be kidnappers had attacked her from behind. Because of the secrecy of the mission, he hadn't been able to explain why he needed her things, but she'd wished him good luck anyway. It was nice to have friends, or at least comrades in arms. He'd have preferred she say, "May the Force be with you," since he was definitely going to need it, but he'd take what he could get. There was no good way to cross over to South Anti, but the least bad one required them to move in the middle of the night. It also required them to attach themselves to the maglev line jutting from the underside of the west suspension bridge. Once cars had been magnetically locked to the rail line, suspended above the Benton, and propelled across the river by magnetic charge. The infiltration team was doing essentially the same thing, except without the car or the charged propulsion. No, they had to ascend to the bridge's underside via long fiber cord reels, then hold tight to magnetic clamps that secured them to the lowered rail line. And then, using arms and legs alone, they had to push themselves over the 100-meter span while hanging upside down like one of Yavin's Woolamanders dangling from a tree. For Luke, it was right next to the Death Star run as the most harrowing experience of his life, and he wasn't even being shot at. The crawl seemed to last forever. The wind cutting beneath the bridge was strong, fast, and extremely cold. Despite his thermal gear, his teeth chattered in his shivering head. Once he dared look down into the water 100 meters below, but all he saw was featureless black that seemed more lethal than the star-dotted expanse of space. This was the same bridge that Farrell had died beneath, and the woman was on Luke's mind as they made the crawl over the Benton. Before she'd known who he was, she'd been rude. Afterward, she'd been more friendly. A cynical man would have seen that as someone trying to cling close to a hero, no different from banal celebrity worship really, but he chose to look at it another way. By being a hero, he brought new hope where it hadn't been before. In doing so, he allowed people's better selves to shine. That was the better way to view it, though a cynical voice in his head, probably Hans, told him that if people were really so great they wouldn't need somebody to urge them to decency. But Han wasn't the same man Luke had met in Mos Eisley. Heroes rubbed off on him too. When the awful traverse finally ended, he and the other soldiers unlocked their magnetic clams, released their fibricable spools, and made controlled descents down to the opposite riverbank. The Imperials and PPM patrolled their end of the bridge just as the rebels did theirs, so they moved along the debris-strewn bank until they found a spot shrouded by shadow by which to move uphill. They skirted the outside of the city. Though frigid and snow-walled, the streets were still watched. They crept in single file, Luke in the middle of the 6-person line. In the darkness he could barely make out Juno Eclipse 3 meters ahead of him. A dark helmet sheathed her platinum hair. Slowly but surely they worked their way uphill. Several times their lead scout called the rest to halt, and they dropped themselves into the dark snow and waited for unseen enemy patrols to pass. Every time they paused, Luke's heart pounded in his chest. The nighttime silence roared in his ears. Auntie's winter night seemed a total inversion of his hot sun-scorched homeworld, and he found himself aching for Tatooine. The night was long, and when the infiltration team finally reached the hills above the city, there was only the faintest hint of dawn in the sky. Despite Luke's racked nerves, everything proceeded smoothly until they made the final ascent through a wooded hillside to the crest on which the 2 missile launchers were being constructed. Using the darkness of the forest as cover, Luke and the other 5 rebels spread out across the tree line and used their macrobinoculars to mark the motion sensors spread around the tower's bases. There were no Imperials on patrol. Instead, lights were on and bodies could be seen shifting inside a shack surrounded by construction equipment. It was nothing they hadn't prepared for. They used sensor jamming devices, left stabbed into the frozen ground, to disrupt the motion sensors. Cover of darkness allowed them to approach the bases of each tower. Insulated gloves and vibro cutters made short work of the electrified security fences, and each of them carried a pair of Nergan 14 charges that magnetized to the skeletal base of each tower. The hardest part, for Luke at least, was keeping his shivering hands stable as he did the work. Once charges were laid and activated, they retreated to the tree line. The guards in the security shed hadn't noticed them at all. Likely their minds were on staying inside and keeping warm. Luke, still shivering against the bitter cold, spared a melancholy thought for those men and their simple, relatable desires. They had no idea what was about to happen to them. They fell back deep within the forest, part way down the slope, but could still peer through the treeless branches and see the rise of the missile towers. There was no warning before Juno Eclipse triggered the detonators. She just did. The dual explosions were absolutely staggering. Skeletal trees became silhouettes against a gold and white inferno. Fire billowed into the sky, and flashed heat that actually tingled feeling back into Luke's frostbitten face. He stayed crouched in the woods, awed and captivated by the sight of the leaping flames, the roiling smoke, and the collapse of the towers. Neither of them fell right away. Rather, the left tower tipped in one direction, the right tower the other. It looked for a moment like they would remain that way, bent apart but still upright. Then the half-completed missile launchers affixed at their peaks pulled them fatally off balance. The left tower snapped audibly, a fire still writhed at its base, then fell further left and crashed into the forest. When the right tower broke, it fell forward, toward the downhill slope, the city, and the rebels crouching in the frigid woods. People shouted, everyone scrambled to move. A dozen trees were snapped beneath the tower's weight, partially softening its fall before it smashed into the ground and continued to slide downhill, leaving a trail of bared earth and broken forest in its wake. When it finally stopped, the hillside was silent, but fire still coughed and cracked above them. Juno Eclipse shouted, report, and the other 5 rebels shouted back their names, affirming that they survived. Luke was the last to do so. Then alarms started wailing. They heard the buzz of an airspeeder rising toward the hill. With another shout, Eclipse commanded them to retreat down the hill and into the city. The escape was where everything finally went to hell. Their enemy might have been lax in securing the missile towers, but now they were roused and angry. PMM airspeeders took to the sky, flying beneath the shield dome to skim the treetops and scout the forest with blazing searchlights. The 6 rebels scattered without even meaning to. Despite being stripped for winter, the woods were a dense, confusing tangle, and Luke and the others had to leap over fallen logs, dodge trees, and push through stabbing branches to escape the sweep of the searchlights. Sometimes even that wasn't enough. As Luke allowed desperation and physical momentum to rush him downhill, he felt the heat of laser fire, smelled smoke, and heard a scream. He stopped his tumble by half falling into a tree and looking toward the sound of the noise. An airspeeder hovering not 40 meters away pumped more blasts into the woods, and Luke felt with grim certainty that one of his comrades was dead. There was no time to mourn or wonder who. Like the rest of them, Luke was chased to the bottom of forest and into the city streets. The airspeeders did not relent their chase, but they did hold their fire. That was minor solace. As Luke attempted to slip through alleys and lurk in shadow, he repeatedly had to duck behind storage crates, dumpsters, and parked snow-covered land speeders to escape searchers on Aerotech speeder bikes. They moved easily through the winding, hilly streets, carelessly elevated above the ankle-deep snow and slippery icy. Cold air raked into his lungs. Every desperate breath was painful. He lost track of his companions and felt completely alone. One misstep, one tiny bit of bad luck, and the hero would be finished. The city streets curved along with the rise and fall of hills, and Luke did his best to slip through alleys and work his way down toward the river. He doubted the bridges would be passable now, and when he dared glance skyward, using chasing noise from overhead speeders, he saw daylight encroaching in the sky. Some way, somehow, he'd have to find an empty building in which to shelter during the day. He was still moving carefully, pondering his bleak possibilities, when he heard the sound of a blaster fight. There was clearly fire being returned as well as sent. Luke crept through the pre-drawn streets until he found a cluster of stormtroopers, all white and Imperial, firing into a downsloping alley. Luke approached them from the rear. 3 sets of backs were angled right at him, so vulnerable. It felt a lot easier to shoot down a tie from behind. He reminded himself that his comrades, fellow rebels who depended on him, were desperately trying to stay alive in that alley. So he did what he had to. Luke stepped out from behind cover, lifted his DH-17 pistol, and shot the 3 stormtroopers in rapid succession, left to right. When their bodies had clattered into the snow, he traipsed forward and tentatively called, "It's me. You're clear." He was unsurprised to hear Juno Eclipse's muted curse. "Get in here, Skywalker." He hopped over the prone bodies into the alley and was immediately staggered by the sight of another rebel commando lying face down. Eclipse was bent over him, left hand on his still back, right one hoisting her own weapon. One more commando was behind her, standing tall, aimed at Luke's chest. "Whoa, hey," Luke held his weapon to the side. "I'm friendly." "Put it down, Percy," Eclipse said. "Don't one frag the hero of Yavin." "Sorry." The man lowered his weapon. "All this fighting's got my blood going." "Good. It'll keep you alive." Eclipse stood up. "Let's get going." Luke gestured to the body. "What can we do for him?" "Nothing. He's dead. Now let's go." Even Percy winced at that, but he followed Eclipse down the alley, and so did Luke. Dawn was still coming slowly, and the streets became delineated between long stretches of shadow and waning blocks of gleaming snow glare. As they continued their way downhill, the streets remained mostly empty, with only occasional speeder bike patrols whipping past. In the morning quiet, it was easy to hear their approach. Eclipse seemed determined to press on toward the river. As the shadows shrunk, Luke said, "We're going to have to find a place to hold up for the day, aren't we?" "We will," Percy said, though it sounded like a question. "There will be plenty of abandoned buildings by the river we can hide in," Eclipse said. She led the way, never looking back at them. "How are we getting across?" Luke asked. "The bridge? We still have the equipment. We'll wait until it's dark." "They'll be more guarded now, General," Percy warned. "It's still the best way." Neither man was convinced, but they followed her further downhill. The sun rose higher, chasing away shadows and turning the snow a gleaming rose gold. Soon Luke could clearly see the brilliant ripple of daylight on the river. The warm, dazzling gleam was enough to lift his spirits, so of course that was when things went bad again. They were attacked by PPM soldiers who'd been lying in wait. The three rebels were trapped as soon as they entered a small, empty city square. Luke and Percy immediately raced for cover inside the rim of an empty fountain, while Eclipse took shelter in the entry nook of a nearby building. The PPM had both entrances to the square covered and aimed to catch the rebels in a crossfire. Body bent under the fountain's lip, Percy shouted, "Hold on, I've got a grenade." He took it in hand, but before he could even rear up, a laser blast took off the top of his skull. Luke watched in horror as Percy's eyes froze wide and his face went slack. Death pasted his face in a permanent shock before he finally tipped to the side. The side of his head rested on the fountain rim, but those awful eyes kept staring at Luke. More laser fire impacted on the inside of the fountain, jarring Luke back to his senses. He looked up and saw soldiers not just in the square's south side entrance but above it, two men with rifles perched on a rooftop. Without even thinking, Luke scooped up the grenade, tapped the timer, and let it fly. He never had a great throwing arm. When he tried to blow up that at PT on the first day of fighting, he'd botched it and nearly gotten 2 people killed. Maybe the force was with him today, because the explosive arced perfectly into entry mouth and exploded above the troopers' heads. Smoke and debris filled the square. All firing from that direction stopped. Despite a tug of shame, Luke left Percy's body in the fountain and raced for Eclipse. She'd had the same idea. Using the smoke as cover, she switched positions and was now half hidden behind a thin lamppost and popping laser blasts at the north exit. Luke fired too, though he could hardly see what he was aiming at. The PPM soldiers returned spurts of fire, but someone's aim, probably hers, was truer. Within seconds, all shooting had stopped. Eclipse immediately spun on Luke. "Come on, we keep going." "We lost Percy," he told her as they hurried over the fallen soldiers in the North Passage. "I know," she growled. "We're the only ones left." Luke tried a mental tally. "Are you sure?" "Yes. Now come on." That was when a laser blast took her from behind. Rather than spear her in the back, it caught her in the left flank, just below the ribs. Her face wrenched in pain, Luke caught a whiff of burnt flesh as she fell into him. At the same time, he looked back to the fallen soldiers they'd just passed, and saw one struggling to his knees, blaster raised and aimed. Snarling, Eclipse whipped up her own weapon and popped off a chain of shots. The man collapsed backward with 3 smoking holes in his chest. Then Eclipse's strength deserted her. She tried to gain footing on the slippery passage, but Luke had to hold her upright with both hands. When he accidentally brushed her flank, she let out a cry of pain. "Gods damn it all," she hissed in his ear. "Gods damn it." "We're almost to the river," Luke told her. "We'll find some place to take cover. And then—" "No." She forced herself to look into her eyes. "I'll slow you down. Just leave me." "Absolutely not." He tugged her down the alley. Her legs staggered in time with his own, but she wheezed. "I've got my blaster. They'll never take me alive." "No," Luke repeated. "It's all right." Mission accomplished. One overlong lope, and her face twisted again. "Gods damn it, let me go." "Never." "You just want to know what happened to him." She didn't have to say Starkiller. Luke insisted, "I'm helping you because I don't want you to die. Whatever happens, we're still in this together." She didn't argue any more after that. Twice they had to hide in disappearing shadows while more PPM patrols searched the area, but eventually they reached the riverside. Mortar fire from across the Benton had savaged the South Banks Entertainment District. Luke was momentarily struck aghast by the blocks of bombed-out low-rise buildings, the charred remnants of docks, and the drifting hulls of ruined boats locked against the river's flow by accumulated ice. Fresh daylight made all of it horribly visible. It also made Luke and Eclipse exposed. He momentarily left her leaning against a wall and ventured out into the ruined section of city, scouting for enemy patrols. When he found nothing, he retrieved her and they shambled together across the debris field for the shelter of some ruined buildings. With every step, her pain grunts got louder and louder, and he knew she couldn't move much further. Finally, he found a building left mostly standing with an entry door halfway open. Power to the section of the city had been cut, so Luke had to lean Eclipse against the exterior wall and use both hands to push the door open. This looked like it had been the lobby to a small office. There was a counter along one wall, a sofa along the other. He moved Eclipse toward the latter and carefully laid her on the cushions. Once he tugged the door shut, a small window beside the threshold let in the only light. "Are you with me?" he asked softly. "I'm still alive," she creaked. "How bad is it?" Luke carefully unpeeled her layered clothes. The blaster burn had melded the fabrics together, and when he peeled away the final layer, Eclipse bit her lip to stifle a cry of pain. Everything on her left flank between hip and rib cage was a charred mess. The stench was as revolting as the blackened tissue streaked with blood. When Luke controlled the urge to vomit, he took back the packages from the insides of her jackets and began laying the salve across the damaged flesh as gently as he could. Despite that, she still gnawed her lip to keep from crying out. When he'd used up her back to slip, she managed to say, "Should have put a bolt in me back in the square." Luke had had enough. "Stop saying things like that. Just stop." He snapped at her hard enough to quiet her. Her eyes went wide, then narrowed, and she replied, "Better keep your voice down." "I know," Luke grunted. "I've got a few back to patches too. I'll add them to yours." She didn't protest anymore as he applied the salve to her side. Bacta wasn't going to be enough. The blaster shot had burned through clothes and skin to damage muscle tissue and probably internal organs. He gently felt her ribs, those, at least, seemed unbroken. Now that she was laying on her back, the fight seemed to go out of her. Her chest rose and fell regularly. Her eyes peered at the ceiling, but heavy lids dragged toward closure. "It's okay," he said. "You can rest. We can't do anything until night anyway." She nodded slightly. "You keep watch." "Yes. I might go scout the bank too." "We can't cross there. There's no way you can go under the bridge. Crossing the river's probably our only option." "Not a chance." She was probably right, but he put a hand on her forehead. "I'll scope things out myself. You need to rest." He expected her to fight him, but weariness was finally claiming her. "Don't go far," she whispered. "I won't." He sat beside her and watched as her eyes closed and she drifted into sleep. Even at rest, her face seemed set in a scowl. He wondered if she'd ever been an easy smiler. From what she told him about her past, it didn't seem likely. After everything she'd been through, it had gotten harder still, and he didn't yet know the worst of it. But he wouldn't learn it now. Luke waited for perhaps an hour, then gathered his weapon, carefully peeked through the window to make sure the street was clear, then ventured outside. Juno Eclipse wavered in between sleep and waking. It felt like the edge of life and death. Her entire body swam in pain. It was invisible, but it surrounded her and wouldn't release. Its current carried her through distance and time, and she no longer remembered where she was. Sometimes she thought she was snared by force fields and suspended in Darth Vader's Imperial as the secret laboratory plunged toward the heart of a sun. Its doomed crew scampered about, desperate to escape, while chattering about an escape test subject who would kill them all. Or perhaps she was on Kamino, drenched in rain and chill, bound with iron shackles and helpless before the inviolable force grip of Darth Vader. Or maybe she lay on a soft sofa in a cold abandoned building, dying slowly from the blaster wound that had scorched her abdomen. They said gut shots were the worst way to die. Maybe she was finding out now. She only knew that she was helpless and needed rescue, but who would come for her? Two blurred shadows slipped around her, refusing clarity. One was young, the other old before his time. One was fierce, the other gentle. One was a hero, the other a betrayal of everything she'd ever loved. One lived, the other was dead. Yet she felt their destinies were twined together, two threads weaving the same rope. It was such a stupid idea, it had to be brought on by delirium. That was when she decided that the third sensation was true. She was alone on Peralta and dying slowly. Juno heard the muted crunch of boots on snow. It was great effort to force her eyes open. The crunching got closer. She propped herself up on her elbow so she could look at the entryway. Pale daylight still spilled through the window adjacent to the door. She could see nothing else. The door opened partway, not with an automatic slide but through the jerky pull of a human hand. Her sluggish heart beat faster. She croaked, "Luke." So foolish? Two hands shoved the door fully open. Cold wind and a silhouette filled the bright portal. Her eyes refused to focus, but she knew this man was too tall to be Skywalker. He took 2 steps closer, and she recognized his green fatigues and blaster carbine as PPM standard issue. She rolled to her side and reached for her kit and blaster, but they were too far away. The man shouted, "Hold it," and she froze. Not a man, a boy. Younger than Skywalker even. She saw that when she looked back at him. His carbine was lifted in 2 hands, slightly trembling. Was it cold or panic? Breath, lit by slanting light beams, glowed in front of his face as he held his weapon on her. It seemed a long time before he moved one hand from the barrel of his gun to the comlink at his breast. "Wait," Juno croaked. He removed the comlink. "Don't talk. Don't do anything." His teeth were chattering too. "Please don't," she whimpered. What a pathetic end this was. After all her crimes for the Empire, her successes, and failures for the fledgling rebellion, she was going to be captured by a child barely old enough to shave, handed over to his Imperial masters, and tortured until she died. That was when Skywalker appeared. Just before the patrolman thumbed his comlink, Skywalker was behind him as a second silhouette. Very gently, the other man said, "You don't want to do that." The patrolman flinched but didn't spin around. He carefully tilted his head just enough to see the rebel behind him while keeping his weapon dead on Juno. "You really don't," Skywalker said. "Why, you're the ones who blew up the turrets," the patrolman said. "They said 2 of you got away, but they never thought you'd get this far. As you can see, my friend's badly injured. She's no longer a threat to anyone. Why, you're rebels. You invaded our city, our homes. You attacked us. Kill him," Juno thought. "You have your lightsaber at his back. Turn it on and kill him." But Skywalker didn't do that. Instead he said, "It's our home too. Not me personally. I'm from another planet, and so is she, but most of the rebels here are from Peralta. Terrorists. Traitors." The boy spoke without conviction. "I had a friend from Auntie. She was killed 2 nights ago, during the fight at the bridge. Right before she died, she told me how badly she wanted to see the city at peace." "Then leave us alone. Tell your imp friends that," Juno grunted. The patrolman's attention jerked back to her. It was the perfect opportunity for Skywalker to turn on that lightsaber and end this, but he didn't. It finally dawned on Juno that the stupid amateur Jedi was trying to talk the patrolman out of this. "We aren't going to cause any more trouble," Skywalker insisted calmly. "We only brought down those towers because they were going to launch missiles on our headquarters. We never meant to harm any of the people on this planet." "Then why won't you outgo?" the boy moaned. "That's exactly what we plan to do. Come nightfall, my friend and I are going to cross the river. You'll never have to worry about us again." Desperately, Juno screamed in her mind, "Don't risk it, kill him, kill him, kill him." The boy said, "You'll never make it across. We'll just have to find out for ourselves, won't we?" Skywalker actually smiled. The boy's eyes darted between Skywalker and Juno. He still had the comm in one hand, the gun in the other. All it would take was a trembling finger to end this. "Gosh damn it all, why won't you kill him?" And then she thought, if you were Starkiller, he'd be dead already. "I know you don't want to kill us," Skywalker said. "You don't want to hand us over to the Imperials either. I can feel that in you. So just turn, walk away, and tell your superiors this block is empty." The patrolman was trembling. Juno thought he was going to shoot her dead without even meaning to. But then he lowered both arms. The carbine dangled at one hip, the comlink in the other. He took a deep breath and put the comlink away but kept the carbine in hand. All Skywalker said was, "Thank you." The patrolman bit his lip and nodded slightly. Then, without a last look at either Juno or Starkiller, he stepped outside. The sounds of his boots on snow dwindled to nothing. Only then did Skywalker grab the door by its edges and slide it shut. Juno grunted as she tried to sit up. "We need to go. Find another shelter." "That's not necessary. He won't be coming back." "What did you do? Use some Jedi mind trick on him." "I can't do those. But I felt it in my heart." "So you just talked him out of killing us, is that it?" "He never wanted to do it the first place. Even you could see that. He never thought he'd be in a battle like this, and now he just wants it to end. He's the enemy, and now you're trusting him to do the right thing." She shook her head in disgust. Skywalker looked genuinely hurt. He crouched next to her and said, "He wasn't evil, and he wasn't a threat. He didn't deserve to die." After a thoughtful pause, he added, "I've killed lots of people, and some of them probably didn't deserve to die either. But I'll do everything I can to avoid that." She snarled, "That's what Jedi TFUIII did, isn't it?" "Yes," he said, "it is." That was when she broke down crying. Tears were hot on her cold cheeks. She tried to stifle them, but they wouldn't stop, nor would her chest stop heaving until Skywalker put his arm around her. She jerked away on instinct, but it only made the wound in her side blossom into pain, and she collapsed into his grip again. Skywalker waited until she'd mostly stopped sobbing to ask what really happened to Starkiller. She'd known it was coming. A bitter laugh escaped her. "You wait until I'm on death's door to ask me. You're not going to die here." She shot him a red-eyed glare. "I didn't think Jedi were patronizing too. I'm a soldier. I'm ready for death." "You're not ready, you're too ready." Before she could snap a rebuttal, he added, "If you die here, I'll be dying with you, and I'm not ready to give in just yet." I told him we'd be going across the river tonight, and I meant it. I scouted what's left the docks, and I found the bed of a boat with a motor attached. I think it will get us across. You went to the docks. Somebody could have seen you. I waited until the patrolman passed by. He came to see you instead. She glowered. You really think we can get across tonight? I don't know. For the first time, his voice trembled with doubt. I figure we'll either get across, get shot and blown up, or capsize and freeze to death in the water. What lovely options. Well, I listed them in order of declining preference. She sighed. It only hurt a little. After a moment of silence, he asked, will you please tell me what happened to Starkiller? Just in case we die tonight. Yes, he said seriously. It felt wrong to deny him now. Reliving those last moments on Shinender Prime would be agonizing, even worse than the blaster wound in her side. Yet if she was going to die soon, she felt she should relive them. It was the worst day of her life, and the day she lost the people closest to her. She was the only one left who'd really known them. It felt right to remember them to someone else, even if he was about to die too. But oh, it was hard to tell. A few more tears ran down her cheeks. She wiped them away. You're not going to like this. So you've told me. I mean, really, you won't. You came thinking Starkiller could give you lessons on how to be a Jedi, but he can't. I see that now. You're more Jedi than he ever was. Starkiller would have killed that boy because Starkiller had dealt in violence and death. It was the only thing his maker had ever taught him. This Skywalker was another kind of man entirely. I can't believe that. Skywalker shook his head. All you've said about what he accomplished, the power he could wield. That's not it, she sniffed. You're a rebel hero. Damn it all, you really are. I tried to be one, though honestly I'm still not sure what that means. It means you give people hope so they can bring out the best in themselves. Even that damn PPM kid. Well, Starkiller, Juno choked, but she forced the words through. Starkiller didn't do that. Suddenly Luke's hand was in her, holding it tight. What did he do? Juno met his eyes through blurring tears. He betrayed us, she said. All the evil the Empire's done since then, all the destruction and death, it's all because of him. Part 6. The Apprentice. 11 months before the Battle of Yavin. As he battled his twin and his maker in the furnace of Shenander Prime, the Dark Apprentice knew that this was the moment he had been destined for. Not the one he was made for, as Darth Vader had discovered to his shock and shame. In the Dark Lord's imagining this was to be a moment of personal triumph. Two clones, both conjured in the secret laboratories of TFUIII on Kamino, born from the same flesh but sculpted toward different ends, would meet in mortal combat. The one molded for darkness would kill the one meant for light, because how could it be otherwise? And thus ascend to the ranks of true Sith. Vader and his true apprentice, who needed no name, because he had no illusions of human vanity, human frailty, would stand as one, each empowering the other towards supreme darkness. The man called Starkiller, pitifully blinded by the light, was a tool in his own right. Driven by a mindless obsession for a mere woman, he had burst free from Kamino, scoured the stars, then been led back to his birthplace by Vader's agents, this time bringing a rebel fleet that would wipe out all evidence of the secret laboratory. All of this had happened according to the Dark Lord's designs. Vader had instilled Starkiller with memories of a woman and pushed him toward love through the remnant emotions of a dead man. With the Dark Apprentice, Vader had been brutally honest. He was not Galen Merrick, nor should he want to be. That man had been a weakling and a fool who died multiple times over as part of the Emperor's cruel schemes, all the while deluding himself that he was free. Now it was different. Darth Vader would move in true rebellion against his master, with the true apprentice at his side. The clone called Starkiller was as much a pawn as Galen Merrick, but now he was Vader's alone. Even the Dark Lord's capture at rebel hands had been orchestrated for this moment. The Dark Apprentice had watched it all from the rainy rooftops of TFUIII. His instruction from Vader had been clear. Intervene only if the Dark Lord's life was in danger. But Vader's predictions proved correct. Starkiller was too hobbled by the Force's light side to give in to his anger and slay his tormentor. Instead, he chose to take Vader as a prisoner to the hidden rebel base. Vader had been hoping to uncover a greater prize than Shenander Prime, but the starfire-racked little world would suffice. Starkiller's death here would be the Dark Apprentice's culminative triumph. Next, he and Vader would destroy the Emperor and rule the galaxy in his place. It was an ambition Vader had held close for years. Finally, with the perfect tool at his side, he'd accomplished that lusted for gold. The Dark Lord had thought himself very clever in his machinations, but he'd been a fool. The Emperor, as ever, knew all. The Dark Apprentice had spent months in TFUIII's laboratory, suffering Vader's brutal training, but he'd never been alone. While his master lectured him about the power of anger and the weakness of love, a voice had whispered to the Dark Apprentice, saying, "Your teacher reproaches you because he would reproach himself." He does not truly understand that he craves power he cannot and never will possess, because he is a slave to emotion and the shadow of what he once was. Therefore, he will never be free. When he sat alone in his pit for weeks, forced to meditate and drawn on the dark side to ward off starvation, the voice had encouraged, "Endure this privation. Become stronger than your master. One day you will take revenge for all your humiliation." When he dice practiced proxy droids and later squadrons of stormtroopers, a blood sacrifice to sanction his ascension, that voice had said, "Feel your hatred flow through you. Anger is the path to infinite power. You are already rising above the half-machine, half-child who brought you into existence. Soon you will supplant him and take his place at my side." And when Vader explained to him the coming trial against his weaker twin, the voice had been almost mirthful. See his posturing. He thinks himself a master of his fate, but he is merely a puppet, and my hand is on the strings. It has been so since before he was born, and it will remain so long after you have snuffed his pathetic life. Without needing to ask, the Dark Apprentice had sensed that the voice speaking to him was his master's master, the Emperor Palpatine. "That is just my profane title for a vulgar world," the voice had proclaimed as the Dark Apprentice prepared for his opposite's return to Kamino. "I am Darth Sidious Sithari. I am the perfection of darkness, and soon I will share with you power I have never hinted at to my poor, foolish Vader." The Dark Apprentice lusted for power, but he was not a fool. Sidious had sculpted Vader, used him, and now was ready to discard him. Vader, like a child mimicking his abusive parent, treated Starkiller the same. The Dark Apprentice had no illusions that one day Sidious would dispose of him too. Unless he overpowered Sidious first. He'd already become strong enough to best his master. The only reason the Dark Apprentice hadn't slain him already was because poor, misguided Starkiller had joined the fight. After destroying these fools, he joined Darth Sidious, learn from him, and destroy him also. What other way could it be? A voice from another life, implanted into his mind while still in the clone tanks, has said it all. The Sith always betray each other. You'll learn that soon enough. Better to be the traitor than the betrayed. In choosing to destroy his creator, he had broken the chains of his creation. Unlike his wayward twin and broken master, the Dark Apprentice was free. Starkiller had no voice whispering in his mind, but he nonetheless understood what the Dark Apprentice did. This was the moment he'd been destined for. He had already bested Darth Vader twice, and though his maker tortured and abused him, the Dark Lord was not his true enemy. Always, from when young Galen Merrick had picked up a lightsaber to avenge his father to this very moment, his greatest foe had been the darkness inside him. The darkness made manifest in this clone apprentice. He sensed no doubt as he battled his twin, no hesitation, certainly not the deep self-loathing he felt from Vader. The Dark Apprentice was a creature without conscience. Fueled by brutal avarice, unimpaired by human weakness, he could battle Vader and Starkiller forever. Their struggle dominated the center of the Y bridge suspended over the mining shaft's endless plunge. Vader attacked on one flank, Starkiller on the other, but neither could break the Dark Apprentice's two-handed defense. The battle seemed a stalemate, but Starkiller sensed his twin gathering a deep well of dark power inside himself that would soon explode. Starkiller was also acutely aware of Juno, Proxy, and the handful of remaining rebel soldiers stuck in the left-hand branch corridor. They needed to get to the main tunnel, and thence to the hangar for escape, but with the 3 Force users dominating the bridge, there was no chance of that. He would give up anything to ensure Juno's safety, even his own life. For that reason, he was determined to move the battle elsewhere. As they fought the Dark Apprentice, he reached out and touched Vader's mind. He was shocked how open it was. Always his master had disguised his true intentions behind layers of verbal and mental malice, but now he felt Vader's shock at the betrayal and desperate desire to survive. Focusing on the tenuous cord between them, Starkiller tried to speak in Vader's mind and tell him what they needed to do. To his shock, Vader exhibited an earnest willing. Where Starkiller went, Vader would follow. But the Dark Apprentice acted first. That wellspring of dark power exploded. A rush of hot, angry wind swirled up from the depths of the shaft, and for a moment Starkiller thought the planet itself had been roused to ire. What he got was nearly as bad. The descending platforms that jutted from the shaft circumference were littered with pieces of disused mining droids. None of the machines were operational, but the Dark Apprentice did not require this. He only required puppets, fierce, giant, metal skin puppets to throw at his maker and his twin. Standing at the center of the Y bridge, the Dark Apprentice became the eye of a hurricane. Jagged durasteel pieces rose from below and swirled toward Vader and Starkiller. Master and apprentice were both forced to turn their attention from their enemy to bat away and force push their new attackers. Some shambled down the catwalk like metal skeletons. Other times, rusting claws lashed through the air. Once a diamond-tipped drill arm, minus its mechanical owner, came at Starkiller like a spear. He had to leap over it, grasp it with the force, and fling it back into the abyss from whence it had come. Vader was likewise overwhelmed as metal chunks scraped and sparked against his armor. A droid's broken limb, jagged at its snap tip, swiped at Starkiller like a sword and cut his left thigh, drawing blood. This had to stop. Starkiller reached out to Vader in his panic. The Dark Lord agreed. Together, they turned from the assailing wreckage and attacked the Dark Apprentice. Seemingly tireless for the malice fueling him, the clone blocked both their attacks. This time, however, Starkiller did more. Channeling as much force power as he could through his battered body, he crafted an invisible wall, then threw it outward. The Dark Apprentice fell over the railing, down but not far enough. The force was still with him, and he directed his plunge to one of the platforms jutting from the shaft's circumference, perhaps 15 meters down. Starkiller did not hesitate. Even as the droid parts continued to swirl, he jumped, directing his fall to the same platform his twin was on. The Dark Apprentice saw him coming and extended one hand to spray dark-side lightning. Starkiller caught as much as he could on his lightsaber, but the force of impact knocked him off course, and suddenly he was falling. Then an invisible hand picked him up and threw him onto a platform one level beneath the Dark Apprentice's. Starkiller landed hard on his flank, rolled harder into the rough stone wall, then scrambled to his feet, even as his wounded leg cried out in pain. Up above, the man who'd saved him from his fall, Darth Vader, had joined the Dark Apprentice in battle. Starkiller sprung up a level to join them. Again they had the Dark Apprentice pinned on either side, and again the clone defended tirelessly. Starkiller risked a glance at the bridge above and saw, to his utter relief, that the air was clear of droid parts. The path was clear. He prayed Juno and the others would take it. That distraction cost him. The Dark Apprentice slipped past his defenses and landed a powerful kick to his stomach that knocked him down a platform. As Starkiller struggled to rise again, he spotted the dark shape fall from above and land on the spot he just left. He didn't understand until he heard the blaze of a fifth lightsaber and saw a scarlet glare. On the higher platform, the Dark Apprentice now battled two versions of his maker, one real and clasping a borrowed blue lightsaber, the other a holo-shrouded proxy droid wielding Vader's true blade. Starkiller looked at the bridge once more. Bodies were moving across it, but Juno's platinum head remained in place. She stood on the left branch, frozen, staring down at him. Go, Starkiller screamed, knowing she wouldn't. Not until he was safe, even if it wasted his sacrifice. Because she loved him, damn it all. Starkiller jumped onto the higher platform. With four bodies it was perilously crowded, and even though he was outnumbered 3-1, the Dark Apprentice was holding his own. He fought with his back to the protective wall, and his three attackers couldn't rush him at once lest they dice one another with their own weapons. It was easy for Starkiller to communicate his intentions to Vader, shockingly so. His force bond with his maker had never been so clear, or so easy. Proxy, for all his fine-tuned mechanical reflexes, was left out of the loop. The droid attacked fiercely nonetheless, with even more speed and agility than the real Vader. Red blades crashed together. The Dark Apprentice was forced to counter with a spray of force lightning from his fingertips, which shuddered through Proxy's metal skeleton, causing the Vader shroud to wink off. Starkiller's heart clenched. Losing Proxy here would hurt almost as much as losing Juno. He had to end this now. Get back! He called to Proxy as he lunged forward, lightsaber in two hands, aiming to spear his enemy in the ribs. The Dark Apprentice saw it coming and slammed his back hard against the wall, tucking in his stomach so the lightsaber merely burned against his abdominal armor. Starkiller's overeager thrust had left him off balance. He tried to withdraw, but the Dark Apprentice was faster. His lowered arm snapped up. Suddenly, a red blade buzzed between Starkiller's arms, angling upward toward his chin. Starkiller snapped his head and body back, avoiding the lethal stab, but the Dark Apprentice twisted his wrist to the right. Starkiller barely managed to extricate his arm before losing it, but he couldn't prevent the knee that snapped upward and took him in the diaphragm, stealing all breath and keeling him over. Pain fed back to Vader through their tenuous force bond, slowing the Sith Lord's response. The Dark Apprentice force shoved Vader back to the platform's edge, blocked a retaliatory strike by Proxy with his right-hand blade, and with his left. One downward, diagonal slice cut into Starkiller's abdomen. Hot pain rose from beneath his lungs. It felt like his heart was on fire. The only relief was the blackness welling around his vision, promising the relief of oblivion. He died before, but it was never easy. He tried to hold on, tried to fight back pain and blackness both, tried to rise for Proxy's sake. For Juno's, but it was too much. Pain won him over. Then darkness conquered pain. Starkiller's last sight was the black boots of his twin as he collapsed on the deck. When she saw him fall, Juno cried out in agony, but she knew what she had to do. She'd known it since the moment Starkiller threw himself off the bridge to battle the Dark Apprentice on the lower platforms. She'd known it when she ushered all the other rebel troops into the main trunk corridor, and when Proxy threw himself, his real self, down the shaft to help his master. She'd even told the droid what she'd do if things got bad and warned him to be ready. She prayed Proxy remembered that. Still standing on the left branch of the Y bridge, Juno reached into her pocket and triggered the detonator for the charges placed around the dome above. The explosion had been designed to push the ceiling outward, and so it did. The great metal dome was blasted off its seams, exposing the red-tinted black of Shenander's night sky. Immediately, air from the shaft began to rush up into the surface void. The doors to 3 corridors leading off the shaft slammed shut, an emergency protocol Juno had forgotten about, and with panic she realized she might have doomed them all to airless death. But there was plenty oxygen in the depths of the shaft and it kept howling up. In the planet's low gravity, it even threatened to pick Juno off her feet, and she held tight to the catwalk railing, watching through a flurry of her own blonde hair as Proxy scooped up Starkiller's prone body and leaped upward, propelled by rushing air and his strong metal legs, back to the bridge. As for Darth Vader and the Dark Apprentice, she'd happily let them die, but as soon as she and Proxy started for the main corridor, the black-armored, white-faced body of Starkiller's twin landed at the center of the bridge, blocking their path. A split second later, Vader leaped up as well, and the 2 black figures resumed their clash of sabers, even as the great tunnel began to empty of air around them. Juno could feel the mighty wind rush slowing. It no longer threatened to lift her off her feet and suck her into the void, which meant the shaft was close to empty of air. And the path to safety was still blocked. She did the only thing she could. To Proxy she yelled, "Go back! Go back!" For the thinning oxygen, her own words sounded muffled and distant. Proxy knew what to do. With Starkiller slung over one metal shoulder, he stamped over to the left branch corridor sealed door. He must have been patched directly into the base's computer because the door opened obligingly before him. The droid rushed in first, followed by Juno. She spun around as she went though and caught on last glimpse of the battle. Vader summoned a massive force push and knocked the Dark Apprentice off the walkway. Let them both die, she told herself. She turned to the wall control panel, slammed it, commanded it to close. She heard the door hiss shut behind her and staggered over to Proxy, who was laying Starkiller down on the ground. Then the door's motors ground noisily to a halt. She looked back to the door and saw it caught halfway to closing by a black-gloved hand. Juno acted on instinct. She grabbed her blaster and began firing, but the blue lightsaber that peeked through the door frame deflected her bolts, forcing her to duck. Darth Vader's massive black body scraped through the closing portal. As soon as he was through, the door slammed shut, cutting off his cape, sealing off the airless shaft, trapping them with Darth Vader. With an agonized scream, Juno hefted her blaster and kept firing. This time Vader raised his hand to catch her shots. Bolt after bolt sparked and fizzled to nothing in his palm, but Juno kept shooting, kept screaming, desperate to banish the nightmare standing impervious before her. It was Proxy who knocked her blaster down. "It will do no good," the droids to Convoy said. "No!" Juno tried to wrestle it back up. The metal hand held hers. "No, this ice has fault. All of it." "Yes," Vader said. "All of it." In the deep, fearsome voice she heard regret and something more. Was it shame? She looked at the weapon in his hand and snarled, "That's Starkiller's lightsaber. Give it back." "Very well." With the slightest motion, Vader tossed the lightsaber away. It rolled to her feet, but she knew that as long as Vader lived, he was himself a weapon. "I will need it yet," the Dark Lord said, "when we attempt to leave this place." Tough. Never taking her eyes off Vader, Juno crouched, picked up the lightsaber, and stuffed it beneath her belt. "We have a mutual enemy," Vader persisted. "We cannot leave until it is destroyed. That thing outside. It got thrown down, suffocated. It's dead." "No," Vader said with grim assurance. "It still lives." Juno almost asked what it was. But the truth of that clone meant the truth about Starkiller, and she wasn't ready to hear that. At least, not from Vader. The Sith Lord looked at Starkiller's prone body. Can he be saved? Juno's breath scraped with tears. She couldn't speak. Proxy said, "He lives, but his life signs are faint. I believe there is a medical room accessible from this corridor." "Then use them?" "Why?" Juno snarled. "After all you've done to us, done to him, now you want to help him? You expect us to trust you. Even you, Juno Eclipse, are not as foolish as that." Vader was totally still, a black statue blocking their only escape. "At this moment, we both need the same thing. The man you call Starkiller must live." "But why?" Juno croaked. She felt trapped in a nightmare that could never make sense. Slowly, as though pained, the Dark Lord admitted, "Without him, I can never be free." Chapter 13. Grand Admiral Milton Tackle figured he was past due for something to go right. His magic dragon and the rebels' Mon Calamari cruiser had been locked in ferocious battle near Shinender Prime for almost 2 hours. He knocked out the rebel support ships and succeeded in delivering the Emperor's prize package to the rebel base, but he'd received no communication from the planet since then and had no idea if the package or Lord Vader were even alive. The way his luck was going, they'd been killed by the rebels or, in a darkly comic twist, gotten blown up by that damn stupid droid Mammoth Toph had piloting his ship. Without them, Tackle knew he might as well die in battle here, because the Emperor would give him an even worse death. And dying here was a real possibility. He'd requested help from multiple sources, none of which had yet arrived. That Mon Cal cruiser had knocked out nearly 50% of the Magic Dragon's shields and rendered almost a third of his weapon batteries out of commission. Large spreads of hull had become chewed up, burnt out scraps of metal. Debris spilled from multiple gouging wounds into space, taking equipment and crew with it. Casualties were uncounted but easily in the hundreds, perhaps thousands. Power failures cascaded through the ship, and it was a struggle to keep engines online. That the rebel cruiser was in equally battered shape was no solace. The rebels, at least, did not have a team of commandos, led by a Jedi of all things, literally cutting a burning swath toward their bridge. All of Magic Dragon's stormtrooper units and security teams were throwing themselves at the commandos, and while they slowed the advance, they could not stop it. Yes, Tackle really needed some good news. He certainly didn't get it from his security chief, Lieutenant Gorek, who reached him over the comm to inform him that the invasive commandos were nearing the main lift shaft that connected the ship's lower body with its command tower. "Don't let them get to the bridge," Tackle snapped. "I don't care what you have to do, just stop them." "It's the Jedi, sir," Gorek pleaded. We can't take him down. He can't even get close to him. He deflects all our attacks while his men go on the offensive. Use a grenade. Use an airlock and flush him out. He's too deep inside for that, and if we use explosives we might damage key systems. Shut down the damn lifts if you have to. Cut power to the whole shaft. Just keep him from getting up here. We'll try, sir. Gorek signed off. Incompetence. Tackle hissed as he spun away from the comm console. I'm surrounded by incompetence. None of the nearby bridge crew ventured to comment. The lieutenant at the tactical station, however, reported, Sir, the cruiser's changing position. More bad news, probably. The Moncal vessel had been hovering over their port side, turning their flank turbolaser batteries to slag after the commandos had disabled them from within. In the process, it had damaged its own starboard flank. Now it was swiveling on its long axis and pitching upward. With a sick feeling, Tackle saw that it was trying to turn its less damaged port side toward the Magic Dragon and cut across the bow. Probably the rebel commander thought he could collapse the destroyer's already fragile forward shields and tear up the tip of its wedge. Probably he was right. Tackle was under attack from within and without. Shenander Prime was silent. It seemed that all hope was truly lost, which was a good time for the cavalry to arrive. His tactical officer had told him what kind of backup was on the way from Pentaver, but in the battle frenzy he'd forgotten. He was, therefore, pleasantly surprised when the tactical holo lit up with markers for 2 strike-class cruisers and 1 Vindicator-class light destroyer. All of them fell swiftly toward the Moncal cruiser, which tried to shift positions and show its strongest side to the newcomers. But it was hard to turn a behemoth around. As the rebel ship shields lit up with energy scatter, Tackle hollered, Do it. Take it down. Forward batteries, fire. He watched in glee as a swath of missiles punched through the cruiser's shuddering shields. Its smooth, graceful hull was violently ripped asunder. Debris and flames spilled into space, and cascade failures rippled through its remaining shields. The 3 new Imperial ships pounded it relentlessly. The strike cruisers ravaged its engines, leaving it dead in space, while the Vindicator sprayed turbolaser fire across its blunted bow. All 3 ships belched ties into space, buffering Magic Dragon's depleted reserves and quickly overwhelming the rebel snub fighters. The explosions were beautiful bursts of violent light. Cheers went around the bridge. Tackle was tempted to join them, but his comm chief called for him above the din, relaying another report from Lieutenant Gorek. Grimly, Tackle went over to hear it. Things had finally gone right, but the fight was a long way from over. Rom Koda felt the death of solidarity, and it nearly brought him to his knees. All those lives, all those good and brave soldiers, winked out in a cascade of fire and pain and empty cold, and when the cascade completed, their deaths echoed in the void, echoed inside Koda's head. General, what is it? That was Arakin, one of his heavy weapons men. The broad-bodied commando was touching Koda's shoulder to keep him from falling. Koda blinked furiously, wiped sweat off his forehead. Solidarity is gone. Arakin and the other soldiers gathered with him in this narrow access duct fell to silence. Through their shock, all were wondering what to do next. Without solidarity to return to, their odds of escape became even less likely. They'd all known this could be a one-way trip, but the cruiser's loss made death not just possible but imminent. This mission isn't over, Koda told them. We haven't lost. We still have people trying to get off Shenander Prime, and we will protect them. Understood. It was an order, not a question. Arakin, Malachus, and the others nodded. They didn't need to ask how he knew there were still rebels on the planet, nor how he'd felt Solidarity's death. None of them understood the Force, but in their year of serving under him they come to revere their Jedi as commander as something not quite a god, but more than a man. Koda would be lying if he said that didn't feel good sometimes, but right now he felt humble and very human. He urged his commandos onward, deeper down the access duct. According to the Empstar schematics Malachus had brought along, this was supposed to lead them to the main lift shaft that ran straight upward into the destroyer's command tower. Coda had split his commandos into 3 groups in the hopes of confusing their Imperial pursuers, and it seemed to have worked. His column hadn't taken fire from the rear for over 5 minutes, though one of his other groups was currently engaged in a firefight. They only had to squeeze ahead a little more. When they reached the reinforced grate separating their cramped corridor from the lift shaft, Coda disposed of it with a few slashes of his lightsaber. "Malachus, get that access panel," he said. "Try to summon the lift." The technician immediately bent over the wall-mounted panel. His spirits immediately sank. "General, I'm not getting a power signal." "Nothing at all." "No. It looks like they cut energy to the whole system." He raised his head. "What do you hear?" The other soldiers went very still. Coda ventured, "I don't hear anything." "Exactly?" Malachus gestured to the shaft. "No air circulation, right? They killed power to the whole thing to keep us from calling lifts." "If there's no air, does that mean we're gonna suffocate?" asked Archon. Malachus shook his head. "There's plenty inside the shaft. It'll take hours to use that up. The bigger problem is, we're stuck here." Coda's men exchanged confused looks. Then, predictably, they all turned to him for guidance. Before he could provide it, Coda was staggered by another blow in the force. This one came from further away, but he recognized it just as clearly. Starkiller was in peril. This wounded him as much as Solidarity's death, maybe more, because he knew in his heart that Starkiller was the real fulcrum. If he died, the mission would be lost. Perhaps the war itself. He was as sure of that as anything. The boy had a destiny. It was like a beacon in the force. He felt it when they first met over Nar Shaddaa, recognized it again during their unceremonious reunion at the Vapor Room, and marked it a third time when they collided on Cato Nemoidia. Starkiller seemed to think he'd been 2, maybe even 3 different men, leading different lives, with his current self some amalgamation of memories implanted into a clone. Coda thought that was bunk. He couldn't see, but he could feel Starkiller in the Force, and despite variations in the man's signature as he'd shifted from darkness to light, he was at his core the same when he'd first met in combat nearly 2 years ago. So either he'd been strong enough to endure those supposed deaths, or the Emperor's uncannily advanced cloning methods were doing the Jedi an accidental favor. Either way, Starkiller was moving toward something great. Coda was not a modest man, but he'd been forced to recognize the fact that all his power was meant to lift the boy to that final destiny. He couldn't let Starkiller in now. Ignoring his soldiers, the tight corridor, the hostile Star Destroyer all around him, Coda reached through space to touch Starkiller's mind. He found a man on the brink of final black and, worse, on the edge of surrender. Something on Shenander Prime had nearly broken him, not just in body but in soul. "Get a hold of yourself, boy," Coda tried to send. "We're all dependent on you." Did Starkiller listen, or was he past hearing? Coda didn't know, but it was all he could do. Sending one last push, Coda urged, "You have a destiny. Fulfill it." Then he pulled himself back to the Star Destroyer. Once again his soldiers stared at him, silently begging for orders. Coda took a deep breath, leaned his upper body into the lift shaft, and looked upward. Smooth metal walls curved around an ascending abyss. "How up to far to the command deck?" he asked. Malachus checked his datapad. 450 meters. Coda pulled the fiber-cord reel off his belt. "Then we better get started." Chapter 14. At this point, the man who called himself Starkiller was starting to doubt whether death had any meaning for him. A board executor, at Corellia, on the Death Star, now at Shenander Prime, he'd come close to death and perhaps passed through his gate, only to return again. It no longer mattered to him if those deaths had all happened to his current flesh. Perhaps Vader was right, and after all his current shell was just a defective clone. Perhaps Coda spoke true, and his deep inherent force power denied death again and again. Or perhaps they were both right, and somehow his immortal essence passed from body to body, achieving the goal the Emperor himself supposedly craved. He'd come close to death before, and returned, but that didn't mean it was easy. After Vader's first betrayal, a board executor, delivered as a spear through the chest, Starkiller had drifted restlessly through visions of other places, times, and peoples. He'd received flashes of the Jedi he'd hunted and defeated on Vader's order, Ram Koda, cast in Peralta's Shakti. And he'd seen shards of his own future as well, not realizing it at the time. He is dead. Then he is now more powerful than ever. Vader and Emperor, standing over his ravaged body on the Death Star. They'd meant his legacy as a martyr for the nascent rebellion, but perhaps, through his sacrifice, he had become something greater in the Force as well. No longer Vader's pawn, no longer even Galen Merrick, but something more. Something that could endure death and return. He'd had other visions too. In the ruins of his family home on Kashyyyk, on the battle-strewn decks of Salvation, and of course in that strange cave on Dagobah, where he'd seen Juno under mortal threat and rushed to save her. Rushed, tried, and failed. He wondered if the future wasn't fixed after all. Even when he thought he'd succeeded in changing his visions, he'd only delayed them. The Empire had found him as Shenander instead of Dantooine. The Dark Apprentice had met him in the furnace instead of rain-swept Kamino. Perhaps, all the while, the Force was urging him toward a singular destiny, one he still did not understand, in which case the Force would not relinquish the shade of Galen Merrick until he had accomplished the task prepared for him. If so, he wasn't sure he wanted to experience it. His body and soul ached with death's agony, and he almost wanted to achieve the final release. Get a hold of yourself, boy. We're all dependent on you. He knew that voice. Only Ram Koda could dispense wisdom so brusquely. When had Koda told him that? It must have happened some time or another. And as always, Koda's advice was sound. People needed him. Juno needed him. In his heart he knew that she was still not safe, and he could not give in until he protected her. You have a destiny. Fulfill it. A destiny the Force urged him toward even now. He felt visions swelling around him. The blackness in which he floated resolved into shadows, and the shadows into shapes, images, delineations of light and darkness. He saw violet shadows and the glow of morning on white snow marred by ash, debris, bodies, death. A city square, no place he recognized. Smoke and snow flurries drifted through the sunlight like clouds of gold. His boots crunched the snow as he approached an alley clogged with fresh fallen bodies, not of stormtroopers, but humans wearing a uniform he didn't recognize. A blaster was in his hand, still smoking. Somehow, Starkiller knew that he was seeing this through Juno's eyes. The vision swiveled, and he heard her voice. Come on, we keep going. She called to a young man, as bound up as her in layered winter gear. Bits of sandy hair peeked beneath the brim of his cap and framed light eyes. We lost Percy, the young man said mournfully. Who is this? Starkiller wondered. When and where? If this was like most of his dreams, it was of things to come. I know he, Juno, said. We're the only ones left. She turned and hurried through the alley. Are you sure? Asked the man behind her. Yes. Now come on. Then there was pain, strong enough to buckle knees and collapse a body. His left flank, not his, Juno's, burned. He could smell the cooked flesh. It was even worse agony than she'd experienced when shot on the Salvation, and Starkiller's mind cried out. To see Juno's death through her own eyes was a kind of torture not even Vader could manufacture. Juno's vision panned. Even wounded, her willpower did not falter. She raised her weapon and shot one fallen soldier who'd reared onto his knees. Her bolts took him in the chest and bent him backwards, dead. She was such a fighter. Starkiller glowed with admiration and wilted with grief. Then Juno, he and Juno both, started to collapse. The young man was there to catch her up and hold her upright, even as her boots slipped on compacted snow. Yet even as he held her, his hands brushed Juno's wounded side. The pain was unbearable. Gods damn it all, he and Juno hissed. Gods damn it. We're almost to the river, the blond man insisted. We'll find some place to take cover. And then... No. Juno looked into those eyes, wide, earnest, caring, not in the way of a lover but just as urgent. I'll slow you down, he said. Just Leave me." "Absolutely not." The blonde man was adamant, and he started moving Juno down the alley. She was still in such pain. Starkiller felt it all and knew this was the kind of wound that would take hours to kill, but she moved her legs and staggered with him. Yet because he knew Juno's heart, he knew that her will was faltering as well as her body. Cold air rasped her lungs as she said, "I've got my blaster. They'll never take me alive." "No," the blonde man repeated, and Starkiller desperately urged this apparition to save her at all costs. But June gritted. "It's all right." Mission accomplished, more pain. She almost collapsed. "Gosh damn it, let me go," she insisted. "Never. You just want to know what happened to him." Starkiller wondered. But this man, Juno's savior, and Starkiller's, was adamant. "I'm helping you because I don't want you to die. Whatever happens, we're still in this together." Those bright eyes bored into hers, promising salvation. She did not believe in herself. And then, shapes dissolved into shadows, and shadows into black. Who was this man with the sandy hair and piercingly earnest eyes? When was he with Juno, and where was Starkiller himself? A bleak conviction came to him that when this vision came about, Starkiller would be long and forever gone. Blackness, shadows, shapes, darkness, and light. Images, sensations, vision. Once again he entered the mind and body of another. And once again he knew exactly whose eyes he saw through, whose pain racked him. He'd first seen through eyes on Kashyyyk, when the Force had compelled him to watch his father's death through the killer's eyes. He was Darth Vader again, but now. Static broke vision, metal joints groaned. Artificial circuits snapped and sparked as the blade of pure light cleaved them apart. The body that was not a body crashed to the Dursteel catwalk, and he sprawled on his back, lost in real pain. An electric snow burst crackled across his goggles, and when it resolved, the automatic focus locked onto the stump of his right hand. It showed in detail the sheared-off metal pikes that stood in for bone, and the cable circuits that passed for muscle. He tilted his head, just a bit, and the machines that were his eyes locked onto a new object a meter beyond. It was the sandy-haired man, now dressed in black, his eyes now heavy with decision and grief. He stood with green lightsaber lifted high to strike. The audio receptors of his helmet were still working, and over his labored breathing he, master and apprentice both, heard the Emperor saying, "Good, good, kill him and your journey to the dark side will be complete." The young man looked at his right hand and flexed it slowly, as though listening to the whir of motors that stood in for joints. He turned from his victim and faced the cowled, withered Sith standing on the stairs behind him. "You failed," the man said, and tossed away his weapon. "I am a Jedi, like my father before me." The furrows on the Emperor's face deepened. A hateful power was building inside the old man. "So be it, Jedi," sneered the Emperor. "If you do not turn, you will be destroyed." The man was defenseless when cackling energy erupted from his fingers. Even if he'd had a lightsaber to defend with, he would have stood no chance. Blue lighting, pure hate made manifest, racked his body. He fell to deck, smoke pouring from his black clothes as they burned around him. The Emperor stopped long enough to savor the man's pain. He kept his hands raised, poised to deliver more agony. "Yes, only now, at the end, do you understand?" The Emperor attacked again, yellow teeth bared in glee. Starkiller felt Vader discover strength to rise. He towered over the old man but felt so small beside him. The Emperor had built Darth Vader, physically, morally, mentally, just as Vader had built Starkiller. The Emperor halted his lightning blast. The young man continued to twist in pain as residual sparks racked his body. He tried to crawl toward the edge of the platform, as though to throw himself into the bottomless pit below. "Your feeble skills are no match for the power of the dark side," the Emperor said with relish. "You will pay the price for your lack of vision." More lightning, more crackling agony. As he thrashed on the catwalk, the man managed to cry out, "Father, please, help." Father. With one word, everything Starkiller thought he knew collapsed. The appeal gave the Emperor sadistic joy, and he shot more blasts of energy across the man's body. Vader looked back and forth between them, the son he'd made and the monster who'd made him. The Emperor paused his attacks one more time to savor his victim's pain. With a wistful smile, he said, "And now, young Skywalker, you will die." Energy exploded once more. The boy thrashed and screamed. Words were beyond him. Vader couldn't stand it. He lunged for the Emperor and grabbed the old man. He was so small, so light. The energy he summoned went wild, crackling across Vader's body, overloading and bursting the circuits of his respirator, his helmet, even his limbs. With the Force alone to propel him, Vader staggered to the railing and hurled the Emperor over the edge. He didn't see the old man tumble down the pit. His goggles had burst to static white and then gone black, their vital circuits blown out. Totally blind, Vader collapsed against the railing. His good hand found the bar and held him half upright. Far below, he felt a final shriek of agony in the Force. The Emperor's dying energy rushed up the shaft as one final wave of crackling hate, and then it was gone. He could barely breathe, his chest heaved to suck air from the wreckage of his respirator. His limbs refused to move. He was dying and would be gone in moments. Through the Force he felt his son, still luminous and alive, struggling through his residual pain to stand upright. He felt nothing but satisfaction. All his life they told him he was special, a chosen one born by the Force itself. The burden of destiny had crushed him. Now, he wondered if he'd fulfilled that destiny after all. If so, he'd done it not out of love for the Force, but for his son. His son. The vision broke, leaving Starkiller in blackness once more, but the final revelation remained. Starkiller had realized, as he battled Darth Vader on the Death Star, that his master had in some way been trying to make Galen Merrick into the scion he'd never had. A brutalized, broken son, just as Vader was in some way the Emperor's crippled child. But there was another son, a truer son than Starkiller could ever be. A son whose paths would one day cross with Juno's, and who'd vow to save her life. And in saving the son, Darth Vader would save himself and destroy the Emperor. Even in the depths of his hatred for Darth Vader, Starkiller has felt his master's clashing desires and self-hatred. He felt none of that complexity from the Dark Apprentice. When the three battled, it had seemed to Starkiller that he was an anchor of light, his twisted twin an icon of darkness, with Vader as a tipping point, not wholly bent to either side. He leaned deep in darkness now, just as the galaxy itself was trapped under the Emperor's paw. But one day the galaxy would tip toward light. Darth Vader was the fulcrum on which everything turned. The vivid detail of his vision started to fade. Starkiller realized he was being pulled from death yet again. The familiar drone of Proxy's voice, and the softness of Juno's touch, hands on cheeks, anchored him to living. But the realization he'd had at death's gate remained. Knowledge and purpose became one, incredible but undeniable. A battle lay ahead of him. A battle always did, but this one would be different. This one would control the fulcrum swing and the galaxy's fate. It was Vader's destiny and Starkiller's own, for the two had always been one. In the moments after the dome blew and the shaft's air supply rushed into the planet's exterior void, the Dark Apprentice had allowed himself to become distracted. For his failure, Darth Vader had knocked him off the walkway on which he stood, and only a frantic pull of the Force had kept him from tumbling into the abyss below. He'd hauled himself onto the bridge just in time to see Vader disappear through a sealed door, the same one through which his broken twin had been carried. The gush of wind around him had faltered, a sign that the shaft would soon be emptied of air. The Dark Apprentice had rushed for the nearest door, the entrance to the right branch, and found it sealed tight. With two lightsabers in hand, he'd carved himself a path to the interior corridor. With the Force, he'd wedged the shard of the door back in place. Molten edges cooled and partially resealed, but even now air whistled through the cracks, out of the corridor, and into the airless shaft. The apprentice knew his mission was not over. He had to destroy Darth Vader and his twin, otherwise he'd never have a chance to kneel before his true master. Through the Force, he felt Vader and the one called Starkiller both in the nearby corridor, close enough to sense but not near enough to reach, even if he tried carving through rock with his lightsabers. Vader was still alert and potent. Starkiller seemed near death's edge. All three of them, ultimately, faced the same dilemma. The only way off this planet was through the ships in the hangar, and the hangar could only be reached after a short and dangerous sprint through the airless heat of shaft. As the oxygen slowly drained around him, the Dark Apprentice did the only thing he could. He sealed himself into a separate chamber. This rock-walled vault was littered with the ruins of a cage, surely the one Vader had been put in after his intentional capture. Sitting cross-legged among the wreckage, feeling faint force echoes of the previous battle here, the Dark Apprentice closed his eyes and entered a meditation trance. He slowed his body functions and slowed his breathing. His false master, the one waiting for him in the parallel corridor, had taught him this method for conserving oxygen. Once, memorably, he locked his student in a chamber with 2 hours air supply and left him to endure for 6. He was ready to last 6 hours or 6 days if he had to. Time slowed. He lost track of it, though he never lost the feeling of his 2 enemies nearby. After uncounted minutes, the Dark Apprentice sensed that something had changed. He felt Starkiller roused from the brink of death, compelled not just by the Force but by some conviction the Dark Apprentice could not fathom. And as Starkiller's spirit lifted, so did Vader's. The Dark Lord, it seemed, was more dependent on his failed apprentice than even he would admit. If they stood together, they might prove insurmountable. "Do not falter now," commanded the voice in his head. The Dark Apprentice shuddered involuntarily. It had been days since this true master had touched his mind, and he'd forgotten the malicious clarity of that voice. Though half a galaxy away, the power of Darth Sidious was undiminished. "Complete your task," Sidious urged him. "Dispose of your foolish master and his wayward pet. Only then will you prove yourself worthy of standing at my side and learning my deepest secrets." The Dark Apprentice did not need to be reminded of his mission. He stayed within his trance, barely breathing, thinking nothing, feeling only the hearts of his enemies. Whenever they made their move, he would be ready for them. Juno didn't dare think that her touch had roused him from death, as his had rescued her at Kamino, but she nonetheless felt warm pride when Starkiller's eyes fluttered and found focus on hers, so close. His mouth creaked open, his breath was hot and smelled faintly of blood, but it was nonetheless a balm on her face. "I thought I'd lost you." Her voice choked in relief. He smiled weakly. "You know me, I always come back." She prayed that was true, but deep down she knew not even Starkiller could last forever. "Proxy," he found some medical supplies. "We stitched up your side, put him back to insertions. We gave you painkillers, but..." "It doesn't hurt," he said softly. "Where are we?" "Still Shenander." "Yes. We're by that droid shop." I had to blow the dome." "You mean?" "Yes. It's open to space. But there's gravity outside, there's heat. For a few seconds we could survive. And on the other side there's the ship." "Ship?" "The one the Imperials came in on. Something special with heat shields. Krivki, the droid mechanic, took the rest of the troops over there. They're securing the thing now. We're all going to get out of here, I swear it." She stroked his face and tried to look brave, but Starkiller was staring into the ceiling above his medical bed. He seemed lost in thoughts far beyond her. "This is my fault," he whispered so faintly she had to lean closer. "Don't say that." "No, Vader, I led brought here." Her heart froze. "No, you tried to stop this. And the clone, the Dark Apprentice, I led him too." "No, you didn't. You couldn't have. He's still here, alive, waiting for us." Juno had hoped desperately that Vader had been wrong about that. But if Vader hadn't needed help against that dark side clone, he'd have surely killed them already. "You can't fight him yet," she warned. "You have to wait. Rest." Starkiller's eyes wider. "He's here too? With us? Isn't he?" The rasp of Vader's respirator rose as if in reply. Footsteps clacked on the medical room's metal floor. Juno resisted the urge to turn around and kept staring at Starkiller, as though that could deny the black monster looming behind her. Starkiller's eyes shifted and found focus past her shoulder on the face of his maker. I knew you survived, he said. A common enemy stands between us and freedom, Darth Vader said. We must defeat him to escape. That's truer than you know. If you do not help me, your woman will suffer greatly before she dies. Starkiller snorted, like it was a joke. You don't need to fall back on threats. I know what I have to do. Juno knew there was no other option. Still, her heart trembled. Vader lifted a hand. Right. We have a battle to finish. He's not ready, she snapped, still not looking back. He will have to be. The only way we can defeat the enemy is together. I know, Starkiller said hoarsely. I know. Just let me recover a little bit longer. Healing trance. I never taught you such a skill, Vader said. I've had better teachers than you. The Dark Lord had no response to that. Instead he said, the droid is communicating with your allies in the hangar. His progress should be checked on. I'll do it. Juno didn't trust Vader alone with proxy. She threw a tiny glance back. Go outside. Give us 1 minute. What? She expected Vader to object. Instead he stepped outside and the door slid shut behind him. Juno turned desperately back to Starkiller. Once they get past the shaft, we're going to run. We're going to leave him to die fighting that clone. Juno, no. I don't care if he hears me. He knows what I want anyway. She lightly touched his lips. We're getting out of here, together. And we're leaving him behind for good. She saw the objection in her eyes. It nearly broke her heart. This was the man she'd loved, lost, and had returned to her through reasons she still didn't understand. She knew Vader's machinations were complex and insidious, but she hadn't dared consider them closely until now. When she'd been captive on Kamino, she tried needling the Dark Lord. She could remember her own words. The harder you drive him away, the harder he comes back. No matter how to punish him, no matter how many times you betray him, he keeps returning for more. I'm beginning to wonder if he's been on your side the whole time and just doesn't know it. Less a taunt than a shocking confession of doubt she still could not shake. Perhaps, even now, despite everything, there was a core of him loyal to Darth Vader. For all the light he'd accomplished, he still yearned to serve his Dark Master. If Starkiller had protested, she would have broken right there. But instead, he reached out with his good hand, cupped her face, and smiled. Together. I promise. He tried to raise his head. She bent low and met him with a kiss. His mouth was dry and tasted of iron, but she didn't care. Kissing him, touching him, feeling his breath, she needed all of it to convince herself he was not another one of Vader's traps. When their lips parted, she pulled herself to full height and asked, "Can you really heal yourself with the Force?" Got a few lessons from Coda. He's not much of a healer. No, but I should at least be able to draw some energy. Then I'll leave you to it. She couldn't resist giving him another kiss, which turned into 3. Then, knowing she couldn't leave Vader unattended any longer, she separated and left Starkiller to his self-repair. Darth Vader and Proxy both were in the disheveled remains of Krivki's laboratory. The droid stood beside a communications console, connected by a jack from his right arm. Impressively, Proxy didn't seem to have suffered fresh damage during his fight with the Dark Apprentice. At least, not this version of Proxy. She'd seen one of his puppet bodies cut down in the trunk corridor during the evil clone's first appearance. Another body, Proxy reported, had been gunned down seconds earlier by the stormtroopers it had ambushed while under holo guise. But the last of Proxy's proxies was intact. It had joined Krivki and the others on their frantic rush to the main corridor, and Proxy's main body remained in contact with it. The droid's eyes flickered as his main processor received information. "Master Eclipse," he said, "I am happy to report that the main corridor is totally cleared of hostiles." "Finally some good news," she said. "Is your, other body safe?" "Yes, Master, my proxy is intact. I am currently in the main communications suite attempting to contact the shield ship." Juno wished Vader were elsewhere instead of watching this conversation. What about Krivki and the others? They are currently in the main hangar. As you know, the Imperial freighter took damage on entry, and may not be suitable for travel through Shenander's hot zone. Well, if the shield ship is still working, we can take the Rogue Shadow. Wasn't there another ship, too? Yes, Master. A BTL S3Y wing. It is a non-combat model refitted for courier runs, with 2 seats available. We need more carry space than that. Indeed. I am now speaking with the shield ship. Proxy cocked his head. I have good news. The shield ship crew has managed to repair its engines after the unexpected and inexplicable malfunction. Juno now believed that malfunction had been some force rot damage courtesy of the Dark Apprentice. Can they get us out of here? They are capable of sublight transit. Juno breathed a sigh of relief. What's happening outside the hot zone? I have just asked them. A slight flicker of the eyes. They report that the Mon Calamari warship Solidarity and several support ships engaged the Imperial in battle. They also report these ships have been destroyed. Her spirits fell. If Solidarity was gone, so was Commodore Vetus, who nurtured her career as a rising rebel captain. Even worse, they must have lost Ram Koda. She couldn't believe anything could take down that gruff, headstrong Jedi Master, and Starkiller had said nothing of his death. She chose, desperately, to believe he was still out there. What about that Imp Star? She asked. Has it come back toward the planet? No, Master. It was quite heavily damaged and remains well outside the hot zone. However, if we were to launch and escape, we might yet be intercepted by the Imperial cruisers that arrived as backup. It was just one carking thing after another. She tried to put aside Darth Vader and the evil clone to weigh her escape options. The shield ship was a slow and easy target, but if it could get them out of the hot zone, Rogue Shadow's cloaking device would help them evade the Imperials. The insulated freighter was probably faster than the shield ship, but it lacked a cloak. Okay, she grunted. Can you find Krivki? We need to figure out a plan. Of course. There was a brief scratch from Proxy's vocabulator, then it sounded with the mechanic's chirpy voice. That you, Captain Eclipse. Stang, I thought you were a goner. This felt weirder without Proxy wearing a hologuise, but she supposed this human-sized droid couldn't mimic a stubby Alina. I'm tentatively alive. What's your status, Krivki? I'm in the Imp freighter that crashed on Arcthrock. Did a good systems check. I think we can get this thing flying. That was a start. Where are the other soldiers? I got them all packed in here. We got everybody except your droid in the comm room? Or is it droids? My prime body is intact and currently with Master Eclipse in your laboratory, Proxy said, seemingly replying to himself. We must first overcome several difficult impediments, which may be a timely process. Switching back to Krivki's voice, Proxy said, We're ready to take off when you are. Well, we will be once I get this pilot droid out of the way. Juno made a snap decision. If you have people who can fly that ship, get out of here now, before the Imperials catch up. What about you, Captain? The shield ship is operational again. We'll use it to escort Rogue Shadow when we get to it. If we get to it, she left unsaid, but Krivki heard it. The Alina asked seriously, Is that an order, Captain? Yes. If you can get people to safety, do it. We'll take care of ourselves. All right. I'll get things started. Krivki paused, but Proxy's vocoder relayed ambient noises of footsteps and shifting bodies as the mechanic moved through the freighter. When the voice returned, it said, What about that droid body we've got on our side? Again, Proxy seemed to reply to himself. That body is merely a proxy directed from my core processor and routed through the furnace's internal transmission net. It will become inert as soon as you leave the base. In any case, I have a better use for that body here. Juno raised a questioning eyebrow, but before Proxy could explain further, Krivki's transmission resumed. Copy that, the mechanic said. Okay. In the cockpit now? Let me see. A second voice came over the comm. It was tinny from distance and mechanical in tone, though much harsher than Proxy's. I am F7D4, steward of this vessel. State your intention. We need to get the hell out of here, Krivki replied. Move aside? This is not per my owner's agreement with Milton Tackle. I am to provide transit as ordered to Imperial users only. You are not Imperial. What gave it away? Listen. I will not comply. I will not be coerced. Krivki, are you sure you've got a handle on that? Asked Juno. Don't worry, I can deal with droids, the mechanic said with weary patience. Let me take a look at this thing. I will not be coerced, EV7D4 repeated. I will not be co-opted. Yeah, whatever, Krivki muttered. Got the shutdown switch. Then there was a burst of noise, and the entire transmission was rendered into static. Juno stared in horror. Proxy, what happened? The static disappeared, replaced by the droid's familiar, soothing voice. It seems, Master Eclipse, that a terminal error was made. What do you mean? The Imperial freighter seems to have exploded in the hangar. What? I suspect a self-destruct sequence was triggered, likely when Krivki tried to override the droid pilot. With a tiny tremor he added, I'm so sorry, Master. I do not believe there were any survivors. Juno's breath left her. She almost fell. How many men and women had been on that ship? A dozen. 20. Everyone who survived the initial Imperial assault, and that had been so few. Now they were all gone, and so was the best chance she and Starkiller had of getting off this rock. In her career with the Alliance, she never failed this utterly. She tried to draw herself together and clung to the thought of Starkiller. She had to get him out of here. She had to save him, as he'd saved her so many times. Save him from Darth Vader, from that evil clone, even from himself, if necessary. Proxy, she asked, trying to ignore Vader breathing at her back. You've still got that second body on the other side, right? Indeed. I will do everything to ease your escape. With myself and my proxy. Every time he used that word, it felt like the universe was making a weird joke. Okay, go prep the rogue shadow for flight. And check out that Y-wing, just in case. My proxy will do it now. Is there anything I may do for your master? You've done enough. Thank you. Finally, Darth Vader spoke. How long must we wait? Until Starkiller is ready. She reluctantly faced him. Unless you can tell me when that crazy clone's gone to sleep. He does not sleep, said Vader. He only waits. Somehow she suspected as much. Then we wait too, as long as it takes. Vader stared, breathed that awful breath, and finally nodded. It was going to be an agonizing delay for them all. Chapter 15. The mighty Mon Calamari warship was a dead hulk drifting beyond Magic Dragon's bow, but alarms were still wailing on the bridge. The flashing lights and shrill drone were wearing on Milton Tackle's nerves. The Grand Admiral felt like he could snap and throttle the next person to bring him bad news. For better or worse, that came from his security chief, Lieutenant Gorek, who gone to lower decks to counter the rebel commandos and was thus outside strangulation range. From a safe distance, Gorek told him, I'm sorry, Admiral, but it looks like they've sent 2 teams up the lift shaft. What? How? We cut power to the lifts. They went up the shaft, sir, with fiber cables. We've pinned down one group on deck 37, section. Where are the others? There, on deck 18, command section. Tackle pounded the comm console, closing the connection and making an instant jump. He spun away and called to his bridge security head. Send all teams to the main lift shaft. That bastards are coming up. Get ready to lower the blast doors. Magic Dragon's crew, temporarily relieved after smashing the rebel cruiser, was on verge of panic once again. Tackle couldn't do much to soothe them. He was panicking himself. Hands fumbled over his white uniform down his paunch until he discovered the service pistol holstered at his side. Not much of a defense against a filthy Jedi, but it would have to do. As the bridge's last few stormtroopers hurried out of the chamber, back for the lifts, Tackle told the rest of his crew, get your weapons ready. We may have to defend to the last man. That did little to comfort them. Tackle switched his pistol to his other hand, wiped sweaty palms dry, and listened for the sounds of blaster fire that hadn't yet come. Then the tactical officer said, Admiral, we have fresh incoming. Tackle braced himself. From the planet. No, from hyperspace. It's, well, take a look, sir. The Grand Admiral started for the tactical station, then froze when he spotted the new arrival in the center viewport, hanging directly over Magic Dragon's battered spine, turned to face the bridge. Sitting against a black backdrop, it looked like the wall-mounted head of a fearsome beast. Good news at last. Tackle just wished his backup would stop arriving at such dramatic times. Come, hail him and tell him to stop that Jedi now. The lieutenant frowned. But, sir, there's no airlock at the command tower. And if he docks in the main bay, point him to the nearest spot to the bridge where he can make forced entry through the hull. You mean, tell him to burn his way through? The comm officer relayed instruction. As the beast-head of a ship soared past the viewport over their heads for landing, the sounds of battle approached in the corridor beyond. The path to the Star Destroyer's bridge was a gauntlet of sealed blast doors, stormtroopers, and black-helmed security guards. The air was thick with laser fire, and ozone, and the smell of scorched bodies. It was kill or be killed, no quarter given, both sides driven by a primal need to live. Rom Koda rode at the crest of the wave, as happy as he'd ever been. He danced ahead of his troops, flicking his lightsaber this way and that, never slowing, always deflecting. Sometimes attacks broke through, adding score marks to his battered armor, but he never staggered, never stopped, never doubted himself as he led the charge to the bridge. This was Rom Koda as he was meant to be, a man at war. He'd always been different from other Jedi, in part because he started training late. He felt accord with Master Windu, another Jedi who could summon his inner darkness, gain fuel by it, but never allow it to overwhelm him. It had made them both powerful warriors. Windu had had the fortune, good or ill, to die at the start of the Jedi Purge. Koda had kept fighting for almost 20 years against the Empire, and his own despair. He'd almost lost the fight 2 years ago, along with his militia and his eyesight, but the man who'd stolen his hope had delivered it back to him. Starkiller gave him hope even now. A tether connected them across distance, and he could feel Starkiller rise into battle, renewed with strength and conviction. Koda could only try to match. As he battled, he wondered if this was why he'd never fallen to the dark, even after 20 years of desperate battle. He fought not for personal gain or glory, nor, though he might, did he fight the Empire for revenge. He battled for a cause greater than himself, the Republic, the Rebellion, the legacy of the Jedi. Pushing back the dark. In Starkiller he found a man to embody them all. A reason to keep fighting. He was so close to the bridge now. A few more blast doors. Once they'd taken down all the troopers in this section of the hallway, he moved to the next barricade and stabbed his lightsaber through the layered metal. It turned to molten liquid as he moved his blade. The heat bathed his face as he pressed his body close. He felt his soldiers tense behind him, weapons ready for the next barge. When he'd carved enough of a hole in the door, Koda summoned the Force and punched it open. He was the first through the gap, using the Force to hold the chunk of door in front of him as a shield while his soldiers filed through the gap and began shooting the latest cluster of stormtroopers. This was the smallest batch yet. The enemy had been whittled down to nearly nothing. With brazen confidence, Koda hurled his makeshift shield and crushed one trooper against a bulkhead. He marched to the next set of blast doors, the last ones, he felt, and prepared to carve through. Then he felt something behind him, a burst of panic juxtaposed against calm lethal intent. More blaster fire, at a new and different pitch from the guns his men used. Not stormtrooper rifles either. Koda reached through the Force to sense what was happening behind him. When he understood, his heart shuddered. For the first time since fighting his way aboard this destroyer, Koda was afraid. Grand Admiral Tackle pumped an unceremonious fist in the air as he watched the holocam feeds. After clamping Slave Eye onto the command tower exterior and burning a hole through the hull, Boba Fett was blazing through the hallways, taking the rebel commandos by surprise and shooting them down with impunity. He strode down the halls, popping off blast after blast from the custom pistol in either hand, leaving a trail of dead rebels in his wake. It was fascinating to watch. Fett cultivated an air of mystery, but Tackle's connections in the Mandalorian sector left him more informed than most. It was still a mess of rumors, but he'd heard Fett was son of a former Mandalore, that he'd eschewed his clan to work solo, that he and Vader had some personal accord. Most intriguing was the rumor that he held an especial hatred for Jedi. The galaxy's best bounty hunter was as good as advertised. Tackle hoped he was just as proficient an exterminator. The rest of the bridge crew, who unfortunately didn't have the same holo cams to view, were still on edge of panic. Blaster fire ricocheted just beyond the sealed blast doors. Tackle was about to urge them calm when he heard a muffled hum he couldn't identify. Then the tip of a blue-white blade stabbed through the center of the blast doors and began to cut a molten arc through the protective metal. Time to panic after all. Tackle had seen how the Jedi breached the other doors, so he ordered men to stand on the gateway sides and prepare to take his flanks when he came through. All the stormtroopers and standard security teams had already gone out and been slaughtered. All the bridge had left were men like Tackle himself, armed with meager service pistols. Everyone watched helplessly as the Jedi weapon carved his blazing arc through their door. No one could look away, which was one small blessing. It allowed Milton Tackle to reach into the fold of his sleeve, remove the second and final capsule of glitterstim he secreted there, and pop it into his mouth. He had a feeling he might need it. And if his power didn't save him, well, at least he'd go out on a high. Coda worked fast because he had to. If he could get to the bridge and take the ship's commander hostage, he'd have something to barter with, something that might stay the hand of the enemy approaching from behind. Even though he'd yet to reach this section of corridor, Coda knew him. They'd battled each other already on Kamino, and Coda had nearly met his match in the armored, resourceful bounty hunter. Only a bit of subterfuge from Proxy had given Coda the edge so he could force the hunter to retreat. That edge was gone, which meant he'd have to make one of his own. He'd almost completed the circular portal he was carving when the enemy arrived. Coda's scant remaining commandos opened fire as he pushed through the previous door. Laser fire sprayed against his battered, green-painted armor to no avail. True Mandalorian Beskar then. Not a good sign. Rebel soldiers were falling in a flurry, picked off by the dual-wielded blasters in the bounty hunter's hands. Coda had no choice. He turned from the blast doors and threw himself on the enemy with force-enhanced speed. But the bounty hunter was fast too. He twisted his body into the sweep of Coda's blade, which scraped noisily off the Beskar shell. Coda shifted his attack upward. A vertical spin of his blade sheared off the tip of the bounty hunter's right blaster. His second one popped off a series of shots. Coda had to duck to evade them, and one bolt burned through his silver topknot. Pale hair swirled wildly around his face as Coda kept attacking. He cut off the tip of the bounty hunter's other blaster and moved in to literally disarm him, angling his blade for the exposed points at the man's wrist and elbow. But that damned Mandalorian was good. He kept his forearms up like a boxer warding off punches, catching every saber sweep with his Beskar bucklers. But Coda had a weapon that could breach even Mandalorian armor. It was a talent shown to him by Mace Windu himself all those years ago, the ability to find the breaking point in even the most durable armor, physical or metaphorical, and shatter it with a single precise blow. Coda dropped as fully into the Force as he ever had. Far off, he felt Starkiller in a similar harmony and joined himself with the boy's flow. Pausing his attacks, flinching only to deflect punches from the bounty hunter, Coda scoured the Beskar plate on his chest, found the minute cracks rent by years of brutal service, discovered exactly where he needed to apply breaking force. Knowing the bounty hunter would caught it, Coda made an upward sweep with his saber. The bounty hunter blocked it with his right buckler, but the swing pushed that arm away, exposing his chest armor. Coda slammed his palm into the center of that plate. Shatterpoint. The explosive force sent the bounty hunter flying back 10 meters. His jetpack cracked noisily against the sealed blast door, but the armor over his chest had become dangling fragments. Most of the Beskar lay as shards across the deck. Coda felt the bounty hunter's shock with satisfaction, then charged in for the kill. The bounty hunter didn't rise to face him. Instead, he bent forward on elbow and knees, back to the ceiling, exposed chest to the floor. The rocket attached to his jetpack burned, burst, and launched. Coda, caught in mid-charge, had no time to evade. In the millisecond before impact, he threw up a wall of the Force and prayed. Tackle had been watching the whole fight in fascinated wonder, but he was still shocked when the rocket caught the Jedi square in the abdomen, picked him off his feet, and hurled him at missile tip down the corridor, right into the slab of blast door he'd carved open. The explosion rocked the bridge. The cutout slab was propelled across the deck and fell into the crew pit, crushing 3 officers and shearing limbs off 2 more. Smoke and blood and burning filled the chamber. With his glitterstim enhanced senses, Tackle took in all of that, just as he took in the Jedi who'd been thrown onto the bridge's center walkway. His armor was scorched black, his skin smoked, and he left a trail of blood and ashes he'd tumbled through the portal. But the monster was alive and trying to rise. And his lightsaber lay 3 meters away from him, 4 meters from Tackle, amidst the deck-strewn rubble. Boba Fett was stalking toward the bridge, seconds away from the entrance he'd blown wide open. The Jedi was trying to rise. In a burst of speed and intuition, Tackle dove for the lightsaber. He landed on his stomach, slid face first through the ash, grabbed the lightsaber in both hands. As the bounty hunter stepped onto the bridge, he rolled onto his side and hurled the thing at Boba Fett, as strong as he could. The cylinder spun through the air, with glitterstim pulsing through his body as seemed to will forever. A meter out from Fett's outstretched hand it froze in midair, then flew back toward its owner. Coda's whole body tremored in pain, but the Force was with him. It pulled him to his feet, suspended him upright. It called the lightsaber back to his outstretched hand, away from the bounty hunter. His beloved weapon flew toward him. He could feel the satisfying smack of metal in his palm even before it hit. But the touch never came. He heard the metal hiss of fiber cord, and the clack of magnet on metal. He felt the lightsaber pulled away from him, reeled into the bounty hunter's waiting hand. Coda intensified his effort and tried to pull the lightsaber back to him. He felt it strain against the cord, slip away from the Mandalorian's gloved fingers, and inch back to the main who'd made it. Then a laser bolt took him in the side, punching through broken armor, rending flesh and scorching skin. Coda staggered, lost concentration, lost his lightsaber. He heard the weapon ignite, felt the bounty hunter swoop down on him. Coda tried to muster the Force one more time, but he was too hurt, too tired, too beaten. 20 years of war, but he'd reached his limit at last. You're on your own now, boy, he thought. Then he had peace, beautiful, black, and forever. The entire bridge watched in stunned silence as Boba Fett decapitated the Jedi with the 2-handed swing. The silver-haired head toppled from armored shoulders, hit the blackened deck, bounced twice, rolled, and finally stopped. Smoke rose from the burn-sealed stub of a neck. Empty white eyes stared at the ceiling. Blind, Tackle realized with a tremor. All that from a man who couldn't even see. It was over. Alarms still sounded on the bridge, but the enemy was dead. The battle on and around Magic Dragon was over. Tackle was aware that they still hadn't heard from the planet, but right now Vader's fate seemed immaterial. After he pushed himself off the ground and holstered a service pistol, he brushed from ash off his white uniform and said, "Master Fett, I can't thank you enough." "That was uniquely satisfying," Fett said, "but I still want to be paid." Tackle swallowed. "The Emperor is good for it." "I know he is." The Mandalorian helm turned down toward the dead man's head. Tackle felt queasy at the sight and looked away, but Fett seemed to stare for a long time. Finally, the bounty hunter shut off the Jedi's blade and hooked it to his belt. Tackle dimly wondered if Vader or the Emperor would want it, then decided to let Fett keep the trophy. After all, he'd more than earned it. Chapter 16. As he lay within his healing trance, the man called Starkiller experienced more shades of past and future. Nothing resolved itself as clearly as the visions he'd had before, but he caught the face of his mother and father, his many enemies and few friends. Casdan Paratus, twisted by madness, Shakti, passing rueful wisdom, Maris Brood, shaken by a mercy as unexpected for her as it had been for him. He saw Juno climbing a snow-laden slope in the night, and he saw Master Coda in ferocious battle against the same armored foe who kidnapped Juno from salvation. He sensed it when Coda died. Yet even that, strangely, felt like the giving of a gift. In uncounted time the visions faded, reality returned, and the Force released Starkiller from his healing embrace. When he rose from the bed, his weariness and even pain were gone. So, too, was doubt. He knew what had to be done. His only regret was that he wasn't able to explain it to Juno. He couldn't now. Even if they both survived this, she might never understand and never forgive him. He prayed their love would endure what came next, but either way, he had to follow the path the Force had laid out for him. Maybe this was what it meant to be a Jedi, like his father before him. Starkiller found them in the droid laboratory: Juno, Proxy, Darth Vader. The three beings who'd most shaped his life were all gathered in one place. There was an unhappy truce between them, but the truce endured, because in the corridors beyond, walled off by stone, a common enemy waited. There were also reasons to be sad. Juno explained what had happened to the Imperial freighter, Krivki, and the remaining rebel soldiers. Yet Proxy, puppet-turned-puppet master, had one extra body remaining, and this one had prepped the remaining starships for takeoff and stood ready to assist them in crossing the perilous bridge over the mining shaft. I will do my part in this chassis, as well, Proxy explained. Seeing as that I do not require oxygen to function, both of my bodies will attempt to block the clone on the bridge. Granted, my Proxy is armed only with a blaster, but this form, I believe, is well equipped to defend itself. With a flicker of light, Proxy assumed the familiar form of Starkiller himself. In his fist burned a blue and very real lightsaber blade. That looks convincing, Juno said. It will not fool the Dark Apprentice, Vader rumbled. His eyes may be deceived, but the Force will not fail him. We don't have to trick him, we just have to confuse him for a second, said Starkiller. Everyone counts when you're running out of air. Do you think a mere machine will stop him? He has slain dozens of such droids in his training. As have you? Before Starkiller could argue, Proxy interjected. I am fully aware that I will face a formidable foe. Indeed, the only reason I escaped our previous encounter was because I had you both at my side. While I of course hope to survive this encounter, I do not expect it. The droid faced death with such assurance it ached Starkiller's heart. For as long as he could remember, Proxy had been his companion. They sparred together, crossed the galaxy together, switched sides together, even died together, only to be born again, each with haunting questions about the purpose of his existence. And, it seemed, they'd even found answers together. Do not regret, Master, Proxy told him with Starkiller's own face, his own voice. In our journeys I have become more than I ever dreamed of being. I hope I have allowed you to say the same? Something caught in his throat. He swallowed hard. Of course you have, Proxy. Then there is nothing more to add. The hollow shroud winked off. So did the lightsaber. With the disguise gone, Starkiller noticed the second cylinder attached to a magnetic clamp on Proxy's waist. He brushed the weapon clip to his own belt, which left no doubt about the spare. I will not trust our victory to a droid, Darth Vader said, and I will not face the enemy unarmed. Tough, Juno snarled. You're mad if you think we're. No, Starkiller said. Give him the lightsaber. You can't be serious. Her look was half shock, half suspicious glare. He couldn't explain what the Force had shown him. Not to her, not to Vader. Not here and now, anyway. Neither would understand. Everyone needs to be armed to fight that clone. We could only get him to a standstill last time. And the moment we beat him, Vader will stab you in the back, just like he always does. Vader didn't even try to defend himself. Starkiller said, I'll deal with that when it happens. Proxy, give him the lightsaber. Even the droid hesitated. Is that in order, Master? Yes, it is. Juno flinched like he struck her. Proxy's voice trembled. I see. Very well, Master. I obey. Without anyone reaching for it, The lightsaber left Proxy's waist and flew into Darth Vader's hand. The Sith Lord tapped his trigger and extended the red blade. Starkiller put a hand on his own weapon, but he knew he wouldn't need it yet. Vader shut it off and lowered it to his side. "The enemy awaits," he said simply. But no one moved. They only stared at one another, each one contemplating destiny in relation to the other. It was Proxy who finally said, "I am ready to open the doors on your command." "Then let's get to it," Juno said dryly. She already had his pistol in hand. They walked down the corridor in a line, Proxy, Starkiller, Vader, Juno with the gun on his back. Starkiller skipped ahead to squeeze astride the droid. "I'm sorry I had to order you back there," he said, "but trust me, please." "I trust you, of course, Master. It is Vader I do not trust." "I understand. I just..." Starkiller trailed off. He didn't know what he was trying to say. He just didn't want his last moments with Proxy to be upset by misunderstanding. "There is nothing to apologize for," the droid told him. "I have decided my mission, and I will execute it. However, a curiosity remains. Though I have lost my core programming, Master, I have found that a part of me regrets that I will never succeed in killing you." Starkiller smiled. "You can't have everything." "Indeed, but I believe I have had enough. I am satisfied." "Me too, Proxy," he whispered. "Me too." The door stood before them, a sleek metal slab walling them off from the outside void. He dared reach out with the Force to feel the Dark Apprentice, also stirring in the nearby corridor. As soon as they opened their door, so would he. They stood before the threshold. Proxy triggered his holo shroud, becoming the perfect visual replica of Starkiller himself. Next came Darth Vader, red blade in his hand. Starkiller and Juno lingered behind him. He moved his spare hand to squeeze hers, leaned close, and whispered, "Are you ready?" Doubt and softness had disappeared from her. It was time to fight or die, as Vader had taught her to. She raised her blaster, pointed it dead ahead of her, and said, "Ready." "Okay, Proxy." Starkiller raised his voice. "Do it." When his target sprung into motion, so did the Dark Apprentice. With the Force, he shoved the carved slab of door outward. Wind rushed him from behind as the corridor's remaining atmosphere was flushed into the empty shaft. The Dark Apprentice allowed himself to be carried through the gap onto the walkway beyond. All the while, he lifted the door slab ahead of him to use as a shield and weapon. He sensed Vader and Starkiller approaching, but not the droid. A naked Proxy model stood in front of the main corridor sealed door, blaster rifle in hand, pumping red bolts. The Dark Apprentice knew his air was limited, each second counted. He shifted his twin lightsabers and batted the bolts back. 3 shots in quick succession were reflected to their source, and the droid crumpled. It had taken just a second, but each one counted. As he raced for the tunnel door, the Dark Apprentice was intercepted, as he knew he'd be. First came Vader, red saber blazing in hand. Then came his pathetic twin, leaping high from the left branch catwalk to the spot behind him. Starkiller landed with a clatter, swinging fast and hard, even before Vader reached him on his opposite flank. But it wasn't Starkiller. There was no force emanating from his opponent. It was another damn droid. The Dark Apprentice sneered and caught, in the corner of his eye, the real Starkiller, and his blonde woman sprinting for the main tunnel. The blonde ran ahead. Starkiller faltered, looked back, undecided whether to go with his woman or join his maker in this final battle. The Dark Apprentice didn't have the luxury of waiting. Air was running out. He was already feeling dazed by deprivation and heat. He swung the door slab like he'd tossed around those droid parts earlier. Starkiller barely dodged it. It spun around to hit the Proxy droid. Metal clashed on metal. The blue lightsaber cut the slab in two, but the debris moved with such force that it knocked Proxy off the edge of the walkway, dropping both into the abyss below. The Dark Apprentice felt a flash of triumph, then pain. Dazed and distracted, he'd allowed Vader to slid through his defenses and score a slash across his shoulder. He snarled, lunged, knowing he had to get inside, into air, in the next few seconds. Amazingly, Vader flew off his feet, away from the killing thrust, into the main corridor. His black armored body clattered on the interior floor plates. Starkiller and his woman stood deeper inside. The door began to close before them. The Dark Apprentice was almost done. He summoned the Force desperately and used his power to dash ahead, reaching the door before it closed. He stuck one arm through to keep it from sealing. As soon as he did, Vader's blade cut it through the wrist. If there had been air left in his lungs, the Dark Apprentice would have screamed. Instead, he used his fear and pain and anger for one last spurt of power. He shoved against the sliding motion of the door, pushing it open just wide enough for him to throw his body inside the corridor. The door finally sealed behind him. Air vents roared overhead, pumping in atmosphere to replace what was lost. The Dark Apprentice rolled onto his back just in time to catch Vader's downward thrust with his remaining saber. Then, still powered by fear and pain and anger, he reared his hips upward, slammed both boots into Vader's stomach, and sent his maker flying down the debris and body-strewn hallway. Immediately he leaped to his feet. So did Vader. They threw themselves together, and the battle was joined once more. Starkiller could feel Juno's fierce recrimination as they ran down the corridor, skipping and sometimes stumbling over bodies as they made their way for the hangar. She didn't speak it, but she didn't have to. You could have left him to die. It would have been so easy. Just seal the door and leave Vader and the Dark Apprentice to battle each other until one slew the other and oxygen loss defeated the victor. So simple, and it would have honored proxy sacrifice. Well, Starkiller couldn't allow that. He would explain it to Juno, he had to. But not yet. He only started to doubt when he saw that the Dark Apprentice had slipped inside the hallway and renewed his battle with Vader. He felt the dark ferocity of their struggle, and it chilled him to the core. All the black feelings his master had taught him to unleash were coming from them in torrents. Darkness clashed with darkness, and it seemed impossible that light could escape from either of them. But it would. Starkiller had seen that. He knew it. Vader was the fulcrum, and destiny demanded he survive the day. Starkiller and Juno had a head start for the hangars, but the passage was long and littered with ruin. All the while the sounds of Vader and the Dark Apprentice seemed to chase them. When they were almost at the end of the passage, the door to the hangar foyer in sight, Juno gave a yelp and tripped over the body of a stormtrooper. She fell hard, her knee cracked painfully into the deck. Starkiller called on the Force to pull her upright, but those 3 seconds were a critical delay. As soon as they started running, Vader's body was thrown down the hall like a missile. Juno barely dodged, and Starkiller was taken in head and shoulder, spun, and knocked into the wall. Vader himself collided with the door, dropped to the deck, and struggled to stand. And like a second missile, the Dark Apprentice flew through the air and dropped on his master, hacking savagely. The door sensed their motion and opened stupidly before them, allowing the fight spilled into the foyer. Starkiller pushed himself upright, then lunged at the clone's exposed back. He was stopped just short of striking distance. The man twisted and a burst of force lightning crackled from the stub of his lost hand. Starkiller was thrown to the far end of the foyer. As soon as he landed, Juno was there. As she tugged him to his feet, they watched Vader and the Dark Apprentice continue their battle. The foyer, too, was scarred by earlier combat. The door to the central hangar was bent outward thanks to the detonation of the Imperial freighter. The nearest set of doors, he recalled, led to the smaller hangar with the Y-wing. The further one, outside which Vader and his two perfect apprentices fought, contained Rogue Shadow. He started toward them, but Juno tugged his shoulder. "Leave them, damn it." "But the Shadow." "We'll take the Y-wing. Proxy said is ready to fly." Starkiller knew not to argue, and perhaps, he thought, it was better this way. They rushed into the small hangar, leaving the two duelists behind, though Starkiller could still feel their ripples of mutual fury in the Force. Juno quickly went to the panel by the door and commanded the armor gate in the ceiling to open. As they clambered up the ladder into the Y-wing's top side, he asked, "Can you pilot this thing?" "I've done it a couple times." easy to fly but slower than a hut in a bog. Would you rather have a TIE fighter? I'd rather a ship with the cloaking device and carking weapons. But this will have to do. This was a two-seater, he saw, with separate sections for the pilot and rear-facing would-be gunner, though this craft seemed to have swapped out its top turret for a sensor suite. Juno immediately dropped into the pilot seat and yelped as she landed on a waiting white pilot helmet. How considerate, she grumbled as she fumbled the thing out from beneath her. Before she put it on, Starkiller knelt on the Y-wing's hull, leaned into her cockpit, and kissed her once. It was warm, dry, and short, but he tried to make it last forever. When he pulled back, her eyes were fluttering. Smiling sheepishly, she said, "Save that for when we're home free." "You got it," Starkiller said. He smiled back, then darted for the gunner's chair. He wanted to leave Juno with that smile, just as he clung to his last side of her. He still felt the battle raging as Juno fired the repulsors and pushed them out of the landing bay. Those rose through the hangar mouth, through the atmospheric shield, until they were low over the craggy airless surface of Shenander Prime. "Are the Imperials nearby?" he asked her. Her voice was slightly scratchy over the Y-wing's internal comm. "Not close to the hot zone. Not yet." She banked the Y-wing back toward the base. They could see the great circular plunge where there had once been a dome, as well as the ripped-open mouth of the central hangar. And as they finished their low circle, they could see the third set of hangar doors opening. Far beneath them, Rogue Shadow sat in his berth while twin red lightsabers clashed around his base. Starkiller could feel that battle all the more clearly now. Darth Vader and his too-perfect apprentice battled on, and the Dark Lord was losing. Vader was old, tired, betrayed, abandoned, undone by his own evil schemes. The Dark Apprentice was young and unfettered by anything save rage and avarice. And in his forced presence, Starkiller felt the trace of something he'd only experienced once before, on the Death Star, when he died the worst of his many deaths. Yet this power was not coming from the clone, rather it was being passed to him across endless light years from the final author of the galaxy's darkness. Yes, that explained everything. "Damn it all, I wish this thing had guns," Juno said. So it had come to this. "Don't worry," Starkiller said. "I'll take care of it." "Wait, what are you?" He pulled the manual release lever and commanded the lid of his cockpit to open. Over the sudden roar of air, he called, "I'm sorry, Juno. I'm sorry." She might have been shouting at him. In the Force she screamed desperation, anger, and, yes, betrayal. He wished he could explain it all to her, but there was no time. At least she would survive. He would live whatever moments he had left with that solace. Starkiller swallowed a last gulp of fleeting air, then threw himself off the Y-wing's hull. He barely had to call on the Force to direct his fall into the open hangar bay. Instead, he summoned his power after he passed through the atmospheric envelope to soften his landing on the back of the Rogue Shadow. Vader and the Dark Apprentice were so locked into mortal combat that neither recognized his presence. For a moment he stood there, aware of Juno circling desperately above while two foul powers clashed below. He saw Vader weaken beneath the Dark Apprentice's continual attacks. From the cut-off stub of his arm, he summoned more lightning that racked across Darth Vader's body, and Starkiller cringed with the memory of his master's final end at the Emperor's hands. That awful, beautiful, necessary end. Starkiller jumped off the back of the Rogue Shadow. The Dark Apprentice sensed him just in time to throw another volley of Force lightning at him, but Starkiller was prepared for it. He endured the sizzling pain and collided with the Dark Apprentice, slipping his blade into the flesh beneath the clone's right rib. The Dark Apprentice rolled away screaming. He reared onto his knees and threw a lightning burst, which Starkiller caught on his saber. Behind him, Darth Vader staggered to his feet. Deep voice hoarse with shock, he asked, "Why?" "Because you're not what you think you are," Starkiller said, and threw himself at the Dark Apprentice. Saber met saber. More lightning burned his body, but Starkiller endured it and refused to give in to the hateful powers he'd been taught to use. Even if he'd wanted to, he couldn't have. He'd moved so far beyond the darkness he couldn't even call on it. As he battled, he drained himself of all the dark emotions that had haunted him since his father's murder. Purges and purified, he battled out of vision, understanding, and empathy. Empathy for Darth Vader, who paid unto Galen Marek all the sins inherited from his own master, because those were the only things he had to give. Empathy for what Vader had been, would be, and craved to be with an inner fire so secret he hid it even from himself. And empathy, too, for the snarling, wrathful mirror image of himself. Even when the Dark Apprentice scorched him with fire and plunged a red lightsaber blade into his stomach, rending his healing wound with an even deeper one. They were two echoes of the same man, but while the Dark Apprentice had inherited only Galen Marek's grief and anger, Starkiller had been gifted with his so-called weaknesses like compassion and hope. More than anything, he'd retained Juno, love for her, love from her. With that to guide the way, he gained a deeper understanding of the Force than the Dark Apprentice, blinded by darkness and seduced by the Emperor's promises, could never imagine. When Starkiller thrust his saber into the Dark Apprentice's chest, he grieved for the man who might have been. Spite drained from the Dark Apprentice's face. His head bowed toward Starkiller's. His eyes watered in pain and confusion. He simply couldn't believe he had failed. In that moment, Starkiller felt that external power withdraw from the Dark Apprentice. The Emperor was abandoning him in his final moment because he was no longer useful. The clone's eyes closed. His body tipped forward. Starkiller caught it against his own. His leg ached and his stomach burned with creeping fire. And then with a greater agony as a red pushed through his spine. Abandoned by his true master, the Dark Apprentice was facing death the only way he knew how, mindless spite. He hooked his handless arm around Starkiller's back to hold him close, and his face contorted for one last paroxysm of rage. Lightning surged across all his body and leaped to his twin, wrapping them both in a corona of hate. Starkiller held the embrace and endured the pain. He moved his free arm to drape the Dark Apprentice's shoulders. Dimly, he sensed that his opposite had never experienced even this small gesture of compassion. Starkiller could give that much at the end. As ample experience had proved, dying brought out the best in him. Darth Vader was still behind him, watching light and dark mirrors embrace with incomprehension. Go! Starkiller shouted and called what force he could to shove Vader toward Rogue Shadow's Lord ramp. He staggered for the entrance, but the Dark Lord called back, I do not understand. So much to explain. No way to speak the words. As pain racked his body, Starkiller called, one day you'll be freed, by Urilson. With his last burst of rage, the Dark Apprentice summoned a flash of power that leaped far from his body. The hangar's interior light sparked and crashed into darkness. The energy field ceiling and the atmosphere shuddered and died. Air soared upward into the void, pulling spar equipment with it. Starkiller hadn't the strength to resist. Still wrapped in fatal embrace, the two apprentices were swept up through the hangar mouth and into the blackness beyond. There was not far to go. Shenander Prime had his own pull, and as the propelling gust dissipated, gravity tugged their flying bodies back to airless Earth. They tumbled down, but tumbled slowly. As darkness rose from the edge of his vision to swallow everything, Starkiller saw the thrust trails of two distinct starships flaring into the distance. The one who made him and the one who'd remade him both safe. It was accomplished. Finally, at long last, he gave up Galen Marek's ghost. Chapter 17. In the compressed isolation of her Y-Wing's cockpit, Juno Eclipse screamed. She slammed angry fists into the sides of her berth, howled until she was out of breath, then sucked in air, and screamed again. She felt her throat go raw but couldn't stop herself. She'd heard an adage once, she couldn't recall from where. How do you hurt someone who's lost everything? Give them back something broken. That was exactly what had happened, and it was worse than she could ever have imagined. It would have been better for him to have died in the shaft, fighting the Dark Apprentice and buying her escape. But instead they'd been free, finally free, and he'd chosen to abandon her and give up his life for his vile makers. When she couldn't scream anymore, she gave way to sobbing. The Starkiller who'd come back to her had been some twisted clone, bred to betray her and the Alliance, inculcated with absolute loyalty to Darth Vader. It was the only explanation. She'd allowed herself to rejoice for love of him, but he'd been only a thing crafted in imitation of a real man. because she'd let her heart lead her everyone as Shenander Prime was dead. And that was only the best option. Perhaps he'd always been meant to betray her, from the moment they first met. Perhaps everything he'd ever done had been part of the trap. Hunting fugitive Jedi, collecting the rebellion's leaders, then rescuing them from the Death Star. Even loving her. All the while he'd been the Empire's pawn, and so had she. It was too terrible to contemplate. Juno wanted only to huddle inside the Y-wing cockpit and sail into hot, star-scorched oblivion. She barely noticed when the shield ship came close. The voice of its pilot scratched on her comlink. "Please cut engines. We'll tow you along with our tractor beam." For some reason, she did. The shield ship protected her with an umbrella of shadow. Slowly, the corona glow around Shenander Prime faded as they withdrew from the planet. A starscape assembled before her, and so did her own thoughts. She remembered not just Starkiller's betrayal but all its impact. Thumbing the comm line open, she rasped, "Shield ship, is there another spacecraft with us?" "The one I came in on." The reply came after a pause. "No, ma'am. We, thought we caught some engine flares leaving the planet, but they disappeared." In that instant, Juno knew Vader had escaped on the rogue shadow, cloaked it, and now hung beside her in the shield ship's penumbra. Immediately, she closed the link to the shield ship and began scouring the space around her for any hint of the rogue shadow. It must have been close, so close, but she couldn't find any sign. If this damned courier ship had had weapons, she'd have sprayed them wildly, just for the chance of revenge on Vader. Instead, she did the only thing she could. Juno turned the comm on once more and set it to broadcast on the widest frequency. She didn't even think of her words as she spoke. She just let them flow. "Damn it, you monster. Where are you? Where are you? He died for you. That's what you made him for, wasn't it? All this time he was just your carking puppet." No response, not even the mechanical rhythm of the Dark Lord's breath. She shouted even louder, "I know you can hear me. You're right here. I know it. Shoot me, damn it. I know you're there. You have weapons. Shoot me. Kill me like you killed him." Juno ravaged her throat, screaming so loud. And still there was no response. She huddled forward in her cockpit and sobbed once again. Through her grief and anger, she was unsurprised. Darth Vader worked cruelty like a master, and he knew that survival could be the worst fate of all. Eventually, the shield ship pilot hailed her again. If he'd heard her mad outburst, he gave no sign. "Ma'am, we're almost at the edge of the hot zone. I'll tell you when you're clear for lightspeed." Juno had to wipe her eyes clear again. "Pilot, thank you. The Imps have a cruiser inbound, Vindicator class. Looks like it sent a squadron of TIEs as vanguards." The bleakness in his voice anchored her to reality. Her entire life lay in ruins, but hers was not the only one. I can't get you aboard. This ship is too small." "I see that, ma'am." In a melancholy tone, the pilot added, "I'm just glad I could save someone. You've got to get out of here and tell people what happened. Nobody else can." Telling would mean reliving, and Juno didn't know if she could bear that. She asked, "Did you see anyone escape from the rescue fleet?" "No, ma'am. I think you're it. So you understand." "I understand." She swallowed. Yes, he must have heard her outburst. And he was right. Somebody had to survive this slaughter. If only she could decide what tale to tell. The next few minutes drew out forever. She checked her scanners and watched the TIEs approach but saw no sign of the rogue shadow. Yet Darth Vader was here. She knew it. The man she'd been fooled into loving would not have failed in his final mission. "We're clear, ma'am," the shield ship said. "Fly true." "Thank you, pilot," Juno said. Her voice cracked. She couldn't get out anymore. The TIEs were almost on her. They'd tear the sluggish shield ship apart in seconds and overwhelm her Y-wing after that. She might have let them, but she couldn't bring herself to waste her escort sacrifice. The day was already drenched in pointlessly shed blood. She turned on the nav computer. A course was already patched in for one of the Rebel fleet secret rendezvous points, a location she doubted that had been shared with the Furnace's crew. One last gift from Proxy, it seemed. At least one of her comrades had stayed true. She couldn't help but smile through her tears. Then, as the howl of TIE fighters rose behind her, Juno pulled the throttle and jumped to hyperspace. Shenander was immediately light years behind, but she knew her heart would never leave it. Grand Admiral Tackle hardly looked like a man in a moment of professional triumph. His white Grand Admiral's uniform was stained with ash across the stomach, his hair was disheveled, and his eyes and hands still twitched from a fading glitterstorm high. His ship was in even worse shape. The rebels had savage magic dragon's hull, in some places leaving black scorch marks half a kilometer long. Entire weapon turrets had been gouged out and full decks emptied into space. The Star Destroyers in size were little better, as its Jedi invader and cut a blood-drenched and fire-scored swath to the bridge itself. It would take a long time to repair the magic dragon, but Tackle was determined to see it done. After all, he damned well earned his victory. When Darth Vader landed in the destroyer's forward hangar and stepped onto the flight deck, Tackle saw that the Dark Lord had suffered damage of his own. His cape was torn off just past the shoulders, burn marks and dirt marred his ebon armor, and his helmet was dented in several places. He strode down the landing ramp, then staggered, and his rasping breath came irregularly. Nonetheless, Tackle and his honor guard all snapped salutes at the sight of him. They waited for stormtroopers to exit Vader's ship, or at least the package they'd retrieved from Kamino a seeming lifetime ago. But there was nothing. Darth Vader, it seemed, was the only survivor. "My lord," Tackle said, still holding the salute, "welcome aboard. It's a great pleasure to see you." Vader stepped within 2 meters of him and simply stared. The Grand Admiral cleared his throat. "As I'm sure you've seen, we eliminated the rebel fleet sent to relieve the base at Shenander. It was a difficult battle, as I'm sure yours was, but we prevailed, in part thanks to Master Fett here." The bounty had shadowed Tackle the whole way to the hangar and stepped to his side now. 2 masked faces regarded each other. Neither Fett nor Vader spoke, but Tackle felt like an intruder in an intimate meeting. Vader's head tilted down to note the lightsaber dangling from Fett's belt. "There was a Jedi general leading the assault on my destroyer," Tackle added. "He was most formidable, but Master Fett disposed of him." Vader looked back to that Mandalorian helm. The bounty hunter supplied, Ram Koda. The Dark Lord did not speak or even nod. He simply pivoted and walked past the rows of stormtroopers for the hangar's exit. Tackle and Boba Fett watched in silence until he disappeared through the doors. "It seems we all had challenging fights," Tackle muttered. Boba Fett glanced at him. Tackle shirked from his own dirty face reflected in the mirror black T-visor. Then the bounty hunter turned and followed Vader's path out of the hangar, leaving the Grand Admiral alone. Tackle felt exhausted and hollow. This wasn't how triumph was supposed to be, but he consoled himself with the knowledge that a little spice would go a long way to improving his mood. The Grand Admiral was a simple man in many ways, and he counted himself lucky for it. Whatever was ailing Darth Vader was probably harder to cure, and Tackle did not envy the Dark Lord. Not at all. Juno Eclipse came to the rebel base on Dantooine less because she wanted to, and more because she had no place else to go. She'd actually thought about finding some far-off planet to bunker in. Far from the Empire, far from the rebellion, she might make a new existence. Yet all her life she required order, purpose, and a cause. Once it had been the Empire, later the rebellion. In the very beginning it had been begging for approval from her stern, unhappy father. If she abandoned all those, she knew that she'd end up like Ram Koda in his derelict days, wallowing in alcohol and regret. Even then, it was tempting just to flee. But she couldn't quite bring herself to, just like she'd not let herself die at Shenander. So she went to Dantooine to join the only comrades she had left. Only they didn't feel like comrades anymore. There were familiar faces. They acted glad to see her alive, and they tried to sympathize with her loss, but there was too much gone for any stranger to comprehend. Not just Starkiller and Proxy, but Ram Koda, Commodore Vietas, even Nitram, her first officer who died aboard the Salvation. All the rebel personnel who talked to her, for debriefing or just attempted solace, felt like total strangers. There was one exception. Leia Organa wasn't at Dantooine when Juno first arrived, but a week later the Princess of Alderaan stopped by. A brief detour, she explained, in between official diplomatic stops to Midrim worlds. She couldn't stay long, but she'd wanted to talk to Juno. Walking the outskirt of the rebel base, they watched tall grass ripple gold over sunset hills and talked. At first Juno repeated what she'd already described in her reports. She talked about the decision to take Vader to Shenander Prime instead of Dantooine, which now looked fortuitous. She described the initial Imperial appearance in the system, her call for help, and the answer from Rom Koda and Yet D. Vetus. And she talked about the Imperial Commando Squad delivered in that special freighter, the battle with the stormtroopers, and the arrival of the Dark Apprentice. She also talked about Starkiller. Koda had enlightened him from official reports on the Battle of Kamino, but Juno described his actions from his arrival on Salvation when it was under attack, through his besting Darth Vader at Timina City to his battle with the Twisted Clone. She still hadn't told anyone that he'd died to save Darth Vader. As she talked to Leia, though, she was tempted. His relationship with the Princess of Alderaan was complicated, not full friends but more than comrades. In their previous talks, Juno had admired the younger woman's energy and devotion to the cause, and had tried to provide guidance in the few places where Leia seemed to need it, which was mostly her stretched thin personal life. Neither friends nor comrades, sisters in arms, perhaps, and Juno had fancied herself the elder sibling. Though a part of her wanted to, she couldn't bring herself to tell Leia how Starkiller had died. She only told the princess what she told everyone else. He and Proxy had died bravely covering her escape. How she wished it were true. But Leia was perceptive. As Juno repeated her lie, the princess watched her carefully, as though trying to peer through obfuscation to the truth. But Leia also knew when to be gentle, and she did not press Juno. Instead, once the story was done, they watched the sunset grass for a while. As the wind took on the chill of night, Leia asked, "Do you know why I chose the symbol we did as the rebellion's icon?" It was a family crest. Juno considered her words. Galen Merrick's family. But do you know why we chose it? Juno had an idea. It sickened her now. Why? As a reminder of him? Yes, but there's more than that. It's a reminder of what we choose to believe. When my father, Mon Mothma, and Bel Iblis all saw what Starkiller was willing to do, what he finally sacrificed for them, I think it awoke something in them all. They'd had a hero give up his life for their cause. They could not continue his fight. They've got all sorts of disagreements between themselves, especially after Shenander, but I think the memory of Starkiller is holding them together. It was all based on a lie, but Juno couldn't bring herself to say it. He inspired them. He inspired us all to be better than what we are. I think maybe it's the best gift anyone can give. But it was a lie. Juno's hands turned to fists. She stared off at the sunset, wishing she could be alone but also grateful for Leia's company. The princess was neither friend nor comrade, but she was the closest Juno had to either now. Everyone else was gone. Leia asked her, "What do you plan to do next?" "Whatever the rebellion requires of me. There are many places you can go. Someone of your rank and experience can get a say where she'll be sent." I hadn't thought about it. That much was true. Leia considered. Working with Koda like you did, you've got a reputation for aggressive action. Would you like to work under Garm Bel Iblis? He's trying to put together more military assets. You mean replace what we've lost? Reluctantly, Leia nodded. Juno sighed. I feel like I've seen battles enough. There are other options. My father is putting together an intelligence ring, and with your experience as an Imperial agent. No, I don't think that will work either. She didn't tell Leia she was terrified she'd get Bail killed, just like she had so many comrades. I want to be somewhere far away. Leia considered. There's many worlds where the Alliance is trying to shore up local resistance cells. Those jobs are mostly organizational, some espionage, guerrilla combat if it's required. They could certainly use more experienced leadership. All right, I'd like something like that. I'll have my father look into options for you. Thank you. Juno closed her eyes against the ending day. I feel like I need new places. New faces. A new start, she thought, but that was one thing she could never have. When she shut her eyes, she still saw his face bent close and smiling after their final kiss, right before his final betrayal. Deep down, she knew that no matter how many new people she met and faces she saw, nothing would erase his. For the rest of her days, she would be haunted by his love. Part 7. The Hero. 7 months after the Battle of Yavin. White daylight smoldered to red and faded toward night. Its dimming was the only marker of time's passage within the sealed room. It seemed as though Juno had spent a minute and forever telling the end of her tale. Darkness swelled around them. Her face seemed to fade before him, but Luke could feel her emotions as clearly as his own. He knew her loneliness and grief, her regret, the memory of love that haunted her. More than anything, he felt the immediacy of the pain, which she tried to bury for the past year and a half, but only cultivated inside until it grew to strangle her. It was not just the completion of her story that made this revelation. He felt, sure as anything, that the Force was at work. That's it, Juno said after she'd recalled her last meeting with Leia. That's all there is to tell. She stopped crying. In telling her story, she'd emptied herself of emotion. Her tone was peaceful, but it was the peace of death. Silence swelled like darkness. Just as softly, Luke said, "Thank you. There's nothing to thank me for. I know this was difficult for you to remember, to relive. I never imagined how hard." Silence, darkness. When she spoke again, bitterness tinged her voice. "Are you satisfied? You came all the way to Peralta, got stuck in this war. Tonight we're probably going to die. Just so you could find out your Jedi hero was Vader's puppet all along. Was it worth it?" Her opinion was clear, but to Luke the answer was not so sure. As Juno had related her story with mounting bitterness and grief, flecks of it had echoed in his mind long after she'd passed them by. Juno had asked Starkiller, "You think he used to be a Jedi, then?" And he'd replied, "Maybe. I think he used to be more than what he is now. He's the Emperor's right hand. How could he have been more? Not more. Better. He used to be better and knows it. I think is why he hates his life and wants to change it." Juno had denied anything good could come from Darth Vader. Everything in Luke denied it. Vader had killed his father, killed Ben, killed hundreds or thousands or millions of people he'd never met. Vader was a monster, as inhuman as his hard black armor. And yet Starkiller, who had been sculpted in Vader's image, had insisted, there's still a man beneath that armor. And if he changed once, he might change again. Impossible. Juno refused to countenance it. She believed that Starkiller had thrown himself into that doomed hangar because of a compulsion coded into his brain, maybe his very genes, that demanded he save his maker. Perhaps she was right. Perhaps that fallen former hero had been no hero at all, just a puppet for the Dark Lord. But Luke knew all he had accomplished. The proof of it was written in the phoenix crest around which the Alliance rallied. Maybe he was being foolish and naive. Juno would surely think so. But in his heart, and perhaps in the Force, he knew so much good could not have come from evil's toy. Which left only one option. Just as Starkiller had birthed the Alliance, so he must have died through his own choice. Vader isn't you, Juno had told him. You chose to leave the Empire, leave the dark side, because you found a better path. Vader must have had plenty of opportunities to turn away by now, but he hasn't. And that means he never will. You're right. I know you're right. But, is it bad that I want you to be wrong? He followed that desire to the end. And a Jedi's dying wish had to mean something. It was so dark in their room now. Juno's features had been reduced to a pale blur. Though he knew she'd get angry, Luke told her, I think you might have it wrong. What are you talking about? Yes, there was the anger. At least she had gotten some strength back. I can't believe Starkiller was Vader's puppet when he died. Well, believe it. I know what happened. I was there. I knew him, and she choked on the next word. I felt the Force myself, just a bit. I know how it flows through you, the clarity it gives. I can't believe someone with Starkiller's power could be manipulated like a toy. You have no idea what Darth Vader is capable of. I have some. He killed my father and my teacher. I told you that already. You did, she admitted, chastened but unrelenting. If it weren't for Starkiller, your friend Kenobi would still be alive. Did that occur to you? Maybe Bail Organa and Alderaan and lots of other people would still be around too. All the evil that Vader's done since Shenander, it's all on Starkiller. Her words cut deep for their harsh tone, and for their truth. But Luke found his initial conviction was hard to shake. Was it naive wishful thinking, or was it really the Force? I believe he made a choice, he insisted. He must have had a reason. Reason is whatever his maker decided for him. That other clone rebelled against Vader. I thought that was supposed to be the perfect one. Why would Starkiller be any more under his sway? I don't know, she snapped. I don't know about clones, or dark side powers, or the Force. I only know what happened. What I saw. What he did. Silence, darkness. Very softly Luke said, he loved you. He thought he did, she croaked, because of whatever Darth Vader put into his head. And like an idiot I believed it, because I wanted to. Maybe she was right, and Luke was an idiot for wanting to believe Starkiller was a hero, not a pawn. Every instinct told him Darth Vader was a monster who deserved to be hated and destroyed. But perhaps, against all reason through the aid of the Force, Starkiller had seen another fate for the Dark Lord. What if Starkiller was right? He whispered. What if he saw something in Vader nobody else can? There isn't, she insisted with finality. Vader isn't some boy in a PPM uniform. You can't talk him into doing the right thing. He's a Dark Lord of the Sith. He's the Emperor's executioner. And the Emperor's slave, from how Juno had described him. But even if he chafed under Palpatine's collar, he did his master's bidding, brutally and ruthlessly, fueled by the dark side of the Force. It was dangerous and stupid to think he could be anything else, but like Starkiller, Luke found that he wanted to be wrong. Wanting was all he could do? Darth Vader was far away. Twilight had come to ante. Soon it would be full night, and they would cross the Benton or die trying. Destiny was for another time. Tonight was only about survival. It hadn't occurred to Juno that anyone else would try to cross the river tonight, but once the fireworks started it seemed obvious. The PPM had tried to push across the West Bridge 2 nights ago, and been repulsed, partially because the Imperials had withheld their best hardware in hopes of using those missile towers to knock out the spaceport shield dome. That was no longer an option. The Imperials were obliged to give response for the destruction of their towers, and they needed to get across the river. 2 stones, 1 bird. Or in this case, 2 attacks and 2 bridges. The hideaway Juno and Luke had found was midway along the river front between the 2 suspension bridges, and from this distance they had to use binoculars to make out anything more than the glaring explosions rocking either structure. She had a hard time getting her eyes to fully focus, some side effect of her injuries or the anti-pain drugs, but she spotted at PT Walkers marching alongside PX-10 Cavs on the West Bridge, while in Walsh's Laver Chariot Command speeder hung at the south end out of range of the rebels' retaliatory fire. On the East Bridge, she thought she saw a Brickian Haver floating fortress lurking in the buildings just past the bridge's end but couldn't be sure. She didn't know that the rebels, her people, on the other side would be fighting fiercely to repulse to dual advance. She also knew that with everyone's eyes on the bridges, they just might be able to get across the river alive. She still needed Luke's help to slip through the darkness and debris-covered riverbank toward the skimmer boat he claimed to have found. The sounds of explosions and laser fire on either side of them was so furious they could barely hear their own breathing. The flash and glare of explosions reached far, and she was afraid the intermittent light would point them out to any PPM or imps guarding the river. But whenever she looked back, she spotted no one tracking them. Moving was painful, and when Luke let go of her, she fully collapsed onto the bed of the skimmer boat. A cry of pain escaped her. Luke bent down and asked, "Are you all right?" "No, I've been shot," she grimaced. "Are you sure this thing actually works?" "Pretty sure," he said. but didn't elaborate. This wasn't a boat they were on, just the remains of one that had been stranded amidst the piled wreckage of the bombed-out docks. But as long as his flatbed could stay afloat, it could get them across the river. A bed and a motor. The machine gargled as Luke sparked it to life, but it was the most beautiful sound Juno had heard in days. "Okay, hold on," she heard him say, though lying on her back all she could see was a black sky, faintly sprinkled with stars, and the occasional flash of explosions from west and east. She felt the boat move beneath her as Luke pushed it toward the water. Then she heard a splash, and the bed buckled around her as Luke hopped on. She could feel vibrations through the deck. Juno tried to roll onto her good side. "Are we moving?" "We've moving." He lay on his stomach beside her. "Keep low." She couldn't sit up if she tried. They were indeed in the water. The boat's motor sputtered, but it was propelling them north and cutting against the Benton's eastward flow. They only had to crunch through a thin fringe of ice before sailing through clear water, and it occurred to her that tonight wasn't as brutally cold as the ones before. They were due for a warm front, and snowmelt would explain the strong flow of the river, but she knew a fall into the water meant certain freezing death. On they pushed. It seemed to take forever. Explosions to the left of them, explosions to the right. Though it was painful, she lifted her binoculars and scoured the fight on the east bridge. With ice in her stomach, she saw that floating fortress had moved onto the bridge itself. That massive, tubular slab of armor and heavy weapons was commanding the Imperial advance, which had already reached halfway across the bridge. If the Imperials entered North Ante, everything would be lost. The rebels simply didn't have enough weapons or manpower to push the enemy back across the river. She watched in horrified fascination as mortars from the north side of the Benton arced toward the center of the bridge. The explosions were blinding and she had to look away. Thunder was deafening. Luke was shouting something right beside her, but she couldn't hear. When she peered through the fiery glare at the center of the bridge, she spotted one rebel freerunner racing ahead. Enemy laser fire peppered his hull, nearly knocking it off the bridge span, but it swerved madly to keep from falling into the water below. Juno understood what the freerunner was doing just before it rammed the floating fortress. Rather than try a head-on ram, futile against such impenetrable armor, the freerunner cut along the edge of the bridge, then spun halfway, and collided with the fortress from the side. The floating fortress plunged off the bridge first, then the freerunner. They hit the Benton seconds apart, creating a massive geyser that nearly brushed the bridge 100 meters above. There was a tiny lull in the thunder, long enough for her to hear Luke say, "Get ready for waves." They came a second later. Violent ripples rocked their shell of a boat. Icy water spilled over the low lip and splashed in Juno's face. Luke locked an arm around her, holding her in place as the boat jerked violently back and forth. The waves tipped them too far in either direction, and Juno was certain they'd capsize. But after a brutal, terror-long half-minute, the waves receded. The Benton became calm again, and they were still afloat. "Just a little longer," Luke assured. He let go of her and crawled to the back of the boat to adjust their heading. She craned her neck to look ahead of them, then behind. They were close to the north bank now, closer to what counted as home. Juno checked the east bridge with her binoculars against and was relieved to see that the Imperial offensive had stalled. From the west side, though, she heard continued eruptions of violence. As they neared the north bank, she found that she wanted to live. She'd crossed the river last night not particularly caring if she died. For some reason she couldn't understand, that nonchalance toward death, even, she admitted, desire, had evaporated. Thus, when laser fire from the north bank peppered the water around them, it filled her with horror. Friendly fire, this close to salvation, was the worst kind of end. The Benton burst into geysers around them. Waves slapped their fragile boat around, spilling more cold water. A spotlight from the shore slipped over them, past them, then back to their boat, burning white in her eyes. Then, against the churn of waves, the tang of blasters, and her own pounding heart, she heard a sound she hadn't heard since Shenander, one that had meant relief and terror in equal terms but at this moment meant only glorious survival. It was, of course, a lightsaber's hum. Skywalker didn't have to stand up and swing the thing around. It was enough to simply lie flat on the boat, glowing blue blade held horizontally above himself and Juno. The rebels on the shore instantly recognized that the hero of Yavin had come to them. The firing stopped. Their boat ran aground roughly, its motor still whirred as it tried to thrust itself into the tangle of wreckage and thinning ice that clogged the shoreline. By the time Luke rose to turn the machine off, 4 soldiers had already clambered over to the boat to meet them. The one who reached them first was a young infantryman whose name Juno almost recalled. Drek something or other. Commander Skywalker. He marveled. What in the hells were you doing on the river? That was when Juno remembered that their mission had been top secret. Luke gestured to her prone form and said, I have General Eclipse with me. Find her a stretcher. She needs medical attention. General. Drek blurted. We're on it. Right away. As the soldiers hurried for help, Luke dropped to his knees beside Juno and waited with her. He didn't say anything, but her mind rattled with the words she'd uttered to Starkiller on that rainy Camino platform. We are alive. We are both of us so very alive. Skywalker was nothing like Starkiller, and that was for the best. But they were so very alive, and that, Juno decided, marveling at the fact, was for the best too. Chapter 18. The galaxy was full of middling worlds like Peralta. Population 3 billion, mostly human, spread across 5 continents. 60% ocean, 40% land. Mountains, forests, plains. Hot around the center, cold at the poles. Notable primarily for its industrial factories, which produce charging coils for a quarter of the Empire's turbolaser batteries. The ramp-up of shipbuilding since the Yavin debacle had made the Midland world abnormally important, but it had still taken 2 weeks since the rebels seized the main spaceport for Grand Admiral Tackle to respond. It wasn't his fault. His fleet had been tied up with other things, and there was something more important on Peralta than turbolaser coils. It was a banal name too, Luke Skywalker. The surname was vaguely romantic, the outer rim Hicks donned in desperately attempts to seem loftier than they were. What Skywalker had somehow slain the Death Star, which made him the most wanted man in the galaxy. Presenting him to the Emperor would win Tackle far more favor than chasing Peralta's rebels away from the spaceport. It might have been a mistake to call in Jabba's mercenaries, but there was no proof that crack Imperial commandos would do better against a Jedi. Really, it would have been best if he had kept Boba Fett's number. This was a delicate matter, and Tackle was pondering how to deal with it as the magic dragon arrived in upper orbit. It had taken almost a year to fully repair the ship from the damage it had sustained at Shenander. The magic dragon had only seen skirmishes against Mandalorians since, and nothing against the rebels. Fleet intelligence said there was no proof of rebel backup coming toward this sector, but there was no proof it wasn't coming either, so the Grand Admiral had taken steps to ensure he had enough forces to do whatever was necessary here. Nearly getting hacked to death on his bridge by a feral Jedi had taught Milton Tackle, a man naturally bent toward audacity, the value of caution. As soon as he was in orbit, the Grand Admiral received a situation report from Reprobation, the strike cruiser that had been warding this planet for the past few months. Then he ordered Magic Dragon to begin launching its ground forces, which were set to reinforce the Imperial and PPM troops currently holding South Ante. It would take time for them to land outside the Shield Dome, snake through the hills, and combine with their allies. But unless a rebel fleet flashed in from nowhere, time wasn't Tackle's side. So far, so good. Unfortunately, that meant he also had to deal with Tate Vankin. You couldn't have come soon enough, Admiral, the governor said when Tackle received his call on the bridge. Constantius has held the spaceport for 2 weeks. 2 weeks. When you retake that port, I want him alive so he can be tried for treason. Don't worry. We'll attack the spaceport most delicately. Good. We can't afford to have it destroyed. The Empire can't afford to lose Peralta's product. We're not a planet full of insurrectionist trash. We are a loyal world with a few bad seeds. And I'll pull them out of your soil, Tackle said tiredly. Just be warned. A delicate operation may mean a slow operation. Vankin sniffed. I'm prepared for that. Please, Admiral, save my world. Never fear, Governor, you can't trust your friends in the Empire. Tackle was grateful to end that conversation. He turned to the viewport and saw the planet turn beneath. A middling world, yes, but Tackle was from a middling world himself, and he knew great destinies could come from modest places. He squeezed the rebels slowly, and when they reached their peak of desperation, he'd make his offer for Skywalker. He'd need a little more help to do that, but it was coming. He wasn't sure exactly when his help was getting here, but it would. Like the Governor, Tackle would just have to be patient. It was better to be alive than dead, but living still hurt. After crossing the Benton, Juno was distracted from her emotional hurt by the physical kind. After 2 weeks of battle, North Anti's main hospital was running low on supplies. Dozens of rebel soldiers were laid up in his wards, as well as civilians whom Senator Constantius insisted be treated for every ill. Juno understood he wanted to win hearts and mind, but she would have appreciated better sutures for her shredded abdominal muscles. They'd also run out of anti-burn treatments, which meant she'd have to rely on Bacta to more slowly replenish the charred flesh. Walking still hurt. Carrying objects still hurt. Sometimes talking or breathing hurt, and her doctor insisted she stay in the hospital for 5 days of observation, which left her painfully frustrated. But at least she was alive. Naturally, Skywalker came to visit her every day. With that stubborn humility of his, he'd insisted that he'd done what anyone else would have done, and waved off her thanks. On his second visit, however, she asked the question that was really bothering her. His response was a thoughtful frown. I don't think the Force helped us when we were crossing the river. At least, I didn't try to use it consciously. Then the self-deprecating grin. Of course, I'm still not sure how to use it exactly. If anything saved us, it was my lightsaber. Then the whole time we were across the river, you never used it. There he doubted. Softly she asked, what you said to me after I finished my story. Was the Force telling you those things? The smile vanished. I don't know. I'd like to think so. Juno found that she did too, but it was so hard to believe. She'd forced herself to run through those final moments on Shenander, something so painful she'd avoided doing it for 18 months. Starkiller had never given any intimation of harming her. Indeed, his last kiss and the light in his eyes as he'd broken away were burned into her memory. That man had been so far from the sullen, secretive Imperial slave she'd first met on Executor. No, that man she'd seen in his final moments had been the one who'd resurrected her on Kamino, who'd rescued her on Imperial and fought to a death against the Emperor's lethal lightning so that the rebel leaders might escape. If that man had truly, of his own free will, chosen to sacrifice his life for Darth Vader's, she still couldn't make sense of it. But Luke Skywalker had turned the bleak end of Shenander into a riddle instead of a wound. A riddle hurt less, but she couldn't ponder it indefinitely. As soon as the doctor allowed, she left the hospital and went back to the spaceport. She needed a crutch to move, and moving sometimes hurt, but she'd been through the worst of it and could endure the rest. Things had changed. The battle for Anti was still a stalemate, with the Imperials and PPM marshaled south of the river and the rebels to the north, but it were moving toward a climax. A newly arrived Imperial Star Destroyer had sent down ships full of troops to reinforce the south side. Alliance Command had still failed to respond to Peralta's plight. Things seemed poised to tip in the wrong direction. Even the planet itself seemed to notice. The long cold that had gripped Anti was lifting. Snow was softening and starting to melt. A cold, wet front passed through the river valley, and when she transferred to the spaceport, the surrounding hills were obscured by pale fog. The inside of the complex, however, seemed the same. The command center was filled with familiar faces, and she was glad to see them. Nevitz, Trake, even Constantius. Even Luke Skywalker and his little droid. They greeted her warmly, but the news was not good. Trake said, the Imperials don't seem to be trying to break through the North Hills, just reinforcing the South. My guess is they're bringing new armaments they can use to attack us from across the river. Maybe even take out the shields. Then we destroyed the missiles towers for nothing, Juno said grimly. But Luke shook his head. That bought us at least a week's time. And how have we used it? By making preparations. said Constantius. Commander Skywalker hasn't been the only one fiddling with ships on our landing pads. We've emptied out that big Demorian hauler and prepared it for flight. She gave the ex-senator a look of surprise. You're planning on evacuating? He sighed. The charismatic politician looked weathered by hard reality. Our situation is slipping toward the untenable. We haven't provoked any risings in other cities, and Alliance command, he shook his head. We gambled on getting their attention. It seems we failed. It was everything Juno had been afraid would happen. They'd been under siege for 2 weeks now. If help was coming, it should have gotten here already. Once more, she thought with fresh bitterness. People she trusted had let her down. Nevitz crossed his arms. I don't know how anybody thinks we can evacuate with that imp star overhead. The strike cruiser was bad enough, but the destroyer. To escape will require a distraction, said Constantius. And a distraction will require a sacrifice. Juno narrowed her eyes. Are you suggesting something? For a moment it looked like he would. Then the ex-senator shook his head. I'm afraid I'm out of those. I'm sorry to impose on you, General, given your condition. I understand. She narrowly escaped death, just to be thrown into an impossible situation with no good outcome. At least it wasn't the first time. The meeting continued for half a standard hour. They struggled for options and found nothing good. When they decided to disband, Luke waved Juno over to a corner of the command room, where his astromech droid was plugged into a console. R2's been hard at work trying to find that possible security leak, he explained. Juno had almost forgotten about that. The destruction of the missile towers had succeeded without the enemy catching wind of their plan. Nor had anyone gone after Constantius the way they had Luke, though the ex-senator had been kept under guard within the spaceport for the past week. But it was a valid concern, now more than ever. I take it he's found something, Juno replied. Luke nodded. R2's been running diagnostics on all the spaceport's internal sensors. He was looking for signs of irregular or unauthorized movements. He also looked to see if any of the secondary communications arrays had been sending out messages. And nothing. So while you were recuperating, we spread out the search and checked as many independent comm relays in the city as we could. After all, word of my arrival got around. It could have been some civilian in the city who contacted Vankin or the Empire. The whole thing seemed impossibly daunting. Did you find anything? No, but yes. She raised an eyebrow. It was R2's idea, actually. Luke patted his droid's metal dome. He pointed out that an outbound signal would have to reach through the jamming field they've thrown up over the city. The best way to do that is with a compact, tight beam transmission at a single target. Like that Imperial strike cruiser sitting over our heads. Exactly. R2 began checking our systems for any brief, irregular bursts directed at the strike cruiser. You said our secondary comms have been inactive, and our main one's been broadcasting a distress call nonstop for the past 2 weeks. To no avail, she left unsaid. Right, Luke nodded, and that's what he found. Show her, R2. The droid whistled and brought uncovered data to the console's flat screen. Juno leaned close to look over a running list of timestamps. What am I seeing? She asked. A record of every time the main comm array repeated our distress call. But look at these here. He tapped a few lines of red text as they scrolled down the screen. These were separate messages piggybacking on the main outbound signal. They were small, short, and directional. Aimed at the strike cruiser. He nodded again. They are so compact they look like minor distortions in the transmission until R2 looked more closely. They've been sent out at very irregular intervals once every couple of days, mostly. I don't suppose we know what they're saying. It's all encrypted text. R2 hasn't been able to break the code. What couldn't that little droid do? She asked. When was the last transmission? 27 hours ago. Early night cycle then? Was it sent from this location? R2 thinks the only way to send that kind of piggybacking signal would be through this room. But there are multiple consoles from which you can access comms, and frankly, we have a lot of people going in and out of here. He was right. Nobody had to flash identicars to get into this room. The top members of her army all knew each other by sight. The Rebel Alliance was built on trust between its members, but as Juno had painfully learned, that could be a weakness as much as strength. "Someone's been using our comm signals against us," she said. "I don't suppose you've told Nevitz about this?" "We haven't told anyone. I figured you would know your people better than anyone." Juno wished that were true, but at the end of the day, she was still an forwarder who'd come to Peralta 6 months ago because, she admitted now, she'd been looking for a novel place to die. The soldiers here weren't friends. They were barely even comrades. Still, as Chief Communications Officer, Nevitz was one of her most vital people. The thought of him turning traitor churned her stomach. It also roused more questions. Nevitz had known of her mission to bring down the missile silos. If he'd been the spy, they never had succeeded in bombing the towers. "It's gotta be someone else," she muttered. "This room has security cameras. Can R2 bring up footage for the times the spy sent out messages?" R2-D2 whistled an affirmative. Luke warned, "These cameras don't cover the whole room, and we don't know which console or consoles the spy worked from. We can at least look for familiar faces and establish a pattern." "I guess you're right. R2, show us what you've got." For the next hour, they watched footage from the overhead holocams. They took note of who appeared in each image, and Juno was disturbed and confused to see Nevitz in all of them. As her comm chief, he spent a lot of time in the command center and knew the systems better than anyone. She desperately looked for another possible culprit. It was Luke who spotted it. One other person was visible in each timestamp they viewed, always hovering at the edge of the camera range as though trying to avoid it, shifting between different consoles, never using the same one twice in a row. And, he noted, always using it when Nevitz had his back turned. It wasn't proof, but it was damned incriminating. Juno said, "It makes sense, doesn't it?" "It does," Luke sighed. "You sound disappointed." "It's hard to be betrayed by people you're coming to trust." She snorted softly. "You're just getting started." "We don't know for sure," he said, "but there's an obvious way to find out." "You think your Jedi powers can sense that?" "I'm not a Jedi, but I'd like to handle this myself. And if this gets messy, you're not in the shape for a fight." Juno wanted to argue but couldn't. Skywalker was right too damned often. Don't do this by yourself. Take some help, and not just your droid. R2-D2 whistled indignantly, like he was all his owner could ever need. The droid might even be right, but Luke stroked his dome soothingly. "She's got a point. Don't worry, General. I'll bring the help I need." The medical ward inside the spaceport was modest compared to North Anti's main hospital, and its supplies had dwindled to almost nothing in the 2 weeks of rebel occupation. It was small and cramped but contained a half-dozen rooms for private medical consultation. Luke was waiting in one of them, on his feet but leaning against the unused examination bed, when the medic escorted Draska into the room. The tattooed woman stopped when she came through the door and frowned. "I'm sorry, is this the wrong room?" She glanced over her shoulder at the medic. "I thought you had the results of my cranial scan." "Commander Skywalker wants to see you first," the medic said politely, then stepped out of the room. The door slid shut behind him, leaving Draska alone with Luke and R2-D2, who waited patiently in the corner of the room. She kept her composure, hands dangling at her side, right one close, of course, to her holstered service pistol. She asked, "Is there a problem, Commander?" "How's your head?" Luke asked. "I feel fine now. When the doctor called, I got worried. You're lucky you weren't killed. Whoever was trying to kidnap me wasn't concerned about collateral damage." "I don't know. They hit me from behind, so I missed the whole show." "I'm sure you defended yourself ably." "Not ably enough," he said, thinking of Farrell. "I suppose they didn't kill you because a blaster shot would have given them away." "That's what I assume. I guess I was lucky. Barring the concussion." She frowned. "You're not here to ask me about my head, though." "I am. Among other things. I don't want to intrude, but I was wondering about your relationship with Lieutenant Nevitz." The frown went deeper. "I'm not the kiss and tell type, Commander. And I didn't mark you for a voyeur." I'm simply wondering how long you've been close to the lieutenant, and what? Why? Everyone needs someone, even when there's a war on. Especially then. She raised a brow. Do I have someone, Commander? He wouldn't let her distract him. I've noticed how often you're in his company. It's raised some questions. Then you might as well ask them instead of making weird insinuations. I've had R2 here look over some footage from the command center. R2. On request, the droid rolled forward and projected security records from his holo imager. We've noticed that you've been in there a lot more than necessary. Given that you're just a sniper, there's really no need to be in there at all. The lieutenant spends most of his time there. Am I not allowed to visit him? You also seem to be using the consoles, Luke pointed out. Usually when Nevis isn't looking. She finally went for her blaster. Luke's hand was close to his lightsaber. He grabbed it, flicked it one, and slashed out. In a flash he took of the barrel of her gun, leaving her holding only a smoking remnant. At the same time, R2 sent his signal to the adjacent rooms. The door behind her hissed open. Berber and 2 more soldiers stepped into the threshold, weapons lifted. Obligingly, Draska dropped her pistol and raised both hands. You're not as clever as you think you are, she told Luke. Her Peraltan accent suddenly disappeared, replaced by an outer core one like Juno's. I never said I was. Behind her, Berber said, What are you, Heva? An implant. She ignored him and told Luke, They know who you are and where you are. You're not getting off this planet. Neither are you, Berber grunted. With a touch of sadness, Draska said, That was never the plan. Luke had heard about Imperial spies carrying suicide pills, sometimes in their clothes, other times locked in false teeth. The second he saw muscles bunch on her neck, he opened his mouth for a shout. He barely got out a sound before Berber's finger twitched. The blast took Draska in the back, and she collapsed forward. Luke released his lightsaber, caught her with both hands, and immediately laid her on the ground. Did she do it? Berber lurched forward. Luke stuck 2 fingers in her limp mouth, running tips over gums and molars. No. We got her in time? Best news all day. Do you want to do the honors? I guess I can. Luke retrieved his lightsaber, wiped his fingers dry on his jacket, then took out his comlink. General, this is Commander Skywalker. We have a prisoner. That's good. Have your people moor her to a secure location. Juno's reply wasn't as enthusiastic as he'd hoped. You should get to the command center right now. He braced for the worst. What is it? A second Star Destroyer just entered the system. Chapter 19. When the Avatar decanted from hyperspace over Peralta, Grand Admiral Rufin Tigellinus stood stoic at the center of the bridge, resplendent in his white uniform, looking dignified and potent for all the crew to see. Obscured from their view, thankfully, were his racing adrenaline and sweaty palms. As per his orders, the entire ship was put on yellow alert. Avatar's pale wedge plunged toward Peralta, where one more Star Destroyer and a strike cruiser hung in geosynchronous orbit over planet's main southern continent, currently painted white by winter. Is my special team in position? He asked the Avatar's captain. They've just reported in, sir, Rodiger replied. Instructions. Tell them to begin their advance but be ready to pause on my request. He raised his voice. Communications, open an encrypted line to the Star Destroyer ahead of us. Send it directly to my personal comlink. Yes, Grand Admiral. Tigellinus walked down the bridge's center aisle and removed the link from his breast pocket as smoothly as possible. His hands were damp and he couldn't be seen anxiously wiping them on his uniform. The white looked wonderful, but it hid no stains. He walked to the fore of the bridge, right up to the viewport, where he could look down on Peralta and Magic Dragon, and also have a conversation out of his crew's earshot. Like everything else involving Milton Tackle, this promised to be less than dignified. We have a channel, sir, his comm officer reported. Without raising his voice too loud, Tigellinus replied, Give it to me. There was a click and a scratch, and the comm linked open. The voice was tinny through the link's small speaker, but the tone was clear. Ah, Grand Admiral Tigellinus, Tackle said cloyingly. What a pleasure it is to have you with us. The Glitbitter was likely on his bridge and trying to look professional for his crew. He must have been furious on the inside. Smiling tightly, Tigellinus said, I am sorry to intrude unannounced, but it has come to my attention that some valuable property which belonged before our Emperor has been located on Peralta. Is that so? And here I thought you'd come to help me crush the rebels. One Grand Admiral doing a good turn for another. Perhaps you've mistaken me for a man with a reputation for generosity. Reputation or not, you've earned it. I'll make sure the Emperor knows how much you helped me. We might even share the credit for claiming his property. Mockingly, Tackle added, after all, I've enjoyed his favor so much already. I can afford to spread the wealth. He was starting to get on Tigellinus's nerves. I'm afraid that's unacceptable. We both know who's down on that planet, and he's too important to be trusted to a feckless Sybarite. I'm offended, Rufin. I may be a Sybarite, but I'm hardly feckless. An edge rose in Tackle's voice too. No matter what you may think, I'm not some mindless addict who carelessly spills his secrets before his wanton mistresses. After all, you never know who else might be listening. Tigellinus tensed. Was the man implying no? He couldn't believe it. And even if Tackle had drawn him here intentionally, it changed nothing. Skywalker was on the planet below. One of them would claim him. The other would scrape before the Emperor for forgiveness. Tackle continued, since I do need troops to retake that spaceport, I'm willing to make this a competition. A race even. You can begin landing your troops, I'll land mine, and whoever claims the prize gets it fair and square. Of course, my men have a few days head start. Home field advantage, you could say. But you're welcome to participate. Tigellinus stifled his anger. This was going to plan after all. In that case, Grand Admiral, I'm glad to lend a hand. In fact, I very generously arranged for my main ground unit to land ahead of my personal arrival. What are you talking about? The vexation in Tackle's voice was delicious. Oh yes, Tigellinus said, 4 battalions of the Hell's Hammers, courtesy of Grand Moff Kane, since this is technically his jurisdiction. He placed them on detachment to me and sent them to get a head start. For a lovely second, Tackle was speechless. He could picture the oaf's face turning a lovely red, his mouth working like that of a drowning fish. Finally, Tackle said with smoldering rage, how very thoughtful of you, Grand Admiral. And where, pray, are your reinforcements? They are coming in through the northern mountains. I know the rebels are defending the areas around the city, but the Hell's Hammers are the best infantry the Empire has, as I'm sure you know. If anyone can breach the hills and get to the spaceport, it will be them, don't you? After a savory pause, he added, your troops are still stuck south of the river, aren't they? If so, it's a very good thing I arrived. Tackle's voice was like grinding rocks. It is indeed. As you said, it's a race. Tigellinus smiled. May the best man win. The Imperials were still jamming comms, but other sensors were working just fine. From the command center at the spaceport, the huddled rebel leaders could watch their enemy in orbit with perfect, painful detail. Having that strike cruiser sitting high above had been merely intimidating. The addition of one star destroyer had been threatening, and the coming of the second seemed to herald imminent doom. So far, however, the second destroyer had launched no landing craft. The 3 warships had not combined their firepower to pound anti-shield to breaking, though they certainly might have. Imperial reinforcements seemed to be flooding the south bank of the Benton, but the mass destruction Juno had anticipated hadn't arrived yet. She had no idea why, but she wasn't fooling herself. Preliminary reports from the north indicated a massive Imperial ground force was headed toward Anti. Nobody knew where it had come from, but that didn't matter. Soon the onslaught would arrive, which meant they had to use every spare second. When Luke arrived in the command room, Juno was already at the central console, along with Trake, Constantius, and Nevitz. Their communications chief had been told about Draska just minutes ago, and he remained visibly shaken. We're up against a wall now, Juno said. We're outmanned and outgunned. That means we can run, fight, or die. She added frankly, I'm surprised it took them this long to bring out the heavy hitter. Well, they have, Constantia said, voice rough with frustration. That Demorian hauler is standing by and ready to fly, along with close to 20 mid-sized freighters we've requisitioned. Getting past the strike cruiser would have been difficult, but possible. 2 Star Destroyers changes the equation. I'm not looking to surrender, said Traitor. None of us are. I suspect our best option must be a mix, or fight or flee. But the destroyers. We can't scatter into the mountains again, Juno said. The imps don't have us surrounded yet, which means we can flee to the north. Go back underground. Like they'd done before all this started. Only now they'd wasted their best people and equipment on a quixotic uprising. No matter how we evacuate is going to be hard, Traitor pointed out. We still have almost 100 people in the hospital, unit stations elsewhere in the city, by the bridge. We should start moving the wounded now, Luke said. Get them to the spaceport where we can evacuate them into the Demorian. That thing's useless to us now, Nevitt said. We can't get past 2 Star Destroyers. We're stuck here and the imps will hunt us down in the hills. He was bitter, but not wrong. If reports of the new Imperial force encroaching from the north were correct, any escape attempt was a death sentence. Which meant surrender might actually be the best of their bad options. The Imperials would surely torture and execute their leadership. The lower-level infantry might suffer only prison camps, depending on how brutal the Empire's reprisal would be. When things seemed absolutely untenable, Skywalker said, "You're forgetting one thing." Me? They all stared. He stared back. The Imperials must know I'm here. It might be why they haven't started a full-scale attack. The Emperor and Darth Vader want me, probably alive. I'm worth more to them than every rebel on Peralta combined. It was terribly true. Juno winced. Constantia said, if they're after you, why haven't they dropped the jamming field and hailed us? I don't know, but I'm willing to open negotiations myself. You can't give yourself over to them, Juno said. I wasn't planning on it. But if I could draw them along, it could give the rest of you a chance to escape. Escape how? Said Traitor. They could push across the river any minute now, and the north. Escape up, Luke insisted, into space, like we originally planned. Constantius wagged his head. They'll shoot us down. Not if they want me. Please, let me do this. He looked around the group pleadingly. I can't let everyone here die if I can do something to help. So damned earnest. So sacrificial, so heroic. Like Starkiller, he could rouse people to attempt the impossible, and he did it by example. Commander Skywalker, Constantia said, you sound like a man with a plan. I have one, but it will take time to arrange, and I'll need some help. He looked around again. His reply was silence until Juno cleared the swelling in her throat and said, tell us what we need to do. Bringing Ruth and Tigellinus into the fight had been a gamble, perhaps a foolish one. Tackle might live to regret it, but he needed more forces to complete this fight. Mandalorian Protector still harassed most of his sector fleet and he wouldn't beg Imperial Center for ships, so he manipulated the young Grand Admiral. He almost felt bad for Tigellinus, who tried so hard to fit in with the snobby core aristocrats that he looked strangled by the garrote of his own affected dignity. Tackle, thankfully, was liberated of pretension. He was what he was and wanted only to be the best self he could be. It was a better existence by far. It was unfortunate about Vespa, though he'd known from the start she'd been sent his way by Tigellinus's agents, just like that aubergine Twi'lek before her. Because she'd excited him so, and because she'd given him a potential card to use against Tigellinus, he kept her on. The timing had seemed right, the need dire, so he'd played her. After placing that late-night call to Jabba, he'd given her time to relay the fact to Tigellinus, then disposed of her. Tackle might have been Vino, but he wasn't heartless. Because she'd given him such pleasure, he'd chosen not to execute her, and instead sold her off Mammoth Toph, thus paying off an overdue debt to the homely Shavin whose prize shuttle had been lost to Shenander. He missed Vespa, to be sure, but at least he had his other concubine. Komara, bless her, could not understand Huttese, and he could always acquire more. But pleasures of the flesh came after the pleasure of victory. A dense fog had drifted into the Benton's River Valley. obscuring the city from sight but not from the electromagnetic and thermal sensors aboard the Magic Dragon. Combined with live reports from his garrison commanders in South Ante, Tackle constructed a perfect understanding of the battle. The stormtroopers from his Star Destroyer had taken the lead in the offensive. The stalemate had lasted for weeks because neither the PPM nor the garrison from Reprobation had armored repulsor craft meant for crossing water. Magic Dragon had remedied that problem by bringing 24 wave skimmers. Transporting them through mountains and city had taken days, but now the attack hydrofoils were in action. While stormtroopers crossed the Benton and stormed its battle-racked shoreline, PPM infantry and heavy Imperial airspeeders pushed across both bridges. The rebels were fighting a valiant delay in action in North Ante's hilly streets, but they were losing ground, and Tackle's forces were working their way inexorably to the spaceport. Unfortunately, the rebels had moved so much equipment to defend the river that they had little to slow the advance of Tagellini's troops. No, not the Grand Admirals. The Hell's Hammers were under the authority of the Grand Moff of Outer Rim over Sector. Tagellini's must have struck a pact with Artist Kane. He might have even told the man about Skywalker. Tackle gave the fob credit. He'd made friends in high places. Tackle's friends were all in low places, and while that usually suited him fine, none would avail him now, which meant he'd have to win this one himself. As he watched the battle progress on his tactical screens, he knew his best chance of getting Skywalker was to call the rebels and convince them to surrender before the Hammers took the spaceport. Not quite the play he'd wanted to make, but Tagellini had been more clever than he'd anticipated. The social climber had forced his hand. Tackle was about to order an end to the jamming field over Ante when his tactical officer said, "Sir, they've just dropped shields." Did they actually think they could run? Are they putting ships in the air? Wait, they just raised the shield again, sir. It was down for 15 seconds. A malfunction, an ensign suggested. No, said the tactical lieutenant. One ship passed through. Very small. Some kind of starfighter. It's climbing toward orbit. Tell me the second you get a make on it, Tackle said. Come, tell Reprobation to prepare and intercept. Do not, repeat, do not fire unless I give permission. He immediately lost interest in the battle below as the starfighter rose toward them. He stared at that ascending yellow dot on the tactical screen, wondering if his quarry was in fact coming to him. It seemed unlikely, but the rebels had clearly dropped their shields to let that ship through. It had to be important. Tagellini was sure be watching it too, though his Star Destroyer was higher above the planet and could never intercept before Reprobation got there. Tackle could use a burst of revelation, and he cursed himself for not slipping a capsule of glitterstum into his uniform. He'd last had spice 5 hours ago, and his high was cratering. Tagellini had caught him at his worst, and so, it seemed, had the rebels. Finally, his tactical officer said, "We have ID, sir. It's a Delta 7 ether sprite." "Where'd they get that fossil?" an ensign muttered. Tackle knew exactly where. His spy had informed him that Skywalker had taken to repairing one of those Clone Wars fighters in the spaceport spare hangar. Have respect, gentlemen. It's not a fossil, it's a classic. Tackle folded arms across his chest. Tell Reprobation they are not to fire on that ship. Neither are the ties. They are to corral it, but under no circumstances should it be destroyed. His officers looked at him questioningly, but they obeyed. Tackle felt a burst of adrenaline. Not as good as spice, but good enough. He told his comm officer, "Hail that ship. Get the pilot online." "Sir," the lieutenant frowned. "It seems he's hailing us." "Us? It's on a broad frequency, sir. Everyone nearby can hear it, including Tagellini." Tackle snapped his fingers. "Put it on. Now." A second later, a voice sounded across the bridge. It sounded young and earnest. It affected comm, but there an audible anxiety beneath the surface. The voice was saying, "Mander Luke Skywalker of the Rebel Alliance. Again, I'm sure at least one of you up there knows who I am. I've come to offer my surrender, in exchange for letting my friends go." As he spoke, Luke found his mouth was dry. That bothered him. He needed something to drink and something to calm his beating heart. This was his plan, the best he could think of. His comrades had put their trust in him. If he failed them all. He sent his message and waited. Shifting uncomfortably in his fighter's cockpit, he whispered, "Everything working back there. R2. The droid, tucked in his dorsal socket, hooted affirmatively. Good. Things are going to get trickier soon. Luke tapped his controls and brought up the fighter's holographic heads-up display. Red lights marked the 2 Star Destroyers, the strike cruiser, and the 6 TIE fighters rushing toward his ether sprite. They were trying to box him in? Somebody indeed knew who Luke was. It seemed to take forever for the reply to come, though it was mere seconds. A voice scratched over his comm. "This is Grand Admiral Tackle aboard the Magic Dragon. I know exactly who you are, Skywalker, and will accept your surrender. Allow those TIEs to escort you to my Star Destroyer, where..." Luke's headset screeched and another voice joined the conversation. "This is Grand Admiral Tigellinus of the Avatar. You will fly aboard my vessel immediately. If you let yourself be waylaid by any other ships, your friends are forfeit." One Grand Admiral was shocking. 2 made Luke's head spin. Before he could figure out his reply, they began talking over one another. "Fly toward Avatar immediately, and I will command a halt of my troops' advancement from the north," promised Tigellinus. "They will refrain from molesting the spaceport and allow your allies to depart." But Tackle said, "They will never leave this planet. I will blast them out of the sky the moment they open the shield barrier, unless you allow my escorts to take you to Magic Dragon." "Do not listen to that clown," snapped Tigellinus. "Only I can guarantee the safety of your friends." "You don't guarantee anything," growled Tackle. "This is my planet and my jurisdiction. I decide its fate, not you." "There'd be nothing to decide if your brain-dead hired thugs hadn't botched their first attempt. You're not just an insipid clod. You're a criminal." "Yes, and you're a pompous ass. Have we gotten name-calling out of the way?" They snapped back and forth, talking over one another until Luke's headset crackled static. He killed the transmission and concentrated on his heads-up display. The TIE's fighters were almost on his ether sprite. Very soon Tackle would have it in his grasp. This entire operation was a stalling mission, so Luke tugged his control stick, quickly but smoothly moving the fighter off course. The TIEs would chase but not fire, not unless they thought he was going to run. There was no point in that. An ether sprite, like a TIE fighter, had no onboard hyperdrive. Tackle and Tigellinus would surely know that, so they bat him around like 2 Tuca cats fighting over a stuffed toy, neither of them willing to make the final blow. Luke's spirits lifted. This could work better than he'd ever imagined. He switched his comm frequency. "General Eclipse, do you hear me?" "Loud and clear, Commander," Juno replied. "Citrop. I currently had 2 admirals, Grand Admirals, competing for me." "You're serious?" "Very. I'll try to play them off each other as long as I can." "What should we do?" "If you plan to run for it, now's the time." "We'll begin immediately. Don't drag this out too long. When things get hairy, bail." "That was my plan. I'll take the rest from here. May the Force be with you." A tiny pause. "You too, Commander." Eclipse out. Juno took a deep breath as she stepped away from the communications console. "It's working," she declared. "Skywalker says we should start evacuations." Despite the urgency of the matter, nobody around her leaped into motion. From the command center they'd been tracking it all, the collapse of their southern line, the frenzied fallback to the spaceport, the desperate loading of people and equipment in the Imperial advance from the north. "Thanks to the shield dome, our skies are still clear," Nevitt said. "The imps haven't sent TIEs down to the atmosphere yet." "Then it's the best time to run," Constantia spoke gravely. "We should try to get as many ships into the air as possible before we lower our shields, so they can all flee at once." He glanced at Juno. "Or would they be vulnerable to anti-air fire?" "Most of those ships have shields," she replied. "They should be able to withstand whatever the ground forces throw up. Those imp stars." She didn't have to say the rest. The ex-senator said, "We'll have to put our faith in Commander Skywalker." "No," said Juno, We put faith in each other. Nevitz, go help Trick finish loading the Demori. That's our biggest ship, and it's got all our wounded on it. It's our highest priority. All right, General. But the shields. I'll stay behind and lower them. What, General? That's an order, and I don't plan on dying. There's still small ships I can fly out of here. I know, but your wound. She smiled tightly. It'll slow me down until I get to a ship. Then I'll be just fine. I used to be quite a pilot, you know. Doubt never left his face. I'm sure that's true, but I thought, all things considered, it might be more fitting if I stay behind. She looked at Nevitz and saw more than doubt. She saw grief, regret, recrimination, all aimed at himself. All things she knew too well. I won't condemn you for your choice of loves, Lieutenant. The word scraped her throat. Now go. Get out of here. Nevitz nodded and snapped a salute. Juno, leaning against the command console for stead, raised her free hand and returned the gesture. Then the lieutenant hurried from the chamber. The command room was emptying out. Only a few technicians remained to oversee the collapse of their futile 2-week stand. But Senator Constantia stayed beside Juno. She told the older man, "You should get going too. The Demorian is ready for you, though I'd understand if you want one of the quicker, better armed freighters." He shook his head. There's plenty people waiting for a berth, including some civilians who'd rather risk running. Let them have the ships. Senator, if you're thinking of dying here. He chuckled dryly. I'm thinking about it, as are we all. But I'm not planning on it any more than you are. He raised his right brow just a little, begging a question. Juno said, I intend to get out as soon as I lower the shield. I have a ship reserved. You should be on one by then. I will be. But until the shield drops, I'll be down on the landing pads getting people to safety. This is my planet, General. If I have to run from it, I'm going to be on the last ship out, not the first. She heard the conviction in his words, grim but unshakable, and was left speechless. Constantia saw it and smiled. I'm not a fool, General. I know you think I'm a grandstander who blunders into military operations he doesn't have any place in. She couldn't bring herself to lie. Instead, she softened it a little. I wouldn't go quite that far. Maybe you should have. Maybe if you talk sense into me, he sighed. It doesn't matter now. We made our stand. We did. He extended a hand. It's been a privilege to work with you. She stared at that hand for a long moment. Then she took it, shook it, released. May the force be with you, Senator. He blinked in surprise, then ventured a smile. I hope it's with us all, especially our young hero. Farewell, General. Farewell. She watched him leave the chamber and wondered if he expected to die here, or if he expected her to die. Maybe both. Odds were still strong that none of them would make it through this day. It was like the slaughter at Shenander, all over again. She'd only survived there because of Starkiller. Now her life, and everyone else's, were in the new hero's hands. Chapter 20. As the Avatar raced deeper into the planet's gravity well, Tigellinus stared out the viewport and tried to mark the tiny starfighter on which all his hopes depended. As yet they were still too far out. His naked eye only picked up the magic dragon and reprobation against the wintry swirls of Peralta's southern hemisphere. Yet his tactical screens noted it clearly, one tiny yellow wedge weaving elegantly through space, evading attempts by Tackle's TIE fighters to box it in. The Avatar had launched its own TIE squadron, which was howling to intercept. Skywalker was stalling for time, and for obvious reasons. The Avatar's long-range sensors were also picking up large and medium-sized transports rising from the north anti-spaceport. As yet they hung in the air beneath the protective shield dome, but they'd run the second it fell. His sensors also showed that the Hell's Hammers had brought their heavy armor through the hills and were moving for the spaceport now. In minutes they'd be within mortar range of the shield generators and could bring that dome down before the rebels got all their ships aloft. That was exactly what he needed. Tigellinus said, "Calm, hail the ether sprite. I need to speak to that pilot right now. Personal link." Again he stalked to the very front of the bridge. He barely kept his composure during his talk with that oaf tackle, and if it slipped now, he didn't want his crew to see it. The link opened. This is Skywalker. This is Grand Admiral Tigellinus. My battalions have reached the spaceport and will destroy your shields on my command. Neither I nor Tackle will hesitate to vaporize those ships before they breach the atmosphere unless you land on my avatar. Is that a promise? It sounds like you and your partner can't agree on much. He is not me partner, Tigellinus sneered. Fly straight for my destroy immediately, or I will bring down your shields this instant. Just a heartbeat's pause. All right. I'm heading your way now. What about Tackle? Tigellinus glanced over shoulder at the tactical holo. Sure enough, that ether sprite's yellow mark was cut in a straight line toward him. Two groups of TIEs raced to intercept. Maneuver for the TIE squadron approaching you head on. They'll protect you. Understood. But if those shields go down, then he'd still be trapped in orbit, surrounded by Imperials who wanted his hide. Rest assured, your people will have time to evacuate. Tigellinus immediately killed the link. Striding across the bridge, he said, Come, get online with the hammers. Tell them to cease all attacks at once. You heard me? Stop the advance. To the tactical lieutenant, he said, New orders for the advanced TIEs. They are to protect that rebel fights at all costs and escort it here. If Tackle's TIEs try to interfere, they are to open fire. The tactical lieutenant blinked in shock but relayed the order. More subtly, Captain Rudiger sidled next to his admiral. Sir, are you suggesting we fire on other Imperials? They'll be warning shots, he soothed. But they're Imperials, Grand Admiral. Sir, what's so special about that little ship? Nothing I can speak to at the moment, but rest assured, once we claim it, we will all win the Emperor's favor. That brightened Rudiger's face. I understand, sir. He didn't, but he'd do his job like any soldier with the promotion dangled in front of him. And that would be enough. Tackle nearly gnashed his teeth as he watched that little ether sprite race away from his TIEs. The ship had passed reprobation in lower orbit and was now cut in a straight line toward the Avatar. It seemed Skywalker had made his choice. Tigellinus had sent a full squad to intercept, and the two clusters of TIEs were on a collision course. Despite his anger, Tackle felt a rush of admiration. Tigellinus must have made the boy an offer he couldn't refuse, and he was willing to risk much to secure it. But would his TIEs fire on Tackle's? Would he really kill fellow Imperials just to claim Skywalker? Tackle would, without hesitation. But for some reason he never thought Tigellinus could be so bold, bordering on reckless. He couldn't afford to be one-upped by a would-be court dandy. Helm, adjust direction, he commanded. Take us toward Avatar. Full engine burn. Get us away from the planet as quickly as possible. Helm obeyed, but his tactical officer frowned. Sir, what about the rebels? What about them? They are fleeing the city, sir. Dozens of ships. They just dropped shields and are climbing toward orbit. Have reprobation deal with them? I'm sure the strike cruiser can get some of them, sir, but nothing. Tackle tried to rein in his anger. By every loving god, he needed spice right now. Anger and adrenaline were no substitute. All right, fine, he waved a hand. Send 3 squadrons of TIEs to attack the convoy. Send 2 more toward Avatar. The officers around him all stared. It was an ensign who said, Sir, are we attacking Grand Admiral Tigellinus? Because he had no answer to that question. Not yet, Tackle said. Just follow orders as I give them. That's all you're meant to do. 12 TIE fighters in close formation filled Luke's heads-up display, and he had to battle his instinct to wrestle his joystick to flee. Holding the Aether Sprite on course for the Avatar, he watched the TIEs get closer and closer, until they finally soared around and passed his fighter, just barely veering to avoid a crash. New lights winked on his sensor screen. Laser fire was going off behind him, and he watched, captivated, wondering if these Imperials were actually going to start killing each other to get him. When he'd listened to the 2 Grand Admirals argue over the comm, he'd been struck by how ravenously hungry both sounded. One voice had a wild edge to it, the other an aristocrat's self-conscious dignity. but in both he'd heard a gluttonous desire for him, not Luke Skywalker the man, or even the symbol, but the might and favor his capture would gain. For a split second he had to wonder, was Darth Vader like those men, blinded by power lust? Or, as Starkiller had believed and maybe died for, was there more to him? But only for a split second. R2 chirped, and Luke checked his scanner again. Where he'd once had 6 of Tackle's ties pursuing him, there were now 4 falling back. 11 of Tigelinus's fighters were forming around the ether sprite, creating a protective blockade of black solar panels. The other 3 ties must have been destroyed. Imperials were killing Imperials, all for one of him. Luke felt slightly sick. R2, tell me this is worth it, he muttered. Is the evacuation airborne? R2 whistled affirmatively. And they're past the shield. His astromech confirmed it. Luke slumped in his seat and wiped sweat from his brow. Okay, R2. Just a few more minutes, and this will all be over. The deadly skirmish between TIE squadrons had cast the Avatar's bridge into a grim silence. Tigelinus glanced at the faces of his crew and saw the same thing on each one. Each man wondered what was on that ether sprite, whether it was worth the cost, and whether the magic dragon would let them leave with it. The rebels funneling up from the planet in their ragtag freighters had become an afterthought. Tackle hadn't commented since the destruction of 2 of his ties, but the magic dragon was racing toward them, burning blue ion thrusters to push away from the planet. He'd yet to raise shields or attain a weapons lock. Tigelinus guessed the Glitbitter was acting on impulse, going wherever his anger led him. That wasn't to neglect his threat, on the contrary, his drug-addled mind made him more unpredictable and dangerous. Whatever happened, Tigelinus was sure he could stand it so long as he got Skywalker. When he walked toward the viewport, he could finally see the object of his desire with his naked eye. There it was, hanging off Avatar's bow, wrapped in a nest of ties, one antique starfighter, wedge-shaped like a microscopic destroyer, painted anachronistic Republic red. Victory was in sight, but Tigelinus wouldn't let his guard drop now. Rebels were notorious for their tricks. I want a full sweep of that ship. Weapons. Life signs. The reply came seconds later. That ship's unarmed, Rodiger reported. Power reading steady. No shields. 1 life sign, looks human. Excellent. Tigelinus clenched fists. Comms, tell him to kill his engines. Tractor beam, get a lock, and reel it in. The crew hurried to comply. Tigelinus watched as the ties broke formation and scattered. The ether sprite shut down thrusters and glided toward the Avatar, until tractor beams caught it and pulled it beneath the ship's bow, out of view. Almost there, almost there. Tigelinus looked at the tactical array. Magic Dragon was still 7 minutes from firing range. Once they had Skywalker, the Avatar could turn and run for the end of the gravity well, then jump to hyperspace. All those fleeing rebels were Tackle's concern. This was, Tigelinus thought with a sadistic satisfaction, his planet and his mess. The reprobate would never live down 2 failures in one day. Then Rodiger spoke. Grand Admiral, we've received a report from the hangar. Tigelinus asked urgently, is the ship secure? And its pilot? The ship is fine, sir, but the pilot? Yes. Out with it. This is strange, sir, but the deck crew says she's been stunned and restrained. She? Yes, sir. He looked at his admiral in confusion. She wasn't flying the ship at all. When his heads-up display went blank and R2-D2 whined in relief, Luke slumped in his seat and released his own sigh. You did great, R2, he said. Now, start running pre-flight checks. We've got to get our own bird flying or we'll be left behind. R2 whistled and went to work. Luke spared a moment to stand up in the open cockpit of his headhunter to stretch his arms and legs. The hangar yawned empty before him. The only things left were piles of stray equipment and the remnants of the other C-95, which he'd cannibalized to make his current ship and the ether sprite operational. When he'd pitched his mad idea to use the old Jedi fighter as a distraction, he'd told Juno he'd wanted to borrow a tactic from a fallen hero, not Starkiller but Proxy, who'd used short-range comm relays to puppeteer 3 other droid bodies during the attack on Shenander. The connection Nevitz had rigged between our 2D2 and an old spare R4 unit had been more powerful but also simpler. No holographic shrouds were required, nor lightsaber duels. R2 hadn't even had to make choices on his own. He merely held up the relay connecting the sensors and control suite of Luke's grounded headhunter to the ether sprite in orbit. It had been Juno's suggestion to put Draska aboard the ether sprite. The Imperials weren't fools, she pointed out. Either with life sensors or naked eyes, they'd notice if their prize ship had an empty cockpit. Thanks to that finishing touch, the gambit had worked. Luke couldn't dawdle for long. The Z-95, unlike the ether sprite, had a built-in hyperdrive, but the rebel convoy was pulling out of the atmosphere and he needed to catch up and help defend them. He dropped back into the cockpit and put the helmet back on. He tapped his comm back on and said, "Juno, are you still on the ground?" "Barely." "Where are you?" She sounded pained. "Getting ready for takeoff. Package delivered, by the way." "I never doubted it." "Are you all right?" "Moving isn't as easy as it used to be." "I'm okay. I'm almost at my ship." "You have something ready?" "Yes." "Go on without me, Commander." "That's an order. I'll be right behind you." Though her voice was tinny in his headset, he could tell it was not that of a woman planning to die. "All right, I'll see you in the air." He closed the link, strapped himself in, and began turning on all the Z-95's flight systems. The old snub fighter hummed, coughed, and gurgled to life. Well, he'd flown worse. "R2, how's it looking back there?" The response was an affirmative warble. "Good answer." Luke punched his console, and the engines roared. "Let's get out of here." Chapter 21. The North anti-spaceport trembled with the thunder of approaching doom. Whether they were laser blasts, mortar shells, concussion missiles, even proton bombs dropped from above, Juno couldn't tell. She shambled through the halls deep inside the spaceport's military wing, bracing herself against walls as she moved, clutching her side with the other hand as though that would stop the pain. Almost there. Almost there. Her whole body cried at her to stop, but she couldn't. Not yet. She didn't want to die, and there was still fighting to be done. The halls of the spaceport were achingly hollow. She stayed as late as she could and disarmed the shield dome only after the majority of the rebels had boarded escape ships. Explosions rocked and thundered in the distance, corridors shook, overhead lights flickered. Had Imperials already entered? She didn't know. But she was almost there. She'd already talked to Skywalker. Hopefully he was sailing out of that civilian hangar on his Z-95. As she neared her destination, Juno took out her comlink again and, bracing elbow to wall when she had to, held it to her mouth. "Nevitz. Can you hear me? This is General Eclipse." She waited. No response. Maybe they were out of range. Maybe their big Demorian hauler had been shot out of the sky, killing thousands of good soldiers. Then a voice. Nevitz said, "We read you, General. Are you airborne?" "Almost," she said. "Citrip." Skywalker's plan worked. The Star Destroyers both pulled to high orbit chasing that ether sprite. That strike cruiser is still a problem, and the ties. We've lost 4 transports and we're still in low orbit, but we've got an escape vector. Take it before the destroyers cut it off. Go. What, General? Your ship. I'll catch up. Keep an eye open for Skywalker's ship. His real ship. We will. Do you have the Senator? Nevitz faltered. He's not on the ship, General. I hope he got on one of the others. The hallway trembled once more. In the distance, she heard fire alarms. I hope so too, she said. Eclipse out. She pocketed the comlink and used both hands to push herself forward, rebounding off the walls until she finally pushed through the final passageway. She discovered this small hangar during an early survey of the spaceport. The facility was primarily civilian, but a few sections were reserved for use by the Imperial military. Thus, suspended from a rack in the center of the room was a TIE bomber, recently repaired. With the last battle looming, she'd ordered it stocked with warheads too, just in case. The hangar entrance was thankfully on an elevated walkway, and she had no ladder to climb to reach the TIE, though she did have to descend one to reach the cockpit. She tried and found it painful, so instead she let herself drop. Damn it all, this was familiar. Too familiar. As the former leader of Darth Vader's elite Black A squadron, she knew how to take apart a TIE bomber piece by piece. She knew how it felt to soar through the air, to dive toward targets, to line them up with your targeting computer, tap your trigger, and unleash Imperial hell on those below. When had she stopped having nightmares about her crimes on Callus? Probably when she started having them about Starkiller instead. Callus was behind her. Starkiller was behind her. But sitting in this TIE bomber, both of them felt close, like shadows falling across her from either side. Enough, she grunted. Don't do this to yourself. Juno ran her hands over the controls, initiating pre-flight procedure. She hadn't flown one of these since she'd been given the job of ferrying Darth Vader's apprentice. But it all came back. Callus. Starkiller. She could never get far from either. A great explosion rocked the hangar. Beyond his open mouth, she saw flame flash through the exterior fog. When pre-flight was complete, Juno strapped herself into her seat. Just sitting and no longer putting strain on her side felt good. So did the acceleration that gently pressed her against the back of her chair. The TIE bomber soared past the threshold into a sky without color or feature. The fog over the Benton was thick. All of Anti was blanketed in a thick pale haze. Juno knew that was her luck. Without it, someone might have spotted her escape and marked her as hostile. Instead, Juno turned on the bomber's transponder. According to the computer, the ship was assigned to reprobation as part of the strike cruiser's sole bomber unit, unimaginatively codenamed Black Squadron. The ship's number, of course, was 8. This was really getting to be too much. There was still fighting going on in the streets. Heat flared below, and explosions flashed at the bottom of a sea of fog. Whoever was left down there was beyond Juno's help. Most of her people, the vast majority, she prayed were spaceborne and on their way to freedom. She had to join them. Most specifically, she had to catch up with the big Demorian hauler and dock with it, because her TIE lacked a hyperdrive. Bombers were slow by starfighter standards, but she could still catch up with the freighters. She pulled herself into a steep upward climb and raced past the fog, through crowning clouds, into daylight, and then through it. When she finally breached atmosphere and the exit friction flames fell away, she found herself staring at a vast span of black. Tiny stars sat stationary light years away, while nearby space was marked by the thrust trails of starships fleeing and pursuing. Juno set her course to chase. Those star destroyers were far away now, but the strike cruiser reprobation was edging close to the rebel convoy, firing broadsides, battering the more sluggish freighters into oblivion. The convoy was still burning hard against the pull of the planet, well inside the gravity well. It would be 5 minutes at least before any of them could jump to hyperspace. As Juno gave chase, 2 TIE fighters whipped past her cockpit. Her heart jumped, but they didn't attack. Instead, they slowed and held position a few hundred meters ahead. Her comlink crackled and a voice filled the cockpit. "This is Grey 5. Where are the rest of you bombers? We need you up here, chasing rebs." As steadily as she could, she replied, "Black 8 here. We were pacifying the city. Black Lee told us to help topside. The rest are catching up." "Well, I guess Leia's better than never." Juno hesitated, then asked, "Why are the destroyers hanging back? They'll let the rebs get away." "Nobody knows what they're doing," Grey 5 said. "Something happened. Some kind of friendly fire thing. Couple of Grand Admirals think they can throw us around like." "Easy, 5, warned the other TIE pilot. "Right? Listen, Black 8, aim for that big Demorian hauler if you can. It's got tough shields." "Understood. I'll make a run at it when my wing joins me." "Got it. Good flying." Juno couldn't bring herself to return the salute, so she watched the 2 TIEs soar ahead without a word. As she neared the convoy and reprobation, she checked her weapons cache. She had 8 concussion missiles loaded into the armaments pod, but she doubted she'd get to use all of them. The Imperials would believe she was one of their own until she unleashed her payload. She'd have to wait, think, and pick her target very carefully, because when she pulled the trigger, her once and present Imperial wingmates would turn on her like feral hawk bats. She didn't want to die today, but if that's what it took to get the others to safety, so be it. She wasn't chasing death this time. She was doing what she had to and placing the lives of good people before her own. Like Coda. Like Proxy. And she dared hope. Like Starkiller. The Avatar was growing in Magic Dragon's forward viewport. Tigellinus' Star Destroyer had looked like it might pivot and run. Indeed, Tackle had expected the other Grand Admiral to do just that as soon as he nabbed Skywalker. Yet for some reason it remained stationary in mid-orbit, as though trapped in ambivalence. Tigellinus was many things, but not indecisive. Something unexpected had happened, and it gave Tackle hope. "Come," he said, "get me another private line with Avatar." Tackle normally tried to show his crew he had nothing to hide, but today he very much did, and besides, these talks with Tigellinus were too touchy and potentially embarrassing to have in full view. Thus he stood in the back of the bridge, raised his comlink to his lips, and said, "Tell me you're there, Rufin. I'm looking for a reason not to open fire." "You wouldn't dare," Tigellinus said. Pompous as always, but that fake core accent was undercut by stress. "You won the race. Congratulations. Are you enjoying your prize? If not, I'd be happy to take it from you. You fire on my Star Destroyer. You destroy 2 of my ties. There's a world of difference, and you know it." Tigellinus sounded desperate. The dangerous rasp to his voice put Tackle on edge. He'd never seen the other man pressed to his limit and didn't know what he was truly capable of. Tigellinus had already surprised him twice today. "Run, fight, or give me a reason not to open fire," he insisted. "It wasn't Skywalker, damn you. It was a woman. Your woman." Tigellinus practically screeched. "A woman? What are you talking about?" "She was stunned and trussed up in the pilot seat. We woke her up, and she keeps insisting she's your spy. Listen, you incompetent buffoon." Tackle switched off the comm. Relief flooded through him. If Tigellinus didn't have Skywalker, then the day wasn't lost. He had no idea where Skywalker actually was, but he had to be somewhere on or above Peralta, and that was all that mattered. To the helm he called, "Adjust course. Keep climbing. Get us out of the gravity well as fast as you can." Yet again, his crew looked at him befuddled. The helm officer asked, "Are we running, sir? Should we warm hyperdrives?" Tackle really wanted a shot of Glitterstone right now. As it was, he'd have to rely on anger and adrenaline to reveal the best course of action. The one that occurred to him now would teach Tigellinus what real audacity looked like. He said, "No the first. Yes to the second." To his crew's baffled stares he grinned. "Have faith, gentlemen. When have I ever let you down?" Juno did her best to look inconspicuous. She wove her TIE bomber between swarms of fighters from reprobation and took potshots with her laser cannons at rebel freighters, always making sure to miss. The tricky part was dodging return fire. Not all the ship the rebels had commandeered were armed, but many were, and the TIE bomber was unshielded and slow for its size. Yet she logged hundreds of hours in ships just like these, and all the tiny nuances came back to her. She braked and slipped and nudged at all the right times. After listening to the comm chatter from the other TIE pilots, most of it confused, much of it frustrated, she tried manually changing to one of the frequencies her soldiers used. She hung apart from the convoy long enough to input the code, then called, "This is General Eclipse. Please respond." A few seconds later, she got a familiar voice. "This is Nevitz. What's your status, General? Check the TIE bomber at your 4 o'clock. We see you. We'll let the other ships know not to fire at you. They can fire all they want so long as they miss. Do you want to try landing?" "Not yet. I have 8 missiles that need unloading. I'm just not sure where. Did you find the Senator?" "No, we're still trying." "What about Skywalker?" "On your 6, Luke said." Juno checked her sensors, and there it was, a Z-95 headhunter coming up behind her. "I wish there were more friendly fighters to hold off these ties," Luke said. Right now it's just you. I'm not a friendly, and don't treat me like one. Take some pot shots. Got it, Luke said, and a smattering of red bolts cut close to her starboard wing. Juno rolled to port toward the convoy. Through her viewport she could see the chain of rebel ships, the pursuing ties, and the 2 star destroyers. Neither of them were close enough to fire on the convoy, but one, curiously, had pushed all the way out the planet's gravity well. She checked her scanners. Magic Dragon. That ship seemed to be frantically reorienting itself, swinging its wedge-tipped nose away from black space, back toward the planet, though Juno had no idea what it was aiming for. Then the off-white warship became a streak of light. The entire ship seemed to stretch across 1,000 miles in the blink of an eye, from one corner of Juno's viewport to the other. And, just as fast, it resolved itself into a coherent warship again. Only now, it was sitting right in the path of the fleeing convoy. The rebels' comm line was already full of chatter. How did they do that? Someone asked. Some kinda without his micro jump, another suggested. Trake said, it doesn't matter how, they're right in our carking way. The channel filled with curses. Far ahead, the Magic Dragon began firing broadside cannons at the approaching convoy. The lead ships were far enough away they could dodge the mighty Emerald lances, but they suddenly found themselves with no place to run. Juno checked her long-range scanners. Even worse, reprobation was falling in behind the rebels to box off any retreat to the planet, while the second destroyer, Avatar, was finally kicking into motion and heading for the convoy. And just like that, they were trapped. We have to scatter, she shouted over the comm chatter. Repeat, scatter. Try to get a path to hyperspace any way you can. Some of us can still make it. But not, she thought bleakly, that slow Demorian hauler with its thousands of lives. Despair seized her. She'd not felt this way since Shenander. She wanted to scream, pound the insides of her cockpit, and fly into fiery oblivion. So close, but too far in the end. Once again, everyone she knew would be slaughtered. Then Skywalker said, no. Hold position. What? Gasped Nevitz. Commander, maybe you missed that Star Destroyer. I didn't. How calm he sounded. How certain. It's okay. Hold course. They'll get chewed up in seconds. No, they won't. Trust me. I can feel it. How serene he was. Like Starkiller in his final moments. Because the Force was with him. However mad his actions seemed, he had to have a reason. Do it, Juno said. Do as Skywalker says. But General, that's insane. Nevitz insisted. No, it's not, Luke said. Do you see it? Juno peered past the convoy, past the distant, lethal wedge of Magic Dragon. Something new had appeared in the blackness of space, an oval shape of warm pale color, with fins stretching wide from either side. Then a near-identical shape appeared behind it, and then she saw the glow of swarming thrust engines, and the first flecks of turbolasers taking the Magic Dragon from behind. And then, finally, the clarion over her comm channel. A guttural Mon Calamari voice proclaimed, all ships, this is the Alliance warship Liberty. Stay back and hold formation. We will clear a path for you. Chapter 22. There was a moment just after the rebel fleet's arrival when Milton Tackle wondered if this battle was really happening, or if he'd taken some very weird spice. He wasn't a connoisseur of hallucinogenics, though he dabbled. It would have required some powerful concoction to dream of this fight. First the old Clone Wars ship carrying Luke Skywalker, but not really, which had brought Imperials to shed Imperial blood. Then the threat of destroyer versus destroyer violence. Then the moment when it looked like the rebels might accomplish a miracle escape. Then Tackle's save and throw. He'd rushed Magic Dragon past Peralta's gravity well, only to order his crew to do a lightspeed jump back into it. The destroyer had spent 1/17 of a standard second in hyperspace before being wrenched back into real space by Peralta's pull, only now it lay directly in front of the fleeing rebel convoy which, Tackle still prayed, contained the real Luke Skywalker somewhere. The jump hadn't been easy. The wrench of acceleration and re-entry had tossed Tackle into a wall, and some of his crew were bruised or bleeding. Systems had overloaded across the ship, and minor alarms pinged on the bridge, but backups all held. Guns still worked. So did shields and sublight engines, though too much of a strain might cause cascading systems failures. But now that they were in place, taking care of a rangy convoy of civilian ships would be no problem. Tackle had been thinking exactly that when the rebel fleet appeared behind him. When turbolaser fire from not one but two Mon Calamari cruisers began pounding Magic Dragon's port shields, he dearly wished this was a weird spice dream, but no. This was truly a fight for his life. Again, a little wearily, he wondered how badly the Magic Dragon would get savaged this time around. Assuming he survived today, he was never getting involved with Jedi business again. Emperor's grace be damned. No reward was worth this. As the ship rocked and fresh alarms wailed, Tackle said, "Come, send a message to Avatar. Compose it now. Make it simple." "Sir." Like everyone else on the bridge, the comm lieutenant looked stupefied. Tackle bit his lips so hard it drew blood, then made himself say it. "Tell Grand Admiral Tigellinus that I humbly request his assistance." "Sir," asked Captain Rodiger, "how do we respond?" Tigellinus looked thoughtfully out Avatar's viewport. The fleeing convoy was like a chain of faint jewels streaking away from Peralta. Reprobation gnawed at it from the rear. The Magic Dragon was poised to tear it apart from the fore. Only now, two Mon Calamari warships were rushing Tackle's Star Destroyer. Even from hundreds of kilometers away, Tigellinus could see the energy scatter across the Magic Dragon's beleaguered shields. An Imperial Star Destroyer was no pushover, but then, neither were these new rebel cruisers, despite their alien origin. It would be an extended brawl, and in that time many ships in the rebel convoy would sneak away. Luke Skywalker would almost certainly be among them, although if the stories about Jedi were true, he'd stay in the thick of it until seeing all his comrades to safety. At best speed, the Avatar was at least 6 minutes out from the battle zone. Tigellinus ordered Rodiger to take them in at 2/3 maximum sublight, and to run systems checks to make sure they were fitfully prepared for battle. Rodiger looked confused, but he obeyed. As always, it was so tempting to let Tackle burn in a pyre of his own recklessness, but the Emperor would be very displeased if Tigellinus stood back and let another Grand Admiral die. So he'd do his Imperial duty and help his comrade. But he'd make him sweat first. It felt good to be behind the control of a starfighter again. A Z-95 was no X-Wing, but it felt liberating to fly. No more staggering through lethal cold. No more creeping through the dark. No frozen rivers to cross. No reek of charred flesh and ozone. Now it was just Luke and his ship, darting free through space. Well, Luke, his ship, and the TIE fighters coming at him. Couldn't forget those. When they swarmed him, Luke had to wrench the old starfighter into more dizzying maneuvers to avoid their endless emerald hail. Blasts battered his shields, and R2-D2, tucked behind him in the Z-95's enclosed socket, wailed that shields were about to fail. Luke tried to be optimistic. During repairs he hadn't expected the shields to work at all. There was no hope of fighting off this many TIEs. There was simply too many to try an offensive. All his energy was focused on evasion, and he lost track of everything else, even Juno's TIE bombers, even the ships in the rebel convoy. But he knew that if he held out long enough, the cavalry would arrive. The sight of ruby laser bolts meant salvation. Luke veered toward their source, dragging a stream of TIEs after him. The scarlet blaze intensified, and for a second he thought he'd be caught in friendly fire, but the blast skimmed past his shields and caught the trailing TIEs head-on. Clustered close, they exploded together in a bright fireball that sent remnant solar panels and twisted pylons spinning into space. A welcome voice sounded over his comm. "Headhunter, we've got you covered. Form up on our wing." Luke replied, "Is that you, Rogue Leader?" "Identify yourself, pilot." "Rogue Leader, this is Rouge Leader." Luke chuckled in relief as he spun toward the cluster of X-Wings. "It's good to see you, Wedge." "Likewise, Luke. This is a hell of a mess you've got yourself in. You don't know the half of it." He edged his headhunter onto Wedge's flank. "You certainly have dramatic timing." "It was unintentional, I promise. It was hard to muster enough ships to get here, But when that first Star Destroyer showed up, Princess Leia pressed hard. I hoped she would. Wedge, you've got to tell your pilots not to fire on a TIE bomber if they see it. General Eclipse is aboard. Long story. He heard Wedge's consternation. Luke, there's a whole bunch of bombers heading our way. We can't not fire at them. They take out half the convoy. Luke checked his sensors and saw it too. Tell our fighters, all our fighters, to be careful. Only fire on them if they fire on us. I'll see what I can do. Wedge didn't sound enthusiastic. Luke didn't blame him. The space over Peralta had become hectic. The once simple chase a chaotic brawl. He prayed Juno was alive somewhere in that mess. He even dared hope she'd take her TIE bomber and fly toward the nearest Mon Cal cruiser, broadcasting her identification code on all channels. It would be her best chance at survival. But he had a feeling she wouldn't. Not because she wanted to die, not anymore, but because she couldn't leave a fight until all of herself was spent. It was something she had in common with Luke and, he believed, the man she still loved. The Magic Dragon was like an old sailing ship foundering on rocks. It was stuck with no place to move, but assailed on all sides. It had been bad enough battling a Mon Calamari cruiser at Shindener. Now Tackle was assailed by two. One slammed his port flank with broadside fire, while the second had pulled to a higher relative elevation and was pumping missiles from his ventral batteries onto the destroyer's top side. Nearly the entire view from the Magic Dragon's bridge was obscured by the glow of shield scatter. Even worse, the ship's hyperspace skip along the edge of Peralta's gravity well had left it with a cascade of power fluctuations. The destroyer's main reactors were straining to produce the energy required to hold up shields. Powering engines for an escape attempt was out of the question. Reprobation was on his way, though the strike cruiser could at best distract one of the Mon Cal ships. What Tackle really needed was another Star Destroyer to tip the fight back in his favor, but Avatar was slow in approaching. He had his comm officer open another channel with Tigellinus' ship, and he snapped, "We require assistance immediately. I know your destroyer can move faster than that. We are merely making sure we are properly prepared before leaping into battle," Tigellinus said. "You've already demonstrated the risks of acting too hastily." Tackle gnashed his teeth. Good gods, he needed spice. You can be fast and dignified at the same time. Damn it, man, I don't know how much longer we have. The Emperor will never forgive you if you let me die. More likely he'd thank me for removing a criminal filthy from the fleet. Don't act righteous, you preening imbecile. We both know the Emperor cares about results. Perhaps, Tigellinus demurred, I'd be able to speed our preparations. You want me to beg? Is that it? Normally I'd never ask a fellow Grand Admiral to act so undignified. But in your case. All right. I need you. Gods damn it. That's why I asked you to come here and you accepted. To help me? I think that can be arranged. He could actually see Tigellinus' smug smile. Tackle growled and shut off the link. He looked to the tactical display, heart pounding. The marker for Avatar was drawing closer to the battle zone. It was coming faster and, he saw, spilling more TIE fighters and bombers from his hangar bay. The Mon Cal cruiser holding above the Magic Dragon began to veer off on an intercept course for the second destroyer. Salvation at last. Tackle knew he'd have to pay Tigellinus recompense for this. It would be galling and humiliating, but at least he'd live another day, and that was what mattered. Yet again the battle shifted. Sealed inside her TIE bomber, Juno felt like a helpless observer. The arrival of so many new rebel ships had lifted her heart, but also increased her danger exponentially. Any of those X-Wings and Y-Wings now swarming around the convoy could mistake her for an enemy and blast her to pieces. Therefore she formed up with the squadron of TIE bombers, not from reprobation but from Magic Dragon. The new rebel starfighters warded off major attack runs from Imperial bombers, but this new TIE squadron kept clipping at the edges of the rebel convoy, launching missiles at trailing freighter where they could. Juno hung at the back of the formation and never popped off warheads herself, but she had to watch with sickening guilt as one small barrage punched through the hull of a Corellian YT model and turned it to flame. She couldn't just sit and watch rebels die. but exposing herself meant certain death at the hands of the other TIEs. She thought about making a run for the nearest Mon Calamari ship, but very likely she'd be shot down on approach, even if she tried broadcasting clearance codes. And she still had those 8 warheads in her armament pod, begging to be used. Thus she had to continue flying beside her enemies, waiting and searching for the chance to strike for her cause. Was this how Starkiller had felt, battling with Vader as Shenander? Perhaps, but Starkiller had done so much more. Even when he and Juno were home free, he'd thrown himself from the Y-Wing, out of her life forever, and sacrificed himself to save his evil maker. She still couldn't understand why. Maybe she never would. But she was no longer certain he'd been Vader's slave and nothing more. She had to create her own opportunity and make her mark. She listened in on Imperial channels and scattered amidst standard combat communications. She picked up plenty of comments implying those 2 Star Destroyers and their respective Grand Admirals were not happy allies. That explained why the second destroyer, the Avatar, had taken its sweet time to engage the new Rebel cruisers. There had to be a way to use that. Her TIE bomber was Black 8, assigned to reprobation, which, she learned from chatter, was subordinate to the Magic Dragon. That destroyer was still battling for his life on the outer edge of Peralta's gravity well. The Avatar was closer. An idea came to Juno. It was quite simple, actually. When your enemies were set against each other, sometimes the only option was to pick a side and fight alongside one enemy to help your real friends. For Juno, like Starkiller, the choice between 2 foes was obvious. She broke away from the Magic Dragon's bomber squadron, claiming she'd suffered a malfunction and needed to retreat. They barely paid her attention. She flew well clear of the combat zone, maintaining safe distance from the Rebel snub fighters at all times. When she checked long-range scanners, she saw that ships from the convoy were finally beginning to flicker into hyperspace. She felt special satisfaction as the Demorian hauler lurched to lightspeed, safe. Flying a broad arc, she made her way toward the Avatar. The Star Destroyer was engaged with the second Mon Calamari cruiser now. The gap between them was kilometers long but lit up by turbolaser fire. A few TIE fighters buzzed picket patrols around the Avatar, but most of his fighter screen was elsewhere. The rebels, for their part, seemed to have thrown their snub fighters into defending the convoy. It was therefore very easy for Juno to approach the Avatar. The destroyer had shields up over his starboard flank to absorb all that laser fire, but port shields were down over much of the hull. A defensive screen was up around the front of the command tower, fully protecting the bridge, but her sensors reported the top side shield generator on his port side was only lightly protected. Yes, it was just the opportunity Juno needed. She hadn't gotten into this ship planning to die, but she found the prospect no longer worried her. She'd keep her charade and could finally strike one enemy in favor of another to ensure the lives of her real allies. As long as she succeeded, she'd be okay with that. Was this close to how Starkiller had felt in the end? She hoped so. He still shadowed her in the cockpit, as did her actions at Callus. Gripping the TIE bomber's controls brought that battle back through the fog of years. Vader had told her to bomb the planet's main reactor, and she'd done it, not imagining the cascade of environmental damage which would ruin that verdant world. Her first crime, and the last time she'd been Imperial in her heart. In everything after that, Starkiller, Salvation, Shenander, Peralta, she'd been driven by the need to absolve herself of that sin. Maybe she could do it now, at the end. In memory of reactor dome swelled over Callus's forest. The Avatar shield generator sphere rose just the same before her now. Like the Callus reactor, it invited destruction. At least this time she could get the right target. Juno was already in a dive. Her targeting lock was set dead ahead. All she had to do was squeeze her trigger again, and again, and again. Missile after missile streaked ahead. The first burst against the generator's outer shell, crumpling it. The second tore through, and the third and the fourth. The explosion was so great it enveloped all of Juno's viewport, and she thought she might as well just sail into the fireball and burn forever. But that nagging will to live kicked in. She pulled her stick and veered away as fast as the TIE bomber could. Flame furled away from the Avatar's command tower like a banner, marking it as vulnerable. Good enough. It might not be absolution, but it was good enough. Grand Admiral Tigellinus was thrown off his feet when the shield generator exploded. He might have fallen flat on the deck, but instead his head slammed the edge of a console. As he tried to stand, pain bloomed in his skull. He palmed his temple and found it wet. Blood running down the side of his face, staining the white collar of his uniform. So ugly, not dignified at all. Alarms brought Tigellinus back to his senses. The bridge seemed to spin around him, and he was forced to brace himself on the same console he'd fallen against. He gasped, "What happened?" Rodiger supplied, "A bomber just knocked out all bridge shields, sir." "What? How did a rebel ship get past our screens?" "Not rebel, sir," the tactical lieutenant supplied. "It was a TIE bomber." "Impossible," Tigellinus gasped, but even as the word left him he wondered. Where did the bomber come from? Not one of ours." The lieutenant checked his readout. Transponder marks it as Black 8. From the reprobation. It's fleeing now. Should we pursue? Of course. Destroy the damn thing. Helm, gets us clear of that rebel cruiser. And come, get me that piece of, get me Magic Dragon. Your personal link, sir. Yes, do it. He couldn't stride all dignified to the front of the bridge this time. Tigellinus stamped one palm against his forehead to staunch the bleeding and used the other hand to hold the comlink close to his mouth. As soon as the line opened, he growled murderously, "You bastard. I knew you were a hedonist and a hoodlum, but I never thought you'd do this to me." "What are you ranting about?" Tackle sounded annoyed. "You bombed me. My bridge shields are gone. I can't fight the rebels like this." "Why would I bomb you?" "Damn it, man. I need your help." "It was your fighter." "Yours." Tigellinus squeezed the link so hard his metal edges cut his palm. "You traitor. I hope you burn in every hell there ever was." Rufin, wait. Tigellinus shut off the link. In a burst of frustration, he threw the little cylinder across the bridge. It skipped nosily across the deck before tumbling into the crew pit. Those who noticed stared at him in shock. Tigellinus knew he should have been ashamed of such a display, but right now he was simply too angry to care. Rodiger asked, "Sir, what should we do?" Tigellinus looked at the blood on his hands and uniform. He wondered how he'd gotten so ugly. "Take us back to the planet," he said. "Down there, at least, we have victory." As the Avatar's TIE fighters closed in behind her, Juno decided she was satisfied. Not happy, in her life she'd made many mistakes, lost too many people, but content she'd at least found a good way to end it. A way like Starkiller's. She didn't bother to evade. Rather, she pointed her TIE bomber toward the distant Moncal cruiser and gunned ahead. With this payload emptied, her ship accelerated better than before, but those TIEs would still catch up to her soon, and that would be it. She let herself so. At maximum acceleration, that rebel cruiser swelled quickly to span her octagonal viewport. It was so different from the Star Destroyers on which she'd been trained. Warm earth colors replaced cold gray. Harsh angles melted into organic curves. A more welcoming place. A few green laser bursts slipped past her cockpit. The TIEs were almost on her. Juno continued to peer ahead at the Moncal cruiser. A blue emblem painted on its hull caught her eye. The ship grew closer, the emblem bigger and more clear. What else could it be but the crest of the Rebel Alliance? "Do you know why I chose the symbol we did as the rebellion's icon?" Leia had asked her on Dantooine. "It was a family crest," Juno had replied. "Galen Merrick's family." "But do you know why we chose it?" "Why?" "As a reminder." "Of him?" "Yes, but there's more than that. It's a reminder of what we choose to believe. He inspired us all to be better than what we are. I think maybe it's the best gift anyone can give." It was the last thing Juno wanted to see. She kept staring even as more shots from the chasing TIEs overtook her. Even as one bolt winged starboard solar panel, and another nicked her armament pod. Alarms wailed, the cockpit smelled of smoke, and the rebel cruiser eclipsed her entire viewport. Starkiller's crest filled her vision. More laser blasts were fired, now from the rebel cruiser toward her. Well, she thought dully, it didn't really matter who fired the killing shot. It was bound to come, one way or another. Then a laser bolt. She couldn't tell whose clipped her port solar panel. The TIE bomber went into a spiral. Starkiller's crest slipped up and out of view. The Mon Calamari ship's smooth hull swept by ahead of her, and she was sure she'd impact on its shields. Instead, something tugged her hard, arresting the spiral, and reeled her in the opposite direction. A tractor beam, pulling hard. Interior light blinded her. The docking bay's interior, busy with incoming ships, flashed by. Then her crippled bomber hit the deck hard. Crash webbing dug into her shoulders as her cockpit thrashed her about. The wound in her side tore open, and she tasted blood. Smoke filled her nostrils, and she felt heat from an unseen fire. Her bomber skidded across the flight deck and finally crumpled against the rear bulkhead. Impact cracked Juno's cockpit without breaking it. The air filled with smoke. It became difficult to see. Despite the pain, despite her dazed mind, she wanted to live. Juno unbuckled her restraints and tried to reach the overhead hatch. She tugged on the release levers above her seat, but nothing opened. The crash had warped the hull and twisted the metal seal, trapping her inside the smoky burning ship. So hot, sweat poured down her face. Smoke filed her lungs and tickled her skin. Vision blurred black. Not like this, she thought. She'd have rather died in a fireball than choked to death on the ashes of a stolen ship. But maybe it was fitting. Her original sin had been committed in one of these bombers. She'd get her final punishment where it had begun, in Black 8. Strength gave out. She collapsed into her pilot seat and waited for thought and vision to leave her. Then there was light. It broke through the overhead hatch like a burning spear and worked quickly to cut apart the warped edge. Then the hatch was pulled away, artificial glow fell into her darkened tomb, and smoke welled up through the gap. Juno was not sure what was real any longer, but when she craned her head back, she saw a vision, edged by darkness and wreathed in smoke, of a man standing above with her lightsaber in one hand, the other stretching down toward her. Starkiller, she thought. No, not Starkiller. Someone else. Someone new? With her last strength, Juno reached to take his hand. Chapter 23. Luke only learned the sum of the Battle of Peralta hours after the fight was well over. He'd landed on the Mon Calamari cruiser Liberty, which was, fittingly, the same ship he'd deserted weeks before. Word of his arrival spread as soon as he set his headhunter down, and an hour after the cruiser had initiated its lightspeed jump away from the planet, he was taken to meet with Liberty's captain for an informal debriefing. Luke told what he could and got much in exchange. The Imperials had, of course, succeeded in retaking North Anti. Most of the spaceport was intact, though the surrounding cityscape was ravaged by heavy urban fighting. It would be weeks before the planet resumed its full export schedule, but only weeks. As for the convoy, 15 ships of varying classes had escaped. 6 had been destroyed during the flight from the planet. The number of those who died was unknown, and probably always would be, but the survivors numbered over 8,000. Among them was General Eclipse, who was currently undergoing badly needed procedures in Liberty's medical ward. Of Senator Constantius, there was no account. It was believed that he stayed behind too long during the evacuation of the spaceport and been either killed or captured. For his sake, everyone hoped the former. Luke received a more personalized update when he went to the Rogue Squadron barracks, which seemed exactly as he'd left it. All the pilots he knew were still alive. His old bunk was still available. His squadron mates crowded him with questions, and he did his best to explain until Wedge warded them off. The two of them retreated to one of the small mess rooms, which was thankfully empty. Luke hadn't realized how hungry he was until he helped himself to a bowl of reheated Salathia bean paste, which was never meant to taste so good. As he swallowed down spoonfuls, Luke said, "I'm sorry I ran and left you in charge of the squadron. That was a dereliction, and I shouldn't have. I have a feeling Alliance Command will forgive you." Wedge opened a bottle of carbonated beverage and sat down across from Luke. I have a feeling you're right, Luke sighed. Wedge understood him. If you get special treatment, it's because you deserve it. I heard about your little gambit with the ether sprite. It was very clever. It wouldn't have worked nearly as well if those two Grand Admirals hadn't been as set on fighting each other as us. Well, now you've outsmarted two of the Emperor's dirty dozen. Not quite blowing up a Death Star, but a hell of a thing to have on your resume. Wedge guzzled from his bottle, set it down, and asked seriously, did you find what you went looking for? Luke took time to consider. I suppose I did. This other Jedi, what was his name again? Starkiller. Did you learn what happened to him? As much I ever will. Wedge leaned forward. So you learned how he defeated Darth Vader. Defeat Vader. Serve Vader. Betray Vader. Fight with and against Vader. Die for Vader. Starkiller had done all of those things. Luke understood why Juno had believed the man had been the Dark Lord's pawn the entire time. It seemed the easiest way to reconcile so many contradictions. But Luke believed otherwise. It was more than what he'd heard. It was what he felt, in the strange way of feeling he'd been slowly learning the past 7 months. Starkiller had done all those things not because he was a puppet, but because he was a Jedi. Because the Force compelled him, even to his end. It terrified Luke and inspired him, and it made him wonder where his own path would lead. He prayed he wouldn't be called upon to make such a dreadful sacrifice. Even more than that, he prayed he wouldn't hurt the ones he loved. Staring into his emptied bowl, he said carefully, I think, sometimes there's ways to beat an enemy other than just defeating him. After a pregnant pause, Wedge asked, if you speak in weird riddles, does that make you more of a Jedi? Luke smirked. Maybe. Well, in that case, keep riddling. I won't understand, but I'll trust you. Thanks, Wedge. Luke rose, leaving his friend and his empty bowl behind. He stepped inside Liberty's gently curving corridor, closed his eyes, and breathed deep. Just the sound of air recirculating overhead. Do you have anything for me, Ben? Luke muttered. He waited, listened to the soft roar, and watched the blackness of his eyelids. Nothing came, not even a whisper. Maybe Ben would never talk to him again. Maybe he never had. Maybe he was just conserving himself for when he was really needed. Because right now he wasn't. Luke opened his eyes and walked calmly down the corridor, back to the barracks. Once night cycle came, he knew he'd get a deep and restful sleep. Those shades had been draped over the viewports of Milton Tankle's cabin. The unsteady strobe of hyperspace slipped around the edges and tickled the Grand Admiral's vision as he lay in the darkness of his bed. Komara was warm and fast asleep beside him, but he couldn't drift off. His latest spice high had cratered and left him exhausted, but he could not rest. He missed having a body on his other side, but it was more than that. He was on his way to Imperial Center in his private shuttle, and he felt suspended between past and future. The Battle of Peralta had been declared an victory and propagated as such on the news nets. Looked at objectively, this was true. The rebel uprising had been crushed, its agents chased off the planet. Alter Constantius, Imperial senator turned terrorist leader, had been captured and would be published publicly and severely. Tackle and Tigellinus had both been ordered to the capital with the promise of honor from the Emperor himself. But Palpatine was a cunning man, and his rewards often contained daggers of punishment. Peralta had been Tackle's purview, and as such he should have wiped out the rebels entirely. Instead, he and Tigellinus had wrestled with each other and allowed most of the convoy to escape. Imperial had fired on Imperial. Both Magic Dragon and Avatar had suffered heavy damage and were currently being repaired. Most embarrassing for Tackle, it was the Hell's Hammers who had captured Constantius, which meant Tigellinus would reap that reward. There was also the question of Skywalker. That name had only been whispered on a few select comm channels, mostly between Tigellinus and Tackle, neither of whom wanted to the Emperor to know his most wanted man had slipped through their fingers. In theory, that secret failure should have been safe. Much as they loathed each other, neither man would risk speaking Skywalker's name. But the Emperor knew all. Tackle did not think his life was in danger. Shenander, he figured, had bought him a little forgiveness. No, if he was going to be punished, it would be something subtle and creative, the kind of thing only Palpatine could conjure. He had no idea what that was, so he could only lie in his bed with Komara and wait. Rufin Tigellinus had come to Imperial Center as a hero and was determined to act like one, no matter how his personal audience with the Emperor went. He'd received congratulatory messages from 8 Moffs, 4 Grand Moffs, including, of course, Artist Kane, 9 Admirals, and a long list of civilian dignitaries and officials, plus as invitations for dinner and intimate conversation for most of them. His actions at Peralta, especially Dragon and the errant Senator Constantius, had made him a popular man, just like he'd always wanted. There were many people he intended to be wined and dined by, too many indeed, to fit into the short scheduled visit to the capital while the Avatar was being repaired. He did, however, make sure a slot was reserved to meet with the only Grand Admiral to have sent him an invitation. This was Octavian Grant. They met at the Great Expanse, a Tupani-style restaurant located not far from the old Senate. From its high windows, you could see the derelict Senate Hall's dome, a number of government spires, and elegant residential towers which the capital's most powerful residents called home. Tigellinus wasn't at those heights yet, but he was on his way. 2 men in white uniforms and gold epaulets earned their own corner of the expanse, one with a wonderful view of all those splendors cast in a sunset glow. As they sat down across a small table, Grant ordered wine from the young waitress and recommended local dishes. After their wine glasses were filled, Grant raised his up in a modest toast. "Here you are, at the center of things, as you always wanted. Congratulations." Tigellinus decided to play modest. "I haven't even met the Emperor yet. I have no idea what kind of treatment he'll give me. You're being feted in the press, which you know is no accident. I'm sure that capturing Constantius and cleansing the rebels off Peralta has earned you favor." Though they had the nook to themselves, he lowered his voice. "All the other business, I'm sure he can overlook." Tigellinus stiffened. The fact that he and Tackle had come close to firing on each other was definitely not in the press, but a man with Grant's resources would have heard. He wondered how much more Grant knew, because if he'd heard they'd let Skywalker slip through their fingers, the Emperor surely had as well. Grant smiled wryly. "To be frank, the Emperor won't be surprised by that. Other business. Ours is an elite fraternity, but not a happy one. There is a reason he keeps us apart in our duties." So he'd only heard about the skirmish. Good. I may have overstepped my bounds and gone into Tackle's system, but I also completed the victory he should have. The Emperor will understand that. He will also understand, I hope, that some among our fraternity are more worthy of the rank bestowed than others. He's a wise man. Grant took a sip. Then I'm sure he'll reward those of us who embody the ideals of the Empire and who comport ourselves like true gentlemen. The older man set his glass down. "You know, in some ways, you remind me of my younger self." "Thank you," Tigellinus nodded. Half of Grant's smile tipped toward an inexplicable frown. "Well, here you are, at the center of things. Is this where you aim to stay?" "I'll go where the Emperor sends me, of course. But yes, I aim to stay here." He looked out at the city. The first lights were flickering on in distant towers. "You are an excellent field officer," Grant said thoughtfully. "Are you certain you're best off trading a Star Destroyer for an office suite?" "I'm sure the Emperor will let me keep the Avatar. But this is where history is made. This is where power comes from." It was heady just to say it. Tigellinus felt a rare urge to speak truly. "You know that I was not born to such heights as yourself. Cerelia is a middling world. My family was successful only by local standards. I was born locked out of greatness. I had to take it myself. And your striving has led you here." "Yes." Tigellinus took a long drink from his wine glass. With a wistful look, the older man said, "After the Clone Wars, the Emperor rewarded me for services rendered. I spent a spell on Coruscant, managing the home fleet." He trailed off. Tigellinus prompted, "I'm familiar with your record. Do you have recommendations for me?" "Advice, perhaps, said Grant. Power and influence are lovely things, of course, what they have a calcifying effect. They stiffen you from the inside like arthritis in the joints. Commanding your ship, sailing the stars, and defeating your enemies, those are more than just paths to ascension. They are what keep you alive, in mind and soul. Grant trailed off and his eyes drifted out the window. So he was becoming maudlin again, as he had at the Tapani Day Gala. Tigellinus felt pity toward the old admiral. He'd been a great officer once, but age and nostalgia had dulled his edge. Tigellinus still had his. It was sleek, sharp, and precise. Tackle's edge was jagged and reckless, and all the more dangerous for it. At Peralta, the escalation between them had been shocking. He still could barely believe the other admiral had bombed the Avatar's bridge, especially when, looked at rationally, he'd stood to gain nothing by it. The Imperial fleet was built on rivalries between proud men all striving for the Emperor's favor. The Grand Admirals were the proudest and ablest of them all. A violent clash between them had once seemed grim possibility. After Peralta, it was inevitable. If something ever happened to the Emperor, the great men would fall on each other with their sleek or jagged blades. Blood would be spilled and ships would burn. If that day ever came, Tigellinus would be ready for it. So, surely, would Tackle. As for Octavian Grant, he'd probably be the first to fall. Something stirred Grant from his thoughts. The old man looked back to Tigellinus, picked up his half-empty glass, and offered another toast. To the future, whatever may come. Whatever may come, Tigellinus said, and tapped his glass. The planet called Nakora lacked Antuan's gentle splendor, but the rebel base, located there, was nonetheless scenic, perched as it was on the edge of a cliff, looking down on chains of rocky islets which jutted from foamy sea. At high tide, the coastline became a place of violence, but Juno Eclipse found it strangely comforting to watch. Through the constant crash of waves to stone, the shore endured. Like Dantooine, this was never meant to be a permanent base. Just a place to resupply and hide for a while before moving on to a new temporary home and continuing the fight elsewhere. And for Juno, it was a place to heal. Her wounds were not just physical, and they all needed time to mend. But, sooner or later, she'd be back in the fight. Juno was surprised when Leia Organa appeared on Nakora. She'd had no idea the princess was even in this sector, nor any reason to think the younger woman might single her out as worthy of attention. But she appeared nonetheless, and after meeting with the base's leaders, she diverted time to simply sit with Juno on a cliffside overlook and watch the brutal coast. It turned out that she'd already gotten the truth about Starkiller from Luke. Apparently he and Leia really were close. Juno felt slighted, as though he'd betrayed a confidence, but that faded. It spared Juno the difficult task of telling the story again, and Starkiller was not her secret to guard. Every phoenix crest she saw was proof of that. As they watched the waves, Leia said, "Luke believes that Starkiller was a Jedi to the end, even when he joined with Vader." "And died for him," Juno said. It still hurt to say. Yes. Her father had clearly taught her diplomatic circumspection. Skywalker, Luke is special. I see that now. He's more of a hero than Starkiller ever was. And maybe more of a Jedi. Luke doesn't think he's a Jedi at all. Do you? I think he will be one day. Not that it will make things any easier for him. No, Leia agreed. If anything, it'll make things harder. But I can't tell him that. He'll find out on his own. Hopefully. Waves roared against rock. When they receded, Leia asked, "Why do you believe Starkiller did what he did at the end?" "I have no way of knowing. I barely understood him when he was alive." "I know. That's why I asked your opinion." Yes, she had Bael's verbal precision. For a long time, Juno confessed, I thought he was Vader's puppet. Since he came back to me? Maybe since I had first met him. That he'd been grown or shaped in some laboratory and implanted to cruel subliminal commands, all to destroy the Emperor's enemies, and like an idiot, Juno had happily made herself an accomplice to it. Remembering that conviction threatened to return her to the pit of black despair that had until recently claimed her life. But she remembered the blaze of a lightsaber cutting through smoke, an outstretched hand. The Force really did mean miracles beyond her comprehension. I don't think that way anymore, she told Leia. Do you think Luke is right? Because that would mean Starkiller was right too, about Darth Vader too. I don't know. Vader, he's the most evil man I've ever met, unless you count Starkiller's clone, but I don't think that was really a man. Juno shuddered at the memory. I've never seen Vader do anything except out of the blackest of motives. He's cruel, brutal, and calculating. But he's still a man. And probably, he was a Jedi once. Like Luke, like Starkiller. Then you believe it as possible? Leia asked. Her voice was thick with doubt. If it was possible, then Starkiller had died as he'd lived, a hero, and his choices had been his own, not the string tugs of a puppet master. Like Proxy, like Juno, he'd become more than he'd ever dreamed of being. I choose to believe, she said. Epilogue. The Chosen One. Two men, resplendent in their white uniforms, dropped to their knees before the throne. On this ebon chair was a man in a threadbare black robe. His body was withered, his face was like melted wax, half hidden beneath the shadow of his hood. There was nothing in his appearance that bespoke power or dignity except his eyes. When they looked on you, those abyss-black pupils and gold irises seemed to bore into the depths of your soul, and you knew that you were in the presence of might beyond comprehension. Darth Vader did not need to be before the throne to know this. The blue holo image, projected from the Emperor's audience chamber across half the galaxy to Executor's meditation room, meshed with memory, and told him everything. To the Grand Admirals bent before him, the Emperor said, I have entrusted you both with great power, and trust is not a thing I give lightly. To those whom much is given, much is expected. Your performance at Peralta was enough to satisfy the rabble, but do you believe it is enough for me? The Emperor loved to put his servants on the defensive. He learned so much from them that way. Vader expected the two men to stumble over each other in response, but it was Tackle who spoke first. I know the resolution was not fully satisfactory, and you have my profuse apologies. However, the battle records and severe damage to my ship will attest that I did everything in my power to prevent the escape of the convoy, and I had no way of knowing that a rescue fleet would arrive. The Emperor's only response was to shift his molten eyes to Tigellinus. I, too, did everything under my power, and more, the younger admiral said. Without my recruitment of the Hammers, Senator Constantius would likely have escaped with the rest of the terrorists. That Peralta was a victory, and all is solely due to my intervention, which he glared at the man beside him, Admiral Tackle personally requested. And he was wise in doing so, the Emperor said. I have, in fact, reviewed the records from the battle. Your services were most invaluable, and you will be rewarded accordingly. In addition to your position as Grand Admiral, you will also now take on the responsibilities of a Grand Moff. Does that please you, Rufin Tigellinus? Very much, sir. The blazing gaze slid back to the other man. As for you, Milton Tackle, I have decided that your performance was adequate. You may resume your duties as steward of Mandalorian space. However, I believe some of your material would be of better use elsewhere. The Star Destroyer's Objurgator and Vituperator, their support vessels, and their garrisons will be transferred to the battle group currently keeping peace in the Mid-Rim. This was, of course, Tigellinus' fleet. Tackle's shoulders trembled in rage, but he kept his words respectful. Majesty, I question your wisdom. The entire reason I had to request Tigellinus' assistance was because my sector fleet was spread too thin battling the Mandalorian uprising. An uprising, Admiral? You reported no such thing to Imperial Center. From our perspective, it looked merely like a few skirmishes. Sir, if I had not been undermanned and undersupplied, no rebels would have escaped Peralta. I'd have assured that myself. And frankly, sir, removing 2 Star Destroyers will be a symbol of weakness and will only encourage more Mandalorian resistance. Their leader is under your influence. Use him to quell local disturbances. Majesty, the Mandalorians have no leader. That's what makes them so difficult to control. Do you wish a reassignment, Grand Admiral Tackle? No. Absolutely not, sir. I only wish to be allowed to execute my mission to the best of my abilities. The Emperor shook his head. I know you consider yourself a creative mind, Admiral. Therefore, look at this as an opportunity. You will learn how to do more with less. I understand, sir. Tackle, however, had not given up. And while I never dream of disparaging Grand Admiral Tigellinus's accomplishments, I would note that I merely requested his presence. His borrowing of the Hell's Hammers there landing on Peralta was unauthorized and without my knowledge. But it won us the battle, Tigellinus interjected. Still, Tackle pressed. We are an empire of law and order. Our military is built on rules. A man should not be allowed to violate them so brazenly just because he has special rank. The transmission barely picked up Tigellinus's scoffing sound. With a sickly mocking smile, the Emperor replied, You may not have realized this, Grand Admiral Tackle, but I value results above all. Tackle couldn't bring himself to argue. One man was chastened, the other proud, but both remained kneeling, unafraid to stand unless given permission by their Emperor. The man on the throne waited, enjoying their subservience, before he said, There is just one more thing I would like to discuss. When I reviewed your battle reports and I found something quite interesting. Instead of both rushing to intercept the rebel convoy, your star destroyers hung back. It seemed you both attempted to capture a single old starfighter that had taken off from the rebel base. And you, Grand Admiral Tigellinus, succeeded. Can you explain what transpired here? Neither man rushed to respond. Vader watched intently, waiting for the confession or the excuse. Finally, Tigellinus gave in. The ship was piloted by an Imperial spy who had been under deep cover on Peralta. We believed she was bringing valuable information, and it required 2 destroyers to retrieve 1 small ship. Both hesitated. This time Tackle said, We had no way of knowing it was her aboard the starfighter. I thought it might have been a rebel escape ploy, so I requested Admiral Tigellinus assist me in capturing it. I see. Did I not read that several of your TIE fighters were destroyed in this operation? A friendly fire accident, Tigellinus offered. It was an unusual mission, and our pilots became confused. Such tragedies happen in war. Indeed they do. Tell me, then, was she? Was she what? Sir, Tigellinus nearly stammered. Bringing useful information. Both men fumbled for an answer. It was Tackle who said, With her assistance, we were able to locate Senator Constantius in the base and capture him. Good. Make sure you give your spy her reward. I will make sure the traitorous senator receives his. Both Grand Admirals shuddered slightly at the thought. Thank you for answering my questions, the Emperor said. Rise, both of you. The audience is ended. My aide outside will see to any remaining questions you may have. The men rose off their knees, Tigellinus more quickly. They saluted, turned, and walked out of the chamber at quick paces, subtly jostling for the lead. Tackle won that race by a hair. The door hissed shut on them both. The Emperor remained on his throne, a sunken figure in an ashen robe. Darth Vader watched as his hood tilted to a new angle and found the eye of the holocam. The Master's gaze pierced his apprentice across light years, and in that instant Palpatine became Darth Sidious, Sithri, the perfection of darkness. Your thoughts, Lord Vader? They lied to you, my master? So they did. But they lied in concert. Sidious grinned, baring crooked yellow teeth. It seems they're capable of cooperation after all. Vader did not know how the Emperor learned Luke Skywalker had been on Peralta. Vader himself had only been told by his master days after the battle's end. But he had ceased to wonder the specifics behind such things. He'd known for 20 years that nothing escaped Sidious's all-seeing eye. They failed and lied to you, master. Will you punish them? Didn't I? Every gift of mine contains a punishment of a sort. You know that well, Lord Vader. Indeed he did. For 20 years he had been trying to turn those poisonous gifts back on their maker. In the creation of the dark side clone of Galen Merrick on Kamino, he'd thought he'd finally forged a weapon with which to destroy Sidious. But as always, his master had been one step ahead. After Shenander, Vader had returned to Sidious because there was no place else for him to go. His master had not gloated then, nor had he berated Vader for his perfidy. He'd only chided gently, as one would a foolish child who could do you no real harm. That had been Sidious's way of humiliating his would-be usurper, and it might have worked had Darth Vader's thoughts not been otherwise occupied. In any case, it might have been for the best, Sidious's hollow image side. It would be far more appropriate for you to subdue young Skywalker and bring him to me, don't you agree? Vader stared at those flickering, venomous eyes. Hunting him down is my highest priority, Master. Sidious bent forward in his throne. Even more than finding the rebels' hidden base. Vader breathed in, breathed out. Yes, Master. Good. Sidious flashed the gnarled smile. I am glad we are in agreement. The rebels are petty terrorists, nothing more. Leave them to the Admirals, grand and otherwise. Our greatest threat now and always has been the return of the Jedi. I will do everything in my power to prevent that, Master. I know you will, my apprentice. After all, you did such an excellent job destroying them in the first place. He settled back in his throne. Devote yourself to this task, Lord Vader. I'm sure you will not disappoint me. The hologram winked out. The transmission ended and Vader remained in the darkness of his private chambers on the Executor. He did not move in this darkness. He welcomed its embrace and stood as a statue, black within black, thinking. He had been far away when the evacuation of Peralta happened, and he'd only learned its import once it was over. Nonetheless, it had unsettled him more than any battle since Yavin. His thoughts kept being drawn back even deeper to Shenander, to Kamino, to the half-completed husk of the Death Star. To the men he called Starkiller. During their first real battle, in the throne room of the mighty space station, Starkiller had unleashed his full fury. He'd used power that should have been provenance of the dark side, thus opening himself to Darth Sidious's control, but instead he'd stood as his own man. In that moment, for the first time, Vader had realized what a valuable thing he'd created. The apprentice had been perceptive as well. He told Vader, I understand you now. You killed my father and kidnapped me from Kashyyyk, not just to be your apprentice, but to be a son to you. Is this how your father treated you? Vader had only insisted, I have no father. True, but false. He was the chosen one and the Force had made him for one purpose. Darth Sidious had remade him for another. The Jedi had said he was meant for a great destiny, but he'd become only a pawn, and his apprentice had understood that as well. You destroyed who I was and made me who I am now, but it wasn't your idea. It was the Emperor's, and it's what he's already done to you. You are his creature as I was yours, but you've never had the strength to rebel. Long ago, Obi-Wan had told Anakin Skywalker that a master learned from his apprentice just as the apprentice learned from the master. Anakin had scoffed at that. Vader had thought it foolish, until Starkiller. After the confrontation on the Death Star, Darth Vader had set about remaking his apprentice in secret. The facility on Kamino was to have been the genesis site for his greatest triumph. Through cloning, training, and stolen secrets of Sidious's dark arts, he'd created an apprentice purged of all of Galen Merrick's weakest qualities. That perfect soldier of darkness should have stood with him against Darth Sidious. But of course, Sidious knew all. Sidious abhorred all. Sidious chided him gently, like a stupid child, for attempting such a grand rebellion. As he knelt before his master and taken his scolding, Darth Vader's thoughts had been on his other apprentice, not the creature of darkness, but the weak-minded pawn who'd proven stronger than Vader had ever conceived. He thought he'd be able to control both clones, but on Shenander they'd each betrayed him in their own way. The dark apprentice had been seduced by Sidious, an obvious twist, in retrospect, but the light apprentice, the fool, the lover, and self-styled Jedi. Without me, you can never be free. Over a year later, Darth Vader still could not understand his actions. You're not what you think you are. With those words, Starkiller had thrust him to safety and taken the brutal tip of the dark apprentice's blade. Yet he had never been designed to die in Vader's stead. He had chosen that fate of his own will because he believed what Vader himself could not. Starkiller had told him one last thing. It was a promise that had confounded him at the time, and only later became prophecy. One day you'll be freed by Yorioson. He still knew so little about his true son, the one he thought murdered in Padme's womb 20 years ago. He only knew that his son had slain the Death Star and confounded two Grand Admirals bent on his capture. The Force was with Luke, just as it had been with Galen Merrick. Whenever he found the boy, he would fashion him into a new apprentice. Together they would destroy the Emperor. And then, finally, Darth Vader would be free. Perhaps. His first apprentice had confounded him again and again, repeatedly compelling the master to change. Nothing had gone as expected with his makeshift son. His real one would hold surprises too. Yet he found he welcomed the unknown. Together his false and true sons, Starkiller and Skywalker, had gifted Darth Vader with something he'd never expected, something that had been burned out of him in the fires of Mustafar, something so strange he struggled to even name it, but once he did admit that everything had changed. It was a new hope.